Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 59, Chapter. Gabaru was flying through the air in formation with his squadron of Dragonutes. They were flying fast and with purpose. Nothing was going to stop them. They had to cover all of the Clayman's domain. The beginning was smooth as there was nothing standing in their way. It wouldn't be long before they met some enemies though. They were nearing one of the locations where a beam landed. They prioritized the locations closest to them so the teams led by Remuru and Hakuru would have it easy. As they approached the site, they noticed the enemy was spread out, but still trying to regroup. Gabaru, noticing this, ordered his men to spread out and over a larger area. Gabaru had recalled a strategy called carpet bombing, which was explained by Artoria. She said that with their numbers they can replicate the effects of the strategy. As they got closer, Gabaru and the other Dragonutes started charging up their attacks. Smoke came from out of their mouths, just waiting for Gabaru to give the order. Finally, when they were close, Gabaru gave the order. On the ground, many of Clayman's forces were barely getting themselves together. They didn't know what happened, but they knew they were under attack by some force. As they were regrouping, one of the monsters looked up and saw multiple Dragonutes flying above them. "There's enemies above us." They tried to warn everyone else, but many couldn't react in time before multiple fireballs and streams of fire were unleashed upon them. Some tried to conjure up a magic shield to block, but there were too many to count. Even if one was blocked, the explosion from another would blow them away and destroy any defense possible. The fireballs seemed to indiscriminately attack them, as if they just hurled them hoping to make a direct impact on one of them. Luckily for them, it seemed the Dragonutes were flying away after launching their attack. Despite their further losses, it seems they might have a small break. "There's more enemies coming." Even if it was only one monster that said that, their voice seemed to reverberate throughout the whole area, further sowing more panic and chaos into their ranks. They looked and saw a red-haired Kijin leading a group of other Kijin, goblins, wolves, and orcs. They were approaching them with speed and strength they'd never seen before. This was the nail in the coffin for any hope of survival. They tried putting up a fight, but it was a one-sided beatdown of epic proportions. The group being led by the red-haired Kijin cut them down too fast for anyone to see. Once they were all dead, they started moving to the next location, noting the route of Gabaru and his team. "Keep up, everyone. Speed is the goal here. We can worry about the aftermath later. Have faith in our king to lead us to victory," Benimaru said to his group, who all gave a cheer in response. Scenes like this were happening everywhere throughout the Pupper nation of Jistav. And it was only the beginning. ///////////////////////////// Yamza, Clayman's army commander-in-chief of his army and middle finger of Clayman's 5 fingers. A Magian skilled in swordsmanship as well as ice magic. He had red eyes and black and white hair. He was currently in a makeshift camp, though it was more like the ruins of an outpost if anything. His location had been hit by a beam of light or magic, as he more accurately assumed. Thanks to his leadership, he was very quickly able to regroup everyone under his command and bring order. He knew they were under attack, but he also knew that an attack like that was made from long range. It meant he had some time to get any information he could. Even if he had lost any of the initial desire he had to serve Clayman, he still wanted to live and get through this. If there was a silver lining he had found, it was that it would be some time for any follow-up move from whoever was attacking them. He had tried getting information, but because of the recency of the attack, there was barely anything being spread. Assuming the worst, he guessed that those beams of magic that were going through the sky were responsible for cutting off communications. Assuming everyone was being affected, he was in a really tough spot. He was being cautious when he suddenly saw the sky fill with dark gray clouds along with the sound of thunder. He immediately knew something was wrong. This was the work of a skill or magic of some sort. He gave out the order to be on alert to all his troops. "It seems Gabaru hasn't reached this place yet, but that's fine. I prefer it this way." Yamza and the other soldiers heard the voice of a woman. They looked around and saw a purple-haired Kijin wielding a large greatsword standing on a pile of rubble overlooking them. She had the sword on her shoulder and her demeanor exuded absolute confidence and strength in herself, as if nothing could stand in her way. The thunder in the sky could be heard with more ferocity than usual. Yamza immediately took out his ice blade. He knew this wouldn't be a normal opponent to face. "You must be the one attacking us. Do you know the repercussions of attacking a demon lord's territory?" Yamza asked the purple-haired Kijin. Fighting her would be almost suicide. He hoped to talk her down using the threat of a demon lord. Cheyen, who was staring all of them down, simply smiled and said, It's a good thing we have friends in high places. As she finished talking, she readied Gorokimaru, her great sword. Small sparks of purple lighting could be seen dancing around her sword and her body. Yamza didn't waste any time and started to use his ice magic. He immediately went on the defensive, setting up walls of ice here and there. He also immediately orders the soldiers there to get ready for a fight. He knew that they would hardly put up a fight, but they didn't need to know that. They just need to think they can, and they will think that as long as he is there to command them. He was supposed to be the commander-in-chief of the army after all. They say that when a wall is in front of you, you have to find another way around it. Either by going around it, going over it, or going under it, but there was another option. And that was to destroy the wall in front of you. Cheyen was the kind of person who breaks the walls down. Cheyen didn't bother using any attacks except brute force and strength. She rushed in head-on and swung her great sword at any ice constructs in her way, her sword serving as more of a blunt weapon than any blade. As she broke down the ice shards and dust were thrown into the air, obscuring the vision of anyone there and cutting them. Yamza and all the soldiers were on full alert. All of a sudden, a gust of wind could be heard, and from above they saw Cheyen, her greatsword above her head, coming down for a strike. Purple lightning was coursing all around her, lighting up the area with a purple hue. Yamza, sensing the danger of the impending attack, ordered everyone to retreat from the areas immediately. But they were a step too late. Cheyen came down and smashed the ground with her greatsword, not even targeting anyone specifically. Purple lightning erupted from the center of her attack, and it seemed to have a life of its own as it sought out any targets. Anyone who was hit by the lightning was turned into ash or left charred as they lay dead. Yamza, seeing this, gave up hope for anyone getting out alive. He was focused only on himself while doing the bare minimum to command any soldier he had left. It took him multiple ice constructs to block the lighting, and it had taken up a portion of his magic. Cheyen, after unleashing her initial attack, started running around and killing anyone in her way. She fought using only her strength. Anyone seeing her fight would doubt she had some kind of technique with her sword. Unless they consider relentless brute force a technique. Her fight barely lasted a few minutes. At this point, Yamza was the only one left. And that was only because he retreated. He was running with as much force as he could muster. Unfortunately for him, the sound of thunder could be heard behind him. He stopped and turned around to face the Kijin that was chasing him. He realized that he wouldn't be able to escape. He decided that if he was going to die here, he would die while fighting. Eventually, he saw the quickly approaching figure come to a stop in front of him. He took out his ice blade and took a stance. A final stand, I see. I hope you're comfortable with your choice, cause you'll find no mercy from the edge of my blade. Cheyen said as she gripped her greatsword with two hands. Chapter 60, Chapter. Lady Pendragon, I've taken down a guy named Yamza. He said he was a middle finger or something while we fought. I don't know why he would describe himself that way, but I just wanted to tell you. I got a thought communication from Cheyen while making my way towards Clayman, and it sounded like she wanted me to praise her. I think she should focus on other things, but she took down Yamza fast. Yamza was supposed to be the commander of Clayman's army, so with him down, things are even easier than before. Good job, Cheyen. Keep doing your thing. I sent her the thought communication and cut it off before she would go on a tangent. I don't want to be mean, but there's a time and a place for that. After finishing the thought communication, I continued making my way to Clayman's castle. Artoria, do you feel that? This area is filled with a lot of death. I can sense a lot of undead monsters nearby. Shuna, who was riding with me, told me. This means we're close. That skeleton guy, the future Adelman, is in this area. He should be serving as a sort of last line type of thing. I think he can't even move from this area. That ability of Clayman is shackling him to this place. I can, Shuna. We're going to have to get through this before getting to Clayman's castle. Those undead will just come back to life after killing them. I think you know what to do here, Shuna. It was obvious what was going to happen. Shuna has to be the best counter to this whole place. She can solo all these undead with one ability. Anything more than that is overkill. As we made our way further inside, a dark and cloudy miasma filled the area. The land already had a creepy and barren feel to fit, with all the dead trees and life around, but this sort of took it up a notch. Multiple undead started to appear in front of us. Zombies, skeletons, and undead versions of many species were coming out of the miasma. Some were equipped with armor and weapons, while others had nothing. The strongest undead here was a dragon, but it wouldn't be too much of an issue. Undead are weak to holy magic, and me and Shuna have a lot of that. I stopped Dun Stallion and we were in the middle of an encirclement of undead. At face value, it seemed overwhelming, but neither I nor Shuna showed any fear or stress at this. You won't go any further than this. A voice spoke to us. It was Adelman. Hearing his voice, it was clear that he sounded tired and filled with regret. Serving Clayman would do that to you. Let's be honest here, priest, you know you can't stop us with only these undead at your disposal, and that includes the dragon. I know he couldn't stop his attack cause he's under Clayman's control, but I just have to nudge him in the right direction. I'm not a priest anymore. I've become subservient to another and no longer have the holy magic I had. So why do you still wear those robes? You say you're no longer a priest, but you still wear those robes. It would suggest you still have a sort of connection to your former self and haven't completely cast that identity away. It would seem to me that you just need to put your faith in someone else to rekindle the passion and devotion you once had. As I finished talking I summoned Excalibur, but I didn't attack with it. I only used to give him a glimpse of some holy energy or magic. Shuna, who was behind me, got off Dun Stallion and approached Adelman. She looked back at me and told me to go ahead of her. I would be against it, but firstly, nothing would happen to her and secondly, she would mop the floor with Adelman. I just nodded at her and went ahead. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// before they could get any closer, Excalibur started emitting a yellow-white glow that deterred the undead and flat-out killed some of them, not being able to withstand being near it. With ease, she was able to get out of the area and make her way to Clayman's castle. Adelman, who saw this, was completely astounded at the holy energy her sword was emitting. He had hardly seen anything like it before. It made him remember his past self and the holy magic he could use before. You should take her advice. Adelman had been so focused and mesmerized by the sword that he forgot about the Cheyen that stayed behind. Do you know the reason behind the holy energy emitted by that sword? I've hardly seen anything like that before from what I can remember. I do. Adelman, almost forgetting about being under the control of Clayman, was feeling happy. He wanted to know more about how a sword could emit such holy energy. How is it possible? It's very simple. Faith. I see. Adelman was dejected at that statement. He no longer had the faith he once had. That is unfortunate. I can no longer wield holy magic like I used to. Even more so after I've been made subservient to Clayman. Wait a moment. In the midst of his conversation, he realized something. The pink-haired Cheyen in front of him talked about faith. She was talking as if she could use holy magic. A monster using holy magic was something that normally shouldn't be possible. Are you saying that you can use holy magic? Shuna didn't say anything. She put her arms out and cast an alignment field. A large pink circle spread out from her and all the undead that were caught in it were disintegrated. Not a single monster was left on the field. Adelman was in shock seeing this scene. Here was a monster using holy magic, something that he didn't think was possible. Who was the god that she putting faith in to use holy magic to this degree? His eyes were filled with some hope, but it was crushed when he remembered his circumstances. You're not a bad person, just someone who encountered an unfortunate series of events. I can see it all over your face even if you are a skeleton. But I can help with that. Adelman looked at the pink-haired Cheyen and noticed she had a dagger in her hand. It looked very unpractical to be used as a weapon and instead looked more suited for something more ceremonial or decorative. It certainly didn't look like something a mage would use for a melee weapon, not that a mage would deal in hand-to-hand combat in the first place, but it seems this girl was an exception. Shuna, who was still in the alignment field, was one-on-one against Adelman. Since they were both mages, it was a better matchup for her. Not that she could even get hurt after what Artoria gave her before this invasion started. She had learned some hand-to-hand combat from Hakuru before, and it was time to put it to use. Shuna, enhancing herself with magic, rushed toward Adelman. She had learned this from seeing Artoria use a technique like this. She's tried to replicate it to the best of her ability. Adelman, surprised at seeing her speed, which wasn't standard for a mage, couldn't react in time. He could only see as the dagger was getting closer to him. He thought that this would be the end of his life, but as the dagger was stabbed into him, he felt something different. He wasn't dying, but he felt different, he felt free. Adelman realized that he was no longer under the effect of Clayman's magic. Whatever she did to her, it set him free and gave him another chance to live his life. He was on his knees in joy before he looked up at Shuna. Please tell me. Who have you put your faith in? Who is the god that you worship? You just saw her. She was the one who went ahead. A goddess then. Please, teach me about her and her religion. ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Clayman was trapped under the rubble of his castle. The one silver lining was that his important treasures and items were safe in a secure place that under his castle. He moved various pieces of rubble and rocks that was above him, before finally climbing out. He remembered Laplace's words. A storm, he said. It made a little sense since the beam of light that struck his castle came from above and the speed was terrifying since it seemed to come from very far away. He didn't know the exact details of what was happening, but he did know one thing. Yamza and Adelman were dead. He could tell a few things from this immediately. His territory was being attacked by some kind of force and they advanced very quickly. Wait, Adelman is dead. That means they've already reached near to my castle. It's only been a couple of hours, how have they reached so far already? A storm. This speed would be more like lightning. Clayman thought to himself while trying to put together what was happening based on the two people who died. Unfortunately, his thinking was interrupted. It's a shame the rest of the circus isn't around, but that's okay, it ain't nothing but a bump in the road. They just would have been a little bonus, like drinking some ice-cold sweet tea on a hot day. Clayman, his white suit dirty and in tatters, his gray-white hair disheveled, looked around and saw the source of the voice. There he saw a figure in silver-blue armor with yellow fur. A helmet that resembled a lion along with fur that made up the mane. Though she appeared unarmed, every instinct Clayman had was warning him of the danger of this person in front of him. You. Clayman pointed his finger at the figure. Me, and since we're going to be pointing fingers, let me show you a little trick. The armored figure pointed her finger at Clayman before a yellow spark ignited and a yellow beam shot out, crashing into Clayman, sending him flying through the air where he crashed into another pile of rubble. Alright, let's get this over with quickly. Chapter 61, Chapter. Weak. A punch landed on Clayman's face, hurling him through the air in a comical fashion. His body skipped along the ground like a rock skipping across a lake. Clayman tried getting up, but as soon as he did, he saw an arm coming toward him. The arm hit his neck and brought him back down to the ground. The impact caused a small crater to form on the rocky ground. Clayman was fighting for his life. Well, it would be very generous to call this a fight. It was a one-sided beatdown. Worse for Clayman was that he was not a physical fighter. He was a more magic-based fighter, but when faced with someone who seemed to not be affected by his magic, it was a really unfair matchup. And she wasn't even using her sword. Clayman has tried to escape multiple times, but Artoria just wouldn't let him. Why are you doing this? Do you think you can get away with no consequences for attacking a demon lord's territory? Clayman, all beat up and a far cry from his usual neat and clean self, tried to threaten Artoria. Artoria, hearing what he said, stopped and thought for a second. Clayman thought this was his chance to get away from this situation. A smile was on his face, thinking he had found his way out, but any thoughts were quickly stopped when he heard what she said. Yes, I do, and to satisfy a little of your curiosity, I'm doing all this cause you sent Charybdis after my town. I just thought I'd respond in an equal manner. Artoria said it as if it was the most natural and obvious thing in the world. Equal. Invading my territory, killing my strongest people, destroying my army. You consider that equal? Clayman was shocked hearing this. From what he knew, the one in front of him destroyed Charybdis as if it were just another monster you could find in the world. Yes. That's all Artoria said. Plain and simple. No other words, no other meaning to it, just a clear and concise answer. Artoria unsummoned Excalibur and summoned Rongaminiad. Let's get this over with, I have better things to do. Clayman got up quickly, trying to make space between them. He was going to escape. Whatever was going to happen, he was determined to escape. It's better to live to fight another day. He just needed a chance. One moment he could take advantage of it to escape his predicament. He hadn't used his ultimate move yet. It's strong enough to control demon lords, so why wouldn't it work on her? She can't resist this skill, right? Clayman spread out his hands and used his trump card. Demon Marionette. Red-black strings of light came out from his hands, their target being Artoria. Artoria saw the incoming strings of light and didn't seem fazed in the slightest bit. As they got closer, Artoria reached out her hand and with a quick movement grabbed all the strings of light. The strings seemed to be struggling to move, but Artoria held it firmly in place. Clayman, seeing this, didn't think that was possible. He saw Artoria move her hand and move the strings and put them around her arm. The string was now straight, and with a strong pull, Clayman was pulled in her direction, her lance ready to strike. You're just a waste of corpses. Clayman's eyes widened at what he heard, but he couldn't think of more on this as he saw her lance start emanating a yellow-white glow. Don't worry, there'll be no coming back to life. You won't have a body left. Whether it be physical, spiritual, or astral. I'll make sure of that. He couldn't do anything at this point. He could only watch as she pulled her arm back, while the lance glow started to shine brighter and brighter, eventually lighting up the entire area. Artoria didn't hesitate in the slightest, with a swift and practiced motion she stabbed the lance into Clayman. An outburst of yellow mist occurred after the lance made contact with Clayman. It could be called a pretty sight if one ignored the reason for it. Clayman's body was like a puppet with its strings cut off. Artoria threw his body off her lance and threw him to the ground. She looked down at it and started breathing in. Smoke and a bit of flame came out of her mouth before a torrent of fire akin to a flamethrower started burning Clayman's body. Once she was done, the only left was ashes that were scattered with the wind. Alright, this part is done. It will take longer to fully incorporate this territory, but I can oversee it at home. I'll leave it to Remuru, Hakuru, and their team, oh and Cheyen as well. I should send thought message to offer an option of surrender. Artoria thought to herself as she let out a loud whistle to call for a trusty horse. The sound of a horse running could be heard before it stopped in front of her. Artoria got on and gave it her orders. Alright, done stallion, take me to Shuna and then home. We can leave the rest to our soldiers and knights. The biggest threat has been taken care of. Done stallion immediately started sprinting. On Shuna's side, Adelman was absorbing all the information about the god she worshipped. Goddess actually, he realized after he kept listening. The big shocker to him happened when it was revealed that the one who rode away on the horse was actually the goddess she was talking about. He decided at that moment that he would devote himself to this new goddess and religion. While they were talking, the sound of a horse running could be heard. Shuna smiled knowing who it was and also confirmed that she won. Not that she doubted her chances of winning, but there would always be some worry. Artoria rode in and she noticed the look of reverence and worship coming from Adelman, even if his face was a skull that couldn't show much emotion and movement. Looks like I've gained a fanatic. I'm not surprised, but I hope he doesn't go too far with the religion. He shouldn't though, I made sure of that. I don't want my people enslaved by their religion. Artoria thought to herself after seeing Adelman. Good job on taking my advice about placing your faith in someone else. Stay here and guide the soldiers that will arrive soon. I already sent a message to them about you, Artoria told Adelman. I'll do what you ask of me. I'll prove myself worthy of joining you, Adelman quickly told Artoria, who just nodded at him. Shuna, come here, it's time to go home, Artoria said softly to Shuna. The firm voice she used with Adelman was nowhere to be seen. Shuna went ahead and got on Dun Stallion before hugging her as they proceeded to go home. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// We were finally home. I made sure to recall everyone but Remuru and Cheyen. Our next focus is Falmouth, but that will take a while. The actual fighting with Clayman's army won't take long, but the acquiring of his territory and the whole process that comes after will take time. How long I don't know, but I don't want it to take longer than a month. As for the repercussions, I don't really need to worry. As for the demon lords, Malim, Fry, and Carrion will back me up, so don't really need to worry there. As for the human nations, they can't really do much. Most of the human nations are to our west while Clayman's territory is to our east. They can't really take advantage of the moment, but this is good for us either way, we'll be seen as a nation that killed a demon lord. It will give us some brownie points with them. Or they could see us aggressive and be even more cautious about us, but I'll see what happens. Right now, I just want to take a nice long nap. I unsummoned my armor, put on comfortable clothes, let my hair down, and hopped onto my bed. There's nothing like the comfort of a bed after a long day. Artoria, is this really the best time to relax? You know it's going to get more busy, right? Shuna, my love, I know, but this will be a rare time to enjoy this in these upcoming weeks. So come here and lay down with me, but if it really worries you, then you can look over the town while I sleep, I told her before letting my eyes drift off to sleep. If she joined me in bed, awesome, but if she didn't then that's okay too. As long as she is nearby, I'm content. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// her is different from how she looks in front of others. She exudes a royal and majestic aura around her that commands attention, but now, she seems like any other person. She didn't seem to care too much about how she looked in front of her if her messy and loose hair on the bed was anything to go by. She decided to sleep with her. The town could wait a few hours. Chapter 62, Chapter. It was a busy few weeks after attacking Clayman. After killing Clayman, fighting still continued. Even with most of our army recalled, they still made fast progress. Despite the initial confusion of the enemy, slowly, they were able to piece together what was going on. After that, fighting quickly died down with many choosing to surrender rather than fight. Of course, there were still some small pockets of fighting, but they were shut down quickly. Fierce fighting continued for a few more days after Clayman's death. It took another few days to stop all fighting, including the few small groups that held out. After that, we were to integrate the territory into ours and see the spoils of war we got. That part is what takes the longest. Luckily, there were many people willing to help. They all seemed dissatisfied with Clayman and some gladly helped us out to make the process faster. I just wished all of them were like that. A lot of lives wouldn't have needed to be killed, but what's done is done. Even though the castle was destroyed due to some mysterious reasons, we still got a lot of treasures, valuables, and whatnot. We even got the little fox that Clayman had. I think her name was Kamara if I remember right. I decided to name her the same thing as Gabaru. I also did the same with Adelman. Adelman's reaction to the cathedral was as expected. It made sense after all, the cathedral was the biggest building in this whole town and it was eye-catching, cause of the architectural style. It was imposing, demanded your attention, and was probably the most important building in the entire place if you asked the opinion of the residents. He praised it and said it was a building worthy of me. I have to make sure he doesn't go off too much to the deep end. Anyway, he was now a priest for the cathedral. The guy has experience, so what can I say? There wasn't any mandatory worship or anything like that. It was optional and he would organize religious events and gatherings that our residents could attend if they wanted to, and a lot of them did, so there's that. Not much on Kamara, she's still getting used to our town after being freed from Clayman, so I'll just give her time. As for the news getting out, I'm sure it's already made its rounds, especially the Demon Lord Council, but again, I don't have to worry about them. Malim, Fry, and Cheyen can back me up. They also didn't really care all that much. Malim was already playing along with him, Fry was already hostile to him, and Cheyen just held his might makes right attitude. As for Gazel, he did have his questions and concerns, but once I explained to him what Clayman tried to pull off and backed it up with evidence, he became much more understanding of what we did and just let the situation go. Anyway, things were going very smoothly on the Clayman front. For all practical purposes, it was over at this point. Now we could put our focus on Falmouth and their eventual invasion. I don't plan to invade them like we did Clayman. There were other circumstances to consider here. They were a human nation, and if we invaded them, even with the evidence we have against them, that would only be used to make us look bad and justify even more aggression against us, and I'd rather not plunge the world into a potential humans versus monsters war. We were monsters in their eyes and we would always be wrong and bad no matter what. For now, that is. After what we do to Falmouth's army, it'll send a good message to everyone out there. Sui has dropped by on occasion to update me on what he's gathered, and it's what I expected. They still want to launch an attack and all that nonsense. I call Clayman squad clowns and being part of the circus, but Falmouth must have the Cirque du Soleil over there or something. Whatever Sui is doing, it's working. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Kingdom of Falmouth. King Admaris and his advisors have been through an unusual change of strategies multiple times. They have seen the town of monsters and the threat they have posed to them economically. With a road being built between Dworgen and Blumen through them, it would severely disrupt their main source of income. King Admaris and his advisors all agreed that they needed to attack them and get rid of them. That and they could get all the resources they have for themselves and make more money than previously possible. Fortunately for them, they seem to have caught a lucky break. King Admaris and his advisors had recently gotten a tip that the nation of monsters had just gotten into a war with the demon lord Clayman. Everyone immediately pounced on this opportunity presented to them. Plans to attack them while they were distracted, plans to take over the city and everything for themselves. They all gathered and advised for a few days about it, but what they thought was a lucky break came crashing down on them. I have urgent news, Your Majesty. A messenger went into the room where the king and his advisors were. He was panting, showing tiredness from the speed at which he traveled. What is it? It better be important. We can't waste time, one of the nobles said. It's about the monsters. The news about them being in a war is old and outdated. Their war ended already, the messenger said to everyone in the room. Fists came crashing down on the table. There was no shock in any of them. Only frustration and anger. It had been like this for a while recently. Just when they think they have something to work with, something comes up and ruins the moment, forcing them to come up with something different. This means we'll have to change our strategy. Why are you just now finding this out? This time it was Raisin who asked the messenger. He knew something was going on, but he just couldn't find out what. Every time he seemed to catch someone he suspected of being a spy or traitor, things would stay the same. Delays, missing documents, critical information that seemed to arrive too late. We just now found the information. There was an issue with the distribution and storage of news and other sources of information, the messenger told Raisin. Raisin was suspicious, but he couldn't find anything concrete. No matter how many people he replaced and the times he investigated certain problems, something would always pop up. At least we found out now. This means they must be in a recovery period. They're probably focused on the Demon Lord's territory after the war. They must be in a state where their focus is still on that Demon Lord. It's okay, we don't need to worry too much then. We just need to use more soldiers along with the help of the church. You can leave. Yes, sir, the messenger shouted and left the room quickly while closing the door. Instantly, the tiredness that he showed along with the slight panic disappeared, replaced with a calm, collected, and smiling face. Man, we sure are getting worked big time. I thought that court mage guy was supposed to be smart or something. He doesn't seem like that to me, the messenger talked to himself while walking through the castle. Sounds to me like you want to do more work, the messenger paused as he heard a voice behind him. "Oh, boss man, I was just joking, please don't make me do more than necessary," the messenger pleaded to his boss man. The boss man, who was Sui, just looked at this clone of his a little irritated. They all followed his orders, but sometimes their personalities would get on his nerves a little. "Just keep doing what you're doing. We already control their flow of information," Sui told the clone of his. "You got it, man," the clone told Sui as he merrily walked away. Sui just let out a sigh. He would stick to regular clones, but these ones were just better. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// a day looking over the information I'd been sent by Sui. He was playing all of them like a fiddle. I was in my house just resting and calming down after a long day. I could just work as much as I want without getting tired, but that's no way to live. I got a lovely partner to spend time with. It's like I get more and more attracted to Shuna every day. Chapter 63, Chapter Kingdom of England Asha. It's been a few weeks ever since Remuru became a teacher for Shizu's students. They were a handful at first, but now they were good kids. Though he was their teacher, he was babysitting them more than teaching them. He still hasn't saved them. He wants to take them out under the impression of a field trip, but it's too soon for that right now. He still needs to build up more trust to get permission for that. Speaking of that, there was Yuki, Grandmaster of the Free Guild. He really tried, but when remembering what Atoria told him about Yuki, he just couldn't shake it off. That stuff about him looking an anime villain was just a joke, something silly, but he just couldn't get it out of his mind. It was probably the dumbest way to judge if someone was bad or evil, but it somehow worked with him. It was almost too spot on. Remuru was walking through the halls of the school where he became a teacher. Things had been going sort of smoothly, but he was wondering what was going back in Tempest. Did you hear about Demon Lord Clayman? We're just getting the information that something happened, one of the faculty of the school whispered to someone else. Remuru stopped as he heard the faculty whispering to someone else. Clayman. That's that Demon Lord guy that has something against us, Remuru thought to himself as he kept listening in. He was pretending to be busy with something else as he listened to them. I heard he got into a war or some kind of conflict. I'm not sure, but I think these are just rumors for now. What? Don't tell me she actually went and did it, Remuru shouted in his mind in shock. He knew these weren't just rumors. One thing he caught on to was the timing of this. They just now got the information and it's been a few weeks. This could mean stuff has already moved on. I'll think on this later, I have a class to go teach. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / A few days later. Falmouth is probably less prepared than I remember. They think we're still busy handling the aftermath of the fight with Clayman. Apparently, they plan on sending a smaller force thinking they can just waltz in and take advantage for some easy and swift victory along with help from some holy knights to counter the monsters. They think they can do what we did to Clayman but to us. Unfortunately for them, they're not like us. All that's left to do is wait. I've told Sui to just keep them on track with their current plan for invasion and to keep sending more information to us. This will end faster than what happened with Clayman. The only problem I could see would be the holy knights and their holy field, but that's really easy to take care of. They need to set up crystals or something to cover an area large enough. Yeah, they won't even be able to set those up. Hold on, I can already see a plan forming. Oh yeah, those holy knights won't even know what hit them. We'll attack them first without them even knowing it. This is going to be the biggest sabotage yet. Sui, I called out, and with a blur, he appeared in front of me. This was a clone, not a servant. How can I be of service? How good are your infiltration skills? Specifically, are they good enough to sneak some people into Falmouth's army and have them think they're normal? Yes. A smile made its way onto my face. Good. Let me give you a quick rundown of my plan. ///// //// A few weeks later. This was too easy. We have their war plans, strategies, personnel, and so much more. Either I overestimated Falmouth's security or Sui is just that good. I'll go with the latter. He was having a field day over there. While I was looking over all the information in an office, Sui appeared next to me. My lady, Yum, and his group have returned. They've brought along another person with them as well. Ah, it seems she's here. We won't have to worry about her spying anymore. I'll go meet with them. Also, keep an eye on the new person until I say so. Just to be safe. As you say, Sui said as he disappeared with another blur. I got up and went out to meet Yum and his group. It wasn't hard to find them, and it seemed they'd already been here for some time. They were all in the bar I had ordered to be built. I guess it's more of a bar and lounge type of thing, but it hardly makes a difference. Making my way to the bar, I saw the sign for the name of the place, Longhorn Lounge. I may be a bit biased, but I think it's a cool name. Anyway, I entered the place and it was a nice-looking place. It was nothing overly fancy or anything like that. I wanted to be a place where everyone and anyone could enter and feel a part of it without feeling out of place. Just have to make sure to avoid that one-floor piece. I quickly found Yum and his group. They were spread out on many tables, but Yum and Jurin were sitting together. They were having a good time, so I greeted them. "Hey Yum, it seems you're back and with someone new. Mind if I join y'all?" Yum was a bit surprised to see me, but he brushed it off quickly. "Lady Pendragon. I don't mind at all. There's actually some stuff I've heard recently." I sat down at an empty seat at the table. Before I could say anything though, a goblina came up to me with a smile. "Lady Pendragon, welcome. Would you like to see a menu?" "Thank you, but I don't need it. I already know what I want." After saying that, the goblina took out a piece of paper and got ready to write down what I wanted. "I want a 32-ounce porterhouse steak, medium rare. A 32-ounce tomahawk steak, medium rare. 2 16-ounce sirloin steaks, both medium rare. A rack of ribs. A side of mac and cheese with bacon bits in it. A side of a loaded baked potato and loaded baked sweet potato. For dessert, I want peach cobbler, pecan pie, and cornbread. For the drinks, I want sweet tea and a bottle of whiskey. Make sure to bring a cup as well." The goblina was writing down my order very fast. So fast you would think smoke was being produced. When she finished, she gave me a smile. "I have it written down, Lady Pendragon. I'll make sure to get your food you as fast as possible." With that, she left. I looked back at Yum and Jurin who were looking at me in pure shock. I wonder why. "Well, while we wait, tell me about your new companion." Why yeah, I met her while we were spreading word about defeating the Orc Lord." "I have to say, aren't you worried about gaining any WOW?" Yum shouted in pain at the end there. I could see it was Mjurin that did something to him. Either they're that close already or Mjurin took pity on him, fearing how I would react. "You okay, Yum?" "I'm fine, nothing is wrong with me." Yum got his breath back together and moved on to another subject. "By the way, I heard some things while I was traveling. There's been some rumors about you being at war or something with Demon Lord Clayman." I saw Mjurin look closely at me. She probably wanted answers or some kind of closure. I might as well tell him. It's old news anyway. Yeah, we did go to war with him. Though calling it a war would be a stretch, but yeah, we did. When I finished talking to them, the food I ordered arrived. I ignored their surprised faces since there was something more important to focus on right now. This time it was Mjurin who spoke to me. "I assume Clayman is dead." "Yeah, he's dead. I'm the one that killed him. It wasn't much of a fight though. We did find out some interesting things after he died. Including someone he sent on an information-gathering mission. Someone who is a witch." I saw Mjurin flinch a little at what I said. I decided to just come out and say it. "It's you, Mjurin. I already know, so don't pretend." "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you," I told her as I ate my food. It was super delicious and tasty. Those chefs know what they're doing. Does that make you uncomfortable? I've been treated differently for being a witch. Are you like those people? Mjurin asked me with clear worry in her voice. Nah, I'm not, and nobody here will care either. Trust me when I say this, Mjurin, I know a certain thing about a witch. You could even call her a witch queen, but don't worry about that. The person I'm talking about won't show up in any shape or form. Mjurin looked much more relieved after that. But I will place you under observation in the meantime. I know you'll understand. Yes, that's fine with me. Okay, cool. Now get out of that gloomy mood. You're a free person now, you should be celebrating. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// prepared for Falmouth. I got some people together and explained the plan. Sui was the linchpin for this whole operation we would do. He would be the one to signal the start of our counterattack. Our plan was simple but effective. They were literally going to be walking into a death trap. First, we would let them gain some land with no resistance, making them think that things were going well, and then things go downhill for them very fast. Also, we can say we are defending ourselves from an attack. It'll at least look better that way. Anyway, Sui has already replaced some of Falmouth's army as well as the Holy Knights with some of his servants. It's not a lot of them, but they make up for it in strength. What really matters is that they cause chaos and confusion in their ranks. Second, once they're all scrambling about trying to figure out what's happening, that's when we jump in. And I mean everyone, or mostly everyone. I won't be fighting, but I will be observing. The biggest problem would be Raisin, but he's not all that, just send Cheyen to him and he'll be done for. Well, when I think about it, I could just send Cheyen out for all our problems. I would say she can't do it alone, but she kinda can. I would call it unfair, but it's a war, so yeah. Whatever, I just have to keep everyone on alert. With the constant stream of information we get from Sui, we basically have a live view of their movements. I hope Remuru is ready for his fight with Hinata. He better win or at the bare minimum be able to escape. And when I mean escape, I don't mean escaping while on the verge of death. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Kingdom of England Asha. Remuru had gotten everything wrapped up with the students. He saved their lives using spirits. Some weird things happened when he took them to the labyrinth. First, there was the spirit with Chloe, which was all kinds of weird. Even Ramaris, the spirit queen, was freaking out about it, saying that it was from the future and was associated with time. There was also the light spirit that said that Kenya had the potential to be a hero, which made him wonder something. If Artoria was a divine spirit, she should be able to make people heroes, right? He'll have to ask her later, she should know more about that stuff. Anyway, his time as a teacher was up and he was getting ready to leave. He had given them gifts, even giving away Shizu's mask to Chloe, but he did notice that she was looking at him differently. He couldn't say anything definitive, but he thought it was nothing. Maybe it was his emotions of having to part from them, but he'll make sure to get them to visit his town in the future. After saying his goodbyes, Remuru departed on his way home. He was definitely going to talk to Artoria about Clayman. He needed it explained to him from the beginning. Warning. You are currently in a holy field. You are being slightly affected, but nothing that should concern you. The alignment field you were in during your training had more of an effect on you. Remuru stopped and looked around. He looked at the sky and saw a transparent barrier around him. Master, I don't feel so well. Just get back in my shadow, Ranga. I'll take care of this. Ranga sank into Remuru's shadow, while he kept observing what was happening. Raphael, can you just analyze this barrier and destroy it? I know you don't have the best track record with barriers, but I'm sure you can do something about this one. The barrier made by Artoria seems to function differently from normal barriers. If you can touch the barrier and use Beelzebub, it will be no problem. You mean the holy field or Artoria's barrier? The holy field. Remuru cleared up some questions about the way Raphael was talking to him. Raphael seemed to be annoyed or something, but he put that question away. Warning. Someone is approaching your location. Remuru looked around and saw a figure in white approaching him. She had black hair and a cold, indifferent look on her face. She had a rapier equipped, clearly intent on attacking him right then and there. This is the day you'll die, slime. Remuru didn't waste a moment and took out his sword. He'd prefer trying to talk this out, but it was clear that wasn't going to happen. He'd have to converse while fighting. Hold on a second. I'm fighting in a barrier that is supposed to make me weaker and my opponent has a rapier to attack me with. Remuru's eyes widened as he started coming to the realization of the situation he was in. Did she know about this already? No time to think. If it's anything like the training, I'll just assume that 7-hit thing is for real this time. Raphael, use the training session with Artoria to help with this fight. Understood. Oman, please let this fight be easier than the training. Chapter 64, Chapter. An army, 1,000 strong, was marching through a forest. They were being helped by some holy knights who planned on surrounding the entire city with a holy field with the help of crystals. It would be an easy and quick victory. Or they would think. Why do we have to march with them? Couldn't we at least travel on a horse or something? We're supposed to be above these regular ones, Kirara, an otherworlder complained as they went along. Relax, Kirara, there's not much we can do now. The order has already been given. Kyoya, another otherworlder, who was calmer and more intelligent, tried to relax Kirara. We seem to be making good progress. I would have expected more resistance right now. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud and brash voice. It doesn't matter to me. I'll show those monsters how strong I am. So what if they have some Kijin? I'll show them how strong I really am. Shogo, the last otherworlder of the trio, explained to Kirara and Kyoya. Kyoya just ignored him. He knew Shogo was strong, but he was also intelligent enough to know that there was a reason they had help from some holy knights. You can go crazy later. At the very least, just wait for the holy knights to put up the barrier so the monsters get weakened. Why should I wait for that? This is supposed to be an invasion, we should just rush in and show how strong we are. Kyoya was trying to keep his calm, but Shogo was making it difficult. He only cared about strength this and fighting that. It could be annoying sometimes, but they're in similar situations, so he could let it slide at times. Why am I even here? I don't know how to fight like you two. The only good thing is what I can do with words. Well, from what I've heard, Kirara, the plan has been changed. Apparently, the monsters are still recovering from a war with a demon lord. I don't know much, but there was supposed to be some kind of force to go first, but now we're here. But still, it feels like it's too easy right now. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Hurry up. I've almost had it with you. Have you forgotten all the training you've had? We're behind schedule because of you, a holy knight, leading a small group, shouted to one of his soldiers under his command. He didn't know what was happening. One day everything was fine, but now at the moment of the mission, it was as if they were doing it on purpose. Sorry. I'm still getting used to this whole holy knight thing. I'll figure it, I just need time. There is no time. We're here to do a coordinated strike and you're going to mess that up. I'm not going to risk any punishment on me, so from now on, all I want you to do is just stay back and watch. Maybe you'll learn something. The knight commander was fed up at this point. It had gotten to the point where he started wishing that this knight would die in this fight. Oh, come on. I can do something, the seemingly inexperienced and inept knight complained, and the captain just decided to do something less. It turned into a childish rant. Fine. Just hold the crystal and make sure nothing happens to it. You got it, boss. The knight held onto the crystal with a happy face, acting like this was a walk in a park. These guys are morons. If Miss Artoria saw how these holy knights acted, she'd probably flip out. The guy is so mad he didn't think about effects about this crystal to the incompetent knight. The knight, who was an undercover servant of Sui, thought to itself. It was just waiting for a signal to start the attack. Start the attack, an order from Sui was heard in his mind. It was not only him, but all other servants. The ones marching with the army as well as the ones marching with the holy knights. Finally, showtime, he thought to himself. While walking, the servant accidentally tripped on the ground while holding the crystal. A simple fall wouldn't break it, so he applied some force with his hands to crack it and make it more fragile. The crystal shattered and all the other holy knights looked in shock at his carelessness. The knight captain was furious. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the knight. The knight got up quickly with both his hands held up. No more. I've never seen incompetence like this before. Are you purposely sabotaging this whole operation? The knight just smiled and let out a smirk. It took you some time, but you got me. Before any of them could react, the knight turned into a blur of dark mist while taking some daggers seemingly out of nowhere. He didn't waste any time as he quickly cut the throats of all the holy knights faster than they could react to. The knights dropped dead on the ground, barely getting a glimpse of what happened before they could react. The servant stood in the middle of their bodies, before disappearing once he completed his objective. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// It was a sudden and completely unexpected attack, not from the enemy but from their own comrades. Or at least that's what they thought at first. What looked like normal knights quickly turned into dark figures that swiftly cut them down with ruthless efficiency. They realized too late that they were being attacked by the enemy, but by that point, everything was already in chaos. Knights would start fighting only to face another betrayal from their supposed allies. Paranoia and doubt slowly settled into the minds of the knights amidst the chaos, but to make the situation worse, someone shouted something that seemed to make the situation hopeless. Monsters. From the forest and above us. From the forest, orcs appeared, and behind them were Cheyen and goblin riders. In the sky, there were dragonutes flying above them. There was no time to admire it as the dragonutes started to breath fire from above and rain down fireballs all over them. The explosions from the fireballs knocked over some knights while incinerating some others, killing them. They wouldn't get a single break, however, as the orcs started attacking them. Their big bodies and armor made taking down one of them require a team effort. Pair that with Cheyen and goblin riders, and it was a complete disaster for Falmouth's army. The otherworlders were not doing any better. The initial attack had killed Carrara almost instantly. Thanks to some intel, she was marked to be one of the first ones to die, so she couldn't use her unique skill, and given that she wasn't much of a fighter, she died before she realized what was happening. Kyoya and Shogo were trying to fight off the initial attack, but it seems whenever one was killed, they seemed to just regenerate or disappear into mist and reform again. No matter how hard or fast Kyoya cut or how hard Shogo punched, they never seemed to go down. When the secondary attack started, things went downhill even faster. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// A clash of swords made sparks. To the naked eye, it would seem as if there were multiple swords due to the afterimages made from the speed. Remuru was in a fierce sword fight with Hinata. He clutched his sword with both hands, fighting defensively. Whether it was blocking the strikes from the rapier with his blade or using the crossguard of his sword to catch the rapier's blade and throw it to the side, giving him a small window to attack, he used everything he'd learned to stay in this fight. "Hinata, I'm telling you, I didn't kill Shizu. This is all one big misunderstanding," Remuru shouted while defending himself from an attack. "You did kill her. Like the slime you are, you swallowed her up and took her form. Hinata wasn't hearing out any of Rimuru's remarks. She was stubborn and blinded by the rage she had for Remuru. It's not like that. She wanted me to do it. She was nearing the end of her life and her last wish was for me to do that. Remuru, despite the stubborn nature of Hinata, still tried to convince her, but his statement only made it worse. Hinata's attacks seemed to be faster and carry more power. This sudden burst caught Remuru off guard for a tiny moment, but it was enough for Hinata to get past Remuru's defense and hit his arm. Remuru immediately backed off and created some distance between them. That's not good. Each hit means less room for error. I need to get out of here. I need some kind of big move to buy me enough time to break this barrier and escape, but what? I got it. That move Artoria does. The mana burst thing. I can't believe I forgot about that. Raphael, I want you to beef up this mana burst and after that we can get out of here, Remuru thought to himself, coming up with a plan. Something to stop the fight immediately. If he's learned anything, it's that this was planned and something bigger was happening in Tempest and he needed to get back as fast as possible. Confirmed, but don't forget your training as well. Your sword has a certain fundamental advantage over her rapier. ///// ///// Flashback. Remuru, when you're fighting against a rapier, don't lunge with your sword. Well, don't lunge using both hands, it'll be a problem because of the way you'll lean. Come here and I'll show you what I mean. Remuru got up from the ground after the thrashing he got from Artoria and went towards her. Artoria pointed her rapier, transformed from Reincarnated, to the ground making sure it didn't fall. Do you know what sword you have, Remuru? It's like a regular sword, something medieval. Artoria sighed and shook her head. A long sword, Remuru. You have a long sword. Look, just pay attention and put your sword next to my rapier. It's something you should have picked up on earlier. Remuru did as she asked and compared the rapier to the sword. He was a bit confused, but he pointed out what he saw differently. The blade on the rapier is longer. Yes, but what else do you notice? My sword is longer overall. Bingo. That's what matters. You can lunge with your sword, but make sure to have one of your hands all the way to the back of the hilt to get the max length. By doing that, you can disengage and extend with your whole body to make your attack deadlier. You'll lose a bit of control and the sword will be a little heavier, but you can do it. If you can create an opening and use the technique, you'll be able to land a hit. // // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / much. Just have to create an opening, Remuru thought to himself while defending. He didn't need to win this fight, he just needed to not lose. He focused on defense as much as he could. He just needed one moment. As he was defending, the opportunity presented itself. A downward slice. That was his moment. Remuru caught the blade with the crossguard of his sword, and before Hinata could pull it back, his left hand let go of the sword, and he made a sweeping motion to clear a path straight to Hinata. Her rapier scraped along Remuru's sword, being controlled by his movement. Remuru quickly pulled his arm back and went for a lunging attack just like he was taught. Raphael, do a mana burst now. He didn't need to tell Raphael twice, as a perfectly timed surge of mana burst forth from Remuru, enhancing his attack with more power and speed. It was Hinata's turn to be surprised. The sudden increase in speed at the last moment didn't leave her enough time to react. A clean hit landed on her and she was launched violently through the air. She skipped across the ground like a rock on water as she landed. Remuru, seeing this, immediately went to the barrier. He used Beelzebub and easily destroyed the barrier. Ranga, come out! Ranga leaped from his shadow and Remuru got on him. Ranga, we need to get home now. Go as fast as you can. Don't hold anything back. Understood, Master. Ranga asked no questions and immediately took off with a speed he didn't know was possible himself. How much does Artoria really know? That question lingered in Remuru's mind, but it would have to be answered later. I hope things are fine back home. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flash. Artoria could be seen standing on a wall. She made it using the creation abilities of Rangaminiad. She was overseeing the battle that was taking place. Well, it was less of a battle and more a massacre. Sui's servants eliminated the Holy Knights before they could even do anything, and the main battle already had a clear winner. Artoria had seen enough and started leaving, but not before leaving a thought communication with Benimaru. Benimaru, I'll leave the rest to you. The only order I'll give you is to leave the king alive. Everyone else you can decide what to do. Lady Pendragon, should we not capture Rayheim or Raisin for information? No need. Sui's already given us more than enough. Anything they would give us would be redundant. Just make sure to end it quickly. That'll be all. Understood. The thought communication ended and Artoria left the scene. Benimaru's skills were more than enough for this. She could leave knowing that victory was all but guaranteed. Right now, she needed to plan for the aftermath of this. But the important thing is Remuru. She knew he would have some questions. A training session against a rapier only to face an opponent later that uses a rapier. That was too much of a coincidence to ignore. Chapter 65, Chapter. The battle was long over. It was an overwhelming success. The results speak for themselves. Their entire force was killed and their king was captured. Benimaru also captured Rayhaim, that cardinal guy, and Raisin, their court mage. It was fine he did, but he didn't really need to. The news of this hasn't got out yet, at least in Falmouth it hasn't. I'm sure all the top leaders of other countries and the ones in the shadows already know what they need to know. I don't really care about them at this moment. Not much is happening to the king and his group. They're being held captive and undergoing enhanced interrogation techniques courtesy of Sui. I made sure to tell him not to go too hard on the king, but the others were fair game. I have no doubts he'll do a wonderful job. Anyway, now that was done, we can enjoy a nice relative moment of peace. No worries about someone plotting against us and wanting to erase us off the map. Again, at least for now. That doesn't mean we won't be ready though. After all, when facing opponents who are hellbent on destroying your country, you kinda need a strong army. Right now, I'm in an office waiting for Remuru to return. There's no way he would lose to Hinata. If I had to guess, he probably escaped as soon as he could when he found out about the town being attacked. I'm prepared to answer any question he has though. It shouldn't be too hard. Just hand him some of the information Sui gave me along with basic reasoning and it'll be fine. Maybe a bit of humor or something unexpected would make him lower his guard and be less suspicious. Once I get that over with, I'll leave the aftermath of this thing to him. It's all a bunch of paperwork and scheduling stuff and he's the perfect one for this. It'd be good to put that angel in his head to use. I don't know why it's wisdom though. From what I know, the Archangel Raphael isn't associated with wisdom, that would be Uriel. Either I'm understanding things wrong, or there's a bit of a mix-up. Ah, not important, just some of my random thoughts. While waiting, I picked up very fast movement coming towards town. No doubt that was Remuru. He's moving like a bat out of hell. ///// ///// As Remuru approached the town, he noticed that it seemed a bit too peaceful for what he was expecting. Hinata had told him that his town of monsters was going to be taken care of, but it was obvious what she meant. He expected some kind of fight to be happening, but it seemed way too peaceful. What? Did I arrive extra early or something? Has the attack not happened yet? I don't see any of those walls Artoria made, Remuru thought to himself, feeling suspicious about the whole situation. On the plus side, he calmed down a little from his earlier frantic state. I'll look for Artoria, she has to know something. Remuru got off Ranga and Ranga got back into his shadow. He quickly sensed where Arotira was. She was in an office. He quickly made his way there while noting that everyone seemed to be in a good mood. Once he arrived, he was going to knock, but a voice cut his thoughts. I know you're there Remuru, you can come in. Alright, yeah, maybe I should have known she can do something like that, Remuru thought to himself before he went it. He saw Artoria just sitting there with various paperwork on the desk in front of her. It seemed she was busy. It's nice to see you didn't lose, Remuru, but I assume you have some questions, Artoria asked him, already aware of what he was going to ask first. Yeah. How did you know? How did you know about that attack from Hinata? Artoria, in response to Remuru's question, picked up a piece of paper and slid it forward to him on the desk. Remuru went over and looked at it. When he read it, his eyes opened in surprise. It showed details about Hinata's involvement and plan to take him out herself for supposedly killing Shizu. Everything was laid out in detail, almost as if Artoria herself planned the thing and was giving him an insider look. That's how, Remuru. It's all laid out there. Wait, but what about the training? You used a rapier in training and the next thing I know, I'm fighting for my life against an opponent who uses a rapier. This is after that, the evidence was one thing, but Remuru made sure to point out an issue in the order of events. Simple. Hinata was one of Shizu's students. Hinata is a paladin for the Holy Empire of Lubelius. She's the leader of the 10 Great Saints. Their entire religion in that empire is centered around human supremacy and being anti-monster. In her eyes, you killed Shizu and now she wants to avenge her. And since you were an easy target, being all alone and separated, that would be a good time to strike. It's some simple and easy connections using knowledge that almost anyone in this world knows along with some stuff we know. Artoria was careful in how she used her words. To try to convince Remuru. She made sure to tell him things both of them knew, but not things only she knew. Yaut got all that from that. Wait, what about the attack from Falmouth? Hinata said we were being attacked or going to be attacked. I guess you didn't see the aftermath of the battlefield. You must have come in to form another part. Anyway, they're taken care of. Their army is eliminated and their king and top figures are captured, Artoria told Remuru in a casual manner as if was something obvious. Remuru stood there in silence and shock before shouting. What? Hold on, back up a second. What do you mean? I mean what I said. Their army is no more, gone, zero, nothing, nada, nanamoni. How? I want to hear this. Explain it from the beginning. The beginning? All right, sit down for this one, Remuru. It's going to take some time to explain. Remuru sat down in front of Artoria. He was a bit confused about why it would take so long, but there must be a reason for it. Artoria cleared her throat and started speaking. I will tell you of the beginning. That sounds a bit dramatic for a start, Remuru thought to himself after hearing her first words. Artoria continued on. There was water swirling in chaos. The water was divided into sweet, fresh water, called the god Apsu. There was also a salty, bitter water, called the goddess Tiamat. These two gave birth to many younger gods. These young gods disturb Apsu's sleep and work, so he decides to kill the younger gods, but Tiamat warns her eldest son, Enki. Enki kills Apsu, but Tiamat gets enraged and goes to war with the younger gods. Enki and the younger gods struggle, but a god named Marduk rises up and kills Tiamat, splitting her body in two. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers flow from the eyes of Tiamat. Artoria went on to explain things from the beginning. Perhaps a bit too far. What is she talking about? Remuru was confused at this. He was not expecting anything like this. She is describing the beginning as told by the Enuma Elish. A Babylonian creation story. What does that have to do with anything? You did ask her to explain things from the beginning. She has to be messing with me. Remuru was sure that she was playing a trick on him, so he decided to voice his thoughts. Artoria. That's not what I meant when I said to explain things from the beginning. I'm talking about this world, not Earth. Oh, you should have said so, Remuru. All right, from the beginning of this world. So, there's a dragon named Veldora. Artoria couldn't finish as Remuru interrupted her again. No. Stop. The beginning of the war with Falmouth. What are you talking about, some dragon? There's no dragon involved in this. Artoria just stared at Remuru with a blank expression. Wow, Remuru. How insensitive. You know I'm part dragon, right? I literally have a dragon heart, and it's not just any dragon heart. Oh, sorry. But come on, just tell me what I want to know. All right. Artoria summarized the entire fight with Falmouth. From when he left to save Shizu's students up until recently when he returned. Needless to say, Remuru was in shock at how fast Falmouth's army was defeated. Even knowing about how they got all the information, it still surprised him at how much of a trivial challenge it all turned out to be. Wow, you explain it like it was just another day at the office or something. Wait, you mentioned something about dragons, right? I have to tell you something. I can't believe I forgot about this. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / gosh. I have to calm down. I have to be mature about this. Remuru just explained to me about his encounter with Veldora and how he can free him now, but his word choice could have been so much better. So, Remuru, you met Veldora in a cave, and on the first meeting you swallowed him up, and he went inside you. I had to calm myself down, but I was struggling with maintaining a straight face. Deep and long breaths, deep and long breaths. Yeah. Is there something wrong? No, there isn't. So would you say you're friends with him? Maybe, best friends. I don't think I can hold back. I guess so. Well, I'd have to release him and see how he acts, but yeah. He was super excited when I first met him and told him about how I could set him free. Interesting. So, how would you describe your friendship? Are you best friends like how Gilgamesh and Enkidu were best friends? Or perhaps Achilles and Patroclus? Those two were also very good friends. I probably had the biggest smile on my face right now. There's no way he doesn't know about the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Iliad. I could see it on his face. He was looking confused, probably talking to Raphael in his head. Right there, I can see the moment he caught on. His eyes open in realization and his mouth open as Raphael probably told him about the friendships from those stories. You know that's not what I mean, Artoria, Remuru shouted at me. I don't know what you mean, Remuru. All I did was tell you of some of the very famous friendships in literature. Whatever you're thinking of is all on you, not me. Remuru held his head in frustration. I got him again. He just let out a sigh and moved things along. Forget it. Can you show me the battlefield? I at least want to see the aftermath. Yeah. Come on, follow me. Be prepared though, it's a lot o' bodies. Slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash. This is it, Remuru. I showed Remuru the aftermath of the battle. It was a large field filled with corpses. Most of the corpses were on the field, but there were some in the forested area, from those that tried to run away. Parts of the grass weren't so green anymore, but nature will heal on its own. What do we do with all these bodies? Can you burn them up or something? Cremate them and whatnot, Remuru asked me, but I had a better idea. How about instead of that, you use these bodies to summon a demon? I think you'll be surprised at what you get. I'll put it in terms you'll understand. Think of pulling a UR from a gacha game on the first attempt on a one draw. That sounds super unlikely, Remuru told me with some skepticism and doubt. But not impossible. Just give it a try, trust me. Chapter 66, Chapter. It turns out that summoning a demon is not that hard. No special ring from Archangel Michael required. Just a few thousand something or more corpses and you're set. Just ignore the completely different power systems and circumstances. There was a magic circle on the ground and the bodies were all absorbed. There was a bright light that originated from it and moments later a figure rose up. Black hair with a red streak, gold eyes, black scara, an outfit that exuded fanciness. Yup, Remuru's #1 fanboy and simp has appeared. AKA, Diablo. Well, not now since he's not named. For now, it would be Noir. Oh, how I've been waiting for this day. To finally be able to respond to my master's summon, he said with a smooth voice filled with joy and reverence towards Remuru. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave. Let Remuru handle this, I thought to myself knowing what was to come. If that's his introduction, I'd rather not stick around for whatever else he would say. That face you have. Not a single blemish, a perfect ratio, truly a beautiful master I've picked to serve with all my might. This time he was saying some truly weird things. Actually seeing this in person was different though. He had a starstruck expression as if his life's purpose had been fulfilled or something. He was also blushing or something, but he was getting off the rails quickly. Remuru wasn't doing any better. He was weirded out at his behavior. This is a golden opportunity that I had to take advantage of. Hey, Artoria, are demons supposed to act like this or something? Remuru asked me a question, but Diablo didn't seem to care, keeping himself solely fixated on Remuru. This demon is a bit unique as you can see. This is Noir, the primordial black. He's one of the 7 primordial demons that existed from the beginning of this world. He's a big deal. He also seems to like you, a lot. I gave my answer to Remuru, who was in shock and speechless for a second, but it also got Diablo's attention. You seem to be a knowledgeable person to know who I am at first glance. It must come with you being unique. A divine spirit and a dragon, but there's something more going on with you. An interesting individual, but my master, Lord Remuru, is much more interesting. Yeah, I expected that. No chance I'll be able to hide anything from him and no more gaslighting or lying to Remuru. He'll catch on to that real quick. Good thing I can just say I have a skill that lets me see the future. I won't be specific about though. I'll keep it vague. Wait, hold on. You're telling me this is supposed to be a primordial demon. Why is he acting like that? Is he, like, like, the way he seems to like me? A lot, and, you know what I'm getting at. He doesn't seem all that. Remuru's words seem to hurt Diablo on a physical, spiritual, and astral level. I would say I'm exaggerating, but this is Diablo I'm talking about. Diablo fell to his knees as if he suffered the greatest defeat and humiliation in his life. He prostrated himself towards Remuru, begging. Lord Remuru, Master, please. Give me an opportunity to show you that I'm worthy of being in your service. Even if it's the lowest position, I'll do anything I can. This is an even better golden opportunity. Sending Diablo on a task is basically a guarantee that it will be done. This is an opportunity to use him as a problem eraser. Let's see, something that we won't have to deal with later, but not too excessive either. I think I got it. Remuru, a bit of advice perhaps. Let him do it. If you need help, I can think of things that will make the future have fewer problems, I told Remuru, who seemed to have something else in mind. I'll make sure to get back to that. What do you have in mind, Artoria? Before that, you should give him a name first. We can't keep calling him demon and whatnot. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let me think. If Diablo wasn't happy before, then he is literally shivering in excitement and joy, barely able to contain himself. Your name will be Diablo. Serve me well. There it is. A dark purple cocoon enveloped Diablo, before it dissipated, revealing a new Diablo. He still looked the same, but his outfit changed. Instead of his fancy and aristocrat-like outfit, it had a more butler feel to it. It wasn't all prim and proper, but it still gave that feeling. How marvelous. I thank you for the truly wonderful gift, Lord Remuru. I promise I won't let you down. Yeah, but one thing. You seem to like me, but how far does that go? Like, do you just like me or do you have other thoughts? Holy moly, he actually said that. I didn't even have to do anything. He was struggling to get those words out, but he actually did it. I have to say something here. Hold on just a moment. I know what you're thinking, Remuru, but let me tell you something you don't know about primordial demons like Diablo. They don't have a gender. They can take whatever form they want, masculine or feminine. As you can see, if you told Diablo to do something, he would be more than willing and happy to do so. You could even tell him to change certain parts to your liking and he would do it. For example, you could tell him to have longer and pointier ears, but that's just an example. Do with that information what you will. I think that worked. Remuru was in pondering mode. He glanced over at Diablo. I don't know what he was thinking or imagining, but whatever he could come up with in that head of his is probably better than what I could describe. You can do that, Diablo, Remuru asked Diablo, who was now standing at attention, with his hand behind his back, waiting to be ordered. If that is what you want me to do, then yes I can. Do you want me to do that? It would be my utmost pleasure if it meant you being satisfied. I'm trying here, but sometimes a small chuckle and giggle would pop up that I would disguise as a cough or me clearing my throat, and Remuru didn't seem to catch on to it. He's really losing it, I think. So, Artoria, would be a good task for Diablo to do. You seem to be more knowledgeable about the world and stuff. What's something he can do? You can't run away forever, Remuru. Sooner or later you must perform an introspection, and confront your own desires and thoughts. You will have to peer into your own subconsciousness and confront those lingering abstractions and emotions to see who you really are. Wow, that might have been a little dramatic. Anyway, I think I know where to point Diablo towards. Well, Remuru, I suppose you don't know about some people known as the Ratsos. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// I think it was only fair. I commanded and orchestrated 2 wars in the months he was gone. He can deal with the aftermath. It shouldn't be hard. I told him everything he needed to know. I went to my house and immediately started looking for Shuna. I really wanted to be with her right now. I just wanted to feel her soft and warm body, her lovely smell, her caring personality, everything about her. Whoa, when did I start feeling such a strong desire for her? This is more than usual. Is this natural? Anyway, I found her focusing on something. She was at a table, and there were various trinkets scattered about. It was like a wizard studying about artifacts or magic items and stuff. I went behind her and hugged her. She got taken a bit by surprise because of how focused she was, but she quickly calmed down and she leaned her head to mine. What has you so focused, Shuna? I'm practicing making some magic items. What you see is what I've done so far, but it's nothing much, just some small things like rings, necklaces, and other kinds of accessories. When she finished talking, I gave her a small kiss. It felt much better than normal. She was a little surprised, but she responded back. When it was done, I looked at her and she looked much more beautiful than the last time I saw her. You'll make something great one day. I have complete trust in you. Come on, let's eat something and then go to bed. It's my favorite part of the day. What happened after was pretty normal. We had some dinner while we talked about our day and then we settled in for the night, but there was a certain thought in my mind. A ring, huh? Chapter 67, Chapter A/N, sorry for not uploading in a while. I was busy with some tests and a project for school, so that took up almost all of my time and focus, but I got these 3 chapters written. Just know that I don't plan to drop this FIC. I will finish this no matter how long it takes, even if there's only one person reading it by the end of it. Anyway, I hope you enjoy. Things are sort of well. The main thing is finding out what to do with Falmouth. Other things have been sorted out. We still have to properly introduce ourselves to Dworgen. I would let Remuru go on his own, but Gazel is definitely going to talk about what transpired, so I'll need to be there so he doesn't panic. Fry, Cheyen, and by extension, Malim will also be coming over. More like their envoys, but it still counts. There will also no doubt be a Walpurgis after Clayman's death. If it isn't that, then we would be invited by either Malim or Ramirez. Point being, that a Walpurgis was going to happen any day and one of us would have to show up. When I put it like that, it seems like we have a massive list of things to get done, but it's not that bad. It's all spread out over many days. We just have to take it a little at a time. If I had to prioritize something, it would be Gazel's thing. It would require us to be out of the country and I'd rather nothing unexpected happen while we were out. Ultimately, it's all diplomatic stuff and whatnot, but I have to get through it, so I can move on to the other dangers. Things like those luminaries and the Rossos. Good thing I have a plan for that. Diablo's intervention will make this light work, but that's for later. ///// ///// I was in an office with Remuru. He had handled basically all the paperwork stuff. I'm pretty sure Diablo helped. Probably. We were discussing Falmouth and Gazel's invitation thing. Listen, Remuru, there's a couple of things we can do with Falmouth. 1. We can take over their country or demand reparations in the form of money or portions of their territory. 2. If they won't do it willingly, we have a perfectly good king that gives us leverage. Or 3. We do nothing, and let Falmouth destroy itself from the inside out, and then we swoop in and do what we want without having to negotiate anything. I told Remuru my thoughts. It's pretty simple, we beat them, we get the spoils of war. Nothing fancy or complicated. What do you mean by that third option? Come on, Remuru. Just think for a bit. If we do nothing and keep their king, that will create a power vacuum, and there are quite a bit of people that want the spot of king. So you know, a bit of conspiracy here, a bit of mysterious disappearances there, and you get yourself massive infighting that will lead to civil war with a whole bunch of factions and stuff that will ultimately weaken them a lot and leave them very vulnerable. Stuff like this happens all the time. Just look at the Roman Empire during the crisis of the 3rd century. I just stopped talking before I would go on something giant rant about this whole thing. My point should have reached Remuru anyway. Oh, I guess you are right. Say we took over their country and absorbed it into ours. How would that look to the other nations? Remuru asked me, and I raised an eyebrow at that. Interesting, it seems like Remuru's being more aggressive in his thinking. Well, I can't say it with 100% certainty, but they will freak out, and that's only because we're a monster nation. If we were a human nation, they probably wouldn't care as much, but ignore that. We won a war against them where they were the aggressors. I could see them saying we're like the Eastern Empire, but we just have to say we fought a defensive war, I told him, but what I said was mostly in dealing with other nations, nothing about the actual population of Falmouth and how they'll see us. It should be okay, the beginning of anything can be rough, but if we stick to it and have a clear goal, it'll get better. I think I understand. Alright, we'll do that. We'll take over Falmouth and take it into our territory. And to make sure the people accept us, we'll wait for them to start a civil war themselves, and then we go in and stop the fighting, bringing back peace and a normal life for the common people. That way they'll see us as saviors. What do you think, Artoria? I was taken aback by what he just said. Where did that line of thought come from? That's kind of evil and manipulative, but man, does that sound effective. I know I've told him that there's a separation between good and evil and that sometimes we need to do some unsavory things, and at this moment he seems to be on the fine line. Wow, not bad, Remuru. Impressive. I like that idea. Okay, we'll do it. We can talk more in depth about it later, but you have to get ready for your speech. It shouldn't be too hard. Why do I have to give the speech? Why not you? You're much more suited for this kind of thing. You naturally attract people's attention and command their respect. You could probably talk nonsense and people would still clap and cheer for you as if you gave the greatest speech ever. He's not entirely wrong about what he said, but I don't want to do it. The speech I gave during the knighting ceremony was completely freestyled. I was not prepared in any way whatsoever. I gave a speech, so now it's his turn. I've already given a speech during the knighting ceremony. You got this one. Also, you have the advantage of actually being prepared for it. Just get ready for it when the time comes. It's not like it's happening right now. Anyway, that'll be all for me today. See ya. I got up and left the place. I was left thinking that I could get things done at the same time. A 2 birds with 1 stone scenario. Yeah, I'll do that. Once we get back from Gazel's kingdom, I'll go out and have a little visit to the Holy Empire of Lubelius. Yeah, I have an idea, a plan. Later though. I need to go talk to Cheyen about something. // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flash. I was here at Kaijin's workshop. His place has improved a lot from his little open-air shop when he first came over with us. Anyway, I entered and the sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard in a constant and rhythmic flow. I doubt this place is never not working. Q-Robe no doubt is a happy Kijin to be able to work here. I looked around and saw Kaijin. He seemed to be finishing a sword. I waited patiently until he was finished and then he noticed me. Ah, Lady Pendragon. Did you wait long? What can I do for you? Do you want me to make more of those weapons you like? Not this time, Kaijin, but thank you for reminding me. I'll come back with another design later, but for now, I want something else made, I told him while taking out a piece of paper. It was a drawing I made. Something of a rough sketch, but Kaijin can figure it out. He took the paper and examined it. This is something more suited for MYRD to make. His craftsmanship and artisan skills will make sure this is the best it can possibly be. But I do have to ask. Are you really going to do it? Well, the day will eventually come when I have to. I want to start building up my courage and confidence and shake off any nerves. I trust you can keep quiet about this and not tell anyone. Be sure to tell MYRD that as well. If there are any questions, concerns, or comments, tell me personally. No one can know. Just you, me, and MYRD. No one else, got it? I was being serious about this. I don't want anyone to know. If things get ruined so early on, I don't know how I'd react. I don't ask for perfection in anything since it's impossible for anything to be literally perfect, but this one time I do ask for it. You have my word, Lady Pendragon. And my word is something I never back down from. You can rest assured, this will only be kept between us. Kaijin was also serious about this. Good. Thank you, Kaijin. Also, take your time with it. It doesn't matter when it's done, just as long as it gets finished. Understood. I'll be leaving then. Have a good day and good luck in your work. Chapter 68, Chapter. The day had arrived when we were going to Dworgen for Remuru's speech and to introduce ourselves properly to their nation. We were in a special carriage that was bigger than others. It was extra fancy and whatnot with everything decked out. Of course, I was traveling with Shuna. It would be a good opportunity to go on an outing in another place. An interesting thing is that the whole carriage was being pulled by Dun Stallion. Just him, without any help. He insisted on it. There were others traveling with us. We even had protection, not to protect us, but to protect others from us. I was going over some basic stuff about Remuru's speech. It's not the most important thing we need to do. That would be talking to Gazel about this whole war. Are you excited for your speech, Remuru? I still think you should be the one doing this. Not me. You got this. Just remember, keep it short, simple, to the point, use plain language, don't use gendered terms, make everyone feel included. Remember, you're trying to reach out to as many people as possible and give them a good impression. I got that, but why are you dressed like that? Shouldn't you be dressed up with your crown, cloak, armor, and all that fancy stuff? I was wearing something fancy but leaning more casual. I don't like dressing all the way fancy or anything like that. It's just not comfortable. I prioritize being comfortable over aesthetics or functionality unless the situation really calls for it, like being in a battle or a certain kind of ceremony. I could do that, but then I would steal your spotlight. Do you remember how I looked during the knighting ceremony? Yeah, you're right. The carriage stopped when we were talking and looking outside. I could see the massive doors, that were normally closed, opening up. I was expecting this, but actually seeing it firsthand is different. Whenever these doors opened it was for a very important reason. Looks like we've arrived, Remuru. Just as a reminder, Gazel will want to talk about Falmouth and Clayman. Good thing we have a lot of physical evidence with us, I said pointing to a storage box we carried with us. It was just one. Remuru, Raphael, organized it based on everything we already had. So is the speech not important? Oh, it absolutely is. We're going to need support from a human nation once this stuff reaches other places on a wider scale. But things will only be difficult in the beginning. Once the initial outrage and fear end, people will stop caring less and less. As long as it doesn't happen to them, they won't take it too seriously. Really? I feel like they would though. You might want to think about that one for a second. Think back to things that have happened on Earth and you'll see what I'm talking about. If there's one thing that's the same in different worlds, it's how people act. That's not to say we're immune to that, but it's just a small thought. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / much. After Remuru's speech was done we were sitting with Gazel. The speech was alright, but I think Remuru might have been right. Even though I was standing off to the side, I could see and feel a lot of attention on me. It really did make me feel like I could have rambled on about something stupid and they would have praised it. Although, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen something like that. That was an alright speech. Not bad for your first attempt, but you'll get better. With that out of the way, I'm sure you two know we need to talk about what has happened with Falmouth and the Demon Lord Clayman. Gazel got straight to the point. I like that. Business first and then I can go enjoy the city without interruptions. It's good you say that, Gazel, because we've come prepared for this. Before we start any discussions, take a look at these documents from Falmouth and Clayman that our spies secured. It'll give you the background information you need. You'll find that our actions were justified. Take your time. I handed him over the box we had. Of course, we can't go through the entire thing right now, but the important stuff was at the top. The important things. He can go through the rest later if he wants. This is all stuff that's already happened, so I don't consider this as giving him too much. A few minutes passed and he finally finished reading it. I see. You've taken various things into account, from how your war with Clayman would be viewed and making Falmouth appear to be the aggressor. No matter what others would say, it will be a fact that you were defending yourself. What do you plan to do with Falmouth now? As for Falmouth and what we plan to do with them, we've decided to go ahead and claim their territory. Just like we did with Clayman's territory. I was sticking to the plan we had. It looks like he won't be a king this time. Don't get me wrong, I want peace, but I'm not going to take things like this lightly. It'll be a reminder to others not to mess with us. It's literally the first thing people see when they come into our town on our welcome sign. It would cause quite the stir, but you want a war against them. It would be seen as natural for the victor to take over. You'll have no problems with me. But how do you plan to make the transition? You know they won't exactly welcome monster rulers. We got that covered. Listen to the plan we have. I explained to him how a civil war was going to happen in their kingdom caused by the power vacuum of a king. I know they don't have a clear line of succession. And even if they did, there's always someone who will try to use the chaos to usurp everyone else. I see. That's why having a clear and established line of succession is important. Such as an heir, or something else agreed upon. Speaking of which, do any of you have plans for that? I looked over at Remuru and he just looked away. He was embarrassed by the question. It makes sense for him, I guess. How he doesn't have a girlfriend is a mystery to me. He could ask anyone out and they immediately say yes to him. If he wasn't going to answer, then I would answer for him. Remuru is trying to sort out personal issues at the moment. As for me, I have to figure some things out first. My situation isn't exactly normal, but I have some ideas. I have an initial plan and a backup plan, but that's all for later. We don't need heirs right now. Of course, I already had some ideas. The path I have to take has already been laid forth. I just need to follow it while solving some of the issues. As long as you have a plan. Let's take a break for now. You're welcome to enjoy the city. There are also rooms arranged for your stay. Thank you kindly. Finally. I could go out with Shuna. I've been waiting for this. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// drinks. I also brought all the kinds of alcohol I could. If there was one thing I would get done being here, it was getting another trade or economic agreement with Gazel. When I said I would change the alcohol industry, I meant it. I would introduce so many drinks, technology, mixes and recipes, and more. Credit has to be given where it's due. Cheyen and company helped a lot with this as well as the Dryads, and our farmers. This would make so much money. Anyway, I immediately went to find Shuna. She was in the room that was provided for us. It was really luxurious, a bit much for me, and while I appreciated the gesture, nothing beats home. I'm pretty sure she got some kind of special treatment or something. It's kind of known how close we are to each other. She was in the room and I think I entered at an inconvenient moment. She was changing clothes. Now, I'm no stranger to this. We've been living together so this is nothing new, but now, I couldn't my eyes off of her. I stood there in silence, not paying attention to anything else. I don't know how long I was standing there, but my attention got back in focus. Artoria. Are you feeling well? It was Shuna. I cleared my throat and shook my head. Everything is fine, Shuna. Let's go out and see what the city has to offer. ///////////////////////// Lady Pendragon, are you sure you want to order that? That order is meant for a large group of people for celebration, a waitress told me. We were at a fancy restaurant. Of course, this was all free. Gazel made sure of it. Now would he come to regret that? Perhaps he would, but I would take advantage before he realized how much money this would cost him. Trust me, I know what I'm about. Also, this is a celebration. I'm on an outing with my beautiful and lovely fiancé, soulmate. I'm a moron. Of all the times to slip up, it had to be now. Is this what they call a Freudian slip or something? I'm here trying to keep things a secret and I'm the one messing things up. On the outside, my face was calm, but on the inside, I was freaking out. I was fighting the urge to blush. As long as I don't show any panic and stuff, Shuna won't catch on. I'll be back with your order, the waitress said before leaving. There was a bit of silence, but Shuna eventually said something. I have a question, Artoria. Please don't ask about it, please don't ask about it, please don't ask about it. I was rapidly stress-eating some of the chips on the table while thinking to myself. What is it, Shuna? I calmly asked her. I know you can eat a lot of food, but don't you feel scared or concerned sometimes? Thank the heavens above she didn't ask about it. Trust me, Shuna, when I eat, it is the food that's scared. I should have known you'd answer like that, Shuna said with a smile on her face. She probably realized that this restaurant was about to lose so much money. Thankfully, she didn't seem to realize my slip-up. The rest of the day went on just fine before we made our way back for the night. Chapter 69, Chapter. I did it. I got my trade deal. It was easy, kind of. When Gazel tasted the different types of alcohol I showed as well as a variety of different cocktails, he was hooked. I also showed him the different tools and technology developed by Cheyen for this. The easy part was that this deal was guaranteed to happen. The hard part was the negotiation. It was tough, but I got it done. I can safely say that the alcohol exports and sales to Dworgen would give us more money than the potions we sell to them. Potions are not always consumed since people save them for a bad day, but alcohol. Now that is something that will always get consumed. We probably would need to ramp up production. It's a nation consisting mainly of dwarves after all. With the negotiation ended, it was the last of the important things we needed to do in Dworgen. The remainder of our time was spent just checking out the city. I spent almost all of my time with Shuna and Remuru probably spent his with those elves. To each their own, I guess. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Me and him were in the cave where he met him for the first time. I don't really know why I'm here though. To be honest, I don't think this is worth my attention. I could just meet him later when got back to town, but I guess Remuru wants me here just in case. For some reason. So you're going to release Veldora now? Your best friend. Remuru rolled his eyes and said, "Oh come on, that's getting old now." If you say so. Remuru just sighed as he got to work on releasing Veldora. It was all the same. He just made a clone of himself and Veldora inhabited it. Ha ha ha. The great storm dragon Veldora has returned. And of course, he spoke loudly just as I knew he would. I think I'll just leave now. Alright, Remuru, you can take it from here. I'll be leaving. Huh? Wait. Why are you leaving so soon? I'll give you some room for your friend. You haven't seen him for some time after all. Just make sure he takes care of his magicule problem. You know, when he has to release them and whatnot, I told him as I was leaving. Veldora hasn't even registered my presence yet, somehow. He was still gloating about his release and return. Stop saying it like that, Remuru shouted. Why does he get so worked up about it? He just said it was getting old, but he still has such strong reactions. I guess this will be a mystery I'll never find out. I have something more important to do anyway. // // // // You're going to Lubelius? By yourself? What about the other stuff here? You can handle all of that, Remuru. And I'm not going alone. Diablo will also be a part of this. He'll be on his mission to prove his worth to you, which when he finishes what he needs to do, will coincide with what I'm planning to do a little bit. It'll help to take any suspicion off of me. I was in Remuru's office when I told Remuru about my plans to go to Lubelius. No sending the priest or whatever over there. That caused a whole nother misunderstanding of epic proportions. I would go personally. It will get the message across about wanting to solve this peacefully and for no hard feelings between us. And maybe get rid of 1 or 2 or 7 little rats. And possibly expose one of their saints for colluding with a merchant. What do you mean? That's for me to worry about. I'll be going as a sort of envoy or diplomat. Will I succeed? If I was doing it normally, then no, but I'm not doing this normally. So you're going as an envoy by yourself. No guards or anything like that. Please think about this. You can't possibly think going by yourself is a good idea. You're right, but remember, Remuru, this is the Holy Empire of Lubelius. Emphasis on holy. You know how hard it would be to fight against people who have an advantage over our army. It's safer this way, and I may know a thing or two about holy magic. Remuru knew there was no changing my mind. Going by myself was risky, but there was no one there that would pose a significant threat. Not even holy magic would be effective against me. Even if I did count as a monster, I could use holy magic and have resistance to it. Remuru just sighed. Please stay safe then. I'll take care of Falmouth and the other stuff. Don't forget about the Walpurgis. If I'm not there, take Cheyen and Diablo with you if he's back. If he's not, then take Veldora. Actually, don't do that. Take Benimaru instead. I almost forgot that he can just Veldora wherever he is. Do I have to be worried about that? Not really. It's mostly just a gathering where there'll be free food served and stuff. On second thought, I'll try to be back for the Walpurgis. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flesh. It was nighttime and I was at home with Shuna. I was going to tell her about my planned trip to Lubelius. She needed to know. We were getting ready to go to sleep when I decided to tell her. I'll be leaving for the Lubelius Empire soon, probably tomorrow. I just wanted to let you know about it. It was direct, but I wanted to be clear with her. She stayed quiet for a bit, thinking about what I said. How long will you be away? I don't know. It's a very far place, so the trip alone might take a few days. A few days for me at least. I can travel during the day and night, so it'll be much faster. I assume I won't be able to go with you. You're right, Shuna. It's not because I don't want to take you, but it's just that I'm going into dangerous territory. They're very aggressive towards monsters. It's a bit ironic considering who their goddess is supposed to be, but I'll be fine. Okay. But please take care of yourself. I don't want you returning hurt. I promise, Shuna. I'll return to you even if I have to blaze a path of fire on the way back. I hugged and kissed her. It would be a while before I would see her again, so I would be sure to get my fill of her. When we slept that night, I made sure to hug her tighter than normal, but not to the point of her being uncomfortable. // // It was the next day. It was early morning and it was just me, Shuna, and Remuru. I didn't want to make a big deal out of this. The last thing I want is for the whole town to do something. I wanted to keep it on the down low as much as I could. Remuru can handle all that stuff later. I'll be off then. I'll try to make it quick, but I highly doubt it'll be quick. I started to ride off on Dun Stallion, but I made him turn around for one last thing. I rode up to Shuna and had Dun Stallion lower himself so I could get closer to her. I grabbed her and placed her in front of me. It was a soft and sweet moment. It was a moment where I could just forget about the world. I'll be back, Shuna. Just know that I'll be thinking of you, I told her and then gave her a final kiss before I left. Come on, Artoria. You're acting like you're going off to war and won't return for a long time, I heard Remuru say off to the side. Maybe I am overreacting, but that's just how I feel, I told him after my small intimate moment with Shuna. I wouldn't see her for some time, so I made sure to make the most of it. I helped Shuna get off. Make sure to stay safe. I'll be waiting for you, Shuna told me with a radiant and lovely smile on her face. Don't worry. When I return, I'll give you a moment you won't forget. After I said that, I rode off. It was a long trip. I moved through the forest and took a tiny rest in Blumund. It was nothing major, just a small stop. I didn't meet Fuse or anyone else. After that, I made my through the various western states. I took no stops there. I didn't want to be delayed on my trip. Through day and night, I kept on traveling. I wasn't going at my max speed as I didn't see it as necessary, but I was still going very fast. It only took me a few days to finally get to Lubelius. When I finally got closer, I slowed down and calmly walked through. I had my face showing and nothing else. This place hates monsters, but I can pass as a human very easily. I walked through the city and I had to give it to them, it was a very advanced medieval-looking city. The city had a wall surrounding it and the whole place was very well planned and organized. As I made my way through, they didn't even try to stop me. All I needed to do now was get their attention. And getting their attention was going to be very easy. I looked at the place where Luminous was supposed to be. I forgot what it's called, but it's basically a mountain with a shrine or something like that on top of it. It's the place only the important people can go. Basically all the high-ranking religious leaders. Which is only like a handful if I remember right. I got off Dun Stallion since I didn't need to ride him anymore. I don't need to worry about him. He'll follow me wherever I go and he'll respond to any of my commands. I know it's a mountain and I'm in a city, but if I get closer, I will definitely come across some kind of religious place off limits to normal civilians. As I got closer, I could feel some eyes on me. I wouldn't describe it as hostile, but they were careful or wary. This was good. It meant I was making progress. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / bush. It didn't take too long for me to make contact. In front of me were a couple of holy knights. They stopped after I was getting too close to the mountain. Stop right there. No one is allowed past this point. How considerate of them, but I need to make first contact with someone important. A bit of arrogance will be helpful here. My name is Artoria Pendragon. I come from the Tempest Empire. I want a meeting with Hinata and the 10 great saints. I got straight to the point. No beating around the bush. When they heard my name they got more cautious. You think you can just demand a meeting with them? You're one of the rulers of that monster town. That ticked him off big time. It can be so easy to use hatred to your advantage if you use it right. I'm going to use their hatred for monsters for my goal. Yes. I thought I made that quite obvious. Also, that's an ad hominem, man. I know I probably sound annoying saying stuff like that. Enough with your arrogance. I'll take you down right now and do this world a favor by getting rid of you. The knight quickly reached for HTE sword on his waist, but before he could even pull it out, I was already in front of him with my sword pointed at his neck. I would stop right there before you do anything irrational. We wouldn't want things to get out of hand, would we? I said calmly, but the weight of the words carried through to the other knights. I could feel how tense and hesitant they became. I could understand them. In their eyes, I looked like I just appeared in front of this guy. Are you threatening us? He was trying to put up a front, but I could tell he's scared. Threat? I'm the leader of an empire filled with some of the strongest monsters and possess the most powerful weapons in this world. I don't make threats. I would have gone further, but the person I was waiting for arrived and made her presence known. Everyone calm down. Now, her voice was sharp. The other knights were immediately relieved after seeing her. I also unsummoned my sword and stepped back from the knights as I engaged in conversation with Hinata. Hello there, Hinata. Nice to meet you. You and I need to have a little talk. What brings you here? Contrary to the scene you walked in on, I come here to discuss some issues between my empire and your kingdom. In peace, mind you. Peace. What you did isn't exactly the most peaceful way to introduce yourself. And attacking a slime based on very misleading claims while not listening to any sort of reasoning or explanation because of blind rage is. I saw Hinata clench her fist at what I said. She's probably salty like the fries I eat. She knows I'm right, and the fact that she hasn't attacked me yet probably means she did some reflection on her actions. Everyone, leave this area. I'll take care of things from here on out. All the knights left despite some protest, but they had confidence in Hinata's strength. Follow me. And you better not act out of line. I'd say the same thing about you. And that's how easy it is. Some arrogance and the strength to back it up can take you where you need. Most of the time. Chapter 70, Chapter. Where are you taking me? If you're wondering, I'm not expecting anything fancy or over the top. I asked Hinata, who was guiding me somewhere. Probably some palace to stay or something. It's a place you can stay while I talk to some people. That's fine, but what about my horse? He needs somewhere to stay. I was fine, but Dun Stallion needed his space. What do you need? He needs 1.5 acres of land or a 12-foot by 12-foot stable. And that's the minimum. Can you provide that? I can consider other alternatives if you have any, I told her, and she stopped in her tracks and looked back at me with a face of mild confusion. What? It's not that I can't provide that, but how much room do you need again? He needs at least 1.5 acres of land or a 12-foot by 12-foot stable at the minimum. I give him a lot more at home, but for a temporary stay, that should be enough. Why? I don't know why she seemed confused. This is pretty standard for a horse. How much is that in meters? Oh yeah. I forgot she's also from Japan. I don't know. Just show me what's available. I can eyeball the land or space approximately. All right. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / cash. It took a few tries, but I eventually found something that I wanted. It was a small house that had a large field with pasture. It was perfect for Dun Stallion. I don't mind the small house. As long as I had a roof over my head, that was fine by me. Dun Stallion was already grazing on the land when I finished settling in. You can stay here. I'll be back. Hinata was about to leave, but I told her one last thing before she left. You know, I would be careful around your group. Try not to let them run wild as soon as you tell them about me. I think you know some saints in your group who only follow you because they respect your strength and not you as a person. And don't get me started on those luminaries or whatever they're called. I know you're a smart person, Hinata, and I'm confident you know what I'm talking about. Hinata stood there contemplating what I told her. I know she has suspicions about what I just told her. If I were her, the only person I would trust is Luminous. Those great saints spend more time bickering than actually doing anything. I find it amusing every time I think of them saying they're stronger than the demon lords. I'm leaving, that's all she said. Oh man, I can only imagine what's going to happen now. Wait, I can totally listen in on their conversation. I just need to go into spirit form. The only one who could probably sense me would be Luminous, but she doesn't attend those saint meetings or whatever. Who was it? Roy. Or the other guy. I know one of them got killed by Laplace cause he was trying to find the coffin or something where Chloe or Cronoa is. Speaking of Laplace, is he still going to try and steal that? I hope he does, that way I can kill him and take care of another plan. I don't plan on any of them living. I'll make sure to destroy their physical, spiritual, and astral bodies, which is going to be very easy. Berlian, you get the idea. I'll just wait and see if Laplace shows up. I'm not going to worry about those saints. I decided not to worry too much about it. I'll just find something to do while I wait. ///// ///// Luminous, vampire and goddess of the Lubelius kingdom. With white hair and heterochromatic eyes, she was a beauty that would turn heads. Unfortunately for her, at this moment she was troubled and confused by the chain of events that had been happening. Certain things that were supposed to happen have been happening, but they were either out of order, ahead or behind, done differently, had a different outcome, and other things. Simply put, things were out of whack. Lady Luminous, may I come in? I have important news to tell you. Luminous was taken out of her contemplating when she heard Hinata's voice outside her door. Hinata, another thing that didn't go as she was told. She lost her fight against the slime. Not that it would have mattered anyway, since Falmouth's army might as well have been training and practice for the monster nation, now empire. You can come in, Hinata. She gave permission to Hinata to enter. She needed some kind of news that could help her. Hinata entered the room and stood at attention. Come on, Hinata, you don't need to act like that in front of me. Especially not when it's just us two alone in my room. Luminous gave a sultry to Hinata. Hinata didn't respond to her, being used to things like this. Alright, Hinata, what is it that you want to tell me? Artoria Pendragon from the Tempest Empire is here and she wants to have a meeting with the 10 Saints. Hinata was straightforward with the issue. She told it how it is without sugarcoating the issue. Luminous sighed at what Hinata told her. Things really didn't seem to be going at all how it was supposed to. And it was this Artoria Pendragon that seemed to be the cause of it. The only silver lining here was that at least she was following the path of events somewhat, but she had a feeling things were going to get out of hand soon. Is it just her? Surely she must have come with some kind of guard, even if this kingdom is extremely hostile to monsters. It's just her. She came alone. The only companion she brought is her horse. What? Luminous was surprised this time. To come alone to enemy territory was almost madness. She must either be very strong, confident, arrogant, or some kind of mix of all of them. I assume you've met her already. What do you make of her? Is she strong? Can you beat her? What does she look like and is she beautiful? Luminous asked Hinata, who let out a small sigh at the last question she asked her. She's strong. Very strong. She has a sort of air around her that radiates royalty, majesty, authority, respect, and other things. When I interfered in a small conflict between our knights and her, I could see some kind of natural respect and reverence coming from our knights, like it was something that was meant to be. To be honest, I don't think I can win, or at the very least, it would be very, very tough battle. As for your last question, she has long blonde hair and green eyes. I think you would be attracted to her. Her response was a bit long, but that told Luminous plenty. For Hinata to admit to not being able to win told her many things implicit about Artoria. Not just anyone could do this. She believed that if Veldora, that dumb lizard, were to revive, she would probably offer to go take him out herself and think she could win. Is there anything else you know? Well, her name. We already know her name, Hinata, Luminous replied, sounding a bit annoyed. Sorry. Let me elaborate. Her name is very well known in my world. Specifically her last name. Pendragon. In my world, there's a story about a legendary king named Arthur Pendragon. He had a large kingdom, slayed many monsters, and led grand adventures. There are other things, but that is the very simplified version. Well, it seems that the King Arthur in your stories actually exists. And as a woman, it seems kind of funny. I wonder how many male figures in your world are actually women. Maybe this King Arthur was actually a woman and just hid it from everyone. Enough about that. Where is she now? She's staying in a house with a large field for now. Just give her the meeting of the saints. I trust you'll be able to control them. I doubt things will get too out of hand. Just as Luminous finished talking, a loud knock and shout was heard at her door. Lady Luminous. Lady Luminous. Very bad news. I need to tell you right now. Lewis. Hinata, open the door now. He wouldn't be like this. Hinata hastily went and opened the door, letting Louis Valentine, the Holy Emperor of Lubelius, in. He was panting and clearly in panic. Louis, what is happening? Tell me now. Luminous wasted no time in getting the information from him. One of the luminaries has gone missing. The Sun Luminary is missing. We fear the worst. What? Hinata was shocked hearing this. She knew who the luminaries were. The normal people, they were something of a myth or legend, but they existed. She had to pass their trials to be where she is now. And as much as she had her suspicions or doubts about them, one of them don't just go missing. Damn it. Things are really not going as I thought, Luminous muttered to herself. She didn't really care all that much for the luminaries. Not anymore at least, but she knew they still needed to be alive for now. How many people know? Luminous asked Lewis. Me, Roy, you two, and the other luminaries. Okay. Don't let this information spread around. I want you to keep this information concealed. Don't let anybody else know about this. Yes, Lady Luminous, Lewis responded and quickly left the room to settle the matter. Well, Hinata, at least your saints don't know about this. Just act like nothing happened. That's about all we can do. Understood, Lady Luminous. Chapter 71, Chapter. It's been a few hours since Hinata left me. Now, I highly doubt it would take this long to get together the 10 saints, even with some of the infighting they have. This means only one thing. Diablo did his part. Which means the Sun Luminary is swimming with the fishes. What perfect timing. They can't blame me for this. There's no evidence against me and any witnesses are guaranteed to be dead. Diablo wouldn't leave any loose ends. We're off scot-free. This is what is called plausible deniability, and it's what lets the United States and the CIA abuse to do illegal missions and borderline war crimes with no meaningful punishments. Everyone knows they do it, but they don't have the smoking gun to prove it. It truly is the backbone for what governments can do. That takes care of a lot of future problems and also makes things a lot easier later on. With nothing but good news happening, I could not be in a better mood. Nothing could make me happier than I am now. Well, there is one thing that would give me the ultimate happiness, but that's for when I return home. I can already see the festivals and celebrations happening across the whole town. I closed my eyes and imagined the scenario in my head with a smile on my face. The celebrations, feast, and then nighttime when things are winding down and it's just us two alone in our room. Soon, I just need to be patient. While I was daydreaming, I sensed Hinata coming this way. I was leaning on a fence just watching Dun Stallion graze. It was close to sunset, so I assumed that nothing more would happen today. What are you here for, Hinata? Is there any news? Do you know something? She's probing to see if I know something. You need to be more specific. I know quite a few things. I still didn't look over at her. I just kept gazing at the field. I want to know something. You said your name is Artoria Pendragon. Was there a Pendragon family in the past that's not around today? I can't find anything like that in the history of this world. This is an opportunity to mess with her. And every opportunity is a gift. You see, Hinata, I'm also an otherworlder. I came here after I died. So is your current name a new name after you reincarnated? No. You see, I am King Arthur. I looked over and I could see the confusion on her face. She clearly didn't believe me, but I'm not wrong. I am her. King Arthur was a man, not a woman. And why do you think that? I hid it from everyone. I think you know that women weren't treated the best back then. How do you think others would react if they knew they were being ruled by a woman? You're talking as if this is a historical fact. King Arthur is a legend, a myth. At the heart of every legend, there is truth. Remember that, Hinata. I could see her start actually considering it. She should just accept it. It'll be easier if she just did. I need to tell you about the meeting. Something happened and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. That's fine. I can wait. Will that be all? She was quiet for a second, but she eventually responded back to me. Yes, that'll be all. I'll send someone over tomorrow to guide you. Thank you kindly, Hinata. I'll head inside. I hope you have a good and stress-free night. I knew exactly what I was saying and doing, but that was nothing worth looking into. It's just being polite. I'm totally not alluding to something that might have happened to the Sun Luminary. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// was trying to go to sleep, but no matter how much I tossed and turned or tried different sleeping positions to get comfortable, nothing worked. The bed was fine, there was nothing wrong with it. It was the same for the blankets and pillows. Nothing I did worked. I was just laying there, letting the time pass instead of actually doing something like resting or sleeping. I knew exactly what I was missing. Well, more like who I was missing. Shuna. It seems I've reached the point where I need her presence and warmth to help me sleep. Is that normal? I don't know, but I do know I need her. I think I may be heading off into the deep end. Well, if I couldn't sleep, then I might as well find something to do. I got up and looked around. There wasn't much around. There were some books, but nothing related to magic. I need to learn a certain kind of magic for the future if needed. I looked around some more and I saw something familiar that would help pass the night. Is that a fiddle? I saw the instrument and went over to it. I picked it up and the bowstring was also there. I haven't played one of these since I was in school. I placed the fiddle on my shoulder and slid the bowstring across it. The sound that was produced was very nice, despite the lack of maintenance and care that might have affected it. Yeah, this will help to pass the time. I sat down and started relearning some of the stuff I remember. ///// ///// The morning came by and I had quite a bit of fun playing some stuff on the fiddle, but that had to come to an end as the person Hinata was sending came over. It was one of their nights, and when I saw him, there was a look of awe and admiration. If someone didn't know better, they would think I'm the one in charge here. Kind of makes wonder if I would be able to make some cracks in their ranks and make a faction supporting me. It would be easy with some of the skills I have. Especially my King of Knights skill. But that's more of a what-if scenario. But I wouldn't do that, or would I? Anyway, I let the knight do his thing. It wasn't much to talk about. He just guided me and we didn't even talk. Probably too awestruck to think straight. Anyway, I just kept walking while looking around the place. If this place wasn't so hostile to monsters, I would have loved to take Shuna here. Eventually, we made it to our destination. It was the classic large double doors. The knight stepped aside to open up the doors and announce my arrival, but I just held up my hand to silence him. Normally, they wouldn't take orders from someone from any enemy state, but given that I am who I am, the knight shut up and just nodded his head. He went away from the door to let me open it. I stepped closer and I could sense them all on the other side of the door. It was Hinata and her saints, and that one vampire guy posing as the Holy Emperor. I think his name was Lewis. I could some tension between them as well as a bit of stress. A lot of stress and anxiety from Lewis and some from Hinata. This really confirms that Diablo did his thing. Goodbye, Maribel and Granbel as well as the rest of the Ratzos. I wish the nations they had a hand in luck, cause that is not my problem. Anyway, it's time to introduce myself. I touched the door and opened it. They made a loud sound that spread through the room. I unleashed a tiny bit of my presence and aura to get rid of any dumb thoughts they had in their mind and to shut them up so they don't interrupt me. As soon as I did, I could see them straighten themselves. The only one who wasn't really affected was Hinata, but she was different from the rest of them. With the doors fully opened, I walked in calmly, but with confidence. I had my lancer armor on, except the helmet. I had my crown in place of it, and I also had my cloak fluttering behind me. My footsteps echoed throughout the room. First impressions mattered. Once I was a good distance from them, I looked across from them, taking them in. They were seated in a sort of semicircle, with a small curtain behind them where Louise was. They didn't say anything. Which was good. It meant I would speak first. And while I have heard that those who speak first in a negotiation lose, they clearly aren't me. Greetings. You may know already, but to make sure you don't forget, my name is Artoria Pendragon. Now before we continue, let's take a moment to break the ice, so my intentions are known. A/N, is that new Rose and Bruno Mars song stuck in anyone else's head or is it just me? Chapter 72, Chapter. The 10 Great Saints. They were the best the kingdom of Lubelius had to offer. They each had to have the strength of an enlightened at the bare minimum. They were on a constant quest for self-improvement all the time, with the eventual goal being to achieve the power of a true saint. They each had varying levels of power, but their hierarchy was very simple. The stronger ones were at the top. The leader of all of them was Hinata Sakaguchi. Hinata had thought about what Artoria had told her previously. She looked around and focused on the 3 Battlesages, a group within the 10 Great Saints. She marked them as most suspicious. Ser, also known as Ser of the Blue Sky, was the one she beat to take the position of the head of the Rook Geniuses. White hair and short stature, he was hostile to her in meetings and only cooperated because of her strength. He was a perfect example of what Artoria had said to her. Respects your strength instead of you as a person. Then there was Grigori, also known as Grigori of Giant Boulder. A tall, muscular frame, black hair tied into a ponytail, he is Ser's right-hand man. This was a case of suspect by association, but she wasn't going to take risks. The last of them was Glenda Atlee, also known as Glenda of Raging Sea. A young woman with short red hair and dark eyes. She had beaten a previous member named Rama to earn her spot in the 3 Battlesages. Hinata didn't think she was too suspicious since she was one of the newer ones to the group, but she still had her eyes on her. Who knows if Ser would get to her? As this moment all the saints were face to face with Artoria Pendragon. The King of Tempest, the nation of monsters. The term Empress would make more sense, given that her nation has taken over a demon lord's territory, but she didn't refer to herself as that. When they first found out who she was and what nation she represented, they were all hostile. It was only thanks to the efforts of Hinata that they didn't immediately set off to try and kill her. In their eyes, Artoria might as well have been offering herself up to them on a silver platter to take out. She was considered enemy number 1 due to her leading the nation of monsters, which they also wanted to destroy. As all the saints felt the presence of Artoria, they started understanding Hinata's decision to try to be more diplomatic in their approach. Even the ones most opposed to Hinata started counting their lucky stars for listening to her. They all felt it. This wasn't something they could fight against no matter how much they tried. Maybe only their goddess could do something. Good. Now that you're all paying attention without any superfluous thoughts, I'm going to set forth some very simple demands. First, you will sign a peace agreement between our nations. Second, you will also be open to monsters that come from our nation. Third, we will get to know each other. I want to get to know my new allies after all. There's 10 of you and I want to know more than just your name and whatever rank you have. Do we have an agreement? Artoria set the tone immediately. She knew they weren't going to accept this at all. She was asking them to make peace with what is supposed to be their greatest enemy. What? You think you can just come in here and make these demands and think we'll accept? Ser screamed at her. He knew she was strong but he wouldn't let this monster tell them what to do. He's one of the 10 great saints. Yeah. I do. Artoria's answer was short and to the point, but it only made Ser angrier. You're an arrogant monster. Tell me why we shouldn't attack and kill you right now. Ser was ready to attack. He had his weapon and magic ready to activate at a moment's notice. Ser, stop. You should know bet dash. Quiet, Hinata. How could you of all people let a monster in here? We should dash. Ser couldn't finish as he felt an overbearing sense of dread come over him. He felt like he was in the jaws of a dragon that was ready to eat him. And there was nothing he could do about it. He barely turned his head over and looked at Artoria. Those eyes of her were focused on him and he felt like he was staring death in the eyes. Sweat dripped down his face and back. I'll give you 2 very good reasons not to. 1, you can't kill me. And 2, it would be an absolute one-sided massacre. Plus, you don't make the decisions here. The one who makes the decisions is the one behind that curtain in the place of your goddess. I'll only tell you this once, sit back down in your seat. You think you're strong, but trust me, you couldn't even tear up a baby picture of me. Artoria's voice was cold and indifferent. Despite most of her aura being focused on Ser, the others could feel it. And if what was leaking out was as bad as they felt, they could only imagine what Ser was experiencing. Now, we don't have to come to a decision right now. I'm sure we can all have a civil discussion with some more calm and collected heads. I can't imagine how y'all function with people like that. It seems Hinata is the glue that holds this entire thing together. I'm starting to see what I need to know about this whole thing. Artoria, perhaps we can start over. You said you wanted to get to know us better. You can talk to us one-on-one. Hinata quickly tried to defuse the situation. She was right about Ser. He almost caused things to get out of hand. That's fine with me. We can start now. Just show me to a room. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Man, this is going better than I thought. I have to thank Sarah for his meltdown. I already know things about them, but these little interviews will serve as a mask when they ask why I know so much about them. They'll think I'm some kind of genius for being able to figure out so much about them from these little one-on-one talks. I already got though most of them. Leonard, Arnaud, Bacchus, Lytus, Guard, and Fritz seem to be the more sensible ones. I think they were the ones that eventually came to a peaceful resolution with Tempest. I don't need to say much about Sarah. Grigori tried to seem nice, but I could easily see through it. All that was left was Glenda. She's going to be interesting to talk to. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Glenda Attlee. Things were hectic for her personally over the last few days. Something catastrophic had happened with Granbell and Maribel Rosso. A curse was put on her to forcefully serve them, but that had disappeared. At face value it seemed she was free, but she didn't do anything. Not at least until she was 100% sure that she was completely free. She never wanted to join the Saints. She was forced to by the Rossos. She was a mere pawn. If anyone found out about her working behind the Saints' back, then who knows what punishment she would face. Best case scenario, she would run away and be hunted down. Worst case scenario, she would be put to death on the spot immediately. And this all started with the appearance of this Artoria Pendragon. As soon as she appeared, all this started to happen. Was it a coincidence? Probably not. How could she be involved when she's here? It was her turn to talk one-on-one, and from what she's seen from the others and what they said, maybe she wasn't as bad as she first thought. She just needs to get through this talk with her. She was outside waiting her turn. Just then the door opened and Hinata came out. She gave her the signal to go in. Glenda steeled her resolve and went in. Was she sacred? After what happened before, she had all the right to be. She went in and saw Artoria calmly drinking tea with a smile on her face. Artoria looked over at Glenda and gave her signal with her hand to sit down. Would you like some tea? Glenda was a little surprised. She thought Artoria would come off as aggressive or immediately ask heavy questions. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. As long as she stayed calm and didn't give away certain things, it would be fine. Yes, thank you. Glenda picked up the teacup and drank it, only to be taken aback by the sheer sweetness of it. Yeah, I expected that. It's how everyone else has reacted to it. I guess it's not to everyone's taste. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Artoria asked in an enthusiastic mood, like she was looking forward to it. How is this going to work? Glenda asked. It's simple. I'll just ask some questions and some general conversation to see what kind of person you are and how well you meld into your group. Should any problems be found, and trust me, they will be found, then I'll handle things accordingly. Glenda's heart started beating faster. She started getting nervous. What did she mean by that last sentence? Does she know about her other things? No, it couldn't be possible. She just met them for the first time. To start off, interesting choice of dress. Not what I would imagine a saint wearing, but then again, maybe that's just how you do things. I also have to mention that thing on your leg. Interesting weapon. I haven't seen something like that before. Must have cost quite a bit of money. Unless saints get paid a lot, it almost makes you wonder where you would get the money for it. Do you perhaps have a side job or something similar? Artoria talked to her while still sipping on her tea. The more Glenda heard her speak, the more nervous she became. She was uncomfortably hitting too close to the mark. Well, it's just something I came across. I was fighting someone and they had it on them, so I looted it. I thought it was interesting. It seems like a fun story, but that's for another time. I heard from Hinata that you're one of the newer members. You beat someone named Rama for the position. From the way I heard it, it was like you sort of came out of nowhere. Can you tell me about it? It was a tough fight, but I was able to win. I've been trying to get stronger and move up the ranks ever since. That's nice. Good old climbing up the ladder. Does it bother you to think that you're a part of the same subgroup with Ser? That was his own fault. He shouldn't have done that. I see. The rumors about you seem to be true, it seems. What rumors could she be talking about? Glenda hadn't heard of any rumors about her. Just when things seem to be going well, there's a rumor going around about her that could make things worse. You know, putting blame on others when you're a part of a team isn't really a nice thing to do. Was what Ser did dumb? Yes. But you should still stand up for him. He's your comrade, a person you should be able to trust with your life and to have your back in the midst of battle. Artoria set her teas down and lost that calm and enthusiastic tone. She laid back in her chair and rested her face on her fist. I didn't mean it. Glenda tried to explain herself, but she was interrupted. You seem to have a bit of arguments and petty squabbles, but you would never betray your comrades, right? Glenda started feeling like things were getting out of control. She felt like she was doing just fine, but the situation seemed to turn around instantly out of nowhere. She had to say something. I would never do. Once again she was cut off. You seemed ready to make Ser some kind of scapegoat so you could avoid any blame and punishment. No, it's not like that. It was more like Glenda in all her stuttering mess, slid her hand down her leg, slowly reaching for a gun. She was trying to be calm, but her whirlwind of panic, anxiousness, and nervousness made her look worse. She wasn't thinking straight. The only thing stopping her from just pulling out the gun on Artoria was the chance that her words were all just a coincidence and terrible luck. However, the more she looked at Artoria's face, the worse she got. Her hands started shaking a little, she started sweating more, her heart beat even faster. Artoria's green eyes seemed to become duller, her calm smile from before was completely gone. She had a face of pure coldness and indifference, as if the person in front of her didn't matter at all. Glenda felt chills like she's never felt before go down her spine. Goosebumps started forming on her skin. The way those eyes looked at her. As if everything about her life and her secrets were out in the open for everyone to see. She felt completely seen through. You're working for the Rossos behind everyone's back, are you not? Chapter 73, Chapter A/N, Happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrate. I hope you'll get that, gobbler. You're working for the Rossos behind everyone's back, are you not? Glenda's eyes shot open instantly. Her worst fears were immediately true as soon as she heard that. Many questions were running through her mind. How did she know? How much does she know? For how long has she known? Glenda's emotions seemed to reach a peak, but what Artoria said next made it worse. You also have contact with a merchant from the Eastern Empire as well, don't you? Glenda got up rapidly from her chair, knocking it over and causing the table to also move. She quickly pulled out her gun and pointed it at Artoria. Artoria continued to sit, looking at her with the same face, showing no change in expression whatsoever. She sat there completely unfazed at having the gun pointed at her. How do you know all this? Glenda asked Artoria. She thought she had power here. Unfortunately for her, she forgot what Artoria did previously. Is that supposed to scare me? I'll give you one small warning, Glenda, and I really hope you take it to heart. If you want to go down this path, the only thing you'll find at the end of it is gunpowder and lead. Glenda considered it, but she decided to call her bluff. No one else would have guns in this world. The Eastern Empire was where they came from. No way someone from a monster nation would be able to get one. She pulled the trigger and a loud gunshot sounded throughout the room. Time seemed to go in slow motion as the bullet made its way to Artoria. Glenda thought she had her, but that's where a problem was. She thought she did. Faster than Glenda could see or react, Artoria seemed to pull a revolver out of nowhere and rapidly shot 4 rounds. One shot hit the bullet in midair and the other 3 hit the gun in Glenda's hand, knocking it to the air. Glenda stumbled back in complete shock and fell to the ground. She looked up at Artoria, who held a revolver, looking down at her. What? How? Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that. Gotta love concealed carry. You should try it sometime, Glenda, it would make things easier for you. Artoria's words didn't register with Glenda. She was only focused on how she had a gun. How do you have dash? A gun. It's quite simple. Why wouldn't I? I'll give a small pass though. Very few people know where I'm from. What do you mean dash? First off, let me put this thing away. Artoria spinned her revolver before putting away. Glenda tried looking, but she couldn't see a holster or anything similar. It's kind of funny, don't you think, Glenda? 2 knights using guns in a world with magic, powerful artifacts, and magical equipment. It seems out of place. Something a child would imagine because they think it looks cool, not knowing that it can be a weird mix of genres, but I'm not one to judge. I think it's nice to let out some silly ideas once in a while. Glenda wasn't listening to her. She was slumped over thinking how it all got to this point. Did you know? Glenda asked Artoria with a defeated tone. Yeah. When did you find out? I already knew everything the moment you came in here. It finally set in for Glenda. Everything was futile from the start. Nothing she could have done would have saved her today. The only thing she could do now was wait for her death. I'm not going to kill you. I know about that curse the Rossos put on you to make them serve you. You should notice that it's gone. And before you ask, I'm not the one who killed them. Anyway, you have some options available for you. You can continue with the Saints, leave them and do what you want, or maybe you can join my empire. Point is, whatever you choose, you will come clean about everything to Hinata before you do anything else. Besides, my fight isn't with you, it's with a group of other people. So, what will it be? Can I have some time? Glenda was hesitant to make a choice. But it felt good. The ability to make a choice that was truly in your own hands. Yes, but you still need to confess everything to Hinata. Okay. It's not like I have much of a choice in that aspect. Well, maybe she's completely free yet. Wonderful. Hinata, come in. The door opened and Hinata came in, hand on her rapier ready to unsheath it. She heard some of the loud sound from outside, but she didn't barge in. Whatever happened, Artoria could take care of herself. Wait, when did she start prioritizing Artoria over her own comrades? It should be the other way around. She should be checking in on Glenda instead of worrying about Artoria, even if Glenda was on her suspect list. Is she being influenced by something? Hinata decided not to think about it for now. She saw the room was a mess. Chairs were knocked over and the table was out of place. Is everything fine? She asked as she surveyed the scene. It was evident some kind of fight took place. Everything's good, Hinata. We just had a little scuffle. Nothing too big to worry about. Anyway, Glenda here wants to tell you something. Glenda got up and approached Hinata. You see, the truth is. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// It was a fast confession, but she got all the main points across. From being cursed by the Rossos and to her contact with Damrata, the merchant. If you're wondering, Hinata, the person she's talking about is the same one that lied and kind of manipulated you into attacking Remuru. How was that fight, by the way? He caught me by surprise and his sword skills were better than I thought. Whoever trained him well. I cracked a small smile. Yeah, I wonder who trained him. Anyway, now that this is over with, I need to talk to you, Hinata. In private, I said as I looked over at Glenda. She got the message quickly and left the room. Don't try to stay outside near the door and eavesdrop. I'll know. Also, don't tell anyone about this. I expect you to follow my orders. If you don't, I'll drag you to my empire, where you'll undergo some enhanced interrogation techniques. I let out a bit of my aura at her to let her know I wasn't messing around. I wanted her to know that she was on the thinnest of ice that could break with one tiny misstep. Okay, now that that's taken care of. Sit down, Hinata. Hinata went and picked up a chair and adjusted the table back into position. I saw her stop for a small second and look a little confused before she sat down. What will you do about Glenda now that you know? I don't know. There's a lot to think about. The Eastern Empire, the Rossos, the underworld, and who knows what else. You might want to stay calm for this one, but there's one group you're forgetting about. And who would that be? The 7, or I guess 6 now, luminaries. What? What about them? Wait, did you say 6? How do you know one is missing? I had someone take care of him. That Sun luminary was actually Grand Bell Rosso in disguise. And he also had connections to the Eastern Empire. As a matter of fact, all the luminaries have connections to the Eastern Empire and are actively sabotaging your kingdom in certain ways. And given the doctrine of the religion here, they would eventually attack my empire deeming it unholy, dangerous, and whatnot. What I'm telling you is that I'm going to kill them, and if you want to help, you can. I just need you to take me to Luminous, and before you say anything, I already know the truth about her as well. Hinata was not looking too good. She had her head down, and her hands were clenched into fists. They were shaking from how much strength she was exerting. She was gritting her teeth. I guess this sort of revelation was a bit much, but she needed to know. She was the only I was willing to tell all this stuff. Hinata, don't think too much about it. They're a common enemy. They're a threat to your kingdom and its development as well as a threat to my empire. All I'm doing is plucking the overgrown weed out before it becomes an even bigger problem. If you're thinking about the consequences, tell me this, how many times have the people of this kingdom actually seen the luminaries? If something happened to them, it would be very easy to replace them. Hinata hesitated and looked like she was struggling. I can take you to Lady Luminous. I'll decide what to do after hearing from her. I just need to hear from her first. I understand, she's going to defer to Luminous. I guess I would do the same in her position after hearing the things I told her. I do have to tell you something about her before you meet her. What is it? She might act a bit too close to you. She's going to be attracted to you is what I'm trying to say. So, you should expect her to try to make some advances on you. She's tried to do it to me many times. Oh. I'll keep that in mind. I'll admit, that part about Luminous may have slipped my mind. The question now is, how am I going to stop her advances? I am aware of the effect I have on others. Both men and women, but Luminous is going to be tough to handle. I feel like the more I reject her, the more she'll try to get to me. The last thing I want is for her to become obsessed with me, because the last time someone became obsessed with the King of Knights, things did not go well for anyone involved. Chapter 74, Chapter. I think I know how to ward off Luminous advances. I could tell her I'm part dragon, since she shouldn't have much fondness for dragons considering her history with Veldora and what he did. And if that doesn't work, I may have to unleash my trump card. My ace up my sleeve. Just tell her about an upcoming festival we're going to have back in Tempest as soon as I get back. Once she finds out, it should make her back off. Actually, I don't think it would. It'll probably make her try harder. Why is this the one thing I'm focusing on? I'm acting like this will be the biggest obstacle. I just need to go in there, only talk business, and get out. I just need to pay no attention to whatever flirting she's going to do to me. Yeah, I think that'll work. Playing the role of a denser than a black hole protagonist could work. Make it so frustrating for her that she just gives up. Alright, sounds like a plan to me. Right now, Hinata was guiding me to where Luminous was. It should be up the mountain. I was very calm for the most part. The only source of stress for me was about how to deal with Luminous, but now that I got that out of the way, it was fine. Hinata, on the other hand, was not so calm. I could feel the emotions rubbing off of her. The only grace she would have is from Luminous and whatever she would say. One lengthy trip up a mountain later and we were there. I really don't know why it's so high up here. If this is supposed to be some kind of statement of power, then it's a horrible one. Just because something is higher up, doesn't mean it shows strength. You can convey the same meaning with one big building that is imposing and commands you attention. Like a certain building that exists back in Tempest that takes heavy inspiration from a cathedral in Germany. Anyway, once we made it up, Hinata kept guiding me. I'll be honest, it got a bit annoying at some point, but nothing excessive. As we got closer, everything started to become more fancy and elegant. Expensive-looking art and decorations were all over the place. Eventually, Hinata led me to a door. Just a regular fancy door. This is Lady Luminous' room. You can talk to her here. I'll call for her. Her room. Like, her personal room. Where she sleeps and stuff. Are you serious? It's not some kind of meeting room or anything like that, I told Hinata before she could call for Luminous. I know what you mean, but this is just how it is. I have to do this most of the time. I don't think it's hard to imagine why she wants to meet here all the time. She has some ulterior motives for picking a place like this. I held up a hand to stop her. You don't have to say anything else, Hinata. I get the idea. Things are already not off to a good start and I haven't even met her. Hinata knocked on the door and spoke to Luminous on the other side. Lady Luminous, Artoria Pendragon is here. She wants to talk to you. It's very important. It was quiet for a moment, but she eventually responded. You can come in. Hinata opened the door and sitting on the bed was Luminous in all her vampire glory and whatnot. I'll be honest, she was beautiful. She had the looks that would attract anyone, especially her different colored eyes and white hair. But no time to focus on that. Operation Black Hole Dense protagonist when it comes to love and flirting is a go. I walked in, grabbed a nearby chair, and sat down in front of her. Hello, Luminous, I've heard some things about you. Some good and some bad. Luminous stared at me with those eyes of hers. I felt something trying to affect me, but it was easily brushed off. Luminous may not have shown it, but she was probably disappointed that she couldn't affect me with whatever she was trying to do. I hope the good things you've heard about me are as good as you look. Wow, okay, straight into it seems. What do you mean? I have white skin, so maybe that is what you mean. You hope the rumors are white or something. Is this supposed to be something philosophical? Huh? No, that's not. Well, to get us back on track, I need to talk to you about something important. It concerns the luminaries. I interrupted her before she could say anything. I need to speed this along and not give her a chance to think about flirting with me. She squinted her eyes at me. I think it worked. Bringing that up should get her attention and actually focus on important things. What about them? Since they are up to no good, and threaten my empire, I'm going to take care of them. I think you're smart enough to know what I'm talking about. I'm not asking for permission, I'm just giving you a heads up. If you want to help then feel free to. Why am I being so aggressive and arrogant? Part of it is Luminous, and some of it is me just wanting to get this over with and go home. You're being quite demanding and aggressive. What you've said would normally cause hostilities to be raised, but since it seems my dear Hinata isn't doing anything, I guess you know certain things. Yeah. I know one is dead. I'm looking to finish the job. I think you know their time is coming to an end soon. Unless you don't, but it's just a heads up. I know you know how out of hand they have gotten. She narrowed her eyes at me. I purposely stressed the time part of what I said. It would throw her off and force her to focus on important things. How much do you really know, Artoria? These aren't things anyone should just know. How I know isn't important, Luminous, it's what I know. There's nothing that can be done when I already know something. I recommend we continue instead of trying to figure out how I know certain things. She smiled at me and I swear she would have licked her lips or something by the way she was looking at me. You have a lot of confidence and are sharp. I like that. It makes me want you. I tilted my head in confusion. I stayed silent for a few seconds. You want me to do what? I asked her in a confusing tone, like she didn't finish saying something. Huh? Oh, I dash. Did you forget what you were going to say? Don't worry about it, it happens to all of us sometimes, but since you want me to do something, I assume you have some kind of plan to take care of those luminaries. I have some ideas myself. That's not what she sighed before she could finish saying anything. All right, it's working. I turned her little attempt to flirt and turned it around to my advantage. Probably my best work so far. You want to kill the luminaries, fine, you can, but what about the repercussions? You want some sort of agreement between my kingdom and your empire, but you know there's more to it than just signing some papers. And tell me whose idea it was to set up the doctrine and message of your religion. This doesn't sound like something that's my problem. This is something you'll have to figure out. You're supposed to be their goddess, just make an exception. There exists an exception for almost any rule after all. Just give some kind of divine message or something. You can't just change years of teachings in a short time like that. Are you sure? Do you actually know how fanatical and devoted your people are? As long as you show up and tell them something, they'll believe it, and mostly likely, they'll change their thinking and perform a whole lot of mental gymnastics to justify their reasoning. Trust me, I've seen it done many times. It can't be that easy. First of all, how are you even sure you can win? You're a monster, and holy magic is your weakness. Those luminaries won't hold anything back against you. I just smiled at what she said. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Luminous, but trust me, I know a little thing about holy magic myself. Chapter 75, Chapter. After Artoria had left, Luminous and Hinata were the only ones left. Hinata was taking notes. Not about what was being said, but by how Artoria was able to tend off Luminous' advances and attempts at flirting. If she didn't know better, she would have thought she was completely clueless in love and romance. Hinata, what was that? Is she dumb or something? Luminous, who was still seated on her bed, asked Hinata. Normally, Hinata would tell the truth, but she would keep this to herself and employ new tactics she's learned. You should be specific, Lady Luminous. A lot of important things were said. Is she dumb? She didn't understand or even got a slight hint that I was going after her. Hinata realized quickly that Luminous' priorities may have been focused on the wrong things. No, they definitely were. Lady Luminous, perhaps that's not the best thing to think about. We should be addressing the luminaries and the aftermath of what's going to happen. Hinata tried to steer the conversation somewhere somewhat productive. Come on, Hinata, we both know what's going to happen. There won't even be much of an aftermath. You heard what she said. Barely anyone knows about the luminaries and their existence. We can easily replace them. Actually, we don't even need to replace them. We can just say we have them and they'll believe us. We also don't have to worry about too many people opening their mouths. Hinata knew that she was right, at least for that part. What about her empire then? We'll need to come up with some kind of plan to at least make sure our nations are at peace. Especially our side, since it'll be the most aggressive. There might not be much of a problem with that. Why? You see, Hinata, I've been hearing talks about a Walpurgis. And it just so happens to be that the main topic is about that slime and her. They already control most of the forest, have taken over Clayman's domain, and some things are happening in Falmouth, or what will have been Falmouth. Shouldn't she be in attendance then? No. It's fine. I expect them to grant them the territory of the forest. Everything else is just conquest. Strength rules and all that stuff. So what do you want me to do? Go help her. Hinata nodded at her orders and started leaving, but she was stopped as Luminous gave her a reminder. And, Hinata, when I say to help her, I mean to make sure your saints don't find out what she's going to do and to make sure they never find out. She won't need help in terms of combat, but I want you to observe her and see what she can do. Are you trying to come up with some plan to stop her? What? No. I want to get to know her better, and actions speak louder than words. I'm not giving up, Hinata. I will get her. Lady Luminous, I don't think that's a good idea. You don't? Then maybe you want to take her place and step up. Luminous smiled at her and had a playful look in her eyes. Hinata tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean? You told me not to help her in combat and to just observe. Why would I step in her position to fight against the luminaries? Ah. No. That's not what I meant. Once again, Luminous was confused at the misunderstanding. Oh, okay. If that's the case, then I'll head out and do what you told me to do. Hinata left the door, not giving a chance for Luminous to say anything. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Let's see, where are those luminaries? I said to myself. I was back at my temporary house, out on the field. Dun Stallion was grazing and just lounging around. I was trying to find these luminaries, which shouldn't be hard. All I have to do is look for some people that have high levels of holy magic and stuff. Which shouldn't be hard once again, because they're all probably grouped up, discussing things that have happened. Maybe about a luminary that has, mysteriously disappeared. Anyway, I was spreading my senses trying to find them and I noticed Hinata coming towards me. What is she doing? I asked myself. I stopped my senses and waited for her to arrive. It wasn't too long before she made her way to me. Hello, Hinata, what brings you here? I've come to help you. Her answer was short and simple, and I would have laughed at that, but I immediately understood what she was trying to say. If I had to guess, she'd help me by taking care of the aftermath, or maybe she's here to observe me, or maybe both. I'll just assume both. Well, your help will prove useful soon, but why have you come so soon? I thought you'd come tomorrow or something. I thought that I might as well come as soon as I could. There's not much for me to do. Really? What about your job as leader of the Saints? I've been ordered by Lady Luminous for this. I'm sure they can take care of themselves for at least 3 days. I raised my eyebrow at that. I would be skeptical, but 3 days is manageable. I can do this all in 3 days. I can do it in 1 day. It won't be much of a fight at all. It's just going to be an opportunity for me to flex on everyone. If you say so, Hinata. So, is there any kind of news that I should be aware of? Something that could possibly put a wrench in my plan. Well, it's possible that a Walpurgis is going to be held soon. Lady Luminous said that there's been talks about it, but I think it's safe to assume that one will be held soon. Now this was bad news. Very bad news. I don't know when soon is, and even then, I'd need to head home to participate in it. I am in no way going to the Walpurgis from Luminous' side. That would cause unnecessary drama. But that's not the worst part. The worst is what I would miss out on. I stared up at the sky, resigning myself to fate. What's wrong? I heard Hinata ask in a concerned tone, most likely noticing my shift in mood. I sighed before I answered her. I guess it is true what they say. There is no victory without sacrifice. What do you mean? What sacrifice are you making? You wouldn't understand, Hinata. And she wouldn't. She wouldn't know the feeling of missing out on a feast and free food. I have learned a big lesson today. Maybe if I'm lucky, I just might make it in time. Chapter 76, Chapter. Alright, Hinata, just stay back and watch. I'm not going to be responsible for your safety. You're more than strong enough to avoid any danger. It was time for me to take care of those luminaries. I had found them and they were gathered in a spot near the cloister on the mountain or whatever it was called. I don't really care what it's called anymore, since I really just want to go home at this point. Once they're dead, I'm taking off immediately. Are you planning to fight them indoors or outside? Hinata asked me. She's probably trying to gauge any collateral damage from our fight, if it could even be called that. I'm planning on fighting them outside. And I know just the thing that will get their attention. And what is that? Just a small burst of holy energy. They'll either think it's luminous or that there's someone dangerous outside. Either way, I don't care, just as long as it gets them to come. Hinata simply nodded at what I said. She was really taking her role as some kind of observer, not interfering, kind of seriously. We kept moving closer and closer to them. Eventually, when we arrived, I positioned myself close to them, but also far enough away from the city to make sure no one was startled. And even if they are, they'll just see it as a sign from Luminous or something. Okay, Hinata, brace yourself. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flesh. As Artoria warned Hinata, she started to prepare her holy magic. She focused on herself as she started to feel the connection to all those who had faith in her and worshipped her, especially a very big connection she felt. Artoria smiled as she felt it, but she quickly focused. Hinata, who was on the side, patiently waited. She prepared herself, but so far she hadn't felt or seen anything. She was going to speak up, but at that moment, she felt it. A massive burst of holy energy she's never felt before. She felt herself being pushed back and she had to hold her arms up in front of her and exert herself to stay upright and not fall over. She looked over at Artoria, and saw waves and beams of white-yellow light come off of her. The grass was waving furiously, the leaves and branches of trees moved as if they were in a typhoon. She looked up and saw what could be described as a light show. Waves of transparent holy magic were in the sky, reminiscent of Aurora Borealis. As some of the waves disappeared into motes of light, a new one would immediately take its place. So that's how it works. Good to know. Artoria muttered to herself as she noticed the effect she was having. Hinata on the other hand was dumbfounded. Small. You call this small? This isn't small, this is massive. Everyone's going to notice this, not just the luminaries. Hinata said loudly. Just blame it on Luminous, Hinata, and everyone will understand. Just sit back and watch. They're coming over right now. Artoria stopped unleashing her holy magic, and if it never happened, all the pressure Hinata felt disappeared. She tumbled forward a little but quickly regained herself. She looked around looking for the luminaries, but she didn't need to look for long as they suddenly appeared, seemingly out of thin air. 6 figures dressed in white robes, fully covered from head to toe, appeared in front of Artoria. They all focused on her, barely paying any attention to Hinata. It's you. You've saved us a lot of work by coming here yourself and attracting all this attention. You and your monster nation are a danger to this world, one of the luminaries said. Are you sure about that? You want to call me a danger to this world, but if you really knew anything about me or my weapons, then you'd know how utterly wrong you are. As for my nation, is that really the biggest danger to this world? Surely there isn't another empire out there that presents a bigger danger, or maybe that's just me, but what would I know? I'm not brainwashed and blinded by religion. Also, weren't there supposed to be 7 of you? What happened to the other one? Did they fall asleep or something? Artoria nonchalant words and attitude dug into their skin, slowly getting enraged. You act calmly, but that won't last for long. As soon as they finished talking, 3 of them broke off and got into formation around Artoria. A prison field was immediately set up. How does it feel? Not feeling so confident now, are you? Artoria stood there, arms crossed, shaking her head. If I ordered a truckload full of dumbass, and I got only one of you 6, I would have gotten my money's worth. Artoria said in a disappointed tone directed towards the luminary's actions. Hinata, who was on the side, had a hand up to her mouth, trying to remain composed and serious after hearing what she said. The luminaries, not fully understanding what was being said, still knew that she was insulting them. Your crude words won't save you in this situation, monster. Artoria held a hand up to her head, somehow shaking her head in more disappointment. Why are y'all talking like this? Like, I know it's your whole thing, but actually seeing in person is something else. If you're trying to buy time, then that is a very bad plan. As one of the luminaries spoke, a large magic circle formed under Artoria, covering the size of the prison field. She looked down and smiled, before looking up with the same smile, showing no fear at all, before saying one thing, hit me with your best shot. Trinity Disintegration. The three luminaries surrounding Artoria chanted the name of the spell at once. Hinata saw all this, and while she just wanted to observe, she felt she needed to do something, but a subtle hand wave from Artoria compelled her to stop. As she stood there, she saw a massive beam of light come down from the sky, like a smite from the heavens, crash down on Artoria. As the beam of light crashed down on Artoria, everything seemed to be overtaken by a bright light. To Hinata it was hard to see or make out anything. This all lasted a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Once everything settled and the beam of light vanished, there was a silence. The environment was in a mess. The grass was gone, replaced with brown dirt, any surrounding trees vanished with the only signs that they were ever there being the holes in the ground. But amongst all this damage, all eyes were in the center, looking for a standing figure or lack thereof. As they tried to see the aftermath, they all heard a slow clapping noise. Congratulations. Y'all have managed to surprise me further. You six have managed to reach a genius level of stupidity. Hinata and all the six luminaries stood frozen in place, stunned that Artoria was still alive. One of the strongest holy magic seemingly did nothing. She stood there and looked just as she had always looked. Her armor wasn't damaged, her face didn't have a stain, and not even a hair seemed to be out of place. Now, let me show you what holy magic really looks like. As Artoria said this, she summoned Reincarnated and immediately used part of its abilities. The outer shell came off and started forming into several tree-like tendrils of light. She planted the lance into the ground and the tendrils shot out, chasing each of the luminaries. The luminaries tried to evade, but the tendrils quickly got a hold of them, trapping them in place. No matter how much they tried to struggle, they couldn't break free. There we go. I don't want y'all moving. I want y'all to be nice and still so I don't miss. Artoria had a sweet smile on her face. She started channeling a massive amount of holy energy, using every person back in Tempest that worshipped her and gave her faith to help her cast her spell. She felt the connection to all of them, all coming together to help cast this massive spell. 6 magic circles appeared under the trapped luminaries at once. They immediately knew what that circle represented, as they tried even harder to free themselves, but to no avail. Hinata looked at all this happening with wide eyes. Why, you seriously aren't going to do what I think you're doing, right? Silence, Hinata, Artoria said in a serious and authoritative tone, which immediately made Hinata silence herself as she followed her order. Artoria started forming hand signs at a very fast pace. As she formed the hand signs, more concentric magic circles filled with complex geometric shapes started to appear above all the luminaries stacked on top of each other. Hinata's eyes and expression filled with shock. In her mind, this is something outrageous. Something that doesn't seem possible to do, but what she was seeing in front of her disproved everything. As Artoria finished, her eyes seemed to glow with a bright yellow light as well as a light yellow aura surrounding her, outlining her figure. She seemed to be a completely different person, someone akin to a goddess. With the spell finished and all the magic circles locked into place, Artoria spoke one word and one word only. Disintegration. Even as she said it calmly and quietly, it felt as if her voice reverberated throughout the entire area, making sure everyone had heard what she said. The magic circles started spinning above the luminaries. The clouds in the sky seemed to darken and gray as light started to spark, giving a yellow backdrop and hue to the clouds. Not a moment later, 6 beams of light came down from the sky as if responding to the call of a goddess. The beams crashed down onto the luminaries, who were trapped. The beams of light crashed down for a few seconds, before disappearing. What was left of the luminaries was literally nothing. Hinata stood still, dumbfounded and in disbelief at everything that happened and what she witnessed. She had no words for what happened. Artoria picked up Reincarnated and unsummoned it after turning it back to its normal form. She turned and started walking calmly. What are you? Are you a goddess? Hinata stuttered as Artoria walked her way. Artoria stopped in front of her, and she put a hand on her shoulder and she leaned in and whispered into Hinata's ear. Remember what you saw here today and don't forget it, because deep in your heart of hearts, you know the answer already, as Artoria said that she started walking away. Where are you going? I'm leaving. I'm going home. But what about the aftermath? Didn't you want some kind of deal with our nations? Artoria stopped and sighed. Artoria put a hand to her mouth and whistled very loudly. A few seconds later, the sound of horse running could be heard. Dun Stallion heard his master's call and immediately went to her direction. As he stopped in front of Artoria, she looked in one of the bags on Dun Stallion and took out a piece of paper and a pen. She started writing on the paper and eventually gave it to Hinata. Read this, and you'll know why I want to go home so soon, even if there are some things left unfinished. You're invited to the festival and celebration that will happen after. Bring your saints and they'll realize quickly that our nation does not pose a threat to humanity. Make sure to Luminous knows as well, since once she reads that she might stop trying to pursue me. Anyway, I'm leaving. The aftermath of what happened here is your job, not mine. I'll see you at the festival. As Artoria finished, she rode off, making her way home. Hinata watched her depart, looking at her in a new light after seeing what happened. Chapter 77, Chapter A/N, Merry Christmas y'all. I hope you had a wonderful time. I had a special Christmas chapter written, but I wasn't too sure if should upload it. Anyway, question, what is your favorite Christmas song? Mine is Run, Rudolph, Run. The version I like best is by Foo Fighters. //////////////////////// After Hinata saw Artoria ride off, she quickly started returning to Luminous. On her way she saw many knights and people freaking out. The knights were ready for a fight and the civilians were scared and on edge. The saints were going around trying to calm everyone down until they had more information. Hinata remembered what Artoria said and tried it out. She told everyone that it was just their goddess Luminous sending a message to her followers, and since Hinata was the one saying it, everyone just believed her and accepted. If anything, it probably increased the faith of the people drastically more. Once that was dealt with, Hinata went to Luminous' room. As she made her way there, she thought about Artoria, and while she wouldn't say anything, she understood Luminous' perspective much better as well as her feelings. But after reading what the paper from Artoria said, she knew it was a losing battle for Luminous. Well, more like a battle she lost before she was even able to start. As she was about to knock, she was interrupted before she could by Luminous. Come in, Hinata. Hinata noticed the rushed and eager tone of her voice, and something else, but she sighed and shook her head. To her, it seemed that Luminous was becoming something of a hopeless romantic. As she opened the door to enter, Luminous immediately went to her and gave her an empty journal and a pencil. I want you to write down in excruciating detail what you witnessed. I want every word she said, every emotion she displayed, every detail about her attire and weapons, every detail of her body from hair, eyes, skin, lips, everything. I want to know her environment, what she looked like when she was attacking, the whole thing. Don't leave anything behind. Luminous rambled on, but Hinata was able to understand everything. She has somehow fallen even harder. That and was in for a long writing session. Lady Luminous, didn't you see what happened? I'm sure you saw at least some of it. I did see it, but you were much closer, and thus, able to provide more detail. So go, write, I need it as soon as possible. Hinata was having a hard time getting through to her, so she showed her the paper Artoria gave her. Lady Luminous, Artoria gave me this. You should read it. Luminous snatched the paper quickly and quickly read through it, but the only words she read and focused on were invitation, celebration, festival, and feast. This is a clear message, Hinata, she's inviting me to her nation, I must be getting through to her. Hinata resisted the urge to facepalm and sigh at what Luminous said. She took deep breaths to compose herself. But she really started to feel bad for Luminous. I'll start writing, Lady Luminous, but may I ask why you need so much detail? Of course you can, Hinata. The Walpurgis is soon, and I need your description and details of Artoria and what happened for it. Hinata nodded. She thought that perhaps Luminous still had a rational thought in her. Maybe Luminous isn't as hopeless as she thought from earlier. Maybe she wants this information to report to the Demon Lords. Guy Crimson has a maid that I've heard is very good at painting. I plan on asking him to let me borrow her services during the Walpurgis. He should say yes since we'll all be there very close to each other. It would be something trivial for him, maybe even amusing. Hinata closed her eyes, taking more breaths to calm herself. Several thoughts were going through her mind, but one thing was certain, the situation at hand was worse than initially thought. She could only hope and pray for Luminous' sanity. Wait, wouldn't she be praying to Luminous for Luminous' well-being? This was truly a hard situation to face, but she would have to face it nonetheless. So, she got to writing. ///////////////////////// A few hours later. Hinata wrote fast. Very fast. She wanted to take a break many times, but Luminous watched her like a hawk, observing every little scribble of the pen. For those hours, the only sound that could be heard was that of a pen writing. Eventually, she finished and handed it over to Luminous, who quickly proceeded to read everything with a smile on her face. I'm impressed, Hinata. You wrote very fast. Almost like you were in a rush. How do you write like you're running out of time? Well, it doesn't matter, I love what is on here. I'll be back later. Luminous left the room to do whatever she was going to do. Hinata sighed and rubbed her wrist, slightly fatigued from writing so much, at least Luminous won't have to deal with that, maybe. Who knows what she's going to do with what she wrote before the Walpurgis? She looked at the invitation again and noticed something about it. The light was hitting it in a way that made it transparent and she could see some writing on the back. Curious, she took it and flipped it over. Hey, Hinata, if you're resting this is serving as a warning. I'm not sure if it will happen, but what Luminous has is too important to ignore, so it might still happen since it's too crucial and important. During the Walpurgis, I want you and your saints to protect the location around the Holy Arkansas. Don't ask how I know, I just do. There's going to be a clown named Laplace trying to look for it and steal it. Or at the very least, try to get information about it. Your task is simple, I want you to kill him and make sure he can't come back to life. I want you to destroy his physical, spiritual, and astral body. I want you and your saints to fight like your lives are on the line. This will help avoid any casualties or grievous injuries. Below you will find a list and description of some of his abilities. And remember, that is an order. Hinata's eyes widened at the information on here. Countless thoughts were going through her mind. Various possible explanations of how she knew and what she knew. Her hands shook a bit at the various possible implications of her knowing this information. Either she had the best and most elite information network that somehow could infiltrate the most secure places, or she had some kind of terrifying ability. Either way, she would have to trust her, because it was an order. And who would deny an order from the King of Knights? Hinata didn't know it, but Artoria's presence and influence had already got to her. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Those were the thoughts going through Artoria's mind as she pushed Dun Stallion to keep moving. She blazed a trail of dust and dirt as she moved. She traveled through various western states and other countries rapidly, looking like a white and silver blur. She didn't take a single stop. Originally, her trip from Tempest to Lubelius took almost a week, but her return trip back is taking 2 days. As she traveled, the town started to finally come into view. Maybe I made it in time. Yeah, I had to have made it in time. Dun Stallion was running like his tail was on fire. Artoria thought to herself as she finally arrived. She whizzed past the entrance before coming to a hard stop as Dun Stallion did a little slide that kicked up dust. Artoria got off Dun Stallion and was immediately greeted by an excited and relieved-looking Rigard. Ah, Lady Pendragon, what wonderful timing. As Artoria heard that, she got nervous. 2 things went across her mind. 1, she arrived just in time to be taken to the Walpurgis, or 2, she arrived after the Walpurgs had already started and arrived in time for the town to not be left without leadership. But the second option can't be true, right? She moved at absolute breakneck speed. So, it must be the first. Lord Remuru just left for Walpurgis with all the demon lords. He also took Lady Cheyen and Sir Benimaru with him. We were a little worried about what we were going to do without you or Lord Remuru here. Rigard's words hit Artoria like a kick from a horse. Rigard, when you mean they just left, how long ago are you talking about? About an hour ago. They were looking for you, and when Lord Remuru told them that you were in Lubelius, they sent some people there, and when you didn't answer, they assumed you were on your way back, so they sent even more people along various different spots for people to rest at, but he never found you, so they went without you. Oh, really? Well, I'm back now, so you don't need to worry. You're dismissed, Rigard. Understood, Lady Pendragon. I'll await any orders you have, and with that, Rigard left, leaving Artoria alone as she looked down at the ground. This is truly a sad day. This will be very hard to recover from. Artoria let out a sigh and went to her home, hoping to find Shuna. ////////////////////////////// As Artoria made her way home, a somber and downcast aura emanated from her. As she got closer, she started smelling something delicious. Something very delicious. She opened the door to her home and saw Shuna making food. A lot of it. Shuna. Artoria called out to Shuna. Shuna, who was cooking food, looked back and saw Artoria. She immediately put on the biggest smile she has had in the past few days. She quickly stopped what she was doing and went over to hug Artoria. You're back. Artoria hugged her back, feeling the relief and happiness radiating from Shuna. Yeah, I'm back. Arotria said with a soft and caring tone. Come on, I made some food for you. For some reason, I felt like I should make a lot of food, and now I see why. Come, you'll love what I've made for you. Shuna eagerly took Artoria's hand and led her to the table where Artoria proceeded to sit down. As soon as she sat down, Shuna put 2 plates in front of her. One had a loaded baked potato with steak cut up in cubes. The other had a very interesting-looking dessert that Artoria couldn't guess. Since you like steaks and baked potatoes, I thought about combining them. I made a normal baked potato, and then I cut up some steak in cubes and put them on there. The other dish is a type of cinnamon roll sandwich, as I call it. Artoria was intrigued and interested in this cinnamon roll sandwich. What do you mean by that, Shuna? So basically, I made 2 cinnamon rolls, and while they were still raw, I put pecan pie filling in between them. After that, I fried them to seal it. And then, I put some cinnamon sugar on top of it, followed by a scoop of vanilla ice cream, and then a drizzle of caramel. Artoria's eyes went wide hearing her description. She might as well have been drooling. She took a fork and tried it. As she did, her eyes were stunned at how good it was. She wanted to say something, but Shuna stopped her. I already know what you want to say, and don't worry. I've taken care of it. Shuna took a cloth and uncovered 2 more trays of the cinnamon roll sandwiches, and 2 more trays of steak-loaded baked potatoes. Artoria, seeing this, got up from her chair and gave Shuna a big hug, carrying her and twirling her in the air while giving her a passionate kiss. Shuna, have I told you how much I love you? You have. Many times. Can you please put me down? Oh, yeah, right. Artoria set Shuna down and got back to eating. Needless to say, Artoria got her feast. Who cares about Walpurgis? It's not like it's anything important. What was she going to do differently from what she was doing now? Chapter 78, Chapter. Artoria was walking around the town. She decided to start setting certain things in order. Remuru wouldn't be back for who knows how long, so she took advantage. The first stop was Kaijin's workshop. As she entered Kaijin's workshop, the sound of metal hammering away could be felt. The heat from the various furnaces running at once could be felt as soon as one entered. The smell of fire and metal was pronounced in the entire workshop. Artoria walked through, looking for Kaijin. She found Kaijin working away at a weapon. Goggles were on his face as he worked away, sweat covering his body. As he finished, he finally noticed Artoria. He quickly went up to her and greeted her. Ah, Lady Pendragon, what do you need today? Artoria looked around and made sure no one was around to hear them. Artoria got closer to Kaijin and said in a low voice to him. I need an update on the accessory I had you make. Kaijin immediately noticed how she was acting and acted accordingly. It's finished and it's actually better than what was planned. When you were gone, the Demon Lord Fry came over and brought along some rare and very high-quality gemstones with her. I managed to get some of them, so the quality came out even better. It's ready for pickup when you need it. Artoria was pleasantly surprised at this news. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. I'll take it now then. I'll be here waiting. Kaijin nodded and went to retrieve a very beautiful and small box. He carefully handed it to Artoria, who immediately noticed the velvet exterior and texture. It was red and pink, with some hints of white. It looked simple, but it felt like it was made from the finest and most expensive of materials. Something fit for royalty and much more. Artoria opened the box and what she saw left her stunned. It was perhaps the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in both of her lives. Well, second most beautiful thing. She quickly closed it, not wanting to get too lost in it. This is more than I ever expected. It's perfect. Artoria said in wonder and awe. Am I to assume it's going to happen soon? Kaijin asked. Yeah. Coming here was just my first stop. I'm going to go prepare some other things. Thank you again, Kaijin. I'll see you later. Artoria said her goodbyes to Kaijin as she left. Her next stop. Her cathedral. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// it, she couldn't help but look at it and admire it. The Gothic style, the large size that seemed to reach into the sky. It was the biggest and tallest building in town, and it made sure to let everyone know. It imposed its presence on everyone in town, forcing everyone to look at it when they passed by, a constant reminder to their goddess. It was the only building that was built in the Gothic style, so it stood out easily and effortlessly. Why was it the only building like that? Well, no other building was built in this style unless Artoria and only Artoria ordered it. Not even Remuru could change that. They saw it as a religious symbol, and for anything else to be built in that way, it would need direct express permission from Artoria. Artoria herself felt that it was a bit much, but she just went along with it. As Artoria entered the cathedral, she could immediately tell the difference from the last time she had been there. The cathedral had changed a lot. Not only had it gotten bigger, in terms of area not height, but it has also gotten a lot more artwork and displays. It became a combination of a cathedral and some sort of museum all about her. She looked around and saw various art of her. From her in various poses, to painting of times she led people in battle. There were even paintings that had taken some creative liberties in making her look grand and divine in made-up scenarios. The main attraction was the statues. They were painted marble statues that seemed almost lifelike. Looking at them gave an uncanny feeling to anyone who saw them. If someone didn't know better, they would have thought it was actually Artoria. As Artoria made her way through the cathedral looking for Adelman, she saw 3 Cheyennes working together on a very large statue. One was drawing what the final model would look like, one was sculpting trying to achieve the vision, and one was painting parts that were finished. They all stopped as they saw Artoria and quickly went up to her. They were starstruck and in awe before they started to talk over each other. Normally, Artoria would talk with them a little, but she needed to find Adelman for something. Okay, you 3, calm down a little. Just tell me your names and what you are working on. The 3 Cheyen calmed down and introduced themselves. My name is Gaka, I'm the one that mostly paints everything. I'm Chokakui, I sculpt all the statues. I'm called Gaijutsui, I do a bit of everything. I'm in charge of all the various artists working here. Artoria nodded her head at their names. She didn't know what they meant, but if Remuru's naming sense was anything to go by, he probably just named them after what they were good at or what they do. Nah, there's no way. Remuru's naming sense may be bad, but he wouldn't just name them something like painter, sculptor, and artist in Japanese, right? Well, you 3, what are you working on? It's simple. We're working on a massive statue. This one is going to be the centerpiece, or the masterpiece. Our magnum opus. It's going to be a big statue of you on your mighty war horse. It'll be a scene of you holding your sword forward as you charge and lead our army at an enemy. Your horse is going to be in the motion of running, and it's going to have his front legs upwards. We plan to include the horse armor and your armor as well. Gaijutsui explained as if it was the simplest thing in the world. Artoria simply nodded, not questioning the feasibility of such a statue, but considering the work that's on display right now, they might just pull it off. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to seeing the final product. Now, I'm in a sort of rush. I'll see you 3 some other time. Artoria said her goodbyes and left to go see Adelman. As Artoria kept walking through the cathedral, she looked at more art, but as she kept walking, she started to see more paintings incorporating Shuna. Normally, all the focus and spotlight would be on her in the paintings, but some of them had her and Shuna sharing the spotlight. Artoria slowed down a little to admire those paintings a little longer. She knew it would only be a matter of time before some statues and displays of Shuna were going to pop up in the cathedral. Eventually, she found Adelman who was near the end of a preaching session. He was preaching and talking normally, something akin to a conversation with a friend. He didn't put himself on a higher pedestal just because he was a preacher. This was refreshing for Artoria, considering what she'd seen of preachers in her old world. Although, the whole preaching basically amounted to Adelman hyping up Artoria and being the best hype man out there. But everyone seemed to eat it up. It might have been something that came with not really having some sort of doctrine or big idea to follow. It wasn't really necessary for Artoria since all that mattered was faith. And Adelman's job was to get that faith higher. Eventually, Adelman finished, and everyone parted ways and left. Artoria stayed hidden, waiting for everyone to leave. She didn't want to cause a commotion by showing up after the preaching ended. Imagine the god or goddess you worship appearing after you hold a gathering for them. An entire cascade of emotions would run through your mind and body. It was simply not worth the drama. As everyone finished leaving, Artoria finally showed herself. Hey, Adelman, that was a nice service you gave there. Anyway, I need you for something. Adelman was a little startled. Even if his face was that of a skeleton, you could feel the way his eyes would have popped out from seeing Artoria. Goddess Artoria. What may this humble servant do for you today? Artoria really wanted to say something about this, but she knew better than to try to change anyone's mind about it. Well, I need to know this. When you were still a priest for Lubelius, what kind of jobs or services did you do? Wait, let me rephrase that question. What kind of ceremonies would you do as a priest? Ah, well, there were quite a few things that could count as a ceremony. Sometimes it was rituals to let the people communicate with my former goddess, rituals to receive messages, marriages, ceremonies to advance ranks in the church, mass prayers on special days, and quite a few other things. Do you want me to do a ceremony? Artoria looked around and made sure there was no one near them. She used her senses to be absolutely sure. She got closer to Adelman and whispered to him. Upon hearing what Artoria told him, Adelman quickly got on all fours and prostrated himself to Artoria. My goddess. It would be my utmost pleasure and honor to do it. I'll make sure everything is perfect. I'll put my life on the line to make sure nothing goes wrong. If something does, I ask that you strike me down. Adelman said with sheer determination in his voice, completely intent on carrying through with what he said. Whoa, Adelman. Compose yourself. It's serious, but it's not that serious. You don't need to put your life on the line or anything like that. As long as you do your best, that's all I need from you. Adelman looked up at her, stars in his eye sockets. Such a merciful goddess. I am grateful for your compassion and mercy. Artoria was getting a bit uncomfortable at this point. Rise, Adelman. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but calm down a little. You'll have some time to prepare. Adelman rose up from the ground and nodded. You're right, Goddess Artoria. As a matter of fact, we'll need to update the holy book about you. Artoria looked at Adelman in surprise, caught off guard by his words. The what now? Adelman picked up a book that was on an altar and gave it to Artoria. This is the holy book. There's not an official title yet, so we just call it the holy book. Everyone agrees that you should be the one to name it. Artoria looked through the book and was amazed at its quality. It wasn't a book. It was more like a medieval manuscript or a codex. The pages were made of vellum and the cover was beautifully and intricately decorated with interlaced design, gold, miniatures, and more. Artoria thought she had gone back in time as she was looking at this thing. This is very beautiful, Adelman. As for the name, I'll come up with something later. I have something more important to focus on. I'll see you later. Artoria said her goodbyes and left the cathedral. Her next stop. Home. Where she would prepare to make a decision. Chapter 79, Chapter. Artoria was making her way home. She was a little out of it. She had set up the basic things needed for what was going to happen, but there would always be that bit of nervousness there to haunt her no matter how certain things were to happen. Many things were going through her head. Would she say yes? Is she even ready for the future and what this entails? Is she even ready for this? Is she rushing this? Should she do this later? Do all these questions even matter? They are supposed to be fated ones, right? It should already be written out or something. Whatever it was, Artoria couldn't control her emotions. She thought she was prepared and ready, but the closer she got to her house, the more she started questioning herself. On the outside, she looked fine, with each step she took seemingly exuding confidence. But on the inside it was different. As she got closer she started to get more nervous. Her heart beat faster, pounding like a drum. Her breathing started to get faster. In short, she was a nervous wreck on the inside. As Artoria arrived at her house, she took one big breath in and out. She opened the door and she saw Shuna doing some cleaning. Shuna saw her and smiled. She went up to her and hugged her. You're back. What did you do? Artoria hugged her back, perhaps for a little too long than what might have been normal. She cleared her throat as she spoke to Shuna. Well, I just went around town doing some stuff. I put a few things in order for some future things that might happen and stuff. You know, the usual, nothing too special. Shuna looked at her a little suspiciously. She could tell there was something a bit off about Artoria. She looked a little too nervous than she normally was, which was rare, except when it came to her. Shuna knew how she could get Artoria to feel, but this was something different. What exactly did you do, Artoria? Just normal stuff. Just checking around to see if everyone was going about their normal day. Remuru is at the Valpurgis, so I don't want everyone to panic or something like that. Just doing a regular wellness check of sorts. Anyway, want to go out and eat. Artoria needed something to distract Shuna since she felt she was getting a bit too close to finding something out. But you just ate. Like, a lot. Shuna still had a hard time getting used to Artoria's seemingly insatiable diet. But it was just a part of who she was and it's not like it was something she disliked. She'd heard that the easiest way to someone's heart was through food, and Artoria might as well have been the easiest person to do that with. Yeah, let's go out. Wonderful. Artoria grabbed Shuna's hand and quickly left to go to a restaurant. Specifically, the one she had ordered to be built. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// What's happening to me? I was so confident at first and now it all crumbled away. I thought to myself as I was in the restaurant and sat at a table. I looked at the menu in front of me, but I knew I was just stalling. And yet, I just couldn't gather up the courage. There's got to be some kind of irony there. Are you okay, Artoria? You seem a little out of it. I looked up and saw Shuna looking at me in concern. Did I really look that nervous or something? Or is it just our connection? It's probably our connection. I know I look normal on the outside to others. I'm fine, Shuna. Just trying to see what I want to order. Really? Come on, there's no way you don't know what you want to eat. You did build this place based on what you liked about your previous world. Okay, she might have gotten me there. Maybe. Hello, Lady Pendragon and Lady Shuna. I'll be your waitress for your service today. Are you two ready to order your food or do you two want some more time? A goblin waitress came up to us at our table and was visibly excited to be able to serve us. Her eyes were glowing. I'm not sure, but I'm almost positive all the staff here do some kind of raffle or lottery to be the one serving me whenever I show up here. Well, I'm ready. What about you, Shuna? Yeah, I'm also ready. I'll start first, then. I cleared my throat as I started listing off the menu items to the waitress. I want a tomahawk steak, a filet mignon, a ribeye, a sirloin steak, a New York strip, a caveman steak, and a bacon cheeseburger. Oh, and I want all the steaks medium rare. For my sides, I want fried rice, mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, baked sweet potato, sweet bread rolls, and breadsticks. For dessert, I want cornbread, pecan pie, peach cobbler, and an apple pie. Oh, and for my drink, I want a sweet iced tea. Thank you. After a small order, I saw the waitress writing things down very fast. All right, I got it, Lady Pendragon. What about you, Lady Shuna? I just want a hamburger with a side of fries and a sweet tea. I got it. I'll be back with your food soon. The waitress left out table with a comically long strip of paper. I relaxed back into my chair as I waited patiently for my food to arrive. There is definitely something wrong, Artoria. I'm not talking about the food, but you seemed a bit rushed, as if you were in a panic of sorts. I wouldn't worry about it, Shuna. I'm just excited for today, I guess. Nervous from excitement. Shuna looked at me for a little bit. Her gaze was examining my entire body. If you say so. Anyway, do you ever feel that what you order might overwhelm the kitchen staff? I'm sure they're fine. They might be giving it their best effort since I built this place. Or at least ordered it. How bad could it be? ////////////////////// Kitchen. The kitchen was in chaos. Or that's how it would look to an outsider, but it was being run efficiently, despite the loudness of the pots and the food being cooked. The head chef was a hobgoblin and the sous chef was a Kijin. The head chef was called Gobden and the sous chef was called Sushev. Once again, Remuru's naming sense may not have been the best. That, and there was a small coincidence in the name of the head chef, or was there? All the kitchen staff was working while giving it their all, but when the waitress came over with Artoria's order, things went a bit off the rails. The head chef saw the order and almost instantly saw the best course of action to take to make sure everything would come out in a timely manner with the other orders being made. Of course, he would make sure this would get just a bit of extra attention and care. To accommodate such a large order, he had different chefs make a different part of the order, and he did it in a way that would make the food come out at the same time. Everyone, listen up. If you mess this up, you can consider yourselves gone from this kitchen for the day, the head chef yelled out loud. Yes, chef. All the kitchen staff yelled in perfect unison. They all went to work instantly. The sous chef went around helping and offering guidance wherever he could and he spotted a hobgoblin seemingly having a bit of trouble. Hey, you, check that piece of meat. You'll overcook it at the rate you're going. You must be new here. What's your name? My name is Gobi, chef. He was clearly nervous working here. Relax, just calm down. Just follow what you've been taught and things will work out fine. But do keep track of things, you'll find that time seems to go by much faster here than what you're used to. The sous chef said while not so subtly glancing at the steak the hobgoblin was cooking. The hobgoblin looked at it and was freaking out at how black and charred it looked. You have the temperature too high. Just restart, don't bother trying to save it. It'll be dry among other things anyway. Yes, chef. I'll do it right away. The sous chef walked away to help supervise the other cooks. He would have liked to help out that hobgoblin cook some more, but there was little time to focus on just one person. Eventually, food started coming out fully cooked. The sous chef and head chef started plating all the dishes making sure the presentation was up to his standards. The head chef made sure to inspect every dish to make sure it was as close to perfection as it could be. All the dishes came out almost at once, but one dish seemed a bit off. Everything was fine except for the meat. One look was all it took for him to know something was wrong. He went over to the dish and touched it. It was undercooked. Oh, no. He picked up the dish and yelled loud enough for everyone in the kitchen to hear. Everybody, stop. The entire kitchen immediately went into silence. The sous chef and all the cooks immediately turned to the head chef. Who cooked this? He said as he presented the dish. The sous chef quickly glanced at the new hobgoblin cook and knew it was him. He wouldn't say anything. It was on the cook to speak out. But he did look away, knowing it wouldn't be a pretty sight. I said who cooked it. This didn't just appear from out of nowhere, so who cooked it? And you better answer now, because we have a lot of more things to cook. The new hobgoblin cook nervously lifted his hand, his body shaking. It was me, chef. Who said that? Speak louder. It was me, chef. The head chef instantly locked eyes with him and he went up to the cook. What's your name, young man? Gobi, chef. I'll keep this short, but you should Gobi useful and get out. You better come back with a different mindset tomorrow if you want to stick around this place. // // Yeah, the kitchen probably isn't that bad. I trust there are people in there who know what they are doing. Anyway, while I was thinking about what the kitchen environment was probably like, our food arrived. Multiple plates were served and it was an absolutely wonderful sight to behold. There was truly nothing more beautiful than what I was looking at, except for the person in front of me. Man, just looking at her and what I'm going to do later makes me feel a certain way. Anyway, I can focus on that later. I'll distract my nerves by eating this food. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flesh. This is the cathedral, Shuna. I know you've seen it many times, but it never gets old. Although, this place is turning into a mix of cathedral and museum at this point. There's a bunch of history and art in there. Specifically about me and some of you, it's actually quite recent, the part about you. Wanna check it out, or do you want to do something else? I'm trying to seem nonchalant about it, but I really want or more like need her to say yes. If she refuses, I'll need to come up with an entire routine on the spot that will take us back here. I'd like to see it. There always seems to be something new that appears whenever I visit this place. Yes. Thank the goddess, myself. I still haven't figured it out, but I will eventually. Probably. It might not even matter. Anyway, I took her hand and went into the cathedral. Whoa, calm down a little, Artoria. You seem a little too eager and with a quick step. There must be something you really want to show me. Shuna said as I led her around. Do I? Maybe this place has something special to it. Come on. Oh man, I am a mess of excitement, nerves, and a whole bunch of other stuff I don't know how to describe. As I led her around some of the new stuff she might not have seen before, I was just blabbering stuff. I think the only reason I seemed somewhat composed was that some of the statues and paintings I showed her were things I've literally done or things I was able to tell despite some of their exaggerated details. I really have to ask you, are you sure you're okay, Artoria? You've been going on some kind of rambling that seems barely coherent. I have. Shuna got closer to me and started rubbing my arm, which felt a lot better than it usually does. I could feel how soft her hand was even through my clothes. Focus, Artoria. I thought to myself. I took a deep breath as I tried to calm myself. I reached into my pocket, feeling the small, delicate case. You see, Shuna, let me take you somewhere. It shouldn't be too far from here. It should be in the main worship area. It'll just be us. I made sure there would be no one there. I took her hand and walked with a strange sense of calmness over. I still felt nervous, but I walked with a strange sense of purpose and confidence that betrayed what I really felt like on the inside. I stood together with her in front of the altar. This was it, this was the moment. The part where things would be made officially official, probably could have worded it better, but you get the idea. I grabbed her hands and held them gently as I looked into her eyes. Shuna, where should I start? This is a complete and utter disaster. I knew I shouldn't have trusted my feelings of confidence. You seem stuck, and I finally understand why you've been acting the way you have this entire day. Yeah, well, it's not that hard to figure it out anymore. Especially, when I can't even tell you what I want to say. It's okay. It's your emotions that matter to me. You may not be able to say the words you want, but your emotions and what you feel toward me tell me everything I need to know. Yeah, I guess it does. I let go of one of her hands as I reached into my pocket and took out the ring box. I guess the only thing left to do is ask you the question. I get down on one knee as I summon my cloak and crown. I hold the ring box as I look up at her. Some would say you're lucky for being able to have someone of royalty as your fated one, but they are wrong. It's me that's lucky to have you, Shuna. So, I ask you this, Shuna. Would you give me the honor and privilege of taking your hand in marriage? With those words, I opened the box and revealed to her a dazzling ring. It was adorned with a mix of pink and white diamonds, with the centerpiece being a pristine and masterfully cut ruby. As I presented it to her, it felt like a massive weight was taken off my shoulders. A surge of clarity seemed to overtake me as the only thing that I saw in this world was her. I saw Shuna hold her hands together in front of her. I could see her eyes tearing up from what was surely joy and happiness. Yes, Artoria. I'm more than happy to marry you. Then, please, give me your hand. I took the ring out and put the box back in my pocket as I held out my hand. She placed her hand on mine and I gently slid the ring on her finger. As I finished, I felt a different kind of weight on me. A realization of the commitment I just took on. I got up and took both of her hands again. We stayed silent, looking at each other, but no words were needed. We slowly got closer as we proceeded to kiss. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// it came out Remuru, Benimaru, and Cheyen. Finally, it's over. It was more boring than I thought it would be. I thought we would have to fight or something, but why not? Remuru complained and vented as the Walpurgis was finally over. It's good that we didn't fight, Lord Remuru. We got a lot out of it. We've been given the rest of the Jura Forest and the territories of the Kingdom of Falmouth and Clayman's domain. Our territorial claims are no longer in question or contest. Benimaru told Remuru. He's felt good that GE didn't have to fight, but it would have felt nice to use the skill gifted to him by his goddess. Yeah, I guess you're right, Benimaru. Are you two seeing this? Everyone in town seems to be moving all over the place. Cheyen alerted them. Benimaru and Remuru looked around and saw what Cheyen was talking about. It seemed as if everyone in town was going around preparing for something. You're right, Cheyen. What's happening? Did something go wrong while we were gone? At Remuru's words, Benimaru and Cheyen immediately went to grab their weapons, ready to attack if necessary. As they looked around, Rigard passed by and noticed them. Lord Remuru, Sir Benimaru, Lady Cheyen, you're back. Rigard, what going on? Why is everyone running around like crazy? Remuru asked Rigard as he noticed the excitement radiating from him. Maybe there is nothing wrong after all. Well you just got back so you don't yet. We're preparing a massive and grand festival. It might be the biggest we've had so far. Rigard shouted with excitement. His words visibly eased the tension in Remuru's, Benimaru's, and Cheyen's bodies. And what's the occasion? Oh, it's about Lady Shuna and Lady Pendragon. They're officially engaged. Remuru just nodded as he heard his words. Oh, okay, he froze as he processed the words. What? Remuru shouted in surprise. Benimaru's eyes widened in a comical manner as he heard what Rigard said. Instantly, and in a red blur, he left, leaving behind a massive gust of wind and a small crater in the ground. Needless to say, things were looking bright for the town and the empire. Chapter 80, Chapter. The next day. It had been an entire day since Artoria finally proposed to Shuna, and the entire town was just as lively as they were the minute they found out, which might as well have been instant. As soon as Artoria and Shuna left the cathedral, a Dragonute spotted them, and the sun shone in just the right spot for him to see a sparkle on Shuna's finger. From there, the news spread like wildfire. Fortunately for Arotria and Shuna, everyone was respectful enough to give them space and privacy. Especially during their engagement night. Right now it was the afternoon. Remuru was in an office looking over everything that he learned from the Walpurgis and how it would affect the entire empire now that news would spread across the world that he was officially a demon lord. That and also some things that might happen in the future. He was surprised when Diablo showed up a few days after Artoria left for the Lubelius kingdom. He appeared in front of him out of nowhere and dropped two dead bodies. An old guy and a girl. Diablo had said that the girl was no one interesting to fight, but that the old-looking guy was a bit better, whatever that meant. And he also learned some stuff about the Eastern Empire. He was waiting for Artoria to come, but she had been unusually absent today. He tried looking for her in many places. The shooting range, her restaurant, the cathedral, and some other government buildings, but he hadn't found her anywhere. The place he could think where she might was her house. But she didn't usually stay in her house for so long. She would normally be doing something, instead of being stuck in there. Where could she be? Remuru thought to himself as he went over some papers. She's in her house. Raphael was quick to answer in a tone that suggested that it should be obvious. I don't think so. She wouldn't stay there so long. Trust me. She's in her house. Well, why would she be in there for long? Remuru was genuinely curious. Because she got engaged. What? I know, but what does that have to do with her being in her house for so long? Once again, she's engaged. Raphael was really trying to get the message to Remuru's head, but he couldn't quite grasp the idea. Can you elaborate? What might people do when they are officially engaged? I don't know. Remuru shrugged his shoulders as he responded. That was on me. Of course, you won't know the answer. I should have known not to ask you a question like that. What? What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to say something to me? Remuru wasn't sure why, but he had a face of disbelief and shock. I'm not. It's just your imagination. There you go saying it again. I'm positive you seem more emotional or something. It's just your mind. Merely a misunderstanding in your thought process. If you say so. As Remuru finished speaking to Raphael, Artoria walked in. But she seemed a little off. Normally she would have her hair done in a braided ponytail or bun, but this time she had her hair down, and though it looked at least combed, it was clear it was done in a rush. Not only that, she had a slightly red blush on her face and she also seemed to be breathing a little heavily. Artoria, I've been waiting for you for what feels like forever. What were you doing? Remuru exclaimed, feeling relieved that he could finally tell Artoria the information she needed to know. Artoria cleared her throat as she went and sat down in a chair. But the way she walked seemed a bit off, and she was a bit quick to want to go sit down. I was busy doing some things. Anyway, I'm only here to hear what you need to tell me. After that, I need to go back to do some more important things. So hurry it up. Artoria was really in a rush. She sat down and appeared to be listening fully. Keyword, appeared. Alright, so the demon lords gave us the territory of the kingdom of Falmouth and claimed this domain. We also got the rest of the forest's territory. There are also going to be some messengers to let all the other nations know. That's basically what happened at the Walpurgis. Oh, and I also met the Leon Cromwell guy and there was this scary dude called Guy Crimson. As Remuru recalled the events of the Walpurgis, Artoria just sat there, distracted. But Remuru didn't realize it as he kept on telling his story. Her mind was on something, or someone else entirely. Oh, and I also need to tell you something Diablo did. He dropped off 2 bodies. Some old guy and a girl. And apparently dash. Hold on, Remuru. Where are the bodies now? Artoria interrupted him in the middle of his sentence. Well, I didn't know what to do with them, so I just buried them. Artoria just stayed silent in shock and disbelief. She facepalmed at what he said. You didn't absorb them. Don't tell me you didn't absorb them. Didn't Diablo tell you who they were? About that. He said they were those Rosso people you talked about. And he also gave a bunch of information about the Eastern Empire and how we're like in a big web of plans or something. And Yuki is apparently the bad guy or something. Arotira rubbed her head as she tried to control herself. Wait. Just wait. So you didn't absorb their bodies? Why would I? What did Diablo tell you when he showed you the bodies? He said it was an interesting fight. And Diablo saying that didn't raise any flags in your head? An interesting fight to Diablo might as well be a fight for your life. And you didn't absorb the bodies? I am astonished. I don't care about the Eastern Empire or that Yuki is the bad guy. You should have absorbed their bodies and now it's too late. This is possibly the greatest blunder you've made. This is worse than the refs giving a penalty kick to the Netherlands that gave them the win over Mexico in the 2014 World Cup. Remuru was a bit confused. Is it really that bad? Artoria moved her head as she thought about it. I guess it depends on who you ask, but I'll be honest and blunt, Remuru, you are very dumb at this moment. You wouldn't be able to pour water out of a boot even if the instructions were on the heel. Artoria groaned in frustration. She felt it might have been her fault for not telling him, but oh well, it doesn't matter. She got up from her chair and started to leave. Remuru was left a bit speechless as he heard Artoria and he tried to change the subject. Wait, what about the Eastern Empire or Yuki? They are of no concern. Especially Yuki. Whatever plans he has been ruined and whatever power he is supposed to have, he won't have it. Not like it would matter if he did. As for the Eastern Empire, if you read up on them for a few minutes, you'll know war with them is inevitable. You don't focus so much on your military just to use it for nothing. The warning signs are all there. Anyway, I'm leaving. I have some thing to do. Artoria started leaving, but Remuru noticed that she was limping, although it was a slight limp, like she was holding it back. Hey, are you okay? Don't you have like a healing skill or something? Artoria stood still as she heard Remuru's words. Well, my healing skill is acting funny and having a mind of its own, refusing to heal me. A mind of its own? How can a skill have a mind of its own or have some self-awareness or something? Artoria gave Remuru a side eye. She just kept moving, not answering his question. Just forget what I said, Remuru. I meant it metaphorically. It's just your imagination. I guess. Hey, wait. What did you say? Remuru got up from his desk and ran after Artoria only to see her gone. As if she vanished. How did she disappear like that? She moved through the wall after transforming into a spirit. She can do that. Remuru was surprised as he didn't know she could do that. It's how she snuck up on you many times before. So that's her spirit part. If I remember, she's a mix of divine spirit and dragon. Would that make her a dragon goddess or something? Or could that be an evolution? Most likely an evolution. How strong she would be is unknown, but her becoming a true dragon is not impossible or too unlikely. What? Veldora was already kind of insane, but potentially having another true dragon sounded super overkill. It's just a theory. Don't go too far into it. It might not be too possible or realistic. We'll just have to see. // // You know. I've heard people say to watch out for the quiet and shy ones, and while I've always just seen it as a joke and people trying to be funny, I now know that there is some truth to it. I think I could have told Remuru some more things, but I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. I can worry about other things later. Chapter 81, Chapter. A few days later. The entire town was still in a festive mood. The festival was just as lively as it was when it first started. But that didn't mean everyone could enjoy it. Remuru was still stuck doing a bunch of paperwork, and Artoria seemed to be nowhere in sight. It was like she had abandoned him to let him do all the work himself. He really wanted to participate in the festival, but he had a lot to manage after gaining so much territory. More specifically, the rest of the Jura forest and its inhabitants. He'd been getting bugged by everyone. Everyone wanted to come to him for protection and he accepted and took them in, but two species or tribes, so to speak, gave him a lot of trouble. The Gozu and Mezu, an ox-head Majin and a horse-headed Majin. When Remuru saw the Mezu, he thought of the horse Artoria had. He thought he might evolve into something like a Mezu, but then he remembered that her horse seemed much more content to be like a regular horse, except better in every conceivable way. He really didn't know what to do. He just wished he could put them somewhere, give them some tasks that seemed important, and then kind of forget about them. But alas, he didn't. At least not yet. Gazel is on his way. Along with many Pegasus Knights. Oh come on. Problems just seem to keep on coming. I wonder if Artoria is doing any better. You have no idea. Why did you say it like that? You make it sound so suspicious, like I'm clueless or that it should be obvious or something. You are so close to figuring it out yet so far. Whatever. I'll go meet Gazel. Artoria definitely needs to come to this one. She can't ignore this. After a short conversation with Raphael, Remuru went off to meet Gazel. // // What is with all the celebration, Remuru? Gazel asked as he got off a Pegasus and greeted Remuru. Ah, about that. Artoria and Shuna officially got engaged, so the entire town is going crazy and celebrating. But I still have a lot to do. It's safe to say the celebration is only in this town, and not throughout the entire empire, but that's only because we're in the process of consolidating all our new gains. Remuru sounded tired, not physically or mentally, but that's just how he felt. He really just wanted to do anything else. So I've heard. You're also a demon lord now too. I received a message from the messenger sent after a Valpurgis. Oh, that, you see, I was already a demon lord before. I'm just part of the group now. So I am an official demon lord now or something. Anyway, what brings you here? What you just mentioned. You see, some of my council have doubts about you ever since you joined the demon lords, but if you've already been a demon lord for so long, then it seems this will go very well. Gazel's mood improved drastically after hearing Remuru's words. He was already going with the mindset that Remuru didn't turn evil, and his words only confirmed that. But he needed to make sure, at least just so his council could get a peace of mind. Wait, so you're here to see if I'm evil or something? Well, I'm not evil, but you're welcome to stay and enjoy the festivities. It's not like it's going to die down anytime soon. It would be a better way to spend your time. Maybe, but I still want a sort of private conversation, even if it's just a formality. Okay, I'll get some people to set up a nice meeting place, but don't expect Artoria to show up. I've hardly seen her ever since she got engaged, and the times I do see her, it's for something essential. Gazel gave a little glance at Remuru and very quickly pieced together the whole situation. I see. Gazel had a little, knowing smirk on his face. Remuru looked at him confused. Am I the only that doesn't understand what is happening? He thought to himself. There is a very high possibility, almost 100%, that you are the only one in town who doesn't understand what is happening. Ah, whatever. I don't care anymore. I'll stop wasting time thinking about it. That's probably for the better. // // // Gazel and Remuru met up in a nice gazebo. It was about as private as it could be when the entire town was in the festivities and making a lot of noise from all the people celebrating and the music playing. They would just need to tune it out. Well, I don't need to ask you many questions, Remuru. I'm just going to ask you some basic things, so we can end this quick. This is a good excuse to have some fun. Gazel chuckled a little as he drank some brandy. Should you really be saying something like that? I don't think your council will dash. Someone is approaching your location with the intention of chagrin up a spell. Remuru instantly looked in the direction using Raphael's information. At first, he didn't see anything, but eventually, some people came out. They were a group of elves, and one of them had a less than friendly expression as they looked at Remuru. "There you are, you evil demon lord." The elf guy screamed as he seemed to be chanting a spell. Remuru was going to retaliate, but Raphael stopped him. "Don't be rash. This will get solved on its own." "What do you mean, Raphael?" "That elf guy looks intent on casting some kind of big fire spell on me. Look at Gazel." Remuru glanced at Gazel and noticed his look of slight annoyance and an uncaring expression. He wasn't defensive or even showing any signs of taking it seriously. "Dad, stop." Erin swooped in, swung her staff, and hit her dad in his stomach, causing him to lean over. Erin put her dad in a facelock and jumped slightly as she hit the ground in a seated position, causing her dad's jaw to drop on her shoulder as he was launched in the air in a comical fashion before hitting the ground. Erin got up and talked to her dad. "I already told you, Dad, I'm not bewitched by him or anything. Just 'cause I talk about him doesn't mean I like him." As Remuru watched everything unfold in front of him, he rapidly blinked his eyes and rubbed them with his hands. "Am I hallucinating? I swear I just saw her do a pro wrestling move." "And why did he say Erin? Isn't her name Ellen?" "You should have said so, Erin." He got back up and cleared his throat. "Greetings, Demon Lord Remuru. I am Erald Grimwald, Archduke of the Sorceress Dynasty of Cerion. I come representing the Emperor." Remuru was taken aback at his sudden change. From looking like an overprotective father to being all serious in an instant. "Well, this is certainly a surprise. And here I was looking forward to going out and enjoying the festivities. Well, if it isn't Gazel. This celebration going on in this town is probably the only festival you can attend. I doubt you can do anything in that mountain you stay in. A mountain will last much longer than a flimsy tree. All I need is a match and you can say goodbye. I'd like to see you try." Remuru saw Gazel and Erald bickering and tried to step in since he didn't know what this was. Okay. I think it's safe to assume you two know each other, but is this something serious or are y'all playing around like friends? It seems that Artoria is rubbing off on you a little." "Huh, what do you mean?" "It's nothing. It's just friendly banter. We have some history. Anyway, it seems like I came at the right moment. I also want to talk," Erald said as he sat down at an empty chair in the gazebo. "Is this also about the Valpurgis and me joining the Demon Lord Council?" "Precisely. We're not the only ones talking about this. All the other nations are also hearing the news. Some nations won't care, but others do." Erald spoke in a serious voice. "And I'm here personally to judge your character. Except you're not." A seemingly chilling and haunting voice came out of nowhere from behind Erald. Everyone's eyes immediately opened in shock at the person who came out of nowhere and seemingly from thin air. Erald was the most affected. He was stunned by the surprise, not moving a single muscle as he tried to process how someone could sneak up on him without him noticing. "Am I right, Erald Grimwald? Archduke of Cerion, uncle of Emperor, or Empress I should say, Elmesia El Ru Cerion. Born into the 13 royal families of Cerion who Ellis Grimwald, your mother, is the leader of." He felt a hand on his shoulder and his eyes widened. Did I miss anything? He heard a whisper close to his ear. He glanced over and immediately came into eye contact with piercing green eyes that seemed to stare into his very soul. Eyes that seemed to see through everything, leaving all secrets revealed. Artoria backed off and stood looking down at him. "My name is Artoria Pendragon. And you, Erald, have some knowledge and information that I need. You see, that's a nice homunculus body you have. And due to recent events, I've taken an interest in researching homunculus and alchemy. So you'll be cooperative and tell me what you know, right?" Artoria gave a sweet and kind smile to Erald that left him shaken. Perhaps it wasn't Remuru he should be worried about. This Artoria seemed to be the dangerous one and the one that might be calling the shots in this empire. Chapter 82, Chapter. Gazel, Remuru, Elwold, and Artoria were there sitting around discussing Remuru's placement into the Demon Lord Council. It was strangely scarce for such an important meeting. The only other people there were Ellen and her adventure group. Most of the questions and discussion came from Elwold's side. Gazel had already long known that Remuru wasn't evil. In fact, he was already in a sort of festive mood. He spent most of his time drinking various types of liquors and alcohol. Artoria just sat there with her eyes closed waiting for Erald to finish his talking. This entire thing was just Erald asking a bunch of questions to Remuru. At least it was better to get this out of the way instead of dealing with this later. And she considers it lucky that there are so few people here. The last thing she needed was for Veldora to be here. However, she didn't need to worry about that since he was probably off enjoying the festivities just like everyone else was. As for Diablo, who knew? Probably only Remuru. Just as Artoria felt like she was about to die of boredom and words, Shuna came by with a cart full of cakes, bread, pastries, and milkshakes. Artoria's eyes lit up. Finally. I was thinking of leaving, but it seems I have something to distract myself with. Shuna stopped by Artoria's side and started serving her. Whether it was some slices of cake, pie, or other treats, Artoria ate it all. Did you make this just now, Shuna? Yeah, I did. I figured you'd be bored, so I made all this. Something to help you pass the time until you could talk to that elf person you were talking about. I appreciate it, Shuna. Artoria said as she started eating her second cake and drinking a milkshake. Remuru looked over and was already sort of used to Artoria's appetite. As for Gazel, well, he just needed to see it for himself. The last time Artoria came over, he allowed her to eat somewhere for free as a show of hospitality for an important guest. Which he later realized was a mistake, considering some complaints he got and just how much it cost. Irald also saw this and was slightly stunned for a short time. What are you looking at, Irald? You should take a picture if you want it to last longer. And no, I'm not giving you a piece, and don't you dare tell Shuna to bring you something. Artoria spoke in a firm voice, letting Irald know that Shuna wasn't a servant. Irald got the message from her words as he looked at her wearily and with slight caution. Why do you seem hostile towards me? I'm not hostile, I'm just speaking firmly. Anyway, are you done speaking to Remuru? Can we finally move on to negotiations, cooperation, and possibly an alliance and whatnot? Irald thought about it and decided that he had seen enough from Remuru. He thought he might as well get to know Artoria better and try to understand her. It was obvious from his observations that having some kind of friendship or cooperation with this empire was one of the best options he could take. Yes, I feel confident that Remuru here is not evil. But why do you seem so fixated on homunculus bodies and the knowledge about homunculi? Do you plan on going around in a homunculus body? Like what you do? With all due respect, Irald, I don't plan to walk around in a homunculus body for safety. If people want trouble with me, then by all means, I invite them to find out what will happen, but I'm not looking for trouble, I'm just looking out for me, Shuna, and my nation. Artoria said as she kept eating. It was sort of clear that she didn't care if she got the knowledge or not. Besides, if she really wanted, she had other ways to get what she needed. Whether it was sending someone to covertly get it or through negotiation, which is what is happening right now. Then why do you want this knowledge? That's personal, and before you say anything, I'm not going to tell you. All you need to know is that I'm learning alchemy in tandem with homunculus bodies. If you don't give me the knowledge, that's fine, I'll just learn it myself. The knowledge you have will only serve as a platform for me to get a boost. You probably know that the knowledge I have of homunculus bodies is vast. You truly want to know everything. No, not everything, just certain things. Can you tell me? I need knowledge of more than just making a body. Do you have anything related to creating life from homunculus bodies? Artoria said this nonchalantly as she kept eating her cakes and pastries, not noticing or caring to notice Gazel's and Remuru's faces of interest. Eil's eyes widened slightly in surprise at her request. What? Creating life? You mean creating a fully independent being capable dash? A person, yes. No need to go so deep into it, Irald. It's not that serious. All of us here know what I mean. So, do you have the knowledge I need? It's not that I don't have it, but that is something complex. Not a lot of people tend to delve into that, and the people who do, give up on that idea. I don't really know much myself. It's all just theoretical. Only theoretical. Not much to work with. Wait a moment, huh? I've been thinking about this all wrong. Artoria had reached a sort of epiphany. What? Nothing. Can you explain? No. Anyway, if you want cooperation with my nation, you can talk to my buddy Remuru here. I recommend just a basic pact or whatever. At least until all the festivities here are done. Which will probably last, about a month at most. Artoria got up, ready to leave. A month. Irald was a bit surprised. What kind of festival lasts a month? Yeah. Well, there will be a small break in between, but things will pick up again. Our citizens can get sort of crazy. But hey, there's no festival like a Tempest Festi dash, forget what I said. Just finish up so y'all can enjoy the festivities. With those words, Artoria left, leaving Remuru on his own. She decided to leave it like that. She knew that Remuru had unknowingly got a very good deal with no time limit. So, he can do it again. ///// // I've figured it out. I forgot that this world's homunculus is different from the homunculus I'm thinking about. Homunculus in this world is made to be a vessel for a person's soul body. The homunculus I'm thinking about requires a more magical and alchemical process. I knew about the alchemy part, but I forgot about the magic or magecraft part. So, this needs to be a combination of magic, alchemy, and some biology. It sounds complex, but magic has me covered. I'll also need to try to fix some problems that come with the homunculus I'm thinking about. Specifically, the short lifespan and the accelerated growth. I just need to do better than Morgan. Alright, that may be a bit difficult, but not impossible. Wait, but that would mean having to do the Merlin method, because Morgan was able to do it because she cast a spell on Artoria when she consummated her marriage with Guinevere and extracted. Yikes, that was all I could think when I remembered just what it might entail. I have some learning to do, but one step at a time. No need to bite off more than I can chew. I still need to get married first. I wonder what will happen because I think marriage does something special. Chapter 83, Chapter. A few days later. So, the engagement festival is over, but it's like everyone knows that this is only a small break for the big one to come. This engagement festival was mostly just celebrated in the Empire. If anyone came by during that time, then they could enjoy it too, but it wasn't like it was something a lot of people were invited to. But the next one after this one. It seemed that would be the one where we would send invitations out to anyone important and try to show the world we were peaceful and whatnot. That was all mostly Remuru's idea, but it's whatever, that was for the festival and celebration, not the wedding ceremony. That would only be attended by a few people. And by a few people, I mean Shuna's family. Her mom, dad, and Benimaru. No one else. Oh, and Adelman, the officiator, of course. Not the most traditional, but it doesn't matter to me or her. The only thing that truly matters is that we get married, not how many people attend or if we have to follow traditions. But that was all being planned. There was a whole bunch of construction being done in preparation for the festival, and I may have said it before, but those orcs really get stuff done fast. In fact, I'm also having the orcs renovate or more like repurpose my restaurant. It's still going to have a bar, no giving that up, but it's being changed to a casino. This is literally an infinite money glitch. There's going to be a bunch of nobles and rich people who have more money than they know what to do with and need to find ways to spend it. And what better way than a casino? And of course, the name will be Casino Camelot, just no bunny costume. Well, maybe for Shuna if she wants, but only her. Kaijin and his brothers are helping out with coordinating everything and planning things. As for what games and gambling there will be, I'm mostly going to introduce some physical things. The things people think they can control. Things like Texas Hold, M/poker, Blackjack/21, roulette, craps, and some other card games. There are also going to be some slot machines, courtesy of Kaijin, but not too many. It doesn't fit too much with what I want. As for security, there's going to be an anti-magic barrier in the casino. Nothing too strong for our monster residents, but enough to stop any average person from using magic and skills to try to cheat. And if that isn't enough, Sauka is also going to be in charge of security there. I would have liked to have Sui, but he is much more suited for security across the entire town instead of one specific location. I don't have to worry though, Sui trained Sauka, so it'll all be well. But that's basically what's been happening. As for me, I've been reading and studying. This alchemy and magic stuff isn't too hard, but I'm sure that's mostly because of my element of the red dragon skill. That's my most magical ability. Well, as much as I can study and read. I've been distracted a lot. You see, ever since my engagement night with Shuna, something has awoken inside me. Certain feelings I didn't know I had. Who am I kidding? I knew I had those feelings, but they've gotten a lot stronger and happen more often. Some aspects of my dragon side to put it. I've had such protective and possessive feelings over Shuna and more unholy thoughts and feelings. I think the only thing that makes it fine is my spirit side. I can feel that it sort of counteracts the feelings brought on by my dragon side. That is not to say that we don't get active for what feels like every night, though. Anyway, enough about that. That isn't important. Right now, I am walking around and just observing the town and a bunch of the construction going on. But there was one thing that stood out, and it's not the cathedral, but it might come close to a building that also sticks out. Artoria, over here. Look. Remuru shouted to me as he pointed to a coliseum in construction. I see it, Remuru. And I know what it is. Who doesn't? Well, the ones from Earth, not this world. As I said that to Remuru, it kind of makes me wonder what might be happening back on Earth. I wonder how things are going back home or how things in the good old US of A are going. Probably not too bad, but it's not like I'm going to miss it. I only miss home, I don't miss the government. The only things they get right are the National Park Service and the mail. That's it. Everything else, they have screwed up. Speaking of national parks, maybe I should do something like that. I remember visiting Big Bend in the Guadalupe Mountains, and those were beautiful. Something to think about. That's true, but I still want to say it. We're building the Roman Colosseum. The Flavian Amphitheater. We both said that at the same time. He looked a bit confused, which kind of made me confused. Did he not know that the Roman Colosseum is also called the Flavian Amphitheater? What did you say? I said the Flavian Amphitheater, Remuru. What is that? He said in a confused tone. I pointed to the Colosseum that the orcs were building. The Roman Colosseum. Remuru looked back at the Colosseum that was being built before looking back at me. It's called that. Did you not know? This is something that everybody knows, Remuru. Everyone knows that the Roman Colosseum is also called the Flavian Amphitheater. Started being built by Emperor Vespasian, finished by Emperor Titus, and then worked on more by Emperor Domitian. I remember learning this in school, Remuru. Oh. I might not have known. It's okay. So I assume you'll have people fight there. Are you also going to do mock naval battles? Naval battles? Like fill the place up with water and have boats fight each other? Yeah. You do know what the Romans used the Colosseum for, right? Gladiator fighting, feeding people to lions, and stuff. I was going to say some more stuff, but he was basically right. Yeah, pretty much. Among other things as well. So, yeah, I plan to have people fight there. Like a tournament and stuff. Are you going to do anything special? Yeah, I'm repurposing the restaurant into a casino. I'm going to name it Casino Camelot. What? A casino? And you're going to name it after King Arthur's country. First of all, Camelot is the castle of King Arthur, where he held court, and where the Round Table was. Second of all, I think you forgot who you're talking to, but yeah, a casino. Anyway, I'll catch you later. See ya. Okay, see you later. As I walked away, certain thoughts came to my mind. The Roman Colosseum and fights in the Colosseum. A very Roman thing to do. And when I think about Rome, the Roman Colosseum, and how I look, which is blonde hair, green eyes, and in a hogue, oh yeah, it's all coming together. If Cheyen could fight with a flimsy lion mask and have no one notice, then I can do the same. Since Kaijin is busy, I'll have Kurobe make me a red sword and knee-high armored boots, and I'll ask Shuna if she can make me a red dress in an imperial fashion. Poofy sleeves, and a white front, not transparent. Not like matters though, it hardly makes a difference. Oh, it's going to be fun to see the confusion on people's faces. Chapter 84, Chapter. The day of the wedding. The entire town was quiet. It was the day of the wedding and everyone made sure to keep quiet to not disturb the wedding ceremony that was happening. It wasn't going to be a long ceremony, but there was an unspoken agreement that as soon as Artoria and Shuna left the cathedral, festivities would start almost immediately. Everything was already planned, and visitors would only start arriving around 2 days later, except for some more special or VIP visitors. /////////////////////// Lady Luminous, please read it properly. Hinata was speaking in a semi-pleading tone. It had been some time since Artoria left the Lubelius kingdom, and since then, Luminous had seemingly gone more and more off the deep end. Right now, Luminous, Hinata, and others were on their way to Tempest for a festival in a more traditional form of travel, a carriage. When Hinata showed the invitation she got from Artoria to Luminous, the only words she read were invitation and festival. She refused to read the rest. She was intent on using this moment to try to get closer to Artoria. I don't need to read it, Hinata, I already know what it says, Luminous said while moving her head to look away. Hinata didn't want to say it, but she was acting like a child throwing a tantrum. Besides, why else would she invite me if not to get closer to each other? In a way, we will get closer, but in a more diplomatic dash. Enough said, Hinata, you said it yourself. We'll get closer. No, that's not what I meant that between our nations, not personally. Just look at the invitation, it clearly says it's a wedding seal dash. Hinata tried to force Luminous to read it by shoving it in her face, but Luminous kept looking away at every moment before she was interrupted. I don't want to hear it. Luminous shouted. It was quiet for a moment, but Hinata finally understood something. Luminous was denying reality. She realized that Luminous had long known, but she was holding out hope that it wasn't real. You already know what it's actually about, don't you, Lady Luminous? Luminous stayed silent, not answering the question, but her silence spoke volumes. We should check their marriage laws, so see if we can't do something. Luminous said in a nonchalant manner, but also with a hint of seriousness that showed that she still wasn't giving up. Huh. Hinata was taken aback by Luminous' sudden statement. Though what Luminous said basically confirmed what she was already thinking, it also implied that she wanted to marry Artoria as well. Lady Luminous, I don't think that is a good idea. You can't just do what you're thinking of at the moment. It's not just about what the law says or whatever is written on a document, it's about emotions. If anyone had heard what they were talking about, it would send shockwaves of rumors not only in their kingdom but across most of the world. It doesn't matter, I'll find a way. Lady Luminous, please don't do that. Artoria won't care, she's already married. She won't even look at you in that way, she'll only talk to you most likely because you're a demon lord and she'll try to talk in a more diplomatic tone. Stop being so negative, Hinata. Like I said, I'll find a way. Hinata sighed, just letting the issue go. Luminous will need to find out the hard way that the war for the love of her life is already over. If you say so, Lady Luminous. The rest of their travel continued with Luminous seemingly lost in her daydreaming. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Back in town. Some time had gone by since the wedding ceremony had started and the whole town was still quiet. A large crowd had gathered in front of the cathedral just waiting for the doors to open. They didn't need to wait as in the next few seconds, the door was pushed open to reveal Artoria and Shuna. Artoria, who was carrying Shuna with both arms, looked around. She knew something like this would happen, but seeing it with her eyes was a different experience. Instantly, the entire crowd cheered so loud that it could be heard across the entire town. Confetti seemed to come out of nowhere, music started playing, and even fireworks were going off. Fireworks. At this time. I don't think I planned that, and why are they detonating fireworks in the daytime? Where did all this confetti come from? I know it's supposed to be a celebration, but they're wasting no time in getting it started. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a gun salute or something. Artoria thought to herself as she looked at the massive, cheering crowd. They were so focused that they didn't notice something was a bit off about Shuna and Artoria. Not that it was a bad change. Artoria carried Shuna through the crowd and simply smiled while Shuna waved as she hung onto Artoria. The crowd naturally parted as they walked. Their destination. Their house. There was a celebration, and it would be better attended if they were in more comfortable clothes and not in a wedding dress or a formal, decorative suit. Along the way, they met Remuru. Congratulations, Artoria and Shuna. This day was kind of expected to arrive, but nonetheless, congrats. Thanks, Remuru. So what did you two say to each other? Artoria and Shuna looked at each other with a look in their eyes that communicated everything they needed to know. We're going to keep that to ourselves, Remuru, but it wasn't anything you would consider cheesy. I didn't say anything like, I'm head over boots for you, or, you're the rock in my role, ... Artoria was walking away, but she needed to say something to Remuru first. By the way, when is Ramiris coming over? Remuru looked a bit confused. Ramiris? You mean the Demon Lord and Spirit Queen? Why would she come here? Well, she told me she wants to come here, but I refused. You're going to let her come here and stay here, Remuru. She'll show up on her own soon with Trainee, and you're going to let her in. If she wants to build another labyrinth, you're going to let her. Huh? What? Why? Simple. First, there's a lot of money to be made. Second, geopolitics and whatnot. If she builds a new labyrinth here, it'll add another layer of protection from other countries. They'll be much more careful knowing there are two demon lords residing in the same empire and working together. Plus, we get more power in negotiations and diplomacy. We can be peaceful, and while some may say that it's a sign of weakness or whatever, when they remember what kind of power we can unleash, they'll shut their mouths and play on our terms. Anyway, see you. Artoria quickly left for her house while carrying Shuna. She had some things to think about. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// So, things during the wedding ceremony took a sudden turn between me and Shuna. To get to the point, we have a soul corridor now and Shuna evolved. I don't really know what a soul corridor does, but I'm sure it allows us to share not only skills we have but also certain aspects of ourselves. In our case, my divinity. Yeah, Shuna was the one who benefited the most from this considering she skipped some evolutions and directly evolved into a divine Oni. Not sure if works like that, but a win is a win. If she was already a counter to any magic-based abilities, wizards, witches, sorcerers, etc. with that noble phantasm from Medea, then she's a complete nightmare now. Good luck using magic against her, assuming you can even fire off some kind of spell. Looks like I was right about marriage. And while I'm happy about all this, it makes a certain plan of mine more complicated. Since Shuna evolved, she's now more of a spiritual-based life form. This means I need to dive back into books about alchemy and magic a lot more, and also practice a lot more. Because at that stage, it is very difficult, nearly impossible, or literally just impossible to have offspring. But like they say, life finds a way. Even if what I'm trying to do is what many would consider being unnatural, it was always going to be unnatural, I'm simply going to use magic to try and replicate the natural process. Enough about that, there's a massive festival to celebrate, and there are only 2 days left before people from all over the place start arriving. And since it's a celebration, I'm going to introduce some competitions. My first stop will be the shooting range where I'll organize a shooting competition, and then in the Coliseum, either before or after all the fighting stuff or maybe as entertainment during an intermission, I'll try to organize some smaller events like barrel racing and mounted shooting. Oh, I forgot we have bulls as well. I might as well have some bull riding. Why? Well, why not? It's the most exciting, scary, dangerous, and adrenaline-fueled 8 seconds of your life. And the bulls in this world are a bit more rowdy and stronger. This is going to be so much fun. Chapter 85, Chapter. Me and Shuna were at the shooting range. Normally, the shooting range was around 100 yards, but it was being changed to a maximum of 1,000 yards. It would be good for the shooting competition I wanted to hold. It won't take long to set up. We just need to make it longer and add some target, and that is about it. As for the guns, it would be normal stuff, like handguns, rifles, and snipers. I've already had Kaijin and Kurobe make a lot of guns for the competition. Some are more old-fashioned and some are more modern. I was carrying one very big gun case on my back and was carrying a moderately sized one in my hand. What were they? Snipers, of course. What else would it be? And these are my 2 favorite snipers. That doesn't mean these are the best, it just means they are my favorite. Hint, one of them is American and the other is British. I set both of them down and opened them. Wow, that gray one is so big. It's almost as big as me. You're right about that, Shuna. It weighs about 30 pounds. Normally, it would be taken apart in 2 pieces and then assembled, but it's fine this way, I can carry it as is. What about that dark green one? That one is more standard or normal, but not really. It's a very good sniper rifle. You'll see what I mean. I picked up the 57-inch long gray sniper rifle. No way was I shooting this while holding it like a normal gun. This would need to be mounted or I would need to be in a proper sniping position. I placed the sniper on a table with the bipod and did the same with the dark green one. Glad you asked, Shuna. This big one is a Barrett .50 cal and the other one is an Accuracy International Arctic Warfare, or just AWP for short. Anyway, you see that target over there? Wow, that is far. Yup, it's 1,000 yards away. I'm going to try to see if I can at least hit it, and then see if I can hit it dead center. Is this something from your world? It sure is, Shuna. It's a competition called the Wimbledon Cup. There's a variety of different competitions, but the 1,000-yard competition is the most well-known. And normally you would need to use a different rifle and ammunition, but those are boring, these 2 are much more fun. So, I'm going to throw the rules out the window, for now, because these 2 snipers will make things more easier. After saying that, I reached into another case that had the ammo. Yup, it was .50 BMG. This thing was about 5.5 inches long. That should say enough without having to go into a bunch of details. I'm only going to shoot 1 bullet just to get rid of the urge to shoot this thing. I took the bullet, put it in the magazine, and loaded it up. You best cover your ears, Shuna, this is going to be loud. Very loud. I looked over and Shuna covered her ears. Let's do this. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// People would start arriving tomorrow and then everyone else would start pouring in after. Right now was a sort of pre-party of sorts. Okay, the Colosseum is done, a bunch of stalls and games are set up, a bunch of tourist locations and attractions are set up, a lot of events and shows. What am I missing? You're most likely missing some input from Artoria on things she wants to do. But she made the casino and bar. And not to mention her cathedral/museum, people are going to go crazy over that. No, there's more, I would recommend talking to her. The things she wants to implement are not going to take too long. It can be done even with the time you have. Like Remuru was interrupted when he heard a sharp, distinct snapping or cracking-like sound. It wasn't overly loud, but it was very noticeable. What was that? He looked around trying to find where the noise came from, but he couldn't place a location for the sound. That is what I was getting to. It came from the shooting range. It came from a sniper rifle. From analyzing it, there's an almost 100% chance that it came from a .50 caliber round. Ah, is that, like, a lot? Remuru asked Raphael since he hardly knew anything about guns, let alone specific information such as what kind of bullet is what. A lot is a bad way to explain it. Just imagine a watermelon blowing up, that is a common example that is easy to comprehend. Once again, another sharp, distinct cracking-like noise was heard. What is that one? That is most likely a 7.62 NATO. So what do you mean when you said you were talking about this? There's a very high chance that Artoria wants to hold a shooting competition of sorts. Really? What makes you say that? Ignoring the 2 sniper shots that occurred just now at the shooting range, it's kind of obvious. I'll just go talk to her. Remuru decided to just talk to Artoria. What better way than to talk to the source? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// say, but that felt awesome. What do you think, Shuna? Well, I don't think something that big is suited for me. Get your mind out of the trash. Shuna was a bit unsure of what to think after seeing Artoria shoot the sniper rifles. She was right. The Barrett .50 cal was almost as tall as her if you put it upright, even after a slight increase in height after her evolution. Which is a measurement only Artoria would use. Anything except for the metric system. Artoria raised an eyebrow and looked at Shuna with a certain look in her eyes after hearing what she said. Funny you say that, Shuna. You know how I've been working on my magic. Well, there might be something else you might not be able to dash. Hey, Artoria. Unfortunately, she was interrupted as Remuru shouted. Artoria sighed and got up from her shooting position. Damn you, Remuru. She muttered quietly to herself in a voice only she and Shuna could hear before greeting Remuru. Remuru, what brings you here? Are you preparing a shooting competition? Remuru got straight to the point. Yeah. Why do you think I had the shooting range extended to 1,000 yards? 1,000 yards? Remuru was a little confused, but Raphael came in. About 0.9 kilometers. Remuru quickly thanked Raphael before answering Artoria. I thought you did it so you could use more guns. Well, that's not completely wrong, but it was mainly for a competition. I want to recreate the Wimbledon Cup. Wimbledon Cup? Isn't that a tennis thing? Remuru was confused. As far as he knew, Wimbledon was just a tennis competition in Europe. Tennis? What do you mean, Remuru? The Wimbledon Cup is a shooting competition, not a tennis thing. I don't think anybody thinks of tennis when they hear Wimbledon Cup, Remuru. No, I think people do. Remuru stayed focused on his thoughts, but before it could turn into an argument, Artoria changed the subject. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So, did you come all this way to see if I really was holding a shooting competition? Yeah, pretty much, but it is a bit weird, don't you think? I mean, a knight or knights using guns. I don't think that is historically accurate. Remuru was skeptical about it. It's not something you see people talk about. It seemed like something that would be in some kind of forced fusion of genres. I don't mean to sound like that kind of person, Remuru, but actually, knights using guns is historically accurate. It's just that guns they used were not that good, and guns were also one of the reasons knights kind of died out, so a lot of the association between knights and guns is that it was one of the reasons the time of knights ended. Really? It is? I didn't know. Remuru had learned something new today. It also made him feel weirded out about the timeline of historical events and what kind of coincidences or weird connections there were. Yeah, makes sense, not a lot of people know about that part of history. So you're telling me there would be knights on horseback shooting guns or pistols? Yeah, exactly, that's literally what happened. I don't know all the exact or specific details, but one example off the top of my head are the Polish hussars. Anyway, we're getting really off topic, but yes, I'm holding a shooting competition and a few more things. Now that Remuru has gotten his answer, another concern came up. Is that really a good idea? A lot of people are going to see the guns. And what if they try to steal them or try to steal their designs and stuff? We don't have to worry about that. Sui is literally right there to stop all that stuff. And I've already said it, Remuru, why would people use guns in an army with all the magic around? If, and I mean if, we had to use some kind of modern weaponry, it would be explosives. Stuff like artillery, missiles, and things like that. I guess, but maybe we should make some laws or rules for guns. What do you think? Do you have any thoughts or opinions on that? Artoria just stared at Remuru upon hearing his question. She just stared at him with a probing expression. Let me get this straight, Remuru, you're asking me my thoughts and opinions about gun laws. Yeah, you seem to know the most about all this stuff. For Remuru, it made sense. Go to the person who not only knows about guns but also lives in a state known for guns, at least from his point of view. If she said something on the topic, then it should be right. She is the closest person they have to an expert or some kind of authority on this subject, after all. I see. Artoria nodded as she was reminded that Remuru was from Japan. And though she didn't know a lot about Japan's laws, she knew that gun laws there were very strict. Alright, look. We can have this conversation later, but just to give you an idea of what kind of things you'll hear from me, in the United States, you can own a machine gun. What? How is that legal? Remuru shouted in surprise and shock. He knew people could own handguns, but machine guns. That is news to him. Surely the laws there aren't that loose. The Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution says so, Remuru. It's as simple as that. Aratoria shrugged her shoulders, speaking like it was the most natural thing to know. Look, I don't know about all that, but that seems like a bit of a stretch or some kind of loophole. It not some kind of loophole or anything. It's pretty clear what it says. Remuru wanted to say something, but he noticed Artoria suddenly look in a direction as if sensing something. He looked in the direction, but he noticed nothing. What are you looking at? Nothing. It's just that your little spirit queen friend is here. It seems a bit late for that, or maybe it's just early because of all the stuff that has happened. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Anyway, let's go meet her. I want to see her reaction. Reaction to what? You'll see. Chapter 86, Chapter. Happy Valentine's Day, readers. If you're in a relationship, I wish you happiness. As for those who are single, don't worry, this isn't the only day where you are alone, so don't worry about it. Trainee, Beretta, come on. We're basically already there. Ramirez, Demon Lord, and the Queen of Spirits. She was very enthusiastically making her way to Tempest while being followed by Trainee, who went from a calm and collected watcher of the forest, to someone who was now completely devout to Ramirez, to a fault. The only voice of reason was Beretta. Poor Beretta was juggling multiple responsibilities and making sure to keep Ramirez and Trainee in check. Right now, they were on their way to Tempest. Ramirez flew ahead of them, forcing Beretta and Trainee to keep up, not that Trainee would mind. Trainee was on the verge of being too far gone in serving Ramirez, though in her defense, Ramirez was the Queen of Spirits. Luckily, Beretta wasn't like that, on account of signing a contract with Remuru to temporarily serve Ramirez. Lady Ramirez, please keep in mind that while you know Lord Remuru, you can't just go uninvited and try to move here. You should speak to him before trying to do anything. Beretta had given up trying to stop her from trying to move here, but maybe Ramirez could be convinced to try to talk it out with Remuru, perhaps an agreement of sorts. Me and Remuru are friends, Beretta. Of course he'll let me in. We don't have to talk about it. Ramirez took no heed to Beretta's advice and enthusiastically rejected her. Besides, isn't he the one that rules that town? Who else could dash? Ramirez stopped talking and froze on the spot. Her eyes widened as she felt something or someone, but it wasn't just that, there was a presence, something divine. In fact, she could feel two similar presences, but one was more distinct and spiritual. Ramirez wasn't the only one feeling that. Trainee also stood still as she remembered who that belonged to. Beretta also felt it, but compared to Trainee and Ramirez, they felt a sense of danger. Beretta was instantly put on guard, putting Ramirez's safety first. You two feel that as well, right? Do you know what or who that is? I don't know, Lady Ramirez. Beretta responded as they kept up their guard. Ah, I do. In fact, I've met her before, but she has gotten stronger since the last time I've met her. Trainee responded in a bit of a shy tone. Trainee, tell us more. Is she dangerous? Ramirez flew to Trainee and started flying around her head. No, she's a good person. We don't have to worry about her. Although it was kind of funny how I first met her, or more like sensed her. It was like she came out of nowhere, or like she appeared out of thin air. What do you mean? I can feel it, this person you're talking about isn't just a normal spirit, she's something much, much greater than that. A spirit like that doesn't just tend to appear out of nowhere, like you say. But it's true, Lady Ramirez, that's how she appeared. I'll see for myself. Ramirez responded as she started to fly ahead, leaving Trainee and Beretta behind. Slow down a little, Lady Ramirez. Beretta shouted as they and Trainee moved to catch up to Ramirez. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Shuna. Judging by how fast Ramiris is approaching, I can assume she really wants to see what I'm about. I thought there would be some caution in her or something. You. What are you? And there she was, floating in front of me, her wings flapping really fast. I'm kind of tempted to just grab them with my fingers. Hello, Ramiris, I am Artoria Pendragon, a spirit. Next to me is my wife, Shuna. Oh, and there's also Remuru here. A sprit. Yeah, right. You're not just some little sparkle for a spirit, you're way beyond that. Tell me. She yelled as she zipped around in front of me and around my head as she was shaking her arms in impatience of looking for an answer. I guess she really wants to know if she's ignoring Shuna and Remuru. Alright, I'm a divine spirit mixed with dragon, but it's not just any dragon. Are you satisfied with my answer? You're a what? I flinched a little as did Shuna and Remuru from how loud her high-pitched scream was. Can't a few hundred years pass so she can be in her grown version instead of this pixie-looking form? Alright, no need to yell like that, Ramiris. Greet Remuru and my wife. She finally noticed Remuru and Shuna. Oh hey, Remuru. Ah, hi, Remuru. Remuru was completely shut off as Ramiris went straight to Shuna. Now who are you? You're also not normal. I'm Shuna, Artoria's wife, and I've recently evolved into a divine Oni. Ah, Shuna, always so nice and soft-spoken, a complete contrast to Ramirez, at least in my eyes. Ah. What is this place? Remuru, what is going on? What kind of people do you have here? Are you even the leader here anymore? Once again, she's gotten another shock. It's kind of fun seeing her freak out constantly. Might as well show her Veldora and Diablo. Get it all out of her, actually maybe not, she might die from all the shock, and then she'll have to restart her reincarnation process all over again. Did you have to say it like that, Ramirez? And, I think I'm the leader here. Well, I kind of do all the paperwork stuff and whatever Artoria tells me to do. So, I guess. Is that what it means around here? What do you mean? Alright, how about we get to the point real quick? I'm sure you came here for a reason, Ramirez. So, what is it? I had to cut in before things went down a different path. Oh yeah, I did. Right. She cleared her throat before talking again. I'm moving here. I'm going to live here from today onwards. She said as she put her hands on her hips, and tried puffing out what she had for a chest along with a smile on her face. Remuru glanced at me, and I moved my eyes to indicate to him to let her do that. I've already explained myself to him. Well, Ramirez, you see dash. I cut him off. I don't know what he was going to say, but it clearly wasn't a clear yes or some kind of acceptance. Of course you can move and stay here, Ramirez. Feel free to make yourself at home. In fact, feel free to make another labyrinth. I recommend making one beneath the Colosseum we have. You can ask Remuru for help, he has some good ideas. Wait, really? There it is again, she's surprised. She probably didn't think she'd make it this far. Of course. Welcome to the town of Pendragon. Pendragon. I thought this was Tempest. The capital is called Pendragon, and the empire is called Tempest, so it would be Pendragon, Tempest. That sounds kind of cool. Anyway, you came at a very good time. As you can see and hear, there's a massive festival happening in celebration of my marriage with my wife. And speaking of that, I'll be taking my leave now, there's a few more things I need to set up. I finished saying that before leaving with Shuna, leaving those four to themselves. // // // Alright, Remuru, you heard her, I can stay here. And since I have permission to make a labyrinth here, I'm going to start immediately. Come on, trainee, Beretta. You too, Remuru, Artoria said you have ideas. Ramirez very excitedly said, quite literally glowing and buzzing with more energy. Remuru sighed and went along with Ramirez. It's not like he could stop her. Chapter 87, Chapter. We're here, Lady Luminous. Hinata opened the carriage door as Luminous stepped out. She quickly noticed the scale of the festival. She could see a variety of stalls, games, and some places she could quickly see as points of interest, the buildings that stood out from everything else in their style. She could see a cathedral, a coliseum, and a very fancy and luxurious building that would no doubt attract a variety of nobles and rich people. I can already tell that some interesting things are going to happen. For once she looked normal and back to how she would usually act. Maybe there's a tiny sliver of hope for her left. Now, let's go find Artoria. Maybe not. Hinata sighed as she heard Luminous. This would either be the fastest or shortest time she would have here. She felt like she would spend most of her time trying to keep Luminous in check. Maybe, she can delay it. No, she would run out of things to delay her with. Can you really find her with all these people around? That's a dumb question, Hinata. Of course I can find her, she stands out very easily. If you say so, Lady Luminous, Hinata said with yet another sigh. She's lost count of how many times this has happened. // // // Horse racing, check. Mounted shooting, check. Barrel racing, check. Poker tournament, check. That's going to be a good way to make people come to the casino. As for the award money, well, when the final calculations for the money made from the casino come out, the award money will be pennies compared to the profits. Anyway, moving on. Bull riding, check. I had to find some different bulls for this. Ones that were strong enough to give our monster residents some trouble. I think that should be about it. So, Shuna, you got the red dress ready, right? Me and Shuna were walking together as we held hands. Occasionally, I would touch the ring on her finger, reminding myself that we were married, and it would just ignite a warm feeling inside of me. Yes, but are you seriously going to participate in the fights? You do know how unfair that would be, right? Yeah, but I really want to do it. Please. Alright, if it's what you want. Thank you for being so understanding, Shuna. I wrapped an arm around her as we were walking side by side and kissed her on her forehead, but as I did I felt an intense glare. What is that? I thought to myself as I looked around before landing on one place or one person, a certain vampire trying to blend into a crowd. Oh come on, you can't be serious. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Luminous stood there as she watched Artoria kiss and display affection to her wife. She was trying to blend in a crowd, but she couldn't think of how to explain her emotions. Lady Luminous, just let it go, Hinata said to Luminous in an almost pleading tone. She thought that after seeing something like that it would make her come to her senses. That should be me, Hinata. That should be me in place of that pink-haired Oni. It should have been me. She said with an almost teary expression. She wasn't mad, but it was something else. Jealously. If you love Artoria so much, wouldn't it be fine to see her happy and wish her happiness and luck in her relationship? Hinata said, trying to console Luminous and trying to get her to see a sort of silver lining. Today, I saw the love of my life kissing the love of her life, and she looked so content and happy. If I said I want them to be happy, I'd be lying. I have love for Artoria, but envy for that Oni. Luminous clenched her fist as she kept talking. The way Artoria and the pink-haired Oni walked side by side, holding hands, and with such happy smiles on their face, their love felt infectious to anyone around them. Lady Luminous, I think you should dash. Silence, Hinata. Is there a bar around here or something? I'm going to go kiss a bottle and throw alcohol on my wounds. Do you want me to dash? Do what you want, Hinata. Are you giving up? Luminous thought about it for a second, but no, she wouldn't give up. Not yet. No, I just need a small break to gather my thoughts. A small break. But we just got here. Go find a library and get a book about the laws of this place. Luminous said before going off on her own to find somewhere that serves alcohol. As you wish. Just as Hinata thought, this was going to be a long time here. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// I'm just going to let Luminous do what she wants. She might go ahead and try to drink her problems or emotions away. And while some might say that alcohol isn't a solution, if we talk in chemistry terms, then alcohol is a solution. Plus, she might spend quite a bit of money. Now, is this taking advantage of her emotions for me? Maybe, but it just happened and I'm not the one in this one-sided relationship she has going on with me. Anyway, I was in Shuna's workshop. Well, I say workshop, but it's just one room in our house completely dedicated to her making a bunch of magic items and whatnot. There's so much stuff in here, it looks like a wizard tower with a bunch of random trinkets and whatnot scattered around, but it is also weirdly organized. Anyway, this is where Shuna made the red dress. She fitted it perfectly for me. You've been a little busy, haven't you? Shuna smiled a little. I think she was feeling a little bit proud. Just a little bit. As I was looking around, I noticed 4 staffs that seemed very familiar to me, but I couldn't put a finger on it. Are those staffs? Huh, oh, yeah, those are staffs. I made a staff of ice, a staff of fire, a staff of wind, and a staff of lighting. Shuna said offhandedly as she kept walking to where the dress was. They look a bit mechanical, don't they? It seems like there's a lot of moving parts. Well, I made some things separate and then combined it all. They each have a crystal of their respective element that I made, then I made the other staff parts, and then I put it all together. The elemental crystals can be used on their own. In fact, anyone can use them. You don't need magicules to use them, so even the most average and normal human can wield them. Do you have an interest in them? A little, but maybe later, I swear, those staffs look so familiar. I know I've seen them in a video game before, but I can't remember which one. Is this another one of those big coincidences? Ah, whatever, I'll just let it be. But if she can make staffs, could she make a certain staff with the help of Avalon? I'm going to shelve that thought for later. Look, Artoria, here's the dress you asked for. What do you think? Shuna held out the red dress. It looked exactly like what I was envisioning. Those poofy sleeves and the imperial look to it. It looks absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Shuna. Would you say it's perfect? In my eyes, it is, but how should I respond? I need to start trying to get into that mindset. Omo. Did I do that right? Chapter 88, Chapter. Here you are, Lady Luminous. Hinata returned with a book about the laws of this nation. She found a library and rented it out after asking around. As for where she found Luminous, it was at a bar inside the casino. Kind of manipulative in Hinata's opinion, since alcohol and gambling are a very bad combination, but she could see why it might have been done. There's a lot of money to be made here. Huh, oh, thank you, Hinata. And Luminous, who was busy drinking away her sorrows, was already contributing money. A lot of it, considering there were a lot of glass cups and bottles near her. Are you feeling okay, Lady Luminous? Hinata was a bit worried for Luminous after clearly seeing how much she had drank. More emotionally than physically since she knows she can't get drunk. Of course I'm fine. By the way, you should really try some of the alcohol here, it's very good. There's so much variety. I tried asking for the strongest thing they had here, but the bartender said he couldn't serve it unless Artoria herself arrived and gave permission. Hinata didn't really pay attention to that. She paid more attention to all the different cups and bottles around Luminous. How much have you spent? Luminous stayed a bit quiet, trying to avoid giving an answer, but from seeing her own mess, she couldn't get out of it. Not much, I still have some money left. Some. It's really good stuff, Hinata. And if we need some money, just look where we are. Luminous said as she swept her hand across the casino and the various tables where card games were being played. There's also a tournament for a card game called poker, and the prize money has quite a bit of gold coins. They're already gambling. Well, not really, from what I've seen and heard, there's a grace period until tomorrow for everyone to learn all the different games. After that, you'll actually need to start using money. A bit shrewd when you think about it. The majority of the people here in this casino right now are residents of this town. And tomorrow is when people from all over start arriving. Hinata was slightly surprised at this. This is basically giving your own people an upper hand. If the residents of this town know the games better than everyone else, they'll clear out the pockets of the other competitors. At least for the games that involve competition against other people, especially poker. If looking at it from the bigger picture, this casino will probably bring in more money in total for the nation than it pays out to foreigners. That is a bit smart. Are you going to participate? If I have to. Anyway, let me see what this book says. Luminous grabbed the book and quickly made her way to the marriage laws. She didn't care about anything else. When she finally got to it and read it, her eyes widened with a sense of opportunity. There was still hope. Legally at least. This is perfect, Hinata. I still have a chance. Look. Right here. Luminous said loudly as her finger pointed to the page about marriage laws, which was surprisingly very short. It basically says that for someone to get married, they need to sign a marriage license with the person they want to marry. That's it. There are no rules restricting who can or can't get married, and there are no rules restricting how many people you can marry. This is it, Hinata. Just because there's no rule about it doesn't mean you should do it, Lady Luminous. And even if you tried, I don't think Artoria is the kind of person to have more than one wife. I just have to change your mind, Luminous said with a confident tone that expressed her thoughts about how easy and natural it would be. Ignoring the implications of the kind of relationship she seemed willing to be a part of, at this point, Hinata's only option was to let this run its course instead of trying to change Luminous' mind. I wish you luck, Lady Luminous. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Next day. This was it. Things were now pre-officially, in full swing. There was a whole bunch of people from all over arriving. I would name them, but the only things I see from them are plata and oro. Was it a bit greedy? Maybe. But knowing how nobles and rich people tend to act, it just feels so good to take money from them. I want to try and avoid them as much as possible. I'll only show up in front of everyone if it's necessary or on some official kind of business. The last thing I want is to be constantly hounded by some random people who only want to curry favor with me and whatnot. That and only those who talk to me just because of how beautiful I am and they think they have a shot with me. I don't care about that second one, but if they try that stuff with Shuna, I wouldn't be surprised if they disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Anyway, Remuru is handling all the greeting stuff and introductory stuff. I'll only appear during the official opening ceremony and stuff. And speaking of that, Elmesia should also be arriving. Just the usual company. Oh, and the kids Remuru taught should also be arriving. As for Yuki, he's definitely not coming here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he tried sending some kind of agent or spy, and if he did, I'll make sure they get killed before they can do anything. And if for some forsaken reason he does show up, I'm killing him on sight, I don't care. In fact, I dare him to show up, I'll set up the meeting with whatever god he believes in and also send him to whatever afterlife he believes in. Whether it's the field of reeds, hell, Hades, Mictlan, Yomi, or whatever other afterlife there is, I'll send him there. As a matter of fact, let him get reborn through samsara or whatever other reincarnation or rebirth belief there is, that way, I can kill him again. Anyway, let me calm down a little. That is not the focus right now. The focus is the opening ceremony that is going to happen in the evening. Everything is already prepared, we just have to wait for the time to arrive. The only thing that needs to be decided is what I'm going to wear. Which I'll leave to Shuna. I would just wear my normal armor, cloak, and crown, but this isn't really the environment for it. That would be more appropriate when I hold a knighting ceremony or lead our army in battle. I'll just have to see what Shuna makes for me. Whether it's some kind of fancy and formal dress or some kind of suit of the same variety. If I had to guess, whether it's some kind of suit or dress, it's going to look like a mix of very royal and military. It's going to have a whole bunch of those formal and fancy-looking rope things and decorative features you'd see on some military uniforms when they appear in full dress for ceremonial or presentation reasons. Not that I'm complaining. It's going to look very cool and fashionable. Now I just need to wait. I really want to fight in the Colosseum and participate in my own poker tournament. What can I say? I have to watch for my own interests. Who do you think put up the award money? I also want to participate in some other minor events. Just to show everyone how things are done. Chapter 89, Chapter. Everything was going fine. The opening ceremony was going just as planned. A whole bunch of people were here from all over the place. I didn't really pay much attention, since I don't really care about the other nobles and people who don't have the importance they think they do. I was sitting with Shuna at a table just leisurely and calmly eating without a care in the world. Everyone was here. Milim, Carrion, Fry, Luminous, who was very obviously looking in my direction, Hinata, who I'm sure was stressing out trying to keep Luminous in check, Gazel, the kids Remuru taught for a bit, which is kind of simple how they got here. Remuru told me he sent a letter to the new teacher that he chose to watch over them, and the teacher agreed. I think officially, it's a field trip for a learning experience. And it wouldn't be completely wrong depending on how they spent their time. Anyway, I was waiting for, what's her name again? Elmesia. Yeah, I was waiting for Elmesia to arrive. I kind of forgot, considering that before this opening ceremony, I got kind of distracted. It's a good thing Shuna can work fast. Anyway, Elmesia will be here in just a moment. I can sense her fast approaching. And, there. A slight tremble shook the place and everyone started freaking out. Me. I went on like normal. I just got more food and kept eating. There were better things to do at the moment and more important things to focus on. Hey, Shuna, I'm going to go get drinks, do you want anything? No, thank you. Shuna was also calm. I have no doubt she didn't sense Elmesia coming, and when she sees me acting like it's nothing, then it's nothing to worry about. Alright, I'll be right back. I went to the bar and ordered some whiskey for myself. Hey, Artoria, you mind if I join you? Luminous. I didn't even have to turn around to know who it was, and Hinata was also there. Luminous, you do know that doesn't apply in this situation, right? I'm literally about to leave. I didn't even turn around to talk to her. I don't want to be rude with my words, so I'll just show her with my actions that I don't want a relationship with her. They say actions speak louder than words, after all. Oh, come on, just a few minutes. No. The bartender came back with my drink, a nice glass of whiskey. I grabbed it and started to leave. But of course, Luminous wouldn't give up that easily. She grabbed my shoulder, trying to stop me from leaving. Please, at least a few words. I just sighed and turned around. Alright, make it quick. So, I know you're married, and this whole thing is a celebration of it. That honestly should just be the end of the conversation. But I keep thinking of you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you. That sounds a bit familiar. Wait, aren't those the lyrics to that one song? What was it called again? I know this. So what can I do? What did she say? It seems I was a bit caught up in my mind. I need to think of something. Oh, I know. Come here, Luminous. I walked back to the bar and signaled the bartender to open a special bottle, but I only stood and didn't sit down. Luminous enthusiastically and excitedly went and sat down. Alright, Luminous, let me show you a specialty drink you'll only find here. Make sure to turn down your resistance as much as you can. The bartender came over and poured us a glass of some liquor. And oh man, the smell was something else. I saw Hinata get a handkerchief and put it over her nose. She was obviously looking scared at what I was going to drink. Alright, Luminous, this is one of the more special things here. Once we drink this, we can talk. I grabbed the glass and started drinking. Luminous followed me, and I could immediately see her wince. I took a regular sip, but she drank it down all in one go as if it was a shot glass. Oh, you're not supposed to do that. Luminous started coughing wildly, even as she tried to hold it back. What was that? That right there was pure corn liquor. It could probably kickstart a fighter jet. So, what do you think, Luminous? I looked over and Luminous seemed out of it. Slowly, but surely, she started falling over before Hinata caught her. It's a good thing my plan worked. I got up and just patted Hinata on the shoulder. Take care of her. Hinata simply nodded as she started taking her away. Finally, I could go back to Shuna. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. You took longer than what I thought you would. Well, Luminous got in my way. Don't worry, I took care of it. So, what happened? Well, Elmesia showed up and people started flocking to her to try and talk to her. It's so obvious what they're trying to do. Why aren't you going to her? Isn't this a good time to establish a connection? Well, this whole event is about us, Shuna. And it's not like this is going to be the only chance I have to talk to her. There will be other opportunities. I looked over and surprisingly enough, she was sitting with Remuru. They were talking while she ignored everyone, or more like her guards were driving everyone away. Remuru was talking with her and she was laughing and had a hand over her face. Hold on. Remuru is making her laugh. Do my eyes deceive me? Well, would you look at that? Actually, nah, wait, it can't be that. Elmesia is probably playing along or messing with him. Ah, whatever, not my business. Just let it be. Is this thing almost over, Shuna? You're being a little impatient, Artoria. What makes you feel that way? I looked at Shuna, and seemingly against my will, my eyes looked her up and down. The way her dress clung to her, the way her hair was done, her smooth and flawless skin. Gods above, I need to be careful not to get carried away with her. I had to clear my throat and lick my lips when they were getting dry. Oh, it's nothing, Shuna. My dragon side is acting up again and there's only so much that food can distract me. Just be patient, Artoria, just be patient. They say patience is a virtue or something like that. Delayed gratification over immediate gratification and whatnot. Chapter 90, Chapter. The next day. Shuna was positively glowing. Figuratively and almost quite literally. A seemingly yellow glow surrounded her body. It was no doubt part of her now divine nature, or was it someone else's divinity? Only she knows. Shuna herself was enjoying the many celebrations in the town, but it was without Artoria. Some wondered where she was, but they all assumed that they might have been doing their own separate things. Once again, only Shuna knows. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Artoria and Shuna's house. I need water. A lot of water. Or anything to help hydrate me. That was the only thought going through Artoria's head as she lay down in bed. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Sometime later. Masayuki. Also known as the Chosen One in an almost literal sense. Did he want all this? No. It was more trouble and drama than it was worth or that he wanted. Did he want to come to this town filled with monsters that were no doubt beyond his power? No to that as well. He had tried to come up with any excuse to not go, but some way, somehow, things just worked out. And now he's here on a quest to confront a demon lord. Or so said his companions and those around him. There was a massive celebration happening in this town, and the focus was on confronting the demon lord. Even he knew how bad of an idea this was, but everyone said it was meant to be. Was Remuru the demon lord of this town, even the leader? There was also the one called Artoria. Why is everyone seemingly ignoring her? Masayuki was walking through town with his companions when he bumped into someone due to not paying attention and being lost in his thoughts. Hey, you know who you just bumped into? Masayuki's female companions shouted, clearly not knowing who she was talking to. Whoa, hey, it's not that serious. It's just an accident. Masayuki quickly defused the situation. He spent more time doing things like this instead of doing actual hero stuff many people thought he did. You know, for someone who is the chosen one and a hero, you don't really act like it or have the awareness one would expect of it. Huh. Masayuki was a little confused. Normally, most people would immediately start apologizing and going a large rant about him being a hero and whatnot, but this person seemed different. He got a better look at this person. She had long, blonde hair, and green eyes, and was wearing what was clearly some semi-formal dress of military fashion. Hold on a second. No. No way. Of all the people to just randomly walk into, it's her. That's right, he bumped into Artoria. You're Artoria Pendragon, right? Masayuki didn't know what to do. He a mix of surprise and some reverence. Like someone meeting an idol or someone famous. Starstruck. Is this what people who meet him feel like? Yup. As in, like, King Arthur. Exactly. And you're Masayuki, the chosen one. You're not going to go astray and join some kind of dark side instead of destroying it, right? Artoria looked at him with eyes that seemed serious. Masayuki wasn't sure if she was actually being serious or if she was perhaps playing around with him. What do you mean? As if it didn't exist, the pressure he felt disappeared before Artoria chuckled a bit. I guess alternate or parallel worlds do exist. That or you just don't get the reference. If it's the latter, then I do feel a little bad for you. I don't know what you're talking about. That's okay. Once again, Artoria looked at him seriously. She wasn't looking him up and down, she was staring at him as if she was thinking of something. By the way, there's a fighting competition happening. You're going to join. Huh, I don't want to. Well, too bad, I wasn't giving you a choice. I'll expect you at the training ground in 1 hour. Huh. Masayuki, yet again, didn't know what was happening. Was this because of his skill? It certainly didn't feel like it. It usually makes things go well, and he wasn't in the mood for training, let alone from Artoria. Only the monsters here know what her methods are like. And if they're good enough for monsters, they must be grueling. This is perfect, Masayuki. You'll show your greatness as a hero to these monsters. That demon lord Remuru won't know what to do. While Masayuki's companions were adding fuel to the fire, only Artoria knew why she was doing this. If I purposely lose to him when I'm fighting in the Colosseum, no one will question it. // // Artoria Pendragon. Like King Arthur. Yup, exactly like King Arthur. Wow. That's so cool. Do you have Excalibur? What about the Knights of the Round Table? Artoria encountered Remuru's students and she was having a conversation with them. Even if it did sound a bit familiar to her already, she wasn't going to worry about that. Artoria decided to put on a show for the kids as she held her hands into fists in front of her and put them next to each other. And in a dramatic and magical scene, she slowly separated her hands as Excalibur slowly materialized in a dazzling display of magic as sparks flew around. The kids' eyes were sparkling as they saw her do this. That's so cool. Chloe stayed, kind of calm. Her eyes widened as she Excalibur. But not the sword itself, but more of what was on the sword. Fairy inscriptions. This is Excalibur. As for the Knights of the Round Table, I don't have a group like that. Well, if you want to get technical, I guess I kind of do, or at least working towards it since I've personally knighted some people. Can we become knights too? Maybe, but you'll have to work really hard. Speaking of, do you kids want to see me train some people? They all nodded eagerly. It seemed they were still young enough to be captivated by medieval fantasy and knights. All right, let's go. A few minutes after leaving, Ramorous appeared where Artoria and the kids were. She looked around frantically trying to find what she felt. She felt fairy magic she never had before. It was something powerful, much more powerful than anything she'd experienced before. She didn't know how to describe it. // // Training grounds. Masayuki and his companions arrived at the training grounds. And they saw Artoria standing there waiting for them, as well as some kids. You're late. What? But we arrived on time. If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, don't even dream of showing up. Anyway, come on, we got some work to do. And it's going to be tougher since you were late. Hey. That's not fair. You can't do that. We're not going to do anything extra for you just because we didn't show up to your definition of on time. Some other people who were training when they heard this, quickly sent them a prayer. Hakuru, who was instructing some people, even if it was shortened for the duration of the celebration, looked over and let out a small whistle. He had seen what Artoria would do to some of the trainees whenever she occasionally showed up on the training grounds. And it wasn't a pretty sight, but it did instill discipline into the trainees, so maybe it wasn't all too bad. Artoria stayed unusually calm as she simply nodded. No yelling, or some physical punishment, which is what she would usually do. You know, you're right, but I'll need to FIC that attitude of yours. And don't worry, I'm not going to punish y'all in a physical manner. I just want y'all to write me a 20-paper essay, front and back, about the importance of leadership and respect, the effects and dangers of insubordination, and why training is important. Masayuki and his group grew pale as they heard her tell them their punishment. But maybe it wouldn't be so bad. They would have some time to write it. Oh, and I expect it in 2 days. His female companion quickly started leaving but was stopped by Artoria as she yelled at her. Where are you going? I need to write. After you finish your training you will. And I expect you back here early in the morning, noon. I'll expect you'll back here at noon tomorrow. They didn't know why she changed it from morning to noon, but they'll take any time they can get their hands on. I thought my skill was supposed to make things easy. Those were Masayuki's thoughts before he and his group started training. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / 3 hours later. Masayuki and his group were on the ground, absolutely exhausted. Alright, I can work with this. That will be all for today. Artoria said as she saw them before looking at the kids. So kids, what do you think? They stayed mostly quiet, not sure what to think of what they saw. But they all have similar thoughts. And that was that maybe, being knighted by Artoria in the future wouldn't be as fun as they thought it would be. Except for one. Kenya. That was nothing, Miss Pendragon. I'll go through your training one day and complete it. And then I'll be one of your knights. I'll be your strongest knight. Excellent spirit you have there, Kenya. Artoria turned to Masayuki and his group as they were still exhausted. Y'all should take notes from Kenya here. Y'all could learn something about having the drive and motivation during training. Alright, go on now y'all. Go and have fun. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 2 days later. Masayuki, in spite of it all, finished his essay. Somehow. Even he himself didn't know how he did it. It felt like a blur. But he got it done, that's all that mattered. It was noon and he was back in the training grounds, essay in hand, as well as his companions. We have the essay you want, Miss Pendragon. That's good. Now, y'all are going to read it to me out loud. You'll each take turns while I train the others. They just couldn't catch a break. Chapter 91, Chapter. While the festival was going great, me and Shuna were getting a bit tired of hearing the many congratulatory remarks. And I appreciate them, but it gets tiring after hearing so many people say it over and over again. At first, it was nice, but now it's become one of those things where its people feel obligated to say it. I guess this is how people who have served in the military feel when people keep telling them, thank you for your service, whenever they go out in uniform or something. Oh well. Anyway, after training Masayuki for some time, so that I can purposely lose when I have to fight him and use myself as an excuse, I finally let him go. I'm not going to win it, because if I do, there will be a bunch of problems with the persona. Training them was kind of fun, and when they were reading me those essays, I'll be honest, I wasn't even paying attention to what they said. That was more for them, not me. Anyway, besides the fight that will start soon, I also have to keep in mind the casino, specifically the poker tournament. I'm going to play in it since it's my casino and my casino is also putting up all the award money, but that's for later. Shooting competition is also going fine. If they don't want to compete, they just casually use the shooting range or other shooting galleries nearby, but it's not like they have access to everything. They only get the more old-fashioned things. Anyway, things are going fine, except for the occasional attempt by Luminous to try and flirt with me. How she still doesn't understand after my continuous refusal is beyond me. At this point, I'm considering trying to convince Hinata to get into a relationship with Luminous. Anyway, back to the main event. The start of the fighting tournament. I was ready. I did a quick color swap and readied the replica of Nero's sword. The only one who knows that it's actually me is Shuna, and she's going to be helping keep my identity hidden. During the fights, she'll use some of her illusions to make it look like I'm next to her watching the fights, and she'll also use illusions to hide me as I move around the area. The only thing anyone knows is that a fighter called Nero Claudius is going to be fighting. Or if you want the full name, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. And if you really care a lot about Roman history, then you'd also know the name Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus. When my name gets announced, the Otherworlders in the audience will know something is up, and when they see me appear, everyone, Otherworlder or not, will immediately start saying things. It's going to be great. In fact, I know how I will appear. You always need a good entrance. And what better way to go into the arena than by following a famous legend about Nero and also a famous saying. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// excited. Is this how the Romans felt whenever they went to go see gladiator fights? Yes. It was entertainment for them. Oh yeah, you're right. But it was still kind of brutal, no? They would fight to the death and stuff, right? It makes them see kind of barbaric. Times were different back then, and think about what people watch in your world. It may be fake, but there are a lot of violent depictions in many forms of media. And gladiators didn't fight to the death. Gladiators brought in money, and some were famous to the Roman people. They would fight until it was called off, since they didn't want them to die and lose the money the gladiators brought in. But that's not to say it didn't happen. Sometimes gladiators would die. As for fights to the death, most of the time it was criminals and prisoners that did that as a form of execution. It's not so bad when you know the people are criminals and getting what many would think they deserve. Huh, I didn't know that. I guess from the view at the time it was normal. It seems it's one of those things where things change with the times. I wonder how people in the future would view our time. Would they view us as barbaric and violent? It is guaranteed. You can look at more recent history instead of the Romans. Think of the Vikings or the many torture methods during the Middle Ages in Europe. Like what? Let me explain the blood eagle that the Vikings would perform. I don't need that image in my mind, Raphael. Remuru was disturbed by what Raphael told him, but he couldn't stop listening. But you seemed morbidly curious about it. Is that bad? No, it's normal. It's common for humans, or in your case, your human mind from your world. This took an interesting turn. Thoughts like this went through his mind as he finally made his way to his private viewing booth. It was perhaps a tad bit too overly luxurious, but when he looked over and saw Artoria and Shuna's booth, maybe it wasn't too bad. But the view was really good. Man, the Roman Colosseum must have been really popular if this is what people saw. It's also big. The Roman Colosseum, or Flavian Amphitheater, was not the biggest or most popular arena in Rome. The Circus Maximus was more popular and bigger than the Colosseum, and it also predated the Colosseum by hundreds of years. When did this turn into a history lesson? It's like I'm back in school or something. It fits the theme. And there is nothing wrong with learning. I guess. Anyway, let's see who's fighting. Remuru picked up the list and looked through the names. This was his first time seeing it, and while he could have already known all the information, he preferred seeing it on the day of the fights. It built up a little suspense. Huh? What's this lion guy? Oh, look, Masayuki. That's that hero guy Artoria was training. She even told me he's an otherworlder. Let's see who else is fight. Remuru's words stopped as read the last name on this list. And almost as if he was in a cartoon or in a comical fashion, he rubbed his eyes to make sure he was seeing things right. Raphael, am I seeing this correctly? I'm not under some kind of illusion or something, right? You are not under an illusion, but I do detect that there is some illusion. That is not important. This has to be some kind of massive coincidence. Raphael, are you sure I'm seeing things right? Yes, you are seeing it correctly. Nero Claudius. And it's the whole name too. Isn't this the guy that burned down Rome? Remuru still couldn't believe it. There's no way it's actually the Roman emperor, right? But would this imply that people from the past could potentially have reincarnated in this world as well? Maybe it wouldn't be so far-fetched that a Roman could potentially have been reincarnated. Or was he thinking too deeply about it? Nero Claudius did not burn down Rome, but you can argue that he didn't help the situation after the fire, since he built the Domus Aurea, or Golden House, in the place where the fire did most of the damage in the city. And he did not play the fiddle when Rome was burning. The violin was not invented at the time. That is mostly legend. Okay, that's interesting and whatnot, Raphael, but it says Nero Claudius. You're telling me that all this talk about the Roman Empire and its history, and all of a sudden someone with the name of a Roman emperor is fighting in the Colosseum. There are too many coincidences. Something isn't right. Or maybe it is the simplest solution, that this is all a coincidence. Have you heard of Occam's razor? The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. What? I. Just wait and see what happens. Remuru sighed as he let it go. All right. Remuru sat down and waited for the MC to start things off. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// multiple front flips before landing flawlessly as he kicked up dust with his wings as he flapped them. The Dragonute stood up with his arms wide open as he basked in the audience's presence. Extra effects and light beams were added as he did so. That's right, there's only one Dragonute that could do such a flashy entrance. Greetings, audience. I am Gabaru, and I will be your host for these fights. Gabaru spoke loudly using a magic device that amplified his voice throughout the entire arena. If you're not excited right now, then you better get that blood pumping, cause you're going to need it when you see these fights. But I'm not going to keep you waiting. Gabaru flew into the air and hovered in the middle of the arena. The light beams followed him, and even in the daylight, they were noticeable. Let's get ready to rumble. The audience started roaring in excitement and anticipation. Gabaru was satisfied on the outside as this meant he was doing a good job so far. But why was Gabaru the MC? Well, Artoria had Sauka running security for her casino. Was it a bit overkill? Maybe, but she didn't want anyone cheating or trying to use magic. And given Gabaru's behavior and personality, he was a good choice to be an MC. After all, being the MC made him get a lot of attention, and while he may not be like he was before, some things never change. For our first competitor, some may not know her, but don't let that fool you. These people are here for a reason. Coming into the arena, everybody welcome Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. Gabaru introduced Nero very enthusiastically with energy that infected the entire audience despite not having heard of this person. At Gabaru's introduction, there was a momentary silence as everyone waited for this fighter to come out. Not just the audience, but Remuru was very attentive. Specifically, he focused on the word her. There was a small silence before it was broken by the sound of a violin playing. It was fast-paced and upbeat, something that made people want to dance. The playing got louder as the fighter approached before finally revealing herself. Her blonde hair, green eyes, her red, imperial dress, red sword, and greaves. It was an instant reaction by everyone, even Gabaru. Huh. Goddess. Gabaru was quick in thinking as he shut off the device that amplified his voice. Is that Lady Pendragon? Our goddess is fighting. No, that can't be. Our goddess is right there in her booth next to her wife. They just look very similar. Too similar. Various murmurs and reactions were made through the audience. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Artoria. No, this has to be an illusion. I'm seeing something completely different. Or the same. There does seem to be a faint pulse around Shuna and Artoria next to her. I suspect that the Artoria you see is real. They look the same. Nero looks like Artoria except she's red. Does Artoria have some long-lost family member in this world? Are they twin sisters? Is Nero a daughter of hers? Maybe. I mean, I don't know how old Arotria is, so maybe it's not unusual for her to have had a daughter in the past. Wait, but she loves women. How is this possible? Ah, help me. Well, it's not that big of a deal anyway. But there is your answer, Remuru. That's Nero, as you can see. Why is she a woman? Isn't Nero supposed to be an emperor and not an empress? What's with these gender-bent historical and legendary figures? First, there's Artoria who is a female King Arthur, then she tells me Oda Nobunaga was a woman as well, then there's this Nero in the arena. What's next? Okita Soji. Miyamoto Musashi. This is interesting to see. ///// //// Luminous. Hinata, look. Look at Nero. She looks just like Artoria. And just as beautiful as well. It's like I'm looking at the same face and being charmed by the same person. If I can't get Artoria, then I'll go after this Nero person. Luminous was love-struck at first sight. Poor Luminous. It's almost tragic to see. Lady Luminous, it's not going to be the same for you. You're approaching her with feelings for Artoria, not Nero, and though they may have an uncanny resemblance, they are different people on the inside. Hinata, for her part, tried to reel in Luminous, but even Hinata was slightly wrong. Her advice, which might have normally been good in most other situations, was wrong in this case. Luminous clutched the railings of her viewing booth as she looked at Nero. She looked at where Artoria and Shuna were, and still couldn't get rid of that feeling in her heart. But all of a sudden, an idea parked in her mind. She looked at Shuna. If she couldn't convince Artoria, maybe she could convince Shuna and get her to convince Artoria for her. Shuna seemed like someone who could very easily influence Artoria, someone who had Artoria wrapped around her finger. Lady Luminous, I don't know what you're thinking, but I can feel it from here. Whatever it is, please reconsider. Hinata had a foreboding feeling. As if a big mistake would be made by Luminous. It's nothing, Hinata. It's nothing. // // // // While various thoughts and reactions from the crowd were still ongoing, some listened to the music being played by Nero on the violin. It wasn't something classical, but it sounded like something that would be played at a party. Eventually, Nero stopped playing and did a graceful bow. There was some clapping before the initial shock of Nero's reveal wore off, and then everyone started clapping. Omo. This is a nice place to fight and perform. It's not like my own circus, that had an obelisk, but it's nice. So, who am I fighting? Nero threw aside the violin and pulled out her sword with an arrogant expression on her face. One thing was for sure, Nero was very confident. Chapter 92, Chapter. Well, this sucks. I'm going against Geld. I would have preferred to go against someone who wasn't from here, but I guess this is how things are. And if you're wondering why I didn't change the matchups, it's because I didn't want to. That would be more unfair than what is going on right now. And I wanted a bit of a surprise. I think the hardest part of trying to act like Nero is being arrogant. Sure, I may have had my arrogant moments, but there's a difference between having a moment of arrogance and being arrogant. I'll just need to try my best and remember not to try too hard. Fight! Gabaru screamed as he jumped into the air and started to spectate from above. Immediately, I dashed forward, kicking up dust, as I swung my sword at Geld. Of course, I'm trying to kill him, but I'm also a bit curious about how good he is. I know he's strong and very tough, though. Let's see. Geld raised up his shield and blocked my sword. It created a vibration and wave that shook up the ground and raised even more dust. Not bad. Unfortunately for him, he was going up against me. Not bad for an orc. But if the only thing you can do is defend, then you'll be a good training dummy for me. I swung even more as he kept defending with his shield. His strength is good, I wouldn't say I'm completely holding back, but these swings would still kill almost anyone else. I could see sparks flying from the clash between my sword and Geld's shield. Your words won't get through to me. Geld swung his shield as he attacked with his cleaver. I dodged to the side without his shield and thrust my sword, but with an agility that defied his size, he quickly moved away. If you have to say that, then maybe it already has. We stared at each other for a few moments before I rushed at him again. This was quite a disadvantage for him. I'm faster and more mobile, and though his size is deceptive, there's a limit. I'll go faster and faster until he can't keep up. // // Melim was looking at the fight between Nero and Geld, but her eyes were glowing as she looked at Nero, who was fighting, and Artoria, who was in a viewing booth. At first, she was a bit surprised, but upon further inspection, she figured out what was happening. And when she did find out, she smacked her head wondering why she hadn't thought of that. If she thought of that, then she could have been fighting instead of Cheyen. Once again, Artoria beat her. At least to her, that's how it felt. Melim needed to get a win over Artoria in some way. She hasn't won a game against her in what seemed like forever. And if she couldn't fight in this tournament, then she'd do it in something else. She thought about it and then remembered there was a card game being played for some award money. That was her chance. All she needed to do was to see the rules. It was just a card game, how hard could it be to learn? // // // Wow, it's not looking good for Geld. He's slowly getting overwhelmed. Nero, and I still can't believe that she's supposed to be a Roman empress, is actually a very good fighter. She probably blew up everyone's bet on Geld with this. Also, what's with her saying, Umo? Remuru watched as Nero got faster and faster with her attacks. Geld spent most of his time defending and trying to find a good opening, but Nero wasn't giving him a chance. She was slowly whittling him down. Nero saying Umo is most likely a verbal tick. From observing this battle, the chances of Nero winning are almost guaranteed. Wow, this is certainly an entrance. It still seems like she came out of nowhere. I wonder why. Do you know something? No. I don't like the way you said that. No, Raphael. It's your imagination. // // // Just surrender. I pointed my sword at Geld, who was clearly struggling to keep up. His shield had dents, some of the edges were chipped off, and there were slight cracks on it. No. Have it your way then. I rushed towards him again, but this time I used magic. A little bit of a mana burst if you will, but I toned it back. Just a bit. I thrust my sword directly at his shield, a slight yellow glow around it, and as it made contact, a small explosion shattered his shield into pieces and threw him backward as he rolled across the floor. I followed up and placed my sword on his neck. I feel a bit bad, Geld, but you fought good. I should knight you one day. It's a bit overdue for another knighting ceremony. I looked down at him with a smirk on my face. I was figuratively and literally looking down on him. So. What now? I yield. Umo. Good choice. And there you have it, everyone. Our winner in the first fight is Nero. I looked up and saw Gabaru screaming to everyone in the audience. I looked around and I could see some people shocked at what they perceived to be an upset. I could see some people grieving over their lost bets, but hey, that's life sometimes. // // Artoria, who got out of her Nero disguise, made her way to where Shuna was. Of course, they planned for this, and the fake Artoria went away and was replaced by her. Did you have fun? Shuna said as she looked over at Artoria, who was already eating, from her seat. Yeah, I did. Artoria said she ate a donut. I think you didn't need to do what you did at the end with Geld. It seemed a bit too much. Maybe, but as long as Geld learns something from the fight, then it's not a loss, but a learning opportunity. Shuna nodded her head slightly. That was a good outlook. Did you come up with that yourself? No, most likely not. I'm sure someone out there has said the same thing or something similar to it. More than one person can think of the same thing. Let's see the rest of the fights. They were about to sit down until they got interrupted by Remuru. Artoria assumed he rushed over here after the fight to talk to her. Hey, Artoria, we need to talk. Remuru yelled as he barged into Artoria and Shuna's private booth. Remuru, please knock. We don't need to be another Malim. Also, you do know this booth is private for us, right? Like, very private. We can shut things down in here for maximum privacy. What? What are you implying? Nothing. I didn't expect you to understand. So, what brings you here? It's about Nero. You have to explain things to me. Why is there someone out there that looks just like you? Remuru got straight to it, not beating around the bush. It's all just a coincidence. Artoria waved off Remuru's question. What? Come on, that can't be it. It is. Anyway, that was a pretty good fight, wasn't it? Nero is really good with a sword. Maybe I should fight her when I get the chance. Yeah, it was a good fight, I wasn't expecting that. It might be the biggest upset in this whole competition. For someone unknown to beat Geld, one of our better fighters. Maybe. But there are much bigger upsets in sport. Like Appalachian State versus Michigan. I think that might be the biggest upset in all of sports. Who? Remuru was confused. He didn't know who any of those teams were or what sport they played. Oh, I forgot. You're from Japan. I think only people in America would say that. Just think of the biggest upset in sport you can think of. That would be the equivalent of what I'm talking about. Probably. Actually, maybe not. Okay. So, this all just a coincidence. Yes, Remuru, how many times do I have to say it? Fine. But it's still so weird. You'll get used to it. And I'm pretty sure there are much more weirder things other than finding someone who looks like you. Like what? Well, did you know that according to some quantum physics theories, actions in the future can affect the past? And it might be something that is already happening. What? All right, please leave, Remuru. Artoria slightly nudged and pushed Remuru out of the room before closing the door. Finally. Now it's just me and Shuna. For now, she planned to keep fighting. But only until she faced Masayuki. If she did, then it would be the perfect excuse for her to lose. Nobody would ever doubt the Lightspeed Hero, although Artoria thought that was an unfortunate nickname in a certain sense. Chapter 93, Chapter. Damn it, it wasn't supposed to be like this. I made it all the way to the finals where I'm going against Masayuki. I wanted to lose before this, but I guess Masayuki's dumb chosen one skill, or whatever it's called, got him this far. It's a good thing the only prize here is bragging rights. I'd have a hard time wondering what to do if that Big Four thing was put into place. Whatever. It's no big deal. However, when I fought against Cheyen with a lion mask, it was a bit awkward at first. I saw Malim watching and I knew that she knew what was going on, and that she also told Cheyen about it. It was an awkward few seconds, but we fought, and I won. It was a very fun fight. Anyway, there was a break before the final, and during this time, my casino was going to be packed. Why? Because it's the start of the poker tournament. I made sure to give a very tempting prize that would attract almost anyone. That, or some will just do it for the competition. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. I entered the casino, and though I tried not to show too much of a smile, I couldn't help myself as I saw the amount of people playing a variety of games. Well, the money that was being made from these games. The house always wins for a reason. Anyway, this poker tournament was open to anyone. All they needed to do was sign up and they would be given a number. If they cheat by using magic, skills, or any other method, then they get disqualified, thrown out, and have to pay a large fine. So, I signed up. When I saw the list of all the people who signed up, there were some people I expected, some I didn't, and then there were some surprises. Elmesia, I expected. Remuru, I didn't expect it, but I think it's very obvious why he joined and he probably thinks he can get away with it. As for the surprise, it was Malim. I'll be honest, I don't know why she's here, but I assume she wants to try to win against me. You know what, I'll just see how this whole thing goes down. But just as I was looking at the list, I saw another name get written under mine. Luminous. She's still not giving up. It's easy to assume she joined so she can try to get closer to me. I guess she sees me as the grand prize instead of the money. It's going to be a lot of games though, so she might not even face me before she may or may not get eliminated. It's a very simple setup, the tables will get smaller and smaller until the final is a heads-up match between the last two standing. Now, I just need to play some games and make my way up higher and higher. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 3 hours later. I have to say, my luck so far is way too good. I think Saber has a luck of A+. I know it's more than Lancer, but anyway, I've seen that it is affecting me. Kind of unfair, but it's kind of out of my control. Anyway, this is perhaps the weirdest matchup I've had so far. There are 3 people. Me, Luminous, and Malim. I don't know what to think. We're already pretty far into this, and Luminous is staring at me and Malim look to be having fun. How did she even get this far? Malim, what's your strategy? How have you won so much? I asked her since I was genuinely curious. I'm not saying she's dumb, but some may say that she would. How do I put this? She would be a lampshade. She would make a room dimmer if she entered it. It's 'cause this game is so easy. I read the rules and it said that going all in is a powerful move, so I just kept going all in and people just started giving up. Malim said, acting like she discovered the ultimate secret to this game. Huh. I mean, it's a strategy. If she goes all in from the beginning, then the whole game could end in one turn if someone loses all their chips if they want to match with them. And even if they didn't want to do anything, they would still slowly lose their chips since they need to put in a minimum number of chips to even play the round. I guess there's some bit of strategy behind it. Just a little bit. Look, let's just start this. We all agreed and put in some chips to start playing. This is going to be chaotic. I doubt Malim is even going to care about what her cards say. As soon as she can, she's going all in. Well, I just got to see it through. After placing some chips, the dealer started to throw out the cards. If I didn't mention it before, we're playing the most popular form of poker in the world, Texas Hold'em. Moving on, I looked discreetly at my cards to see what I had. Am I worried about Malim's eye? Not really. Ignoring the fact that she herself doesn't really like using it, I think she sees it as unnecessary since she sees the game as easy. Ace of Hearts and Ace of Spades. That's a good song by the way. Anyway, would you look at that? I got pocket rockets. I know how to control myself, so I'm not showing any tells. Or at least, I'm trying to. I looked up and saw Malim just quickly looking at her cards, which I'm sure she is doing only as a formality. Luminous, on the other hand, seemed to place more thought into this. All that was left was to start placing preflop bets, and of course, Malim was first. All in. Malim happily moved all the chips she had into the middle of the table. Yeah, she was way too used to this. I'm assuming that other players thought she was playing some kind of genius strategy, but not me. I could see Luminous' eye twitch slightly at what Malim did. I guess it's even working on her. Yeah, this is less about poker strategy and more about Malim's perceived reputation. No, I'm not dealing with this. I fold. Luminous threw her cards at the table revealing a 2 to 7 offsuit. I too would have folded if I were her, even if there was no Malim here. Well, I guess it was my turn. Look, I have 2 aces. Just looking at the percentages of winning with 2 aces as the starting hand, and since it's preflop, I'm going to call. I'll also go all in. I call. As soon as I said that, I could see Malim slightly shocked. You are. What happens now? Wow, now that is telling. Well, Malim, now, we wait for the dealer to deal all the cards and see who wins. In this situation, we can reveal our cards, since it doesn't matter if we hide them anymore. There's no more strategy to play here, it's all left up to chance. As I said that, I flipped my cards over to reveal my hand. Fine. Malim flipped over her cards to reveal a king of spades and king of clubs. Oh. Okay, hold on a minute. She has a chance actually. I'm not implying anything, but there's no way I lose to Malim, right? The dealer flipped over 3 cards to reveal the flop. It was a 7 of clubs, 9 of spades, and 2 of diamonds. Alright, all good so far. I still win as long a king doesn't show up. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, Lady Luck decided to mess with me. The turn card was a king of hearts. Damn it. I saw Malim stand up, nodding happily and acting all excited. It looks like she does know some stuff. All my hope was on the river card. Me and Malim looked intently at the dealer's hand as he started to place the card down. I swear it felt like it was in slow motion as I saw it happen. And I'm not going to lie, my heart may or may not have been beating a little fast in nervousness. When the dealer put the card down, it felt like the card had much more weight than it did. I could clearly hear the crisp sound as it hit the table. And I was ready, I'm not going to look away from the card. It's not like it's going to change anything whether or not I look at it. An ace of diamonds. I let out a small breath through my nose and closed my eyes after seeing it. Come on. Really? I was so close. Malim sat back down with her head hung low. You could hear and feel the heartbreak from her as she said it. What can I say? That's life, and I can't deny it. I gathered all the chips and moved them towards me. I'm not going to lie, it felt kind of good. Malim is out of the tournament now. Malim got up and left. A trail of sadness in her wake. Now that I remember, she still hasn't beaten me in a game. Well, Artoria, looks like it's just us two now. I look forward to playing a lot with you. Why did Luminous have to say it like that? Oh man, this is going to be a bit long. Chapter 94, Chapter. Playing against Luminous was easy. Because she was putting more effort into trying to flirt with me and seduce me than actually trying to play. She did her best to drag it out as long as she could, but I eventually won, and she got knocked out of the tournament. But at least I know that her motivation for getting as far as she did was to get a chance to just get with me. Anyway, it was time for the final. The main event, if you want to say. And to no one's surprise, Remuru was here. It was me against him. Wow, Remuru, you must be good at this game to make it this far. I'm sure you must know many strategies and fundamentals, right? I was being obviously sarcastic and suspicious about him. Ah, well, yeah. He nodded a bit awkwardly. I also nodded as I looked at him. Both of us knew who was actually doing the playing for Remuru. Raphael. But was I deterred? No. There's only so much Raphael can do mathematically before not being able to do much. All Raphael can do is give Remuru some percentages and recommendations. And math can only get you so far. /////// / // As Remuru and Artoria sat at the poker table, a large crowd surrounded them from a distance. It was the final and almost everyone wanted to see them. Although to some it felt unfair. Specifically, those who went against Remuru. This may have been a new game to them, but even they could tell that he seemed to be playing too perfectly. So, Remuru, who did you beat to get here? I'm just curious. I went against Elmesia, Gazel, Elwold, Fry, and some other people, but I think those are my highlights. Really? You beat them. You know, those are probably the people I wanted to avoid the most, and yet, they all faced you. Luck can be mysterious sometimes. Yeah, I guess so. Well, should we get started? Yeah. Artoria and Remuru placed their mandatory bets to start the round and the dealer gave them their cards. //// / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flash. Raphael, do you think she knows? Remuru was nervous after his conversation with Artoria before the game. Yes, no doubt. She knows why you got so far. So, can you keep helping me? You still want my help even though she clearly knows you've been using me to help you. Well, she can't prove I did. It's all in my head anyway. There's no physical evidence, it's her word against mine. He had a bit of a point. All right. Remuru looked at the cards that were dealt and quickly tried to control himself. He got pocket aces. An ace of spades and an ace of clubs. Whoa, I've never gotten these cards before. This has to be good, right? That chances of winning with pocket aces are around 85%. I would recommend trying to extract as much value as possible through a semi-aggressive strategy. You should raise the bet so Artoria can't see the flop cheaply, but not too much. Alrighty. Remuru took some chips that represented gold coins and raised the pot. Some people in the crows winced a little, particularly those who weren't used to seeing so much money being moved around so causally. Those chips represented gold coins. Remuru looked at Artoria to see what she would do, and her answer came fast. I'll call. She placed the same bet as Remuru into the pot. Okay, Raphael, what does that mean? It means the bet you made was an acceptable price for her to see the flop. Is that bad? No. We'll need to see the flop. After the initial betting round, the dealer revealed the 3 cards of the flop. An ace of hearts, a 9 of clubs, and a queen of diamonds. Remuru slowly got a little giddy and excited as soon as he the ace of hearts. That has to be good. It is. You now have a 3 of a kind with aces. You should keep trying to raise and get as much value as you can. You should make a slightly bigger bet. Got it. And so, Remuru did exactly that. He got more chips and raised the bet higher. Artoria, who was seeing this, already knew what was up. There was a difference between thinking and just following instructions after having someone else do the thinking for you. She saw Remuru take a small delay before doing something. A consistent delay. You don't just take the same amount of time to think between every round. She looked at her cards and then at the table. She would need some help on the upcoming rounds, but it isn't impossible. She noticed how excited Remuru got when he saw the cards, especially on the ace of hearts. To get so excited would mean Remuru had to have at least 1 ace in his hand, or worse, pocket aces. Artoria wasn't going to assume the worst, but she would be cautious. I'll call. She made the same choice. On the turn, the dealer revealed a 10 of diamonds. Artoria showed no reaction. She wasn't staying as still as a statue, but she seemed like didn't care what was on the board. She showed no emotion or reaction when the card was revealed. Be cautious. You should be wary of a straight or a flush. Why? There are 2 diamonds on the board right now. If the river reveals another diamond, she could complete a flush if she also has 2 diamonds in her hand. The possibility of a straight is also there. With a 9 and a 10 on the table right now, she could also get a straight. Those could beat your 3 of a kind. So, what should I do? You should make a small bet. You should assume your hand is behind, but it's still strong. Okay, Remuru got a few chips and bet small as per Raphael's instructions. They just needed to see how Artoria bet. I raise. Artoria's response was instant. Artoria got a large stack of chips, much bigger than Remuru, and shoved them to the middle of the table. This was unexpected for Remuru. So far, Artoria had only been calling his bets and being cautious. This aggressive style was something to be wary of, but he couldn't do anything now. It was time for the river card. The dealer, with finesse, put the last card down. An ace of diamonds. Remuru was practically trying to hold back the joy and utter excitement welling up in him. But he couldn't. His fingers twitched in excitement and he was trying to hold back the biggest smile he could. Raphael. We won. I have 4 aces. Nothing can beat this. I highly recommend to curb your excitement. Yes, you may have a 4 of a kind, but it's not unbeatable. You can lose to a straight flush or a royal flush. And in this scenario, the only thing that can beat you is a royal flush. And what are the chances of getting a royal flush? 0.0032%. Yeah, right, like that'll ever happen. I'm going to go all in. Don't do that. There's already a lot of chips in the pot, you've extracted a lot of value already. I'm doing it either way. Keep in mind how aggressive she was on the turn. The 10 of diamonds is critical to her hand. She most likely has diamonds in her hand. Don't go all in. I don't know. Don't do it. All in. Remuru excitedly yelled out loud for the entire casino to hear as he moved all his chips into the pot. As soon as he said that, there were mutters and whispers in the crowd. Some were surprised and others were excited. Either way, they wanted to see the drama. But he failed to notice one thing. Artoria. He failed to notice how she looked as the ace of diamonds was revealed. She was as still as a statue, not moving the slightest bit. Not a single eye twitch, an eyelash, even her hair stood still, refusing to move with any kind of breeze. Her eyes looked way too serious, almost dull. She was trying too hard to have a poker face. Artoria gave a tell, but Remuru's excitement got the best of him. All eyes were on Artoria. Remuru finally looked up at her and noticed how she looked. It was almost scary, but he had quad aces, he was going to win. This isn't good. What? Remuru questioned Raphael, but he was still riding the high of getting 4 aces. She would fold and he would win this first game big. Artoria, for the first time this game, finally spoke. All eyes on me. It seems my main thing was to be major paid. Artoria said with a devilish smirk. What are you saying? I've won, Artoria. Just look. Remuru threw his cards toward the middle of the table revealing his pocket aces. The crowd that was spectating got even louder. Some were convinced that Remuru won. Are you really that confident? You know I haven't even said what I wanted to do, right? I've never said if I would fold or call. I can still make that choice. Oh. Remuru just realized that he got carried away. Well, just go ahead and fall dash, he was interrupted by her words. I call. Her words were a slice through the wind that shut up everyone in the casino. The crowd that was muttering and talking was silenced by Artoria's decision. Huh. Remuru's excitement was instantly wiped away like a candle in the wind. Now, he felt unease, something foreboding. Perhaps, he should have listened to Raphael. He should have quit while he was ahead. The dealer, hearing Arotria's decision, shouted, "Showdown." Artoria, with a flick of her wrist, threw her cards as they spun around before landing precisely on the table in a perfect and straight position. Complete silence, utter shock is what everyone in the casino was feeling. You could hear the noise from the celebration and festival happening outside the casino. You could maybe even hear the smallest fly buzzing around. I tried to tell you, Remuru. Remuru didn't even pay attention to Raphael. He was completely stunned. He couldn't even believe what he was seeing. This had to be the unluckiest moment in his life. Her cards. A king of diamonds and a jack of diamonds. In combination with the queen of diamonds, the 10 of diamonds, and the ace of diamonds, it gave her a royal flush. The winner is Lady Pendragon. The dealer said out loud. Talk about a bad beat, Remuru. Just don't go and pull out a revolver on me for your loss. This isn't the Wild West. Artoria got up, ignoring Remuru, who was still too stunned to speak. He was still processing what just happened. Artoria picked up a handful of chips, each representing a gold coin, and gave them to the dealer. A tip for you. Much appreciated. The dealer simply nodded and accepted the chips from Artoria. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// playing various games in the casino, but everyone still talked about the game between Artoria and Remuru. It caused a big influx of people playing poker, which needless to say, made the casino a lot of money. What was Remuru doing? Well, he sat down at the bar. He wasn't drinking or anything, he just sat there, still pondering and processing what happened. If you're wondering, the chances of what just happened is about dash. I don't want to know, Raphael. It makes sense. I'm never playing poker again. Chapter 95, Chapter. The day of the final fight. So, I don't know how to proceed. I want to lose here, but at the same time, I also want to fight, and not say, I surrender, or I yield, or anything like that. But the thing is, I know I can beat him, but I need to make it look like I'm struggling or losing. I need to make it look convincing. I'm going to have to go pro wrestling with this one. It shouldn't be too hard, his skill should help him out here to make it look like he's actually good. I'll see what I can do. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / So, Raphael, do you think Masayuki can beat Nero? Remuru was looking forward to this. Despite how Masayuki seemed to reach the final, he was here for a reason. It's hard to say. So far, he's been mostly lucky. I know. Can luck really be a skill though? In the right scenario, it can. Just remember what happened to you recently. Oh come on, that was something which should have never happened. That was some kind of probability anomaly or something. And yet, I warned you about it. And this is something I'll keep reminding you about it. Why do you sound so smug about it? It's your imagination. Remuru sighed. I'll just go ask Artoria. She seems to know a lot anyway. Remuru made his way to Artoria's booth and knocked on the door. A few moments later, Artoria opened it up. Remuru. What brings you here? I just want to know who you think will win. Masayuki. Artoria responded immediately, her tone not showing any doubt. That was fast. Remuru was taken aback by her fast reply. Yeah, well, he's a hero for a reason. By the way, I want you to meet him later. And try to make good friends with him and make him an ally of ours. He will be very important in the future. Especially with the Eastern Empire. Look, I'm not going to explain it, 'cause it's kind of hard to, and there's a whole bunch of time nonsense going on. What? This sounds like something you should explain. Not really. It's not time yet. Artoria chuckled a little. But don't worry, a certain person/spirit will show up soon that will explain everything. I think. I'm not too sure. What's with all the cryptic stuff you're saying? Remuru was confused. What was she saying? Time nonsense. What, was she talking about time travel or something? Don't worry about it. You just go on and live your life. Everything will fall into place eventually. One of our biggest problems later on will be a certain marshal, I think it's the marshal, of the Eastern Empire's army. Look, just enjoy the fight, Remuru, it's going to be fun. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// information from my other self. Well, I can worry about that later. I need to put on a show. Which was going to happen right now. I stood in front of Masayuki and the poor guy looked a little scared. I have no doubt that even he himself is wondering how he ended up here. If I were him, I'd probably be thinking that everything so far has been a series of very fortunate events. Which isn't completely wrong, that's just how his skill works. But it makes me wonder though. I know his skill isn't affecting me, but from the start, before he even showed up, I planned to lose on purpose. But then he showed up, and I was given the perfect person to lose to. I can't explain it, but I know there's some kind of paradox or something here. Whatever, not like it matters. Fight. Once again, Gabaru flew up into the air as he gave the signal to start. I'm going to start this simple, but with a bang. I dashed toward him, opening up with a simple swing. Simple, but very powerful. He reacted a bit late, and I could see him get a bit spooked by the speed, and no doubt, the power behind it. He raised his sword as fast as he could just to block it, his were closed as he braced for impact. And of course, his body, scared and just twitching, raised his sword in such a way that it would deflect or parry any other person. I could just overpower it with brute force, but that's not what I'm here for. I played along and went with the flow as he parried my attack. Now, normally, anyone would just counterattack at this chance, but he didn't. Ah. I'm still here. Did I actually do that? Yup, he stood there in surprise that he was able to parry my attack. Finally, someone who's actually good. You're not like those other people I've fought. You have some skill. I said out loud as I pointed my sword at him. This is definitely adding fuel to the fire. I could hear gasps of awe at his parry, and the praise from me is making it better, or worse from his view, as I'm seen as the best fighter in this competition. I just got lucky. He looked uncomfortable from all the praise benign given to him. He even seemed a bit guilty. You seem to be modest as well. But I'm not going to let up. I once again dashed him. I clashed swords with him and looked him in the eye. I made sure to have a smirk on my face as if I was enjoying this. I could see he looked worried, and also a bit surprised that he somehow held up. I backed up a little and swung again and again. Normally, this would overwhelm anyone else, but with his skill masking up any mistakes on his part and with my strikes leading him like a dance, it looked like a fast clash of swords with sparks flying around. However, this had to end eventually, so, taking advantage of an opportunity, which was easy, I deflected one of his swings and went for a heavy downward slash. I made sure to load it with magic so it would cause a large dust cloud that would obscure everyone's vision. As I swung, I narrowly missed him and hit the ground. Now that there was a smokescreen of sorts, I rushed toward him and lightly kicked and punched certain parts of his body to make him get into a specific pose. I grabbed his arm with the sword and made him reach with it, and then I stood in the path of it so he could feel that he made a hit. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Much of the audience was waiting with anticipation to see what would happen. The large dust cloud covered up almost the entire arena, but their curiosity was soon settled as they saw a figure seemingly launched from the cloud. It was Nero. Nero landed on her feet, but it was clear that Masayuki landed a heavy hit on her to make her fly like that. As the dust cloud settled, there stood Masayuki, a strong stance from the aftermath of a thrust. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash. Boom. Magnificent. No wonder everyone calls you a hero. You would have made an extraordinary gladiator. I was clearly enjoying this. Is this what pro wrestlers feel like? I looked at Masayuki, and I think he reached maximum confusion and surprise. His eyes were wide open at the fact that he seemed to hit me. What's going on? I don't think I'm this good. I heard him mutter to himself. Yeah, this guy was going through some kind of personal crisis or something. It seems I will have to get serious. Okay, here we go. I'm not going to do something so drastic as to use something like a sword beam, but I'm going to use my magic to enhance everything. Just a normal kind of magic burst. With a burst of magic, I blitzed toward him and thrust my sword, but I made sure to give a little delay so he could react. But there was also something I needed to do. I was going to share my magic with him, so everyone could think that he was also getting serious. As soon as I was close to him, I channeled my magic through his sword and throughout his body, so he could get the same buff. As long as I stood close to him, he would have it. What? How am I getting stronger? Nope, I can't have him asking too many questions or thinking too much about it. I unleashed a flurry of strikes faster than before. Sparks flew and wisps of magic seemed to fly off as well. Our actions became a blur as we kept fighting. There's no doubt the audience was entranced by our fight. This was definitely a good final fight. It had flash and power. But it was time to end this. Since we were moving so fast, almost nobody could see the little actions in between strikes and the small adjustments made. I knew what I was going to do. I waited for him to try to parry one of my hits, and when he did, I followed along, but while only one hand was only my sword, I quickly grabbed his hand with my free hand and guided him to make a counterattack on me. For this, I used magic to make it too fast for him to see. But I made sure there would be no cuts on my dress. Shuna put in work into making it and I don't want to damage it. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Whoa, Artoria wasn't kidding. This is a cool fight. It reminds me of some kind of anime. I wouldn't be so sure. There's something else going on here. Oh come on, Raphael, what could be happening? This is clearly a fight between two good swordsmen. At least now we can see how good Masayuki is. I have to do what Artoria said and try to be friends with him. Maybe we can get him to settle down here. Yes, you're right. Why do you sound so exasperated? Like you're tired of talking to someone. It's your imagination. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. The crowd was in awe. Many of them wanted Masayuki to win, and their wish seemed to come true. In the midst of their onslaught, Nero was suddenly launched back with a monstrous force. Her body flew as she hit the wall of the arena, before falling back down. Her body left a small crater in the wall and various cracks on the wall as some small pieces of the wall crumbled. Nero stood still on the floor, not getting up. Gabiru flew down and started examining her. He was about to call the match, but Nero started moving a little. 10. Gabiru started to count down. If Nero couldn't get up, she would lose by a count out. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. Nero was on all fours. She really seemed to be struggling. Her arms were shaking, her head was low as if she was only focused on trying to get up. 3. Nero used her sword as a support. She slammed the tip into the ground. At this point, she was on her knees. 2. Nero managed to get herself up on one knee. Slowly, but surely, she was getting up. But it might be too late as time was practically up. 1. The audience held their breaths as they watched Nero seemingly almost up, but at the last moment, she fell back down. It's over. In a dramatic finish, the winner is Masayuki. Gabiru announced out loud to the entire audience and they started cheering loudly. Their cheers were so loud that everyone outside the arena could hear them. Masayuki looked at his hands, still not believing what he had accomplished. Am I really that good? Did 2 days of training with Artoria turn me into this? Should I consider getting more lessons from her? But I might have to stay here for a while. // // Oh yeah. This has to be my best performance. Putting up a last-second struggle only to falter at the end. Something you only see in a story. This would probably be the best memory of the people here. As I laid on the ground, I discreetly moved my eyes to see what Masayuki was doing. I saw him look at me and then back at his hands as he seemed utterly astonished at what he had done. Now I just need to wait a bit, and then disappear. This tournament will be the first and last appearance of Nero, who is someone that looks a lot like me. This will probably spawn some conspiracy theories. Maybe I have some lost family member or a twin sister. Maybe even a daughter. A daughter? Yeah, right, my genetics would have to completely overpower anyone else's to get such a resemblance, which I don't think is biologically possible. Chapter 96, Chapter A/N. Word of the day, prestidigitation. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / gosh. Well, that fighting was fun, but now it's over. And with the last days of the festival coming to a close, many people were leaving. I'll be honest, I was not looking forward to the no doubt many meetings to discuss getting more involved internationally. We would talk about the sorceress dynasty of Cheyen, most likely the Western Council or whatever they're called, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Great, more meetings. Just what I want. Being locked up in a room with a whole bunch of people. I would much rather prefer being locked in a room with Shuna, and only Shuna, for an indeterminate amount of time. Anyway, right now, me and Shuna were dancing in a room to some music. It's some classical music, and while I don't have a problem with it, classical music can be a bit too slow for me. But Shuna seemed to enjoy it, so I did too. Did you have fun, Shuna? I asked as we swayed from side to side. Yeah. I loved all the events, except for Luminous. I don't like her. I could hear her slight disdain. I don't like the way she looks at you and talks to you. Maybe I shouldn't leave her in the same room with Luminous alone. I would fear for the future of the Lubelius kingdom. I've tried to push her away, but she keeps on coming back. No matter how many times I reject her. She needs to distract herself with something. Something that's not you. Well, I can think of someone who can serve as a perfect punching bag for her to vent. It'll reduce how often she tries to talk to me. I'll tell you, and then you can lead her to this person. And maybe after she's vented, you can give her a little talk. I spun Shuna around and held her hand as I leaned forward, causing her to lean backward as well. I moved my face close to her ear and told her the person I was talking about. Really? Him? Yeah. They have some history together. Okay, if you say so. We kept dancing until the song ended. It was nice, but I really feel like dancing to something more up-tempo. They have all the usual classical instruments, but they do have something like an electric guitar, or other things of that nature. I guess what I mean to say is non-classical instruments. Maybe I should show them some songs of different genres. I'm not saying I'm the kind of person that listens to everything, but if it sounds good, then I like it, doesn't matter the genre. Although, I do prefer rock music, blues, country, pop, and a bit of hip-hop, as well as some of their various subgenres and combinations of genres. But I don't all this music stuff. I can play violin, and some guitar, but that's all. And that's only because of my music class in school and because I joined the orchestra, but that was some time ago. I'll just try my best. Hold on, Shuna. I'm going to talk to the one playing the music, I guess the composer, they should get the idea of what I'm trying to convey. I walked to the composer and tried my best to explain what I was looking for. But it was so weird. I tried to begin technical and use the music terms I could remember, but it was hard, and I could tell he was trying to be as nice as he could. Perhaps, you can play something. So I get an idea of what you want. Yeah, I'll do that. Hand me a fiddle. One of the players handed me a violin and a bowstring, and I just did some basic testing to get used to it. Once I got the sound I was looking for, I was ready. Okay, so what I was looking for is something like this dash. I was interrupted in the middle of my explanation. Oh look, Lady Pendragon is going to play a song. One of the people in the crowd yelled as they saw me and interrupted my conversation with the conductor. I closed my eyes in acceptance of what was going to come. This wasn't supposed to happen, but now that I look at it, I did get up on stage without considering what people would think, and like wildfire, it spread throughout the audience. And very quickly, everyone was looking at me. I can't disappoint them now, can I? Artoria, what are you doing up there? Wait, you play violin? I didn't know that. It was Remuru who spoke. And he seemed surprised. Well, most people are. I don't think I've ever shown or told anyone that I could play violin. I waved over at Remuru. I guess you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have invited Diablo to play with me in a duet or something. Not like it would be hard. All I have to say is that it was for Remuru and he would drop everything to do it. Well, this song is about a normal human winning a bet against the devil. I turned around and explained to the conductor and other musicians what I wanted to hear and to keep up with me. // // Shuna was walking around looking for a certain off-the-rails vampire. She needed to set her straight. If that holy knight couldn't do it, then she would. Wait. I need to talk to you. I've been looking for you. Shuna heard a loud yell that was clearly directed at her. Looking back, she saw the vampire she was looking for as well as Hinata, who was behind her. Speak of the devil and he, or she, in this case, will appear. Luminous caught up to her and quickly composed herself as she made sure to dust off the non-existent stains on her clothes. She did a little curtsy as if she were a maid as she greeted Shuna. This was the wife of her loved one, so she needed to be as respectful as possible. Any wrong move and she would ruin whatever chances she had with Artoria. Greetings, Lady Shuna. I want to talk to you about Artoria and your relationship with her. Hinata was surprised at this. Luminous was doing all this for Shuna. She was looking around hoping no one saw a scene like this, especially the other saints or other high-ranking officials of other nations. Word of this could not spread, but she also knew that Luminous seemed to be getting desperate at this point. They couldn't stay here forever. They would have to return to their kingdom eventually. Shuna looked at Luminous and then at Hinata. Hinata felt a little uneasy. She could tell Shuna was strong, very strong, despite her appearance. This is someone she clearly didn't want to fight, but not only was it that, it was also the person that would undoubtedly come to her aid no matter what. Artoria. A fight with Shuna was also a fight with Artoria, and who knows how she would act in an event like that. My relationship. We're married. That's my relationship. And you seem intent on getting between us. Don't think I haven't noticed the way you look or talk to Artoria. A bit of Shuna's aura was leaking out as she talked to Luminous. It was scary and ominous. Things were off to a horrible start for Luminous. Wait, please, let me explain. Luminous tried pleading to Shuna, but Shuna cut her off instantly. There's nothing to explain. You're clearly trying to seduce her, and not only that, you're doing it with me around. You should be ashamed. Another spike in Shuna's aura. Any more, and who knows what would happen. Even Hinata flinched a little from hearing what Shuna said. Not that she herself would say anything different, it just seems someone else needed to say it. And you. Don't think you're free from this either. Shuna said as she pointed to Hinata. She felt like a school kid getting in trouble with the teacher. You've done a horrible job at stopping Luminous, but at least you have some self-control and more awareness. What? I've also noticed it from you, Hinata. It's not like Luminous here, but you do have that look in your eye. Artoria told me what she did when she went to your kingdom, and from what she told me, it would be hard not to feel a certain way towards her after seeing her do something like that. Shuna said a little mad at her, but it was still calmer compared to how she talked to Shuna. Hinata stayed silent. She wasn't completely wrong. Look, we started on bad terms, but maybe we can DOD something to start over. Luminous somehow still didn't get the message. No. But no. Artoria doesn't love you, Luminous. She does not want to be in a relationship with you. The only relationship she has with you is leaders of a nation. It's only business and political. Luminous felt like multiple arrows hit her heart. She felt the urge to drop to the ground on all fours. This is the worst thing a dragon has done to me, is what she thought, but perhaps some recency bias was affecting her. Listen, Luminous. Follow me. Shuna said, and she started walking away. Luminous, quickly getting out of the heartbreak of her life, quickly followed her. Maybe, just maybe. She followed Shuna until they reached an area that had many stalls and vendors. They were still busy despite being near the end of the festival, but they walked past all of them. Eventually, Shuna stopped and looked at an energetic blonde man in the distance. Luminous looked at where Shuna was looking and her eyes darkened. Is that? She focused more, trying to make sure what she was feeling was right. It is. That stupid, overgrown, pea-sized brain gecko. Luminous ran straight towards the man. Hinata was going to go after her, but Shuna held out a hand to stop her. Just leave her be, Hinata. The more time she wastes with Veldora, the less time she spends with Artoria. Hinata instantly turned her head to look at Shuna. I'm sorry, whose name did you say? You really don't know. I guess Artoria would make you less aware of your surroundings if you only focused on her. Shuna knew that feeling. It happened to her sometimes. Chapter 97, Chapter A/N. Word of the day, convalescence. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// apologize for my actions. I should have known not to try and interfere with your relationship with Shuna, and that I should have stopped after giving me clear signs that you were not attracted to me. As an apology, I hope we can have talks and negotiations to strengthen the alliance of our nations. Now, we were in a private room. So she wasn't doing this in front of everybody. It was only me, Shuna, Luminous, and Hinata. I could see Hinata was slightly shocked at what Luminous was doing, and Shuna had a little smile on her face as if pleased by Luminous' apology. All I could wonder was what Shuna did to Luminous to make her like this. Alright, Luminous, I accept your apology. As for what we can talk about, this isn't really the place to do it. Well, I guess it depends on how in-depth you want to go with it. If you want something comprehensive, we'll need a meeting with all of the top people on both of our sides. We can sign something to set that up. An agreement to further explore improving relations. Yeah, we could do that. Right now, actually. I grabbed a piece of paper nearby and started writing. There we go. This is just something simple and kind of vague, but it gets the point across. Luminous looked at the paper and had a doubtful look on her face as she looked at the simple and quickly made draft. This looks so crude. Okay, hold on. I held out my hand and summoned Rangaminiad. This was super overkill with this, but it works, which more often than not, is all that really matters. A few branches of light released from Rangaminiad as they started to transform the paper. When it was done, the paper now looked more professional. There. Now we can sign this thing. What was that? Just a little something. No need to worry about it. I signed the paper as I responded to Luminous. Oh, okay, Luminous said reluctantly as she also signed it. All right. We signed it. I look forward to our talks. Me too. Once that was done, we left the room. Luminous switched back to her more serious mode, and I just stayed the same. I guess it matters more how she is perceived than it does to me. We went our separate ways. I want to go home, but I wanted to get a little head start on some work, which is why I'm heading to our government building. The place where all our laws and legislation are made. I guess it makes more sense to say it's where everything is collectively discussed, but I hold the final say about it, no matter what others say about it, but it's never wrong to take advice. It's very simple what I want to talk about. Once this festival is over, news about my nation will spread very fast. People will want to come to visit, and no doubt some will want to move here, whether it's to emigrate, look for an opportunity to make money, or maybe start a business, maybe they think it's safer to live here, the quality of life is better here. In short, immigration. I'm going to have to come up with something for that. And with a lot of immigrants comes growth and change, which will also require us to make more laws. Right now, we have laws that are broader and not that specific. For example, our marriage laws. It's what made Luminous chase after me, thinking she had a chance only because the law said nothing about it. What would happen if someone applied that somewhere else? The monsters that live here are good people, so they know what not to do, but that's only because they were all mostly named by Remuru, except for the lizardman and a few others who were named by me. What was that quote again? If men were angels, no government would be necessary. Well, I mean that on Earth. The angels in this world aren't good. They come down to destroy civilization and society or something. So, not good. Anyway, there's work to do. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Artoria, you're here. Remuru said as he looked up from the paperwork he was doing. I still don't know how he hasn't come up with something to make it all go faster. Why are you surprised, Remuru? Well, it's just that you don't come here often. Yeah, well, for now, that has changed. We need to make a lot of laws and also get more specific. Why? Well, there's going to be an influx of people coming here after word of the nation spreads. Our population will grow and we need to prepare for that. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So we need to make something for immigration. So what should we do? Why do you look uneasy about this? It's just, well, what kind of immigrants? We don't need workers since we have Geld and all his orcs. Well, that's just construction, Remuru. There's more work besides just construction. And I'm not talking about only workers, Remuru, I'm also talking about people who just want to live here as well. That too. Are you sure? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. Are you against it, or something? Well, tourists are fine, but, should they be here permanently? What about integration? Falmouth, or what was Falmouth, seems to be doing fine ever since their territory became ours after the war, Remuru. But that's different. That was war, this is, not war. I guess, but if it's about if they can integrate, the people of Falmouth did just fine. Yeah, but it was after we had to clean up all the corruption by arresting, or executing if necessary, many of the nobles, elite, and other people who were responsible for everything. That might be true, but we have to do something. And what do you propose? Well, there's two extremes. We can have completely open borders, which if I remember right, Germany has or had at one point, well something like it I think. Actually, I think it is more like really relaxed policies. Why would Germany have open borders? Well, you see, due to certain events in their past, they let about anyone in. So there's that, and then you have the opposite, closed borders or very strict policies. I don't think there's a county on Earth that is to either of those extremes. I guess something like J-. Oh, I see now. I can't believe it took me that long to figure out why he seemed a bit reluctant. He doesn't seem to be against it, but I guess some ideas from back on Earth can carry over. What? What's another country that has very strict immigration policies? Maybe a country in the Middle East. Oh, I know. Qatar. They are very strict on immigration. So, what should we do? Like a middle ground of sorts. Yeah, it kind of has to be. I don't like open borders or closed borders. If someone wants to move and live here, and become a citizen, I'm all for it, but there has to be some requirements. This one is going to be hard to get right. There's no best immigration policy, because it's really all what someone thinks, and there is always going to be disagreements with whatever you decide. Like what? That's what we're going to discuss. To just give it to you straight, this is what I'm thinking. We're going to limit how many people we take in, since our population can't just recklessly increase rapidly, there has to be some kind of plan. I'm also thinking of showing preference to more skilled people. Those that have specialized knowledge, researchers, scientists, and things like that. You can never have enough of those kinds of people. What if there were some scientists who were doing some super shady experiments? Like, human experimentation, or if they are a part of a bad group. Would you still take them in? It seems he's pushing the limit on this, but I'll be honest, that's a dumb question, and the answer is yes. Obviously. Who would say no? Of course, Remuru. If they're smart enough, or are a genius, then yeah, welcome to the Empire. I'll just pardon their crimes, get their research, and then put them to work while they are under extreme surveillance. There's an exception you have to make sometimes. What? Why? That's crazy. Who would do that? Oh boy, wait until he finds out about the scientists who were working for NASA and the government during the Cold War, or about the pardons for Japanese officials for human experimentation in exchange for research data. The latter is some heavy stuff, and I will speak my mind, he most likely doesn't know about that. Relax, Remuru. Let's get back to the point. We'll need to cover a lot of stuff. Like, types of visas, deportation, pathways to citizenship, how to handle illegal immigrants, and more. Oh man, there's going to be so many disagreements on this stuff. Who knows how long this is going to take? But, it has to be done. These are conversations that have to be made. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// I'm going to be honest, I knew it was going to take a long time, but this should not be taking this long, and whether you like it or not, this is the final draft we're going to make. This was carrying on too long. I could have finished many other things I wanted, but we were stuck on this. Why is this even a big deal? It's not like we're on Earth. Remuru signed the long, multi-page document after we had the advisors and others write it up. This wasn't anything vague. We tried to be as specific as possible and be as detailed as possible, but there would always be something to question or a loophole. And if that arises, I'll just change it to get rid of that loophole. No having to go through some drawn-out court process to interpret something because of how hard it is to change something. Well, that's it. Why did you include the religion part? Oh, that. It's not like I'm forcing them to stop believing in whatever God they believe in. You do know that we have religious freedom here, right? All they have to do is give a little faith to me or you. All the little stuff will stack up quickly. I'm not asking them to change their mind on the spot like that, that's dumb. That's a bit lenient. Well, we don't want religious infighting that could lead to a split or some kind of war because of how stubborn, forceful, or stupid we're being with religion. Have you heard of the 30 Years' War? Not really. Is it some war in Europe? Yeah, it is, but then again, war in Europe is very, very vague. There's been like a million wars in Europe. Anyway, not to get distracted, I'm going to work on some other stuff. Like what? Welfare, economics, tourism, education, and whatever else comes to mind. I just told him some things that immediately came to my mind as I went to get some paper to jot things down and then hand it over to our advisors and legal team to make it look more professional later on. It was time to implement some reforms to some of our things. That's a lot to take on, no. Not really, I already have some ideas. Like what? It depends, what subject? I don't know, education. That. It's quite simple. I'm going to favor some hands-on learning and stuff. Critical thinking over memorization, things to make students involved in their community so they can be better citizens when they grow up, more hands-on learning, a not-so-strict curriculum, encouragement to teach some more contemporary issues, teachers that are qualified, and other things, but that is what is off the top of my head. What about things to check if teachers or schools are doing a good job? Maybe you should put a system in place to track test scores and grades of students and schools. Maybe, if they meet a target, they can get rewarded, and if they don't, they'd be penalized. I stopped writing as I heard Remuru's idea. That sounded a bit too familiar to something I know. Remuru, no, I said in a firm tone. That is not going to work like you think it will. Trust me. And what about your ideas? What if they don't work? Then we change it. That's it. If it doesn't work, then we look at what went wrong and make some changes, but I would prefer we don't, since if the schools and education system were constantly being changed, it would not be good. You seem to have it all figured out. I wish I could say that, but I don't. With some final writing, I finished the very rough draft. Anyway, this is education finished. I placed it to the side and started working on another one. What, just like that? Yeah, now I just have to give it to our advisors and legal people and they'll turn it into all that fancy talk and jargon that comes with a government document. All that matters is that the main ideas are implemented. That seems so fast. I know how it looks, but it's just how it is. We can't always predict how things will turn out with complete accuracy. We just have to try our best and go along with things that sound good and simple. Sometimes, the simple ideas and explanations are just the way to go. I looked at Remuru, who seemed to have a thoughtful expression on his face. What about Raphael? Can't we just leave it all to Raphael? I knew he would bring that up. This will serve well as a transition to my next topic. No, we're not using Raphael. I don't want to develop some kind of over-reliance on Raphael, which can then transfer to other things. It's kind of one of the reasons I don't use Reincarnated as much as I really should. You know, speaking of reliance, let's talk about welfare systems. Chapter 98, Chapter A/N. Things get a bit political here, but I guess the last chapter was also political, but it's just the nature of the topics, and also, don't take all this at face value or really try to wonder how it will all work. Remember, this is a fan FIC and not some kind of study or source of information, so it's not one of those things you need to think so hard about. Also, there is no way I could explain in full detail what all this means without the word count getting higher than Snoop Dogg, and also the chapter becoming boring. That's not to say that everything in this chapter is completely inaccurate, but there's also more nuance and detail to it. I'm sure some of you will find some problems and correct me on things or provide some facts, details, or opinions. Anyway, I think this is one of my longer chapters and you'll understand this whole section after reading. I hope you enjoy. Welfare. Yup. A social safety net in case someone has some kind of extreme or big emergency or situation, but not too many programs to the point that it will cause an over-reliance on the government. I don't want that. I see. So, what are you going to do? Like I said, it'll be a net that will catch anyone who falls into it. No one will need to sign up or anything. It'll apply to everyone, but with a time limit, of course. If you can't get yourself back together after falling and then getting help, then that's on you. I don't want anyone to think they can just abuse the system by constantly staying in that range for help. Wow, you seem a bit serious with that. Yeah, well, I've seen things be too lenient sometimes. Huh. It seems you got it down. Yeah, pretty much. Again, the fine parts and details will be handled by the advisors and others. Isn't that giving them a bit too much trust? Normally, it would be a bad idea, but they're probably the only ones that are actually trustworthy and won't be sneaky or whatnot. Yeah, I guess. On to the next one. Economics. To be more specific, taxes. As much as I hate them, we need them. We need to use them for infrastructure projects, public services, and whatnot. Do you expect us to take on massive amounts of loans that become the main way we pay for stuff? That sounds dumb. What country on earth would take on hundreds of billions or maybe even trillions of dollars in loans to pay for things they should already have the money to pay for? That would be silly. What are you going to do? I smiled at that question. I was about to drop some bombshells. Some ideas and proposals that would sound idealistic, but if it's this world, it can work. It's already working with Malim's nation. Well, first of all, no income taxes. I could see Remuru almost jump at what I said. Huh? Really? I don't know much, but isn't income taxes like how governments make most of the tax money? Yeah, but there are other taxes besides income taxes. Why do you seem so against income taxes? Time for a small US history lesson. And one I really, really don't like. I hate the guy that I'm going to be talking about, but for the sake of history, I say the name of he who shall be named. Ooh, I could feel my emotions simmering a little. Well, there's some history behind it. First of all, the United States used to have no income taxes. It was only used for emergencies, such as what happened during our Civil War, but then came along the devil himself, evil incarnate, in the early 1900s. I paused to see Remuru's reaction. He said nothing, but I could see was interested. I would be too, if I were in his position. Talking about one of your country's leaders like this would make anyone wonder the reason behind it. Especially if you're not familiar with the history of another country. Time to continue. Let's talk about a certain president of the United States. Now, before I talk about this guy, Remuru, I need to set a little picture. You see, a lot of people keep talking about who the worst president was and how politics is super ugly, and they only talk about things that happened recently. Well, if they bothered to pick up a history book or do a quick internet search, they'd realize that things were a lot worse in the past. Like, people were killing each other in the hundreds just to stop them from voting. What? Yeah, stuff was very ugly and crazy in those times. Anyway, that's just to set the picture. Now, let me get to the point. So, there's this guy called Thomas Woodrow Wilson, and let me tell you this, Remuru, I don't know what is happening in the United States, or how much time has passed, but I can guarantee you that whoever the president is, they will never be worse than Woodrow Wilson. If you ask the opinion of someone from Europe, they might have a different view on Wilson, but that's because of World War I and I couldn't care less what he did during World War I, because even in that, he messed up the post-war by not getting the United States into the League of Nations, or failing to further advocate his 14 points by not trying to reel in the British or French during the negotiations when they were handing out their stupid punishments to Germany, and look what happened 20 years after the Treaty of Versailles. I stopped myself as I took in a deep breath. Oh man, I could go on, but I have to control myself. I could hear Remuru trying to make me calm down as well. All right, calm down. Calm down. This doesn't seem to be about taxes anymore. Remuru said in a loud voice as he moved his arms to tell me to calm down. He's right. I need to calm down a little. I'm going on a big ramble, but I really hate that son of, control myself. I took a small breath. You're right. I was going off on a long tangent and ramble. Sorry. Back to taxes. So, this guy was the reason the United States has an income tax and a central bank. Wow, I could have just said that and avoided that entire thing I said. Man, I hate that guy more than I thought I did. Good. A central bank? Should we have that? That's what got out of that. First of all, ignoring my opinions about a central bank, whose currency do we use? We use money from, oh. There it was. That realization. If you're of the mind that the one who controls the money controls everything else, then Dworgen is the strongest nation in this world. Yeah. It's pretty hard to set up a central bank when we don't even have our own currency and use another country's currency. But if you really wanted to, like really wanted to, we could just do what some countries do. Make our own currency and then tie it to the currency of another country. I think it was called currency pegging or something like that. But at that point, why even bother? It's not worth the time or effort to set something like that up in our case. Okay. Anyway, now we can go back to taxes. So, we're not going to have an income tax, or sales tax, except for excise taxes on certain goods. Well, we'll have a value-added tax. This will raise prices for consumers since businesses will most likely pass it on to the consumer, but the main point of this will be to stop vertical integration, and I'm fine with that. I don't want to impose too much taxes on businesses, but I'm also not going to let them run wild and free. Why? Can't he just ask Raphael? Well, I did just tell him about an over-reliance on things. It's one of those things that depends on how you see taxes. You could see taxes as a deterrent or an encouragement of sorts. For example, if you set special or higher taxes on certain goods like alcohol or cigarettes, a sin tax, a type of excise tax, it can be seen as a good thing since the higher taxes mean people will be more discouraged from buying them, since they are unhealthy and bad for you, but they can still buy them if they want to. I see it like this: an income tax is a tax on the worker, and a sales tax is a tax on consumption. And what is one thing that spurs an economy, Remuru? Money. Not the worst answer out there. Spending. Spending money is one way to spur an economy. And if there's no sales tax on general goods, people will spend more money, and it's one way to make sure prices on goods don't get too expensive on normal goods. Well, except for the excise tax and VAT, but the excise will be on things that are bad for you and the VAT is more focused on businesses. I paused as I tried to think of something that could try to explain what I was talking about. I know. Let me take another page from US history. Let me give you an example, Remuru. You see, during the Great Depression in the US during the 1930s, a whole bunch of government spending programs were made to spur the economy. Jobs, infrastructure projects, and whatnot. And it sort of worked. There's debate around it, and some questioned if government spending would get the United States out of the Depression or even grow or spur the economy, but then this massive government spending program called World War II was basically the reason the United States got out of the Depression. World War II. Why does he seem confused on that part of what I said? I thought he would question literally anything else. Yeah. Anyway, that was a little history lesson for you. So if you don't want an income tax or a sales tax, then what are you going to tax? Easy. Land. A lot of it will be land. I'll also tax business, but too much. I'm not a fan of a lot of taxes on businesses. I don't want to discourage business and industry production. As for land, it will be a land value tax. This will cause people to use the land they own and make it do something instead of just having it. Why not property tax? Yeah, I know property taxes. My parents paid a lot of property taxes. I was thinking of that, but you can't really have a land value tax and a property tax. Well, a land value tax is a kind of property tax, but not really. Anyway, it's time for business. Not taxes, but regulations and other laws. I don't want any monopolies forming or one business having too much control in anything. There's going to be antitrust laws. And as for regulations, each business is different, so it will depend on what kind of business it is. Can you give an example? Do you want something normal or something more extreme? Extreme. I'm curious. What could be considered something extreme in this case? Something that fits into this world instead of Earth. I need to think of something more prevalent, something that could be considered controversial, or a hot topic of debate. Oh, I know. Prostitution. Sex work. Whatever you want to call it. That'll get anyone talking. Whoa, Remuru was a little surprised at what I said, but he asked for it. You said you wanted extreme. I just told him how it is. Yeah, but I wasn't expecting that. He does know what kind of world his is, right? Remuru, this is a semi-medieval world. There's going to be prostitution, brothels, and other things of that nature. It's going to happen no matter what, even if we make it illegal. It doesn't happen here in this town, but what about Falmouth? They have it there. I would need to encourage more reconstruction there now that I think about it. It's been cleaned up, but I really want to try to hammer in more of our influence onto them, make them forget about Falmouth and change their identities to people of Tempest. Religion is one way to do that, but I don't want to force them to convert or anything, but let them know what the main religion of Tempest is. I think it's time to build another cathedral. No, a basilica. Let's change it up. But which one? Oh, there's the one in Spain, in Barcelona. That one is really cool and awesome. Yeah, that one. I'll talk to Geld and Adelman later. Oh, yeah, you're right. It seems I was lost in my thoughts a little, because I kind of forgot Remuru was here. Back to the topic. If you can't beat them, join them. I'm not going to make it illegal, but if it's going to happen, it'll be under the watch and oversight of the government, along with strict regulations. Plus, that's another industry from which to get more tax money. Oh, I really sound like a government now. Getting my filthy hands into these kinds of things, but it has to be done sometimes. Okay, hold on. I have a question about the land value tax. What if it causes the environment to be damaged? If the land value tax is supposed to encourage people to use the land and improve it, won't the environment suffer because of it, depending on what's done with the land? Finally, a good question. And it's about the environment. I'm all for the environment and efforts to conserve, protect, and preserve it. I'm glad you brought that up, Remuru. The environment is good to protect. Part of the regulations I'm going to impose will make sure that businesses are mindful of the environment and to reduce damage to it. Since we're in a giant forest, trees will have to be cut down as we expand, and the Dryads and Trents realize this, so they are allowing some of that kind of thing to happen, but we're also not going to blitz our way through. So, one way to protect the environment is the establishment of national parks. That's one of my favorite parts of the United States. And we have a lot of land to work with. A national park? Yup. It's government-protected land where the natural environment is protected. It's not something where the government actively intervenes a lot, but it's a place where nature just runs its course. It can make a good attraction for tourism, and there are rangers who patrol and make sure no one is doing anything bad to the land, like polluting it among other things. They have other responsibilities and things they do, but it's a lot to go through right now. Also, you do know that land that is way out from a city is simply not that valuable. Who would buy land that is there? Or we could just issue a piece of land for conservation and protection, but not make it a national park. That sounds interesting. Yup. We'll just have to send out some expeditions across the nation to see what places are good to make into national parks. If things go theoretically right as they should, we're going to make so much money. We already have control of big trade routes, including the ones we got from Falmouth, and with the many kinds of laws I'm writing, it should attract a lot of business and industry to move here and encourage more business domestically. They'll be attracted by the low corporate income taxes and relatively low regulations, depending on what they do. Well, if this world understands something like that. If they don't, then it's a win for us. Okay. You seem to know a lot about this stuff. I don't. This isn't that complicated. I took an economics class in college, but it was one of those classes I was forced to take for general education, but I still paid attention. Not like that qualifies me as an expert or anything. But if Malim's nation can have a universal-based income system and have it work without problems, then something tells me things will be just fine here. Call it an instinct, I guess. Seriously, though, a UBI is one of those more idealistic ideas that people say is too unrealistic to achieve, and that it would be hard to put into practice, but Malim is making it work. Well, her advisors, council is making it work. I don't think my ideas are as idealistic as a UBI. I think they're generally more grounded and closer to a more realistic kind of approach. So, what now? Remuru's question got me focused again. What now? Well, I'm basically about done with what I wanted to do. I guess I could write some things about crime and justice. Have some courts and categorize types of punishments depending on the crime, and take into account the different races and their lifespans. Basically just an improvement to what is there already. A more streamlined process. Does that mean we'll need to build more jails, prisons, dungeons, or whatever? Dungeons. Come on, Remuru. You want to build the Tower of London here or something? You did say this was a sort of medieval world. Touché. Alright, he got me there. But no. Yeah, but we're not going to use a dungeon. Let me rephrase that. We're not going to build any new dungeons. There were dungeons in Falmouth that had some people there. So I take it there will be no torture then. Or a death penalty. I know he doesn't mean it like that, but the way he words it would make someone think he sounds disappointed about not having those things. Not torture, Remuru, enhanced interrogation techniques. Oh, and we'll have the death penalty. I'm not too big on crime, but I think it will only be something we use rarely. That also doesn't mean people are going to be sent to jail for an absurd amount of time for mundane things that amount to a non-violent crime. There's levels to this stuff. You know, you seem all over the place with all of your ideas and thoughts. What do you mean? Like, I don't know, never mind. Well, things are done here. I'll leave the rest to you. The rest to me? What are you talking about? Holding the stack of papers in my hand, I got up from my desk and said goodbye to Remuru, before handing everything over to our advisors so they could start writing out all the details onto the official-looking documents for signature. Well, I don't need to place my signature on all the things, they can do it themselves. Now I can go home. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// A few hours later, Remuru was still doing some paperwork, and just when he thought he was done, a hobgoblin assistant walked in carrying another large stack of papers. "Greetings, Lord Remuru, these are documents that need your signature." The hobgoblin placed everything on the desk in front of Remuru. Remuru tried not to look demoralized at seeing all of this. Where did all this come from? These are from the many laws and other ideas that Lady Pendragon gave us. We wrote out all the details and asked for more clarification on certain things that she told us. After some more tweaks and conversation, we just need your signature to make it all official. And Artoria's signature is on all of these. Yes. She wrote on all of that. No, me and the others used stamps that had her signature to sign all of them. It's an authorized copy that is strictly overseen to make sure it's not used improperly. It saves us and her a lot of time in writing. Oh. I see. I'll get to work on these. The assistant said goodbye, leaving Remuru with all the documents. He had enough today, so he was just going to sign it without looking at them. It wasn't like he was going to read all of it. But one thing did stick with him. How did I not think to do that? I could just use a stamp for my signature and make things go so fast. At least Remuru was finally coming up with something to increase the speed of paperwork. A/N. Historical fun fact of the day, Victoria Woodhull was the first woman to run for President of the United States in 1872. Her running mate was Frederick Douglass, but he didn't know that. Chapter 99, Chapter A/N. Song of the Day, Truckin' by Grateful Dead. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// from the paperwork. I need to set a few things in motion first, and then I will be free. Honestly, I kind of could just do a little takeover and make myself the one ruler, but it's already practically like that. I could just tell Remuru to do something, and he'll do it. Anyway, my next stop is the cathedral, so I can talk to Adelman. I'm also going to bring over Geld as well. //////////////////// At the cathedral. My goddess, what can I do for you? There he is. My number one priest. I had to stop him from doing some excessive bowing or getting on his knees. I understand why he would do this, but it's really not necessary. He doesn't have to do all that, and I would prefer he doesn't, but no matter how many times I've tried to tell him, he keeps doing it. Well, who am I to stop him? Okay, maybe not the best thing to say since to him I'm the goddess he worships and it doesn't really apply in this situation, but you get the idea. Hold on a second, Adelman, let's wait for Geld to arrive. As soon as I said that, Geld entered. Gotta love the perfect timing. This will be quick. Hello, Geld, you arrived just in time. Come here, you and Adelman have a big project to work on. Sorry for keeping you waiting, my lady. But I just told him he arrived here on time. Well, now that you're both here. Take a look at this. I showed them a blueprint and a drawing of a basilica. The architectural style is a fusion of Gothic and Art Nouveau. It had an organic and nature-inspired design. It had intricate and geometric details, it had multiple spires and facades. The interior would have vaults, columns, stained glass, and other things. This was something of beauty. It was going to be taller than the cathedral here in the capital once it's fully built, and it's going to be amazing. So, what do you think, you two? I could feel the smile on my face as I imagined it. How wonderful, my goddess. When and where are you going to build this? Adelman sounds excited and enthusiastic. I don't think I've ever seen a skull be so expressive before. This is going to be built in Falmouth, or what was Falmouth. Every major city and town in our empire needs something like this. Am I being a bit biased toward church buildings from Europe during the 12th to 19th centuries? Well, it's not my fault that the architecture and architects during those times seem to be on a roll. In my opinion, those are like the coolest religious buildings. I think the only ones that put up competition are Hindu temples. I remember going to New Jersey to see a Hindu temple there. If I remember right, the one in New Jersey is in the top 5 of the largest Hindu temples in the world. That was the best part of New Jersey. That and the USS New Jersey. I don't remember much else. I assume you're going to assign me to build this. Geld spoke up after looking at the blueprints and designs. I almost got caught up in my thoughts for a second. Yes. And you don't worry about how much time or money it's going to take. I still remember how fast you built the cathedral here. You and your orcs did what took humans hundreds of years into months. Granted, you did have help from magic and a lot more strength and stamina. But still, a wonderful job. I'll do it. I'll make plans, and then gather my workers and set off soon. Do you need help with any of the logistics? It's probably a dumb question, but he'll most likely have to transport materials, temporary housing while they build, and other things. Money is no issue since the casino brought in obscene and filthy amounts of money from all the nobles and the rich people. A casino using the money it's made to fund infrastructure and special building projects for the public. Imagine. Anyway, as much as I like the casino, it's going to be retrofitted back into the restaurant, since the festival is basically over, which I personally prefer. No. I am able to handle this. The way he says it makes it sound like it's no problem for him. Gotta love this guy's work ethic. Yeah, I'm making him a knight after he finishes building it. He's serving in other ways that make him deserve it. I don't know if Excalibur would count that, though. I'll see. Good. You'll be leading the construction effort for this. And you, Adelman, you're going to help start it up when it's finished. I'm going to send you over there to spread the religion. Now, I don't want you forcing or threatening the people to convert. I want you to be friendly and present the religion as another option or alternative. You're going to be a salesman, and the product you're selling is our religion. Once you've gotten a foothold, you're going to appoint another priest you trust to run that place, after which you'll return. I understand, my goddess. I'll fulfill my role to the utmost. I'll show them your greatness. He said out loud as he held his arms out wide as if seemingly getting a blessing or something. I only nodded. Once again, very enthusiastic and pumped up. I know he's going to do a good job. All right, that seems to be all. I'll be leaving then. I have to go talk to Sui. I started leaving, and Geld immediately got to work. Well, not literally, but I could tell his mind was working and he was going to get the other orc workers. I saw Adelman start gathering a bunch of books, scrolls, artifacts, and some of the art around here, mostly paintings. I can leave it in their hands. On to the next thing. I took a small piece of paper that had a list of names. These are the people I'm going to have Sui investigate and spy on. This will probably be his most dangerous series of espionage missions, but he's the best we've got. Why do I say that? Well, he might have to go into the Eastern Empire to spy on some of these people if the worst comes to it. Not only were they marked for surveillance, but if the opportunity arose, which I doubt is possible for most of these people for Sui alone, they were also marked for death and or capture. That's only for the best case scenario. Realistically, I just want him to get information. I'll start off easy by sending him to, what was that place called again? Englandasha. Ingracia. Whatever. I'll just go with Inglesia. The place where Yuki, his clown troupe, and the gender bent because of being in a homunculus body former demon lord are. Or something like that. Oh yeah, I need to talk to Hinata to see if she killed Laplace or if he even went over during the Valpurgis after Clayman died. He had to have tried to steal Croanoa. Yuki needs that for some reason I can't remember, and the Valpurgis was his best chance to do so. Hinata should still be here. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// backlash. Hinata, the food here is delicious. And the portion sizes are generous. This place is much better than the boring and fancy places back in the kingdom. Look, that wall has the head of a bull with super long horns. That alone has more personality and charm than those snobby fancy restaurants. Luminous was eating at the restaurant that had been turned back from the casino. This was something new, so she had to be there, and of course Hinata followed her. Yeah. At first, I was surprised at all the Japanese food and how good it seemed to be replicated when coming over here, but this is something else. This has to be American. She was completely sure this was American. The entire restaurant just had a certain style to it. American. I assume that's something from your world. Is it another country beside the one you're from? Luminous asked, curious to learn more about the world Hinata is from. Ah, yes. This place is what I describe as American. It's all cowboy-like. Cowboy-like? What does that mean? Luminous asked, but before Hinata could respond, another voice cut in. One that Lumionis knew well. She means that this place is all yeehaw. It was Artoria who spoke. She went up to the table where Luminous and Hinata were and sat down. It wasn't hard for her to track them down. She was looking for Hinata, but when she noticed that Lumionis was next to her as well, it made things easier for her. Yeehaw. What is that? Did you see the horse races, bull riding, shooting competition, livestock show, and other events, like tie-down roping, barrel racing, mounted shooting, and other things? That's the cowboy stuff she was talking about. Yeah, I saw those. It seemed very fun. It was different from many things I've seen. You need to hold more events like those in the future. Yeah, I plan on it. Anyway, I'm here to talk to Hinata, but you can listen in as well, since this also concerns you, and I would need your help to make things easier. You should eat with us. Luminous said. And for once, she didn't mean it in a way to be with Artoria or to invite her. It was just a genuine suggestion. A meal while she said what she needed to talk about. All right, fine. I'll get something small and order a light drink. Artoria waved her hand to signal one of the waiters. Yes, I want the group party meal, and something light, a Long Island iced tea. The waiter nodded before leaving to get Artoria's order. I'm sorry. What did you order? Hinata said, curious about the items she ordered. Oh, it's a group party meal. It's meant for a group of at least 6 people. And no, I'm not sharing. And your drink? It's a Long Island iced tea. It has vodka, tequila, rum, gin, and orange liqueur. It has some cola in it as well. Hinata only stared at Artoria as she described what she ordered as if it were just a normal thing anyone would drink. Luminous as well. She had tasted those drinks before, and she knew how strong they were or could be. And for all of them to be mixed together. That couldn't be good for someone, let alone if it actually tasted good. That's a light drink to you. Hinata was slightly stunned. This isn't something that sounds like anyone should drink. When does a drink become strong for someone like Artoria? Yeah, why? Oh, it's nothing. Hinata decided it was best to leave it alone. You want one? Artoria didn't see it that way. No. There's a variation called a Tokyo iced tea. You want that one? It's the same, but the orange liqueur is replaced by a green liqueur and lemon lime soda replaces cola. After telling Hinata what it was, she was interested. Maybe that one then. Artoria nodded and placed the order. Can I try one of the teas? Luminous didn't want to be left out. Of course. Let me think. Artoria looked at Luminous. Vampire fits the undead category of monsters from myth, folklore, and other tales. She knew what to get her. I'll get you a Grateful Dead. It's the same thing, but a raspberry liqueur replaces the orange liqueur and lemon lime soda replaces the cola. Once again, Artoria placed the order. Well then, now that is taken care of. Remember that thing I told you to do, Hinata? I left it to you on a piece of paper that was an invitation. About Laplace, and the attack on the coffin made by Luminous. The Holy Ark. Did anything actually come of that? Luminous immediately looked at Artoria with wide eyes full of surprise. How did she know? Why didn't Hinata tell her that Artoria knew? An attack. Too many questions were on her mind. Why did she not know anything? And the invitation? It was all on there. How did she not notice? Well, it seems Hinata hasn't told you, Luminous. And before you say anything, I already know. Don't concern yourself with how I know, because there's no point. The knowledge is already with me. Just concern yourself with the people that wanted to attack and the ones behind it. Chapter 100, Chapter A/N, we got to Chapter 100. It's all thanks to you. Don't really know what to do to celebrate, but it's cool. Looking back, I don't think this FNFIC is good, but it's also not bad. I'd say it's mediocre, but considering it's my first try, I think it's good. We all start somewhere. I've had fun writing this. After finishing this FNFIC, I'm thinking of writing another one. If you have a favorite moment so far, feel free to comment on it here. Sorry for any mistakes. I tried to catch as many as I could, but a few always somehow get through. Song of the Day, Cliffs of Dover, by Eric Johnson. Oh. Before Luminous and Hinata could ask Artoria questions, more food and drinks arrived. Luminous and Hinata ordered some more food, but when they saw how many plates arrived from Artoria, they were left stunned and speechless. It looked almost comical how many plates of food surrounded Artoria, but she looked as if it was the most normal thing ever. They looked around the restaurant, and nobody batted an eye at this. Now that our food is here, we can talk. I hope you enjoy your drinks. Artoria said as she immediately got to eating. She ate fast to the point that it would be better to say she is devouring her food, but she looked elegant while eating it, leaving no mess whatsoever. Well, after you gave me your warning, I gathered the other knights and set a trap. I didn't let them know about the Ark, so I came up with an excuse. The idea was simple, we'd lure him in, but not so much that he would suspect a trap. Once he was where we wanted him, we'd cast a preloaded barrier spell and then we'd launch an all-out assault, aiming to kill him as fast as possible before he could do anything and to reduce any damage he would do to one of us. No nonsense or talking. Since you're saying all this, I assume he actually arrived and tried to sneak around. And if that was the idea, I'm guessing it didn't exactly work out so well, did it? Or at least, it didn't go exactly like you thought it would. Yeah. I underestimated how cautious and skeptical he would be about certain things. I should have put more resistance instead of letting him roam a bit too freely. When he arrived where we were hidden, he stayed still and looked around. I could immediately tell that he knew something was wrong. You attacked right at that moment, right? That's what I would do. The more you let him be wary, the more prepared he will be, and the effect of your element of surprise will be reduced. Yes, that's what I did. He may not have been in our primary zone, but I made backup plans for moments like this. Is that how you two actually fight? I know planning is important, but I thought you would directly confront the danger. Not very knight-like. Also, this drink is very good. I thought it would be a lot stronger after hearing the description. And this is with resistance turned as low as it can, Lumionis chimed in after hearing me and Cheyen to talk. Wait until she starts drinking more of those. They sneak up on you very fast. She might actually get drunk for once instead of instantly blacking out like she did that one time when she drank a glass of pure corn liquor as if it were a shot. Maybe not, but it's a life or death battle. If you're not fighting dirty, then you're doing it wrong. You think the soldiers that are fighting on the front lines care about those things? No, they care about winning and making sure they live, no matter what they have to do. They'll do whatever to give them an advantage. I would try to use an example from history, but Luminous wouldn't get it. But Hinata would. Should I tell her about Canada and what the Canadians would do during both world wars? Nah. Well, when you put it like that, it makes sense. Luminous said as she took another big sip of her Grateful Dead. I'm going to order more of this. It's really good. Should I warn her? Nah. She's an adult and can make her own decisions. So, Hinata, to spare all the details, just tell me what happened. Did you and your saints manage to kill Laplace? I wanted to get to the root of this. It matters not to me how she achieves my orders, just as long as she does them and accomplishes them. Hinata looked me in the eyes after hearing my question. Luminous was also curious. Yes. One simple word, but with it, carried a lot of weight and implications. She said it before taking a sip of her own drink. It seems it was easy, or perhaps even trivial for her. Makes sense since Laplace tucked tail and ran immediately after seeing Hinata and was scared of fighting her, from what I remember from the anime. Now, imagine him fighting not only Hinata, but also all of the saints in a surprise attack. Don't feel bad for him. Good job, Hinata. Now, I guess it's time to focus on the one who sent him there. This concerns you too, Luminous. They tried to take the ark and the spirit that's inside of there. This might be a bombshell to Hinata. You even know about the spirit inside of there. Does that mean you know about the... She was going to say something, but when she glanced at Hinata, she stopped. I know why. Listen, I'll get to the point. The one who sent Laplace was Yuki. Yes, the guy who's the leader of the Free Guild and an underground criminal organization. I said what I said. I'm not going to go through a bunch of loops. I really want to get rid of as many dangers as possible, so Shuna and I can, do stuff. Not like, in bed, but like, things that result from doing stuff in bed. Wow, and I just said I say stuff like it is without beating around the bush. Hold on. Yuki. You're being serious? You're not lying, are you? Nope, I'm not lying. I'm talking about Yuki. The same Yuki who was a student of Shizue along with you before you left. And I don't mean that in a bad way about you leaving. This. Give me a moment to think. She didn't look like I just gave her some kind of revelation. She really just seemed to be thinking and going through some rational thought. I will need to provide some kind of evidence, though. So is the Free Guild just a front for Yuki? Are they all involved? No. It's just him. The Free Guild is good, it's mostly just him using the resources it gives him to do his more shady things. Well, it's him as well as Kazalim, Footman, and Tyr. They're all that's left. The main parts, at least. There are others, but they have more connection with the Eastern Empire than Yuki. Connected, but different goals. Kazalim. You said Kazalim. How is he still alive? Luminous said, in slight surprise, but with more curiosity. He is now a she. To make it short, astral body and homunculus. She's allied with Yuki right now. Leon didn't finish the job then. I swear I could have heard a chuckle of sorts. Are those Grateful Deads getting to her? Yeah, you have to make sure to destroy the physical, spiritual, and astral body all at once to make sure someone stays dead. It's what I did with Clayman. This should be common sense. You need to kill all the parts of a person to make sure they stay dead. Anyway, I'm telling you all this because I want you to take care of Yuki and his group. Why us? Do you have something else to be busy with? Yeah, actually. The Eastern Empire. Oh, I see. You can leave it to us, but I want a favor from you. Sure. Done. This is worth it. I can have her and Hinata deal with one thing, so I can put my focus on something else. A favor might as well be a cheap price to pay. Wait. Oh no. I spoke too soon. I could see Luminous get a mischievous smile on her face. I need to do something fast. Well, I want to dash. I cut her off before she could say anything. Here, Luminous, drink from my Long Island iced tea. In fact, order as much as you want, it's on me. You too, Hinata. Oh no, the way Luminous is looking at the straw of my drink is weird. Huh. Hinata, whom I knocked out of her thinking, was confused. I made a hand sign to a waiter to bring us more drinks, a special hand sign to let them know to make it fast. Since they both already have their residences down, I need to make them drink as much as possible. Enough to the point that they're sober enough to talk, but drunk enough that they don't think to turn their resistances back on. Immediately, I could see the waiter coming with another set of drinks. A Grateful Dead for Lumimouse and a Tokyo iced tea for Hinata. Before the waiter left, I told him to keep them coming until I stopped him. Well, if you're going to pay for all of this, then I'll gladly drink more. Looks like she doesn't know I own this place. She was drinking fast. Good. I looked at Hinata, and she was also drinking it, but not as fast as Luminous. Alright, everything was going to plan. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 3 hours later. I was guiding Luminous and Hinata through the street. It was like every step they took, they were on the verge of falling. They tripped constantly and had a hard time moving in a straight line. It worked. They're so drunk, they're not thinking of just turning their resistances back on, but not drunk enough that their bodies would automatically do it for them. Come on, you two. Where are you two staying? I asked, and in response, Luminous just lifted her hand and pointed in a direction. Like, over there or something. I think. Don't ask me. How helpful. Eventually, through trial and error, but mostly luck, I arrived at the hotel they were staying at. It was the most luxurious one. I entered and asked for a spare key to where they were staying, which was all the way on the top floor in the most luxurious suite. I walked up all the stairs and opened the door. I guided them inside, left them alone, and left. They'll probably just fall asleep immediately. Hinata, you look so wonderful today, even better than I can remember. It was Luminous' voice I heard through the door. Okay, yeah, I'm leaving now. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// me in a radiant smile. You could see her with a shining glow around her, literally and figuratively. I looked at Hinata behind her, who was holding some fingers to her head while she looked down, but I could see a faint blush on her face. This has to be the fastest favor repaid ever. I have to thank Hinata for taking one for the team. Yeah, no problem, Luminous. What do I even say? We'll be leaving now. Wait, hold on. Hinata, come here. I stopped them. I think I can help out Hinata. Give her a boost to help her fight. Ah, what is it? A faint smile made its way to my face at her question. I'm a divine spirit. I definitely count as a light spirit and have abilities that are inherent to spirits. That is to say, I can do something special for humans. This is something that should be very easy for me. I held Hinata's shoulders as I looked her in the eyes. She also looked back at me. Do you want to be a hero? Chapter 101, Chapter. A hero. You're being serious. Yeah. It's simple for me. You forget I'm a divine spirit. This stuff ain't nothing to me. I can make you a hero in terms of evolutionary stage, not a hero in the sense of people admiring and looking up to someone for something they did. Because that can apply to anyone, not just a human. It can't be that dash. I immediately interrupted her and said 3 simple words. I bless you. A slight shimmer of yellow and white light surrounded her body for a few seconds before it dissipated into small motes of light. I could see the change of expression on her face. She went from looking skeptical to a look of surprise. She looked at her hands and clasped them. Just like that. Yeah. Like I said, this ain't nothing to me. Now I just need Remuru here. Oh, talk about great timing. I could sense her approaching. She must have noticed me giving someone my blessing. Hold on a second, Hinata. We didn't have to wait long before Remuru came flying in, looking between me and Hinata. Artoria. Did you bless her? Yeah, I want to make her a hero. Can you also bless her? What? You just want me to bless her now? What reason is th dash? I'm a divine spirit. I don't just randomly bless anyone. I'm kind of lying here. I'm simply using my race as a divine spirit to make her agree to this. That is true. Fine, I trust your judgment on this. Only because you're a divine spirit. Remuru turned to Hinata. You have my blessing as well. Hinata really looked shocked here. Not from being blessed, but by how easy I got Remuru to agree to this. I would be too, but I'm trying speedrun Hinata from having a hero egg to being a chosen hero. There you have it, Hinata. You now have a hero egg, if you didn't have one before. Wow, that seemed way too fast and easy for the kind of power that can be given. What now? You have to prove yourself worthy of awakening it and then becoming a true hero. And how do I do th dash? I cut her off again. I recognize you as worthy of awakening as a true hero. Just simple words coming from a divine spirit that recognizes someone as worthy. Nothing too complicated. What? You just can't say that to make someone a true hero. Ramirez yelled at me for what is probably my audacity in doing something like this. Well, I just did, Ramirez. I looked over at Hinata. And would you look at that? It seems to be working. Hinata was radiating a certain kind of aura. I don't really know what the awakening looks like, but I can feel it. There was a kind of pressure that seemed to try and break free. That's now how it's supposed to work. How are you doing this? She's supposed to prove herself worthy first. Calm down, Ramirez. And she's already proved herself worthy. To me, at least. How? What has she done? It's not about what she's done, it's what she's going to do in the future. What she's done in the future is affecting my choice now. Her actions, or effect, in the future, is affecting my decision, or the cause, now, to make her a true hero. What? It's simple retrocausality, Ramirez. Her actions in the future are enough justification for me now, to make her a true hero. So, if she's already a true hero in the future, what difference does it make now? I'll be honest. I'm making things up. It's a real thing, but I'm stretching this as much as possible. I'd say I'm pulling some kind of BS right now, but if it works, it works. And it does seem that way. So now you want me to recognize her as worthy. Yeah. Getting the recognition from a divine spirit and the Queen of Spirits as worthy should be more than enough to have someone with a hero egg awaken. And what actions are she supposed to take to make her worthy? Taking down an underground criminal organization that seeks to take over the world and seek world domination. Really? Yeah. That worthy enough for me. How is this even working? I'm kind of curious now to see if it will actually work. Why not? Hinata, I recognize you as worthy to be a true hero. Artoria, you're American, right? Yes. Why do you mention that, Hinata? Well, I'm almost positive this isn't how an awakening works. As an American would probably say, this all seems like bullshit. Language. Hinata got cut off as an intense aura surrounded her and the surrounding environment. I quickly set up a barrier around us to stop it from affecting the people. Yeah, this is different. It's not like when Remuru evolved and he had to shut down for a few days. This was just raw power unleashed. Eventually, it did subside, and a brand new Hinata came out. Well, she looked the same, but a new kind of power was radiating from her. I cannot believe it can work like that, Ramirez said. It's not. Close, but no. Honestly, I myself am surprised that it worked. I said. What? What do you mean? Are you saying that you weren't even sure of all that stuff you said before? Ramirez responded with surprise and disbelief. I plead the fifth. I know my rights. What? Anyway, how do you feel, Hinata? I decided to focus on something else / Surprised that this worked, makes sense, but Ramirez seems more surprised than her. Yeah, I understand. Now, we're done here. You can leave, but you should deal with Luminous, because she is looking at you kind of weird. Luminous had her eyes locked onto Hinata, desire filling them. It's clear how she was feeling after seeing Hinata get as strong as she did. Oh. Alright, see ya. I turned around to leave, but Ramirez shouted again. Hold on. Is this not a big deal to you? We just brute forced someone into a true hero. You know what this means. Yeah, we can work together to skip many parts of the hero process and manufacture a bunch of true heroes. Well, yeah, but that's not what I had in mind. Don't worry about it. This is a one-time thing. Well, I'm off. I have to talk to Benimaru about something. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / I was spinning around my chair as I was waiting for Benimaru to arrive. And no, things aren't awkward between us on account of me marrying his sister. We're both adults here, we know when to bring stuff like that up, and we both know what married couples do in private. Anyway, I was in what I called our war room or situation room. I had a map of the world on a large table in the middle of the room. It was highlighted to show us, our allies, potential allies, or enemies, unknowns, and enemies. This was going to just be me and Benimaru. I wanted to prepare him. As I was spinning in my chair, Benimaru came through the door. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Lady Pendragon. Don't worry about it. I called you here because I want you to see something. I got up and pointed at the map. What do you notice? Beniamro walked forward slightly to look at the map. I could see his eyes go over the map, scanning it, trying to see something. I see that the enemy here is the Eastern Empire. And some of the Western states are yellow. In a worst-case scenario, we would have to fight a war on two fronts. The East and West. Yes, that's true, but things with the Western states are going to calm down. Think more about the geography, the borders of all these nations. Our entire eastern border neighbors the Eastern Empire. He wasn't finished yet. He kept looking, and then he realized it. I could see his eyes have an eureka moment. I see you got it. Yes. We're a sort of buffer state between the West and the East. We'll be the ones to take the full brunt of an invasion by the Eastern Empire. Yeah. It sucks, but we have time before we have to do anything. As you can see and assume, it's only a matter of time before the Eastern Empire launches an invasion, and I want to get a head start on it. Defense on the entire border? No. We don't have to worry about the entire border. The most eastern part is on top of Malim's territory. They may be strong, but not dumb and crazy. The northern part is mainly just mountains, a dumb thing to try to cross unless you're a Carthaginian general. What general? I should try to stop using examples from Earth. It's just the first thing that comes to my mind in things like this. Don't worry about it. We just need to worry about the central part. It's easier to cross, just a lot of trees. We can build defenses, and since we have time, we can do it. We can focus on parts that are more open and plain. We could rely on the natural trees for protection. I'd find it hard to move a massive ground army through trees. Except they have tanks. And could just go around and crush and run over the trees. Sounds familiar. We could do that. Or we could go with a war of interest. We know they're going to attack us. And when they do, they'll have the initiative. What if we got the initiative instead? The problem is speed and numbers. I think a certain Prussian king would find some agreement on this. Wait a moment, are you proposing what I think you are? It's just a thought. Anyway, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Think about it when you can. It will be important later. I have Sui preparing to do some espionage along with his team. Is there anything I can do? Militarily? No. Not yet, at least. But Remuru will probably ask you to go to some mountains soon. He wants to joining the Western Council or whatever it was called, and thanks to Diablo, it's going to a much smoother process. And on top of that, we're going to start some infrastructure projects. Geld is already busy building another basilica in Falmouth. We have some more massive roads being built, and in particular, to the Sorceress Dynasty. Mountains. Yeah, and when you do, take Hakuru with you. Why? It will make things a lot easier, and your life is going to change when you come back. I started to head toward the Duke to leave. Well, I'll be off now. I'm going to go spend time with Shuna. Before I left the room, I looked back and saw Benimaru looking at me with a raised eyebrow and a questioning look on his face. I just shrugged before I walked out. We both know very well what I mean. Chapter 102, Chapter. Hey, Remuru, has Diablo told you anything about leaving for a short while? He mentioned something like that. He was going to the underworld, or something. Whatever dimension he came from. Good. Send me a thought communication when he does. I'll lend you something if needed, to quickly get the people he brings by your side. Or maybe mine, depending on how it goes. It was the next day, and Artoria was talking to Remuru in an office. Remuru, of course, was doing some paperwork. How he still hasn't found a way to solve this problem is beyond her, but she still needed to prepare, and part of that was getting Remuru ready to face what was coming. So, how is that Western Council stuff going? It's going way better than I thought it would. It's been a fairly smooth process. I told Vesta to send Gazel a message about it, and he's helping me out. And Luminous, or the Lubelius kingdom, since they don't seem to know or care that she's a demon lord. They're vouching for me, that and all the people that returned from the wedding festival for you and Shuna. People love us. Yeah, you have Diablo to thank for that. So, how is the road to the Sorceress Dynasty going along? It's still going at a steady pace. I thought it would slow down after you had Geld go to Falmouth, but it's fine. Benimaru, Hakuru, and his group are on their way to negotiate with the Tengu. Why did you send Hakuru with him? I'm sure Benimaru can take care of things on his own. Artoria smiled. This was a good time to joke with him. To try to ease him into the problems the Eastern Empire will bring. It's going to make things so easy for us. The only downside is that you'll lose Benimaru. You lost Sui to Sauka, and now you're going to lose Benimaru. I can understand if you're sad or heartbroken. Remuru paused a little as she said, until he understand what Artoria saw implying. What? No. Stop with that. I thought you forgot about that stuff. I don't know, Remuru, you seem kind of defensive about it. And I have never seen you make a move on a woman. Like, Cheyen is all over you all the time, and I've yet to see you try to pursue her. I get nervous and anxious. Artoria raised an eyebrow, but you seem fine when you're around a guy. I don't see you anxious or nervous around them. Like Veldora. He likes manga, and you made him a weeb dragon. I can relate to that. Interesting. So you find yourself more comfortable and receptive around men than you are around women. No. Stop taking things out of context and proportion. All right, if you say so. Artoria chuckled as she thought to herself, too easy, before she started to get a bit more serious. Anyway, we're going to need more people to help run this whole thing. As we expand our influence and join the Western Council, we'll need people to fill in other roles that come along. Diablo will help in that regard when he returns. You want demons doing that kind of stuff? Artoria simply shrugged like it was something obvious. Well, from the perspective of people who practice the Abrahamic faiths, it would seem natural for demons to be running this kind of thing. How many people have you heard say that the devil or demons are involved in politics and law? It's like the most stereotypical and cliché thing. Well, you're not wrong. But where would the devil be? Simple, working a fast food job flipping burgers. People are scared for no reason. Huh. Now that that's sorted. I need to tell you about a conversation I had with Remuru regarding the Eastern Empire. The time is coming soon, and we need to be prepared. War or something? Yup, you got it. Good. I thought I would need to ease you into, but it's good to see that you know what's going to happen soon. Yeah, I should have known. Well, it was kind of obvious. What do we do? How strong are they? Well, they got tanks, airships, and like a army that's a few 100,000 strong, maybe even million. Artoria said nonchalantly. Remuru, on the other hand, was freaking out. Huh? Tanks? Like tanks, I'm thinking of. Like what a modern military uses. Yeah. Guns don't seem so far-fetched now, do they? Well, they're called Magi tanks. So just add Magi in front of anything modern, and then they seem normal. So, for the guns I use, I can just add Magi, and then they'll be magic guns. That's how it works. Remuru was taken aback by what her priorities seemed to be. Who cares about modern weaponry is called in this world. What do we do against tanks, let alone airships? The closest thing we have to an air force is Gabaru and his lizardmen. Well, we have magic. And if you want to, you can just have Raphael come up with a bunch of blueprints, and then give it to Vesta and Kaijin, or, I can just make it myself. You want something that can fly? An aircraft of sorts? I can do that. It can fire a giant laser beam looking thing. It's not as bad as it sounds. Artoria said as if it was obvious, ADN she truly thought that way. The real danger wasn't the common soldiers, but the ones leading them. What? You'll see when the time comes. If it's necessary. Artoria teased, leaving Remuru wondering what she meant by making an aircraft before she continued. Anyway, I'm a bit familiar with tanks. What? You're familiar with tanks? Were you in the military or something before you reincarnated? No. My dad had a friend who owned a tank, and when I was young, I'd ride on it. I'd stick out of the tank hatch and pretend I was a tank commander. I would point at things to blow up, and my dad's friend in the tank would shoot things and blow them up. It was the coolest I have ever done in my life. Well, my old life, I've done better things in this world. A better person, if you will. Artoria smiled and chuckled to herself at the end of her sentence. Remuru was stunned for a moment. He ignored almost everything she said and only focused on one thing. Wait. Did I hear you right? Your dad had a friend who owned a tank. You're telling me a person in the United States can own a tank? And one that can shoot things? Artoria was a little confused. Yeah, duh. Why wouldn't we? I don't know. Because it's a tank. Artoria just looked at Remuru with a confused glance that showed she wasn't understanding him. Okay. And? What do you mean, and? How is it legal to own a tank in the United States? Well, there's no federal law that says you can't own a tank. But it varies by state. Obviously, in Texas, you can own a tank with a working cannon. It's a no-brainer. I think in Alaska, too. There's some pesky regulations by the federal government, and then some state and local laws, but it's possible. Pesky regulations. Huh. He was surprised by what seemed like sheer absurdity. Who calls regulations on owning tanks pesky? She can't be right in the head. Here's the thing. First, you need the money. To buy the tank, and then the ammo. Assuming you can find them. But all that stuff is child's play compared to the nightmare that is the paperwork. Artoria paused in her talking as she let out a sigh of what seemed like anger as her eyes filled with hatred. And the ATF. Her tone was filled with venom as she finished her sentence. Remuru could feel the disdain and anger radiating from her at the mention of those 3 letters. ATF. What's that? Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives. Remuru let out a small smile and a chuckle. It sounded almost comically American what ATF stood for. Is that like an American convenience store? He tried to make a little joke to ease her anger, but Artoria's answer surprised him. Artoria let out an aggressive breath through her nose. I wish it was, Remuru. I wish it was. For what felt like the 100th time, he was surprised at her answer. What? Let me tell you about the terrorist organization known as the ATF. There's a bunch of stuff they've done, but I'll focus on 2 of their most infamous things they've done. There was this thing they did in Waco, Texas, and they were involved in this thing known as the Ruby Ridge incident. After I'm done telling you this, you'll know why there are crazy people that don't believe a thing that the US government says, and it'll make sense why people say you can't trust the government, after knowing just a little of the stuff they've done. How long will this take? Artoria looked out the window and noticed there was plenty of daylight left. If you have anything to do in the next few hours, postpone it. We'll start with what happened at Ruby Ridge before what happened at Waco, Texas, since that came first. //////// ////// A few hours later. So, yeah, that's about it. Though a few hours passed, it felt like minutes the way Artoria talked about it. Remuru had no words to say. I thought the cultists and the guy who's connected to some racist group are the bad guys. You would think that. Trust me, Remuru, think of the most evil person you can. The ATF could go in there and make them look like a saint sent down from the heavens and chosen by the gods to save the world or something. I don't think anything could surprise me from this story. Listen to this, Remuru. That sniper from Ruby Ridge and the hostage rescue team from Ruby Ridge were also at Waco. So they didn't get held accountable for they did? Nope. At best, a slap on the wrist. If any. Believe it or not, it's not the worst thing the government has done at its own people. If I wanted to, I could go on and on. And that's only what they did to their own people. Don't get me started on foreign affairs. I'd say it's even worse. We should focus on other things. Remuru said, trying to get the conversation back on track to what was actually important before Artoria started going off on another rant about the government. Yeah, we should. Where were we? Oh yeah, tanks, and the Eastern Empire. So, don't be afraid of their large army. Just because they have a few 100,000 or million troops, doesn't mean we're going to be fighting that many. How so? Isn't that what an army is for? Remuru said, not grasping what she was trying to say. Well, yeah, but just because the number of troops is a few 100,000 doesn't mean you're going to be fighting a few 100,000. So what do those numbers mean then? Simple. It's their total force. An army is made up of more than just troops that do the fighting. There are also ones that are involved in non-combat roles. Communications, medical personnel, engineers, specialists and technicians, logistics, and a lot of other things. So their effective fighting force is not completely what the number says. That sounds like silver lining. Remuru said, feeling a little bit better about the prospect of a war with the Eastern Empire. At least, it doesn't look as bad as originally thought. Yeah, not really, we're still going up against a few 100,000. And Artoria's words took away how good he was feeling. He just sighed in slight frustration, hoping for some kind of good news. So how do we win? Well, with the Eastern Empire, we'll need to defeat not only their army, but also their spirit and will to fight, and the means they have to wage war. I understand fighting their troops, but what about the other things you mentioned? Well, for that, we'll need to destroy their industry and other military and logistical targets. We'll also need to target their population and make them turn against their own government. And no, I'm not talking about killing civilians or anything like that. Even with someone like the Emperor in the Eastern Empire, if enough people turn, even people like him have to listen. A military is only as good as the people supporting it. Just look at the Vietnam War and the opposition from the people in the United States. It's not the only reason, but it's a reason. And how do we do that? Don't worry. The demons Diablo comes back with will help us. He's going to bring in and then help set up one of the strongest units we'll have. That's the good news you want, Remuru. I have a sort of operation in mind for this. Chapter 103, Chapter Training Field. Artoria was at the training field observing everyone. She was looking for people. Volunteers for a special mission. She walked around the training field and looked at people training. Wherever she walked, she drew attention from everyone. Some halted their training, some made mistakes from looking at her. Those looking to impress her trained harder. However, they didn't get her attention. If they only trained this hard when she was looking, then it wasn't worth it. What did get her attention was Masayuki, not for being the hero, but for still being here. He had told her that he wanted to stay longer so he could train in Tempe's, and she let him. Not to be nice, but because of his name and how well-known he is. She remembered what he said. Your training helped me beat Nero, and you only trained me for a few days. I want to stay here to learn more. She had to hold back her smile, but she accepted. Artoria went up to a training field and stood there watching them until she spoke up. Everyone, attention! She shouted. As soon as she did, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her. She nodded before continuing. Listen up. I need some volunteers for a special mission. It's going to be a joint mission with Lubelius. Masayuki raised his hand. What are the details of the mission? Artoria nodded at his raised hand. Thank you for volunteering, Masayuki. Are there any others? And she ignored his question. What? He's just asking a question. Gobta spoke up. Welcome aboard, Gobta. Thank you for volunteering. You're setting an example. Artoria nodded happily at how courageous Gobta was at volunteering. Gobta looked down and groaned. He should have known not to say anything once he saw how Masayuki volunteered. Artoria shot him a glare as he heard his groan. Did I just hear you groan, Gobta? When Hakuru gets back from his mission, I'll tell him about this. I hope you have fun with the extra training. Gobta stayed silent, reflecting upon himself. Artoria looked around to see if any more volunteers would speak up, but then she heard a voice. Oh man, this palace is awesome. It was so worth it to keep bugging Lord Cheyen about staying here as an observer. That restaurant is the best. Best alcohol ever. It was Sophia who was drunkenly walking and talking around the training field. Artoria sighed, remembering why she was here. Calling her an observer was being merciful as a saint. She was an observer or an attaché of sorts from Cheyen. It's very obvious why. And Artoria would bet a stellar coin that Sophia and Albise fought over it. Sophia. Get over here. Arotira shouted at Sophia. Sophia looked over immediately and noticed Artoria's gaze. Huh? Oh. She realized where she was and all the training going on. She walked over to Artoria, ready to see what she wanted. It was her job as an attaché. What do you need, Lady Pendragon? Thanks for volunteering, Sophia. I think this will be good enough. Artoria said before taking her, Gobta, and Masayuki away with her. Wait a minute. I'm sure I'm not supposed to be a part of this. Sophia complained. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Hinata and her saints. And don't worry, they'll accept you. Artoria said as she stood in front of a board in a small briefing room. She looked at her volunteers and nodded. Gobta, Masayuki, and Sophia. This was certainly a group put together for a mission. Well, it's up to Hinata to make it work, since she's commanding it. Really? They won't have problems with Sophia or me. Gobta said, obviously concerned, knowing what Lubelius and its religion is like. Yeah. It was very easy. Luminous gave out a simple message, oracle, whatever it's called. Stuff about saying that the right to live is ancient and inherent, questioning the worth of a people is to misunderstand the fabric of humanity. Monsters carry the same things humans do, stories, songs, etc. Honoring life is honoring them, not as an exception, but as part of the whole. That kind of stuff. Whoa, are you just going to gloss over that? That seems so profound. I would have liked to see what she said in her entirety. Masayuki said. There was a lot to think about in those words. Anyway, let's get to the mission details. Artoria wanted to get to it, but Sophia interrupted. Hold on. I understand Masayuki and Gobta, but why me? I'm not even part of this nation. You volunteered, Sophia, Artoria said plainly. What? I didn't. Yes, you did. I said I needed volunteers, and then you came up to me asking what I needed. If that's not volunteering, I don't know what is. What? That's not the whole story. Sophia said in an accusatory tone as she pointed at Artoria. I already sent a messenger to Cheyen. And who do you think he'll believe? You, someone who clearly only wants to be here for the alcohol and barely does any work as an attaché, or me, who doesn't need much introduction. Sophia shrank back a little like a turtle trying to get into its shell. She tried to say something, but she couldn't. She knew Artoria had her, so she stayed quiet. That's what I thought. Now, we can start. Pay attention. Artoria put up a picture of Yuki, Damrata, and then wrote down two names, Misha and Vega, before turning around to face Gobta, Masayuki, and Sophia. So, who are these people? I know Yuki, but that's about it. I don't know who that other guy is, or those two names. Masayuki said while the other two only nodded. Yeah, I expected as much. Artoria paused as she thought about something. The least dangerous of these four is Misha. The one that could pose the most danger is Vega or Yuki. In other words, these three volunteered for something way out of their league, but someone has to do it. Yeah, you three will not have a very good time on this mission. Make sure to pack a lot of healing potions. I'll also provide some magic items made by my wife. You can trust their quality. Even the most average human will be very powerful with these, so just imagine what will happen with you three. At least Masayuki will be there. His luck will save all of y'all. It didn't save me from volunteering. Masayuki said in a dejected tone. Why don't you come with us if you say it's so dangerous? Sophia said in a loud voice. Sure, she liked fighting and going against strong opponents, but something was telling her that this seemed a bit too much. I'll talk to Shuna about it. Artoria said. What? Why would you talk to her? Aren't you supposed to be the one with the most power here? Sophia said. Gapta and Masayuki nodded in agreement. I'd argue that the one with a more powerful position is my wife. Well, I mean. Yeah, okay, I can see it. Sophia relented. Is Shuna the one pulling the strings? Yup. She became a mystic Oni after marrying me. Soul corridor stuff. Artoria said in a slightly proud tone as she slightly bragged about Shuna. What? Your wife is a mystic Oni. She looks so harmless. Why isn't she going on this mission? This time, Shafia was shocked. A mystic Oni, the stuff of myth and legend. She likes staying home and tinkering with her abilities to make stuff. She likes it. I let her borrow my equipment whenever she wants, so she can use them for whatever she wants. I wouldn't be surprised if she made some things related to my stuff. Are you sure us three are good enough for this mission? You haven't said anything about their power, but it looks serious. If Yuki is up there, what about those other three you mentioned? Gapta said in concern. Yeah, they're strong. But relax, you three aren't alone. Remember, you'll have Hinata and her saints, you three, someone else, and maybe me. Artoria said as she started to consider actually going. The only pressing matter she could think of was when Diablo would return with his demons. She needed to be there to tame them if things didn't go right. She needed them for a plan she had for the Eastern Empire. Please change that, maybe, to an assurance. At least I know we won't die with you around. Gapta said, knowing the absurd and unfair healing she has. I'll see what I can do. What do you'll see what you can do? It's your choice. Sophia said. She really wanted Artoria to come with them. Look, this is a precursor of sorts to a much larger conflict that will happen soon. There's a reason we're teaming up with Lubelius. To take some of the burden off of us. Depending on how successful y'all are in this mission, it will affect certain things. And what is our mission? Masayuki said. Simple. Kill, if possible, all, any, or at least one of these people. They all play an important role in their grand plan or whatever they want to call it. And what do we have to go off of? Sophia said. She might be a battle freak, but not a battle idiot. Just hold on a moment. He should be back soon. I sent a team out for some information gathering. He wouldn't die so easily, especially since he can just summon like 100 different servants for whatever purpose he wants. And what is he doing? Masayuki said. Well, he and his team are not only investigating the people you see on the board, but also some other people. That includes having to infiltrate the Eastern Empire to the best of his ability. What? And if he gets captured? Masayuki said. Even he knew that that is something not anyone would think of doing, let alone actually being successful. Well, one, that wouldn't happen, and if it did, then there's no rescue for him. Anything identifying him with us is removed. Wow, that's brutal and unforgiving. Sophia said in surprise. She had seen things, but even she would try to help out her fellow troops instead of leaving them behind to die. He accepted it when I told him the nature of the mission. Talk about courage. Yeah, anyway, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to let y'all know what you're going to do. Once he returns, I'll gather you again to go into detail. Dismissed. Artoria left the room, leaving the three of them in there. I pray she'll join us. Gapta said. Isn't she the one you pray to? Sophia said in a questioning tone, wondering if this hobgoblin knew how to fight. Oh, yeah, you're right. Gapta said in realization. We're so dead. Sophia said as she hung her head low in acceptance. Things don't look good for the people who volunteered. Chapter 104, Chapter. A few days later. Fire. Fire chased him relentlessly. Fire of all shapes and sizes chased him. It was one thing to be told how dangerous this mission could be, but experiencing it was something else. He was running as fast as he could back to Tempest. He should have known not to get too close. Now, he's being chased. He'd gone through most of his potions, and unfortunately, almost anyone he summoned was used simply as a distraction. I got too overconfident. This isn't Falmouth. Sui mumbled OT himself as he made his way across trees, using them for cover. Whenever he concealed himself with a tree, he always made a clone or summon to distract the one chasing him. Little things on the fly keep him alive. And all the potions. Almost there. Goddess save me. Sui mumbled. And as if hearing his prayers, a beam of light shot down from above, casting a barrier between him and the violent fire chasing him. The fire clashed against the barrier, splashing outwards. Sui only saw this for a split second before he took off again. He could think about it later. ///// /// About time he showed up. And he could just sent a prayer like that sooner. Artoria thought to herself as she stood at the entrance to the town, waiting for Sui to arrive. It didn't take long to see a blue shadow come from the trees. Goddess. I'm back. Sui said as he bowed. Welcome back, Sui. Nice prayer by the way. Talk about a literal deus ex machina. Anyway, rest for a bit, then join me. I need you to present your info, and then you'll go out another mission. So soon. Sui was not looking forward to being sent out so soon, just after coming back. But if it was important to her, then things could be put aside. Yeah. You missed some things. Remuru has a wife now. And it turns out, his wife is Hakuru's daughter. Really? Sui was a little surprised. That is certainly gossip that would go around. But he quickly left it. That wasn't his thing. Yup. Take a few hours rest, take some time to catch up, and then I'll brief on other things. // // / // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / backslash. Hey, Shuna, should I go on a mission? Artoria, who was casually devouring food prepared by Shuna, asked. Yes, you should. You need to go out more. Shuna said instantly, taking Artoria bit by surprise at her suddenness. It even made her stop eating for a second. Truly an impressive feat, what? But I do go out. Well, I could use a break. Shuna said with a small smile. A break? A break from what? Artoria was a little confused. What could Shuna use a break from? Let's see, she got up in the morning and would feel amorous, leading to a late morning. Then she would eat breakfast. Then she went out for whatever work, if any, needed to be done, leaving Shuna to do whatever, if they had no plans together. Then she'd come back, eat some more, and then head to bed with Shuna while also being in an amorous mood. Was it how much food Shuna had to make every day for her? What else could she be doing that she could take a break from? Artoria looked at Shuna and noticed how she was looking at her. It wasn't an expression of her being fed up with her, or anything negative. It was like she was telling her to think a bit more. Then it clicked. It's not the food. If anything, Shuna seemed content to do that. It's their morning and night activities. Oh. I see. I'll go then. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// done. Remuru shouted in his office, raising his hands as if freed from chains. You are. Do you have the next volume of this? Veldora, who was nearby, interrupted his joy by holding up a manga. Remuru clicked his tongue before responding to Veldora, I gave you that 2 days ago. How did you finish so fast? So, is that a yes? Me too. I need the next volume of this one. Ramirez, also in the room, spoke up. Ramirez? Aren't you supposed to be working on the labyrinth we came up with? That was finished ages ago. It's been done. Remuru sighed. What will I do with you two? How would people react to seeing a true dragon and the Queen of Spirits like this? Remuru reluctantly started making the next volumes of manga for them, only feeding their addiction. By the way, Remuru, I felt a weird presence earlier, Veldora said while reading another manga. Remuru was a little concerned about this. If Veldora called it weird, this had to be something serious. Is it anything we should be worried about if you call it weird? Nah, it was familiar, shouldn't be a problem. If it was different, then maybe. If you say so. Remuru didn't think much of it. Veldora had lived for who knows how long. It'd be weird if he detected a presence that wasn't familiar to him after living such a long life. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// briefing room. Hinata, her saints, Masayuki, Gobta, Sophia, and Sui were in the briefing room waiting for Artoria. There was some slight tension between Hinata's saints and Gobata and Sophia. But Hinata made sure to control them and make sure things didn't get out of hand. They didn't have to wait long as she came in, fully dressed in her armor except for her helmet, her sword hanging by her waist, and her lance on her back. Everyone in the room could feel the power radiating from her sword and lance. Good news, everyone. I'll be joining you for this mission. Rejoice. What convinced you? Masayuki said, with visible relief and joy in his voice. Shuna made a good argument. Anyway, hush your mouths. Sui, come up and tell everyone what you and your team learned about Cerberus. And what you yourself learned about the Eastern Empire, if anything. That's not me doubting your skills, Sui, it's me trying to be realistic. You coming back alive is considered a success to me. Artoria said in a serious tone that had most people in the room a little intimidated. They quickly straightened up and paid attention. The only one who wasn't as affected was Hinata. Sui went up to the board and started filling in many details about Yuki, Misha, Damrata, and Vega. He also drew connections between them and the Eastern Empire. By the time he finished, the board looked like something a conspiracy theorist would have. Good, Sui. Does anyone here have anything they want to add? Everyone looked around to see if anyone did, except for Artoria. Her eyes were focused on one person. Glenda. Glenda could feel her gaze, and she fidgeted slightly. Artoria might as well have been telling her to say something, but she let it go. She was basically a pawn for the Rassos, and they were dead thanks to Diablo. Well, if no one had anything to add, make sure to study this. If we accomplish our objective, Misha, Damrata, and Vega will be killed. Yuki, on the other hand, I want captured alive. What about any intelligence we could get from the other three? Hinata said. What they know will also be known by Yuki, and he'll have more things to say. And, I can use him to attract some other people who need to be taken care of. What will you do to him? Hinata said. Nothing much. Just some enhanced INT irrigation techniques. Artoria said casually. Not saying the word that meant what enhanced interrogation techniques meant. Is a simple interrogation going to be enough? Hinata was skeptical. Interrogation would not easily give them the information Yuki has. They're enhanced for a reason. Anyway, I want y'all to study this thoroughly. In the meantime, I'm going to let y'all know what I expect from you. First, we're going to pick our targets. Second, we're going fast and teaming up. I don't want anyone fighting on their own. Third, no monologuing or any quips. If I hear any of you stop mid-fight to talk, you'll be punished. I want y'all fighting to kill and to act like your life is on the line. Nothing less. Is that understood? Everyone just nodded in agreement. These were reasonable expectations from them. Good. This mission will take place in 2 days. We'll pick our targets now. Sui, according to your intel, Cerberus will be having a meeting around that time, correct? Yes. As for what it's about, I'm not 100% certain, but if I had to guess from the bits and pieces I picked up, it's about Tempest. Mostly about you. Sui responded. It's also in the Eastern Empire, correct? Yes, but it's away from any major population centers. It's isolated. Artoria chuckled to herself in disbelief at what Soi was saying. Not because she didn't believe in Sui, but because of how poorly Cerberus, mainly Yuki, was setting this up. Of course it is. I wouldn't expect anything less from a wannabe cartoon villain. What an idiot. Does he not know about hidden in plain sight? If it were me, I'd hold the meeting right in the capital of the Eastern Empire. It would complicate everything about infiltrating and make it almost impossible to do so. His cockiness and arrogance will be his downfall. All right, who wants who? Artoria turned to see what target everyone wanted. Can you just assign it to us? That Damrata and Vega guy look very strong. And I trust your judgment on this. Masayuki said. They are strong, but be grateful we're fighting them at the time we are now. Especially Vega. Any later, and he'll become a much bigger problem. Just don't let him eat you or your stuff. Artoria said and paused at the Ned to let the implication get into their heads. That sounds freaky. Gopta said. Well, Gopta, Masayuki, Sophia, you can take on Misha. She's the easiest of the three to handle. As long as you can resist a pretty woman, you'll be fine. Sophia, you have permission to smack Gopta and Masayuki on the head if they get distracted. Sui, make a servant or some to accompany them. Understood, my lady. Sui said. All right, this is where things get a bit harder. Right now, Damrata is the most dangerous. Hinata, you'll be on the team fighting Damrata. Take your strongest saints against him. The rest will fight Vega while accompanied by Sui. Sui, you make as many servants as possible to also fight. What will you do, Artoria? Hinata said. I'll capture Yuki. He has one annoying little skill, but it's no problem for me. In theory, at least. My weapons and skills seem to be separate and do not operate as it should in this world. To make it easy to understand, there are levels to ultimate skills and god-grade equipment. Not everything is made equal. The only reason it's called that is because it's the highest something can go and trying to its best to try to fit in. Well, technically, there is stuff above it, but I'm not going to go into detail about why it doesn't matter. If all else fails, I don't even need magic. Artoria went on a little ramble as if letting her thoughts out. What are you talking about? Hinata said, trying to understand what she was talking about. Don't worry about it. It was just me thinking out loud. Anyway, any questions about this? Yeah, why not bring a lot more people? Isn't there a bunch of Kijin and some more Onis here? One of the saints with Hinata said. Yes, but they're focused on other things. And I also don't want things to get too destructive, because then it can attract attention. I could bring Cheyen, but her attacks are way too destructive for the scale and scope of this mission. This is a sort of stealth mission, kind of. Only at the beginning, to get a surprise attack in the initiative. Cheyen, quite frankly, would take that away. Maybe harsh, but true. Sui said softly as he agreed with Artoria. Alright, then I guess that's it. Hinata, you'll be the squad leader for taking on Damrata. Sui, you'll be the squad leader for the team taking on Vega. And, Sophia, you'll be the squad leader for the team taking on Misha. Alright, dismissed. Wait, does this operation have a name? You gave a name when we fought Clayman. Gobta said, remembering what the operation name for the war with Clayman was. Huh. Oh, Artoria thought for a moment before coming up with something random. I'll call it, Operation Foxtrot Uniform. There, that should be good. What does that mean? That just sounds like two random words. Gobta said out loud as he looked around to see if anyone understood, but everyone just shrugged as they didn't know either. Chapter 105, Chapter. One day later. Diablo is still not back, Remuru. Artoria asked Remuru as they were in the training grounds. Artoria was overseeing some training while Remuru was only there because of Artoria's request. No, he's not. Remuru said as he shook his head. He was a bit confused. Why was Diablo taking so long? He doubted a demon like him could be held back by anything. Well, just hope he doesn't come back while I'm away. Is it that important? Yeah. If he does come back and I'm not here, just spam gluttony. What? See ya. Artoria left, planning to meet up with Hinata after making one little stop. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// could see Dun Stallion just grazing and occasionally running. Artoria nodded. It's good to see him so energetic. Though perhaps he looked a bit too energetic. Artoria whistled out loud to get his attention. Dun Stallion looked up from grazing, but instead of running to her, he disappeared into particles of light and reformed back in front of Artoria on the other side of the fence. Artoria raised her eyebrows in surprise. When did you learn that, Dun Stallion? I learned it a while ago. It made no sense to me that I couldn't be there when you called for me at any moment. I guess that desire turned into a skill. It did. So, Master, what do you need me for? Is it time to ride me into battle again? Something like that, Dun Stallion. By the way, you seem to have a bit more pep in your step than usual. What happened? You see, during the festival, there was some Pegasuses that got put into this field with me. And there was this one female that dash. All right. I don't need to hear the rest. I can piece it together from that. Artoria was going to stop, but she looked back and forth and made sure no one was nearby to hear her. Which Pegasus was it? It was a big and strong one. Even among the males, she stood out. If it helps, when she left, there was this guy who got on her and some other night-looking people only flew after him once he flew. Artoria was trying to guess. A stronger-than-average Pegasus that stood out among the males and a very important rider that had an escort. Her gossiping and curious mood slowly went away as realization slowly crept in. Her smile slowly went away. Ah, Dun Stallion, can you describe this person more? How did the knights around him act? They were very respectful. They looked at him in very high regard. Almost like how everyone here sees you. Looking at you with reverence and having an awestruck expression. Artoria put her hands on her head in shock and panic. Ah, sorry. Damn. Of all the Pegasi, you got with that one. How? Ah, man, Gazel is gonna have a surprise waiting for him in a few months. Did I do something bad? No, you didn't, Dun Stallion. It's just, I didn't know you had it in you to get with a Pegasus of that caliber. I should have been more familiar with your game. Artoria's initial panic and surprise went away and was instead replaced with a feeling of being proud as she nodded to herself in slight disbelief and at the audacity of Dun Stallion's actions. She had to give credit where credit was due. She shook her head before she came here for what she wanted originally. I came here because I wanted to practice some things and finally test out a theory I have. She hopped over the fence and went to the stable to get a saddle before putting it on Dun Stallion. She put her foot on the stirrup of the saddle and got on top Dun Stallion. What kind of training are you going to do? Dun Stallion asked as he moved to the center of the field. From atop Dun Stallion, Artoria could see some hay bales that would be perfect for target practice. She summoned Excalibur and Rongominiad before placing them on a special platform on the saddle made to set aside swords and lances. I'm going to test out a theory that I've had on my mind for a long time. I think my ultimate skills and weapons are separate. Meaning, my ultimate skills don't apply only to my weapons, and I can use them with whatever. For example, my weapon transformation skill from Rongominiad should work with whatever weapon. It doesn't have to be Rongominiad. Artoria said as she pulled Excalibur from the saddle and looked at it. She could feel it. If she was right, then the skills that she saw from her ultimate skills were nowhere near the entire picture. Those were skills, these were the actual weapons. She put it to the test. She held Excalibur in her hand and used her weapon transformation ability from her Rongominiad skill on it. In her hands, Excalibur glowed in a white light before growing slim and maneuverable like a rope, which is what she transformed it into. It seems it doesn't have to transform into a weapon. Makes sense, it's weapon transformation. Doesn't mean it has to transform into or weapon. This also confirms what I thought. It's not the whole picture. These are ultimate skills and god-grade equipment, but only because it's the highest available. And my skills and the sub-skills are like a grasp to try to put it into this world system. It's like a translator trying their best, but some things get lost in translation. But in this case, even if lost, it's still there, part of it. Artoria tied the rope into a lasso before swinging it around in the air. With a small move on the reins, Dun Stallion moved in a fast sprint, going around in a circular shape around the field. As Dun Stallion sprinted, Arotria swung the Excalibur-turned lasso and threw it to one of the hay bales. Right when the hay bale was in the middle of the lasso, Artoria pulled the lasso. The lasso tightened around the hay bale, but it went through effortlessly and exploded the hay bale, sending hay all over the field in a spot. Dun Stallion stopped as he saw this. Artoria transformed the lasso back into Excalibur and put it in a sheath in the saddle. Well, this has certain implications. Even if I lost my skills due to, I don't know, another skill, it wouldn't matter. This is good, very good. Master, you destroyed my food. The hay is the most delicious. Way better than grass. Artoria looked down at Dun Stallion in surprise. More surprise than Dun Stallion getting with Gazel's Pegasus. Hold on. You prefer hay over fresh grass? This was a shock to Artoria. Every horse she knew at the ranch in her old life loved grass. Way more than hay. They only ate hay when fresh pasture wasn't available or if it was winter. Yeah. Huh. I knew you were different, but I think that's the most shocking thing I've learned about you. Really? That's the most surprising thing. Not me being able to appear before you in a literal flash of light. Well, when you put it like that. So, what else are you going to do, Master? She looked at Excalibur and Rongominiad and took them in both her hands. She decided to have some fun. As Excalibur and Rongominiad started their transformation, she responded to Dun Stallion, well, I'm going to have a bit of fun, Dun Stallion. Once the transformation finished, in her hands were revolvers. Not just any revolvers, but the most powerful revolvers she knew. The Smith & Wesson Model 500. Her eyes gleamed like a kid on Christmas morning as she looked at them with the appropriate color scheme on them. Each round fired costs around $5. A box of ammo for these can cost $60 to $120. These can put a hole in an engine block if you wanted to. And that's just the normal gun, but these. Artoria couldn't hold back a smile. I have no idea what these could do, especially since they're transformed from Excalibur and Rongominiad. Let's try it out. With one hand, she cocked the hammer back and pointed one of the revolvers at another hay bale. She aimed the revolver to make sure the bullet struck the ground, so it wouldn't penetrate and hit something, or worse, someone. Slowly, she pulled the trigger. As if in slow motion, the hammer moved forward, and the cylinder rotated. But in an instant, a massive, but very brief flash of light, almost blinding, appeared, followed by an almost thundering sound. Artoria's arm moved slightly upward from the recoil of the shot. It even moved Dun Stallion to the side a little bit. The bullet flew and exploded the hay bale. When it hit the ground, a small crater appeared with cracks surrounding it spreading around the ground. Artoria was sure that the recoil could have broken the arms of a regular human. At best. And with both arms holding it instead of one, like she did. Is that really as strong as it can go? Well, I was trying to be safe with it, so maybe I unconsciously held back the power. But still, if it was nighttime, that muzzle flash could have lit up this entire field at the minimum. That's your concern? Yes, Dun Stallion. Say, do you think the 13 seals could work on this? Dun Stallion thought that she might have lost it for a second, but answered her as best he could. If I understood anything from your experiment and testing, then yes, it should. Interesting. Well, I've seen enough. Artoria got down from Dun Stallion and unsummoned Excalibur and Rangaminiad. As she took the saddle off Dun Stallion, she told him, I'll meet you tomorrow to take you on a mission. It's a little stealthy, but I'll need you to transport some cargo back. I look forward to it, Master. See you tomorrow. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// carrying a large crate filled with equipment. It looked almost funny seeing her carry such a large crate that was disproportionate to her size, but it carried important items. Artoria carried the crate to the briefing room, where Hinata was, along with Sui. "Howdy, you two," Artoria said as she entered. "Did you say howdy?" Hinata asked. "Don't dwell too much on it. It was just a little slip. The last thing I want is for Remuru to hear me say howdy. Anyway, I come bearing gifts from my wife. Equipment that will be literal lifesavers," Artoria said as she dragged the crate into the room. She grabbed the edge of the crate and easily ripped it open. "What's all this?" Hinata asked. "Equipment derived from my own stuff. Small trinkets and accessories that have similar power to my equipment. And when I say similar, I mean it's still nowhere near what my equipment is capable of. But it doesn't mean it's useless. My wife's genius is unparalleled." "That's a pretty bold claim." "Not as pretty as her." "That's not what I was trying to say. Anyway, most of this stuff will go to your team, Hinata." Followed by Sui and the rest. The powers range from almost instant regeneration and healing, life-saving powers that, as long as the person has their astral body, will recover with no problem and can rejoin the fight, instant recovery of stamina, endurance, and magicules, personal barriers that can withstand a lot of damage, weapon enchancers, magicule enchancers, and a whole bunch of other stuff. "You're serious? Stuff like this would command an eye-popping amount of gold." "Yup. I guess you can consider stuff like this one of Tempest's specialties, along with our potions. And it can only be made here, because it's derived from my equipment, and the only person I know who can make this stuff is my wife." "Is there anything to know about this?" Sui asked. He needed to know more. Could it be used multiple times? Though from his perspective, given the fact that there are so many, it's probably meant to be disposable or one-time use. It would make sense considering what they knew of Vega's abilities. Yeah, they're one-time use. Use it, and when the effect is over, it's gone. That means after it's used, it becomes junk that no one can salvage unless they want some pretty trinkets and accessories. Anyway, you two split these amongst yourselves. They're sorted by power and how many there are. And be quick, we're moving tomorrow, and we're moving fast," Artoria said as she left the room. She was going to whip Gobta, Masayuki, and Suppiah into shape. More than they already were. They were the ones who had a higher probability of making a mistake. More so, Sophia. Masayuki had his chosen one skill, and Gobta received adequate training from Hakuru. Chapter 106, Chapter. Day of the mission. Artoria was on horseback, riding Dun Stallion. It was nighttime, or more accurately, very early morning. The sun hadn't risen yet, and it was nowhere near sunrise. Artoria was riding forward, everyone else behind her. Hinata and her saints were following her. Sui was moving through the trees so quietly and stealthily, you'd miss his presence from the slightest distraction. As for Gobta, Masayuki, and Sophia, they were trying their best, and that's all that mattered. "We're about to cross the border. Getting everything ready, and assume they'll detect us before we can get to our preferred strike distance. And remember, if it really comes down to it, just hold out for as long as you can until I can arrive," Artoria said in a low voice, but everyone heard it. They knew the plan and what not to do. Artoria had drilled it into them as much as she could. Go in fast, with intent to kill, act like your life is on the line, no such thing as fighting dirty or without honor, and absolutely no monologuing or quips in the middle of the fight. As Arotyra was riding, she looked down at the map Sui had drawn of where the meeting of Cerberus was going to take place. It wasn't completely accurate, but what mattered was that they had a general idea. She noted the suspected secret tunnel that led away from the meeting palace. It's always a secret tunnel, she thought to herself. With Damrata, Vega, and Misha occupied, Yuki will use this tunnel to escape, and she'll be there waiting. Dun Stallion, you know what to do, right? I'll place you near the exit of the tunnel so things can go more smoothly, Artoria said to Dun Stallion. Yes, even Dun Stallion was going to get involved a little bit. Of course, Master. Don't worry, it's nothing a hoof can't solve. Artoria smirked. It almost brought back some pleasant memories from her old life. For now, everything went according to plan. They crossed the border with no problems. They were officially in Eastern Empire territory. From here on out, things were serious. One thing they had to do was quickly identify their target when they went in. They knew who they were fighting, but they didn't know where they would be, they just knew it was a meeting room setting. Luckily, some of the stuff they had allowed them to speed up their thinking for a brief amount of time, far beyond most skills, to perceive the world more slowly. They kept going, getting closer. It was a good thing it was relatively close to the border of the Tempest, not like Cerberus would care about border politics and who crossed what, which could lead to a diplomatic crisis. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// A few hours later. There's a group coming. Seems we've been found out. ///// /// They've sensed us. Go in. Now. Artoria said as she sped up, commanding Dun Stallion to go at full sprint. Everyone behind her used their magic, combined with some of the equipment, to power themselves up as much as they could before the fight. Like a blur, and only leaving a trail of light, they seemingly vanished from the spot as they went forward. And away they go. Artoria said as she stayed behind, but was still going at full sprint. She could see the meeting place. It was very simple. It amounted to basically a hut that tried to blend in with the surrounding forest. She was going to make sure Yuki was captured first before she went to help out if it was necessary, which she most likely would have too. Artoria rode around the hut. She could hear intense fighting going on, but she needed to get to the exit of the secret tunnel and wait for Yuki there. She rode to where the exit was. She couldn't see a hatch or anything like that, but she knew that would be the case. It would be disguised to blend in with the environment. It didn't matter to her, she could just sense it, which is what she did. Alright, Dun Stallion, stay hidden behind this tree. You'll know what to do. Artoria said as she got off Dun Stallion and then walked to the opposite side of where he was. The exit to the secret tunnel was in the middle of her and Dun Stallion. Now I just have to wait. I'll need to hide my presence as well. Don't want him getting suspicious. The only thing he's going to sense is the typical nature. Trees and some of the wildlife. /// /// Hinata was having a hard time. A very hard time. Before this fight, she thought Artoria was exaggerating Damrata's strength, but she found out very quickly that wasn't the case. As soon as she and her saints barged into the hut, Damrata was already in front of her, attacking her with hand-to-hand combat. For the slightest moment, it caught her off guard, but very, very quickly she learned once again how even the shortest and tiniest moment in a fight could be. Luckily for her, she wasn't fighting alone. She had to give credit to Artoria. What seemed like overkill at first wasn't the case now. Hinata had taken a vanguard position when fighting Damrata. The rest with her were more support or supplementary fighters. Sure, it was a 5 versus 1, but when too many people attack the same target, it becomes too cluttered and harder to efficiently coordinate every attack, and the risk of friendly fire increases. At most, 3 people could fight at once, but that didn't mean the other 2 were useless. Every little thing counted. You're far from home, Hinata Sakaguchi. What are you and all your saints doing here? Damrata said while facing off against Hinata, Arnaud, and Serre, all in their elemental armaments. They didn't say a single word as they kept attacking. Hinata, with her lightning-quick rapier attack, Arnaud, with his own sword attacks clad in elemental magic, and Serre, with his own sword covered in aura, as they fought. Glenda stood back, opting for ranged attacks rather than close range. She actually had the magic and skills necessary to make it viable. Guard, also part of this fight, stayed back to focus on range. If needed, he could substitute in if things got too out of hand. We're quiet, aren't we? Damrata said as he was constantly dodging and deflecting attacks. He just needed one tiny moment to counterattack, but those occasional shots that came out from portals by Glenda in his blind spots would always take away attention. A shot from a portal came from behind, positioned very close behind his head, as a bullet came flying out. How annoying. I need to take care of her first. He dodged the bullet and stomped on the floor, sending a shockwave that briefly made Hinata, Serre, and Arnaud pause, but that was all he needed. With a flash, he appeared in front of Glenda, fist pulled back and infused with magic, ready to strike her down, but at the last moment, a red spear came flying in, a trail of fire behind it, aimed right at him. Damrata grunted in annoyance as he grabbed the spear before it could hit him, but before he could use it himself, the spear turned into fire and went back to its owner. Guard. He threw it again, buying time for Glenda to reposition and for Hinata, Ser, and Arnaud to resume their attack. They were going to be here for a while. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Gobta and Sophia didn't know what to make of the scene in front of them. Misha was seated with Masayuki while sweet-talking and flirting with him. It was weird. As soon as they got in here, for some reason, Misha started acting like a girl in love. And Masayuki, not knowing how to handle the situation, was left at her mercy. I know we're not supposed to talk, but didn't Lady Pendragon give you permission to smack us on the head if we got distracted? Gobta said to Sophia, who was confused on what to do. Well, yeah, but it's more like Misha was distracted by Masayuki than Masayuki was distracted by her. I mean, look at him, he's squirming around like a worm, but Misha finds that cute or whatever. Sophia said. She was technically following orders. But we're supposed to kill her. Gobta said. Yeah. Wait, we are. We've been deceived by her and we didn't know it. Sophia ran to Misha and Masayuki. Misha quickly got up and retreated. Masayuki, none the wiser, was met with a fist to his head by Sophia. Masayuki, do something. We're already going to be in so much trouble, after Artoria knows how we've acted. Misha decided to run away while they were distracted, but as soon as she turned, she was met with a large wolf that was in the middle of leaping towards her, jaws open, intent on taking a bite out of her. Misha barely moved out of the way, but not without some damage. The wolf turned its head to Misha's shoulder and drew blood. It was a gash on her shoulder. Yeah. Good job, buddy. Gobta said in excitement. Stop talking and kill her. Sophia shouted as she started rushing to Misha. Oh, right. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Dark hands seemed to come from the floor that snatched every one-time use item before Vega could get to them. Although Artoria said the items would lose all their worth after being consumed, he wasn't going to risk it. And it made a very good distraction and temptation for Vega. His eyes would dart anytime he saw any of them, and when that happened, the Saints would always get multiple hits in. But one thing he realized was why Artoria placed him in the group that would fight Vega. He had powerful abilities. For a second, he had doubts about if it was Vega that was stronger, but he dismissed them and focused on the mission instead. There was no point in worrying. Well, maybe a little bit. Especially, with whatever Vega would try to summon at times. He could feel him try to summon things, but he'd try to prevent it whenever possible. What is this guy? He's supposed to be the second strongest. I don't know what's happening, but some of my items have been used for what seems like no reason. Some of it is my life-saving stuff, and some of it is my dispel equipment. He hasn't landed a fatal hit on either of us, but it seems our lives have been saved more than once. This was going to be a very troublesome fight. ////////////////////////////////// Yuki was long gone. He was making his way through a tunnel. He was going to distance himself from the large fight happening in the background before running away. Those three would figure it out somehow. It wasn't his problem, and if something did happen, he could always start again, though it would set him back a lot. And that's already happened too much for his liking. First, it was Clayman, then it was Laplace and the failure to get the Holy Ark, and then it was Mirabelle Razzo. He had plans to get her unique skill, but it failed. He couldn't even locate her body to try to salvage anything, even if it was a Hail Mary attempt at that point. As he got to the exit, he made sure to stop and make sure he wasn't being followed. Once he was sure, he slowly opened the hatch. He looked around to see if there was anything unusual. Then, he used his sensing abilities to see if there was anything. All he could see and sense was the natural wildlife and nature. He got out and started moving quickly, but cautiously. He quickly went into the woods, passing a few trees. When is something going to go dash? Yuki muttered to himself, but he was very quickly interrupted when he suddenly felt a force on his body that launched him backwards multiple feet through the air before hitting the ground. He could feel it in his chest and on his mouth, an intense pressure. He could have sworn he went blind for a second. As he was lying on the ground, he heard footsteps behind him along with a low whistle. Nice kick, done stallion. Beautiful and powerful. From where he was, he saw a face looking down at him. You got him a bit on the jaw as well, but a bit is a lot coming from a horse like you, done stallion. I'd say he has it worse than when it happened to me. He heard the sound of a horse walking and noticed it came from behind a tree. He only noticed the horse move its head up and down. Yeah, I've been kicked by a horse, done stallion. There's a reason I'm in this world. And no, I don't hate horses because of it. It was just a freak accident. She only looked back down at him after she finished what he assumed was a thought conversation with the horse. So, Yuki, it seems we've met, but I have to go help the others out a bit before I deal with you, and no, your anti-skill won't help here. He saw her summon a lance, before it turned to rope. He could watch as she tied his legs and arms together before tying the rope to the saddle of her horse. I'll be back, Yuki. That was all he heard before she left, leaving him tied up and unable to move. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Something like this should be a skill, so why wasn't his anti-skill working? Chapter 107, Chapter. Is she dead, or is she faking it? Gobta asked as they looked at Misha's still body on the floor. She had a pool of blood surrounding her, but they were a little skeptical. From their intel, she is supposed to be a spy. And a spy would probably be able to fake a few things, even their death. She looks dead to me. Suppiah said. But it felt a little. I know she's supposed to be the weakest, but still. Masayuki said. That's cause you get lucky all the time. Like when you beat Nero in the Colosseum, and just now. You always seem to have something go right. Gobta said. He had to admit that he was a bit jealous of Masayuki's luck. If only he could have something like that. I can't help it. Masayuki said, defending himself. They were going to keep bickering, but they were interrupted. I thought I said not to do anything like this. Artoria's voice sounded behind them, taking them all by surprise. They didn't even feel when she arrived. And if you're not sure if someone is dead Artoria summoned Excalibur and got closer to Misha's supposedly dead body. Just hit them again. It's called double tapping. Artoria pulled her arm back to stab Misha through the heart, but just as she was about to, Misha moved, fully focused on running away. You'd treat a dead body like that. Misha didn't get far as Artoria appeared in front of her in a flash and grabbed her neck. Well, you weren't dead, and it's fight to the death. You have to make sure your opponent is dead. I think it's quite fair. Although some would call it a war crime, last I checked, nothing like that exists in this world. Without wasting any more time, Artoria slammed her to the floor before doing a semi-activation of Excalibur. She would make sure she would stay dead by destroying her physical, spiritual, and astral body. Excalibur glowed an intense yellow before she plunged Excalibur straight through Misha's heart, killing her almost instantly. Yellow particles dispersed from Misha's body, which looked beautiful, but her dead body made a weird contrast to it. Artoria pulled the sword back, but despite stabbing Misha, it came out clean with not a single drop of blood on it. Gobta, Suppiah, and Masayuki stood there in silence as they saw the scene. They were taken aback by how fast and ruthless Artoria was. It all happened so quickly. Suppiah was the first to snap out of it. She's seen things like this before. Now that she's dead, I'll go take care of the other two. You three can go out. Meet Dun Stallion and wait for the rest of us. And don't worry about Yuki, he won't worm his way out of this. Artoria said before disappearing again in a flash. Does she fight like that all the time? Masayuki asked as they started leaving. Suppiah was also curious. They both looked toward Gobta, since he'd be the one to know this. Well, I've seen her fight, but not in a close-quarters setting. All the times I've seen her fight, it was like one big event or something like that. There was that time she killed Charybdis with a big sword beam thing, and then she beat Malim in a duel of sorts. It was weird. But that's what I remember. Gobta said as he tried his best to recall all the times he's seen Artoria fight. She seems really unfair to fight. Masayuki said. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// nothing could affect Vega. Those rings he created seemed to have a mind of their own. Any attack they threw at him had virtually no effect. He could stand still and nothing would happen to him, which is what he was doing. He was preparing something, and no matter what they did, they couldn't stop it. They suddenly felt an oppressive force emerge. An evil-looking beast emerged. Black scales covered its body, black wings behind it, red, glowing eyes, and a rift on its belly. They could feel how powerful it was. A/N, is this right? On the wiki, it says these are his former skills before Azitahaka. I'm checking to see so I don't have him use skills he shouldn't have at this point, and I also had a hard time remembering the exact details from the Satri I've read. I can't believe y'all let it get this far. A cold voice interrupted the scene. It was Artoria, but before anyone could do anything. Faster than anyone could see, she appeared in front of the Draco Beast, Excalibur in hand, glowing an intense yellow that radiated an extreme and extraordinary holy aura. This will be easy. It has evil in the name. With a graceful swing, Excalibur easily sliced the Draco Beast, killing it almost instantly. But she didn't stop after that. It was only a mere distraction. She focused on attacking Vega. You're strong. Vega held up his hand to block the sword, trusting in his invincible art to protect him. But to his surprise, they were defenseless in front of Excalibur. There are levels to this. Artoria spoke in a cold voice as the rings were easily destroyed by a swing of Excalibur. Vega quickly backed up and considered whether he should retreat. Normally, he'd always go in for a fight, but this was different. Something inside of him was telling him not to seek this fight. Don't think you can retreat. Whether you want it or not, you're getting this fight. Artoria said as she appeared in front of him again, mid-swing with Excalibur. Vega backed up as fast as he could. He left web-like cracks on the floor from how strong he jumped back, but he couldn't escape all the damage. A large and brutal gash appeared on his arm. It was a gruesome sight. It almost looked like his arm was split in half sideways. Artoria didn't let up, and she dashed toward Vega. But to everyone's expectations, she flipped and twirled over Vega, dodging an aura bullet that Vega launched in an anticipatory manner. Artoria twirled in the air with Excalibur in hand and swung Excalibur with eerie and perfect precision. She landed close behind Vega and immediately burst towards him. Faster than he could react, Artoria impaled him through his chest, Excalibur keeping the same intense glow and holy aura. Vega stood there for a second, not moving, before his arms fell off his torso from when Artoria twirled over him. Artoria stood behind him before taking out Excalibur, and letting his body fall to the floor. Don't worry, his soul won't be entering the reincarnation cycle. One more to go. Meet with Dun Stallion and wait for the rest of us. Once again, Artoria left before anyone could say anything. No one knew what to say about what they had just witnessed, and they went to the meeting location. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// had or were purely on the defensive, and no offense. At this point, it wasn't a fight to kill him, but to stop him from escaping. Hinata had thwarted every attempt he made at escaping. You'd be a good addition to the Eastern Empire, Hinata. Think about it. Damrata said. This was a good sign to Hinata. It could mean he was getting a bit desperate or trying out all his other options. Now, why would she do that? She has someone to go home to, you know. Artoria burst in and immediately attacked Damrata. Hinata, on the side, couldn't believe the audacity of Artoria to say something like that. She simply closed her eyes and shook her head. Her memories of that night would rather be something she'd want to forget, but she had to admit, Luminous made it very hard to do so. Right now, though, she was just happy she could get a little breather and let Artoria fight Damrata. Damrata was frustrated. He had those saints close to defeat, but Hinata was a stubborn one. And now he was in close combat with Artoria, but it wasn't going well. No matter how he attacked, or how fast, she always dodged or counterattacked perfectly. Through a flurry of punches and kicks, Artoria dodged or blocked it all. She was looking for a moment, no matter how small. She's moving before I even throw my next attack. It's not even dodging, she's looking into very short moments in the future. Damrata thought to himself as he came to the realization very fast. If I can make her give up the sword. Damrata sped up. Artoria unsummoned Excalibur and started using both hands to engage in a defensive close combat fight. The sword was a burden to carry all the time in such close quarters. But it's not like she couldn't use it at all. Once again, she just needed to find the perfect opportunity while stalling. Amidst Damrata's assault, Artoria blocked an overhead kick with her left arm, followed by blocking a kick with her right arm. She leaned back a little to block another axe kick. Damrata landed quickly and threw a simple punch with his right hand. This is what she was looking for. It was very small, but it was enough. She grabbed his hand and gripped as strongly as she could, keeping him in place. With her right hand, she seemed to be going for a punch. Damrata held up a hand to block, but something was very quickly off. Her hand wasn't in a fist. It seemed like she was pretending to hold something. As if in slow motion, Excalibur was summoned in a flash of yellow mid-thrust. It was timed perfectly. The tip of Excalibur practically pierced Damrata through the chest. And to make sure Damrata couldn't weasel out of this one, Artoria used Torrent of Light to empower Excalibur further. It was an instant moment. Your soul protection won't save you, Damrata. Artoria said before pulling Excalibur back. Damrata stumbled back before falling on the floor. Artoria went to his body and cut his head off for good measure. Always double tap. Artoria said before she turned back to Hinata. How you holding up? Hinata looked at herself and then around at the others. We're alive. Good. That's all that matters. Rest up a little bit. We have to get back to Tempest, and fast. I'll give you 5 minutes, and only 5 minutes. Artoria said before leaving. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// who was tied up. Here's how it's going to go, Yuki. This can either be a relatively pleasant ride for you or an immensely painful one. It's your choice. You know what kind of repercussions there would be if I went missing. People will try to find me. Yuki said with a glare at Artoria, a hateful look on his face. I'm counting on people coming to find you. Especially some clowns and a former demon lord. And as for you going missing, don't worry, people will be glad you're missing and not in charge of the Free Guild once news spreads about things you've done and what you've been involved with. Yuki tried to spit at Artoria, but she simply moved her head out of the way. Gobta's eyes widened at this. He remembered when a poor soul tried doing that in training. It did not go well for him. I see you've made your choice. Artoria stood up and untied Yuki from the back of Dun Stallion. His entire body was still tied up, but this time, he was on the ground and only connected to the saddle instead of lying on top of it. All right, sun's close to coming up, we have to at least get to the Tempest border before it gets too bright. Artoria said to everyone as she got on Dun Stallion. Let's move. Artoria grabbed the reins and commanded Dun Stallion to move. Everyone followed suit, leaving Yuki behind. Yuki looked around and then at the rope, which was unraveling. No, wait dash, Yuki couldn't say anything before he was violently yanked and dragged along the ground through the dirt. He would have to endure until they got back to Tempest. A/N, I just realized after writing this that it turned out more brutal than I was expecting. Chapter 108, Chapter. Hours. For hours, Yuki was being dragged along the dirt. The only protection he had was the clothes he had on, but they were being worn away by the dirt, rocks, and other debris present. He closed his eyes and mouth to stop dirt and other things from getting in them. But he couldn't do that for long before his body was suddenly submerged in water. They were crossing a river, and Yuki was constantly being submerged over and over again. The rocks at the bottom of the river would hit different parts of his body, and anything being carried by the river would also hit him. When he was finally out of the river, he was wet, which caused the dirt and other grime to stick to him more easily and turn into mud as he kept getting dragged along. The sun finally showed its face, lighting up the scene around them. Right on time, Artoria said as she led the group back to Tempest. We'll speed up. I have to get back to help Remuru with something. Artoria made Dun Stallion go faster. Everyone else was able to keep up. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// She was home. She looked at the sign as they entered and let out a small chuckle. You should have read that sign, Yuki. Those 4 words are more than just a catchy anti-littering greeting. Yuki didn't say anything. He had never been more miserable in his life. He was covered in dirt, mud, dried mud, grime, and more from behind, dragged for hours upon hours. Artoria, I felt like the return was longer than the time we spent traveling there. Hinata said. It was true, the return should have been faster now that they didn't have to worry about prematurely provoking some kind of target. It did. We must have accidentally taken a detour and not noticed. Artoria said nonchalantly as she got off Dun Stallion and walked into Tempest, Dun Stallion walking behind her, still dragging Yuki, but this time on stone and concrete. Hinata didn't believe her for the smallest moment. This was Artoria. Someone with her abilities and skills would be impossible to get lost accidentally. Sui, take Yuki and place him in maximum security containment for enhanced interrogation later. Nothing that involves magic or skills, though. I'm not risking anything. Artoria commanded, and the rope that tied Yuki disappeared. Sui immediately took Yuki and, in a blur, disappeared with him. Artoria turned to everyone. Well, this was an astounding success. Good job, everyone. You came back alive. I would give medals, but we don't have things like that yet. Artoria turned to address Hinata and her saints. Anyway, y'all can go home now or stay here for a while longer. Artoria turned to Sophia. And you, Sophia, you can go back to working as Carrion's attaché. Oh, and back to Gabaru. Sophia let out a small noise in surprise. Gobta, who was standing next to her, was a little confused, but when he looked at the light blush on Sophia's face, his eyes and mouth widened in surprise. What? You and Gabaru are dash. Gobta was interrupted when a tiger paw hit his face. Shut up. Sophia yelled. But Gobta wasn't deterred. How did Gabaru get some dash? Another hit, but more ferocious this time, hit Gobta again. Say one more thing and I'll tear you apart. Sophia said, and it finally shut him up. While they were bickering, Artoria spread her senses throughout the entire town. She was relieved when she didn't sense Diablo or any other primordial demons. Alright, now that that's done, we can leave. Dun Stallion, you can go back to the field. I'll head home. With that, Artoria unsummoned her armor, being replaced by a casual fit. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Shuna, I'm home. Finally, I'm back here. Now that Cerberus was taken care of, the eventual fight with the Eastern Empire will be easier. Not easy, but at least not as hard. And it was also one less thing to worry about. It's true what they say, there's no price on a peace of mind. I saw Shuna appear, and I have to say, this is what life is about. Coming home to a loved one waiting for you, and seeing a smile on their face from the joy and love of seeing you. Now that is what makes a house, a home. I know we live in a big and fancy house, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't make a house. It's the love of a family that makes a house. Even better when it's filled with the laughs and joy of a child. Soon, very soon. I'm very close to a breakthrough. Life finds a way, and Merlin is damn good at one thing. Merlin's legacy is one thing, and only one thing. Hey, dear, how did everything go? It went very well. That's good. I made you some food. It's one of your favorites. Chicken and waffles. Yes, please. And that's another thing that makes a house. Food. A lot of it. Chicken and waffles are so good. It has to be a top 5 food ever, in my opinion. Which is why I don't understand why some people see it as weird. Fried chicken and waffles drizzled with syrup. Oh man, don't get me salivating. People who are put off by the combinations or see it as weird have no idea what they are missing out on. I'm so happy I got Shuna to give it a try. She ended up liking it. You're so perfect, Shuna. I just made one of your favorite foods. I don't think it deserves that much praise. Shuna said in a slightly shy tone with a tiny blush on her face. Of course it does. It's little things like this that matter the most. I said while taking a seat at the table and immediately digging into the food. So good. Shuna also took a seat next to me. She had that look that she wanted to tell me something. What is it, Shuna? It's about some things that my mom has said to me. About us. Oh. I know where this is going. I remember her mom bringing this up even from way back then. You don't need to tell me, Shuna. I have a good feeling about what it is. And let's just say that I'm working on a magic spell, and I'm close to completing it. Normally, it would be simple, but since you're a mystic Oni now, things get very complicated. I have to try to figure out how to overcome problems that come with that. And what problems? Evolving into mystic Oni should be good. What problems are you talking about? Do you want me to be frank with you? Yes. Your fertility. Beings of your level are almost impossible, or just impossible to have children with. Oh. Shuna had a big blush. Yeah, talking about topics like this can cause that, but it's something that should be talked about. But it's okay, magic can solve anything. And we're pretty good at that, especially you. If you want, you can try to come up with something to help us in the future when the time comes. Ah, is that something you want? Only if you're okay with it. Your permission is the most important thing in all of this. If you say yes, then we can, get to it. But if you say no, then that is also perfectly okay. What would a child between us look like? Let's see. Maybe light pink, or a pinkish blonde hair. Perhaps my face. And though it's not really genetic, a mix of us in a personal sense. Maybe they'd use a katana dash. As I was describing the hypothetical, a sudden realization dawned on me. Light pink hair, my face, a katana. No, there's no way. I'm thinking too hard about that. Like that would ever happen. Is something wrong? Shuna said as she got me out of my monetary lapse. It's fine. Anyway, I think that's how they would look. It's just a coincidence. If Shuna were to agree, the only one I think would come out exactly is Mordred. It's just a gut feeling I have. We'll see. // // Yuki was tied to a chair, with physical restraints on him. The only thing he could do was move his head and wiggle his fingers and toes. He was stripped down to only his undergarments. No shirt, no pants, no shoes. He didn't know how much time had passed, but then something happened. He heard footsteps, many of them. The heavy, reinforced steel door opened, revealing Artoria and Sui. All right, Yuki, listen up. I'll give you one, and only one, chance to start singing like a canary. Artoria said in a cold voice as Sui went off to the side, preparing some simple items. Yuki stayed silent. Okay. That chance is gone, but don't worry, we'll start light and simple, and then ramp things up, Artoria said before Yuki's vision was suddenly taken away as Sui placed a cloth over his face and inclined the chair at an angle so that Yuki was forced to look up. Artoria looked at Sui to see if he wanted to stay for something like this. Sui just nodded. Artoria then went and got a jerrycan filled with 5 gallons, or about 19 liters, of water. Artoria carried the jerrycan, and Yuki heard the water. He immediately knew what she was about to do. Hold on. Wait. You can't do something like this. It's a crime. Artoria stopped for a brief second, just before she was about to pour water on his face. Is it? You're in the jurisdiction of Tempest. And it isn't a crime. What about international law? Oh, international law. Tell me, what courts or institutions have something to say about this? The United Nations. Interesting. Tell me. Where is the United Nations in this world? You know that's not what dash. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Now, since you're talking already, how about you just start confessing? Confess to what you've done, and give up all the information and connections you have to the Eastern Empire. I promise things can get a lot worse than just some waterboarding. It's better to just give things up than try to be tough. Would you rather die or voluntarily give up some things and then spend your life in jail? Your choice. There's nothing that will set you free. Artoria was cold, and even through the cloth, Yuki could feel her intense glare that could have probably bored holes in him. But her words, she wanted him to give things up, but the way she said it implied there was more than just information about the Eastern Empire. You don't just want me to say things about the Eastern Empire, do you? You want something else? Well, not me. More like, Remuru. He's made some, not-so-wise decisions regarding potential power-ups, and while I would have brought him Vega and Damrata's body for him to eat, I wasn't taking any chances. Souls can be fickle things. You want my anti-skill? Remuru, specifically. Not me. I'm sure you figured it out, but he also can't just consume you. Your anti-skill will stop that, but with time, he'll figure out a way, or more like the other one in him will. And you don't want to die in that way. Yuki stayed silent. It seems the only reason he was alive was for his anti-skill. But if what Artoria said is to be believed, then his only bargaining chip was on borrowed time. So what will it be? He needed time to try to think of something. He can't just say some fake information when her main goal is his anti-skill. And if she saw through his lies, who knows how much worse it could get. Not saying anything. Well, I was being nice. Yuki braced himself as best as he could as Artoria started pouring the water on his face. A/N, okay, that was a little dark. I did not intend that. Chapter 109, Chapter A/N, I'm back from vacation. Did you know it gets kind of cold in Alaska? Who would have thought? That was sarcasm. 1 hour later. Artoria threw the last jerrycan aside. It was the 5th one. For an hour, non-stop, she kept up the waterboarding on Yuki, not letting him get a chance to talk. Just as he was about to drown to death, she stopped to let him catch a very slight breath, only to continue again. As soon as she was done, she took Yuki's chair and dragged him to another room. She opened a door that blended in perfectly with a wall. You wouldn't think there was a door since there was no outline of a door or an entrance. As she entered the room, it was completely white. The roof, floor, and ceiling were white. Everything in the room was white, and all the surfaces were smooth. Not even a shadow could be produced due to the lighting method of the room. She untied Yuki from the chair and took off the hood from his head before throwing him into the room. Yuki immediately started to take deep breaths as he felt he could properly breathe for the first time. Before he could properly get a sense of his surroundings, he felt something thrown to him. A set of white clothes. Before he could say anything, Artoria left, shutting the door. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Pay attention, Sui, you need to know these things. I have more things in store just in case Yuki still doesn't feel like cooperating. Artoria said as she left the cells for enhanced interrogation. How long will he stay there? Sui asked. I don't know. Until I remember to check on him again. There are other things to do. What I want you to do is go to our Justice Department and have them draw up a written confession. Make sure they include all the things he's done and was involved in. Make sure the top leaders of the department sign it, and when that's done, hand it to me. I want to sign it personally. Artoria said in a serious tone. I'll get to it, Sui said as he disappeared in a blur. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Artoria went to Remuru's office, ready to tell him about what was going to happen. She knocked before she went in. She found him just relaxing a little, and for once, not doing any paperwork. "Has Lady Luck blessed you today, Remuru?" Artoria said as he saw him reading a manga. I guess." Remuru said in slight surprise as he looked up from reading. "Anyway, look, things are going to heat up internationally soon. It involves Yuki." Just know that everything will be under control, and that this will help us a lot. And the information that will be put out there won't alert the Eastern Empire too much. Artori immediately said without any build-up. She said it in a straightforward manner. What did you do? Remuru said. He hasn't exactly been up to speed on what missions or things Artoria is doing. Nothing much. Just killed some people, captured Yuki, and he is currently undergoing enhanced interrogation techniques. Anyway, how are things going for you? Fine. Remuru said in an unsure tone. Not knowing how to react to the way Artoria was saying these things so nonchalantly. That's good. Any news from Diablo? No, not yet. I see. Well, tell me when he shows up. I'm going to check on Hinata before she leaves. Artoria said before she left. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// She entered and found her seated, enjoying a meal and the ambience around. A nice after-mission meal, Hinata. Artoria said as she sat down next to her. Hinata looked up and wiped her mouth with a cloth. Yeah, the food here is really good. Luminous mentioned that she wants a place like this in the kingdom. Would that be possible? Yeah, it would be, but it might be a bit expensive. As you've probably noticed, all the ingredients used in this restaurant are local. They come from here. If you want food of the same quality in your kingdom, you'll need to import most of it from here. If you want, I'd be happy to negotiate a trade deal with you. I'm always up for these things. Do you have the kind of power to represent Luminous? Yeah, I do. Wonderful. Want to get started? Artoria was a little eager to start negotiating, but Hinata had other ideas first. Before that, the music as well. What is that violin playing? It sounds so fast. Oh, that. Well, it's country music with me playing on the fiddle. We made a speaker to play music around here. We record things, and then play it. And we also have live music on occasion. No, not that, well, that too, but the other type of song. It sounds like a violin and other instruments. Like techno or something, but the violin is clearly the main instrument. Oh, I know what you're talking about. That's me playing. Now, not my songs, no, don't think that. I just know how to play them. The song you're hearing now is called Roundtable Rival. Hinata slowly nodded. She could see the appeal, but when it came to violin, there was something missing. I do notice a lack of classical music, she said. I don't really like classical music. I used to, but when you have to play again and again all the time, it takes the charm away. And I don't mean practice. I mean actual performances in front of a crowd. It just became a routine at one point for me, instead of playing violin. So, no Mozart or those other people. Nope, not at all. Artoria was quick to say it, but there was a classical composer she liked the most, even with how she felt towards classical music. Well, there's this Russian guy who's really cool. As she mentioned it, an idea came to her mind. Actually, I have an idea for the future. I'm going to talk to a composer soon. Hinata ignored her small distraction. Well, Lumionis also likes the music. She wants to know if you're able to provide the methods to make that kind of music. Oh sure, yeah, I can give it to you. Anyway, let's talk about getting you a restaurant like this. For a few hours, Artoria and Hinata negotiated a small trade deal that involved plans to open a restaurant like this one in Lubelius. It would involve simple exchanges. It was basically money for the various materials and food that would be imported. It wasn't anything long-term, just a small trade deal. Alright, Hinata, it seems we're done. Yeah, that was simpler than I thought. Hinata started to get up to leave, but Artoria stopped her with a question. Before you go, how are things between you and Luminous? Hinata paused for a moment, trying to look away and hide her face. I'd rather not talk about it. I see. When you get to your kingdom, tell Luminous, in another timeline, things might have been different. She'll know what I mean. Okay. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// and work on my side projects. I went home and went to a little workshop. It was a bunch of alchemy stuff. I was in some simple clothes, perfect for just being at home. It was time to finish what I had long started. I started to use my magic on myself, attempting to modify my body. I was only looking for a temporary change, nothing permanent. I had done this many times before, and it was easy at the start. But for some reason, it was the last part that seemed the hardest. I don't think it's a problem with my magic, but more me. Maybe I need to be more focused on my desires. Well, I know what my desires for doing this are. Do I just need to channel it further? Let's try. As I continued, instead of trying to think about why I'm doing this, I thought of what I'm going to do. I imagined in my head what it would be like. What it would feel like. I imagined what the end goal is. And as if something clicked, it happened. At least, I think it did, because I no longer felt the magic trying to modify my body. It felt more like I was using my magic to maintain a form. I was skeptical at first, but when I moved, oh, there was something different. Well, there was one way to know. I looked. And lo and behold. Merlin's legacy lives on. That damn wizard. I said to myself as I looked at my successful results. Now what? Do I just get to it? As I was thinking of this, I heard from the voice of the world. Unique skill acquired, hero creation. I looked around all over me. Up, down, left, right, I even spread out my senses. Alright, which higher power is missing with me? Chapter 110, Chapter. 1 week later. Alright, I'll be a straight shooter and say it. Throughout the course of this week, I've got it on with Shuna. Now, I'm not saying I was some mindless beast or anything like that, but those dragon instincts can kick in aggressively, especially when thinking about children. Anyway, that's not what's important. It was a relatively uneventful week. Hinata and her saints had already gone home, carrying with them equipment and other stuff to make the music they heard. And there were already some things being sent over to Lubelius to start the restaurant they like so much. Great success. I think there was one thing I was forgetting. Probably not important. Wait, no, I'm pretty sure it is. Man, it seems Merlin's magic is making me forget things. I was trying to remember when a blur appeared in front of me. It was Sui. Lady Pendragon, here. I brought what you asked for. Sui said as he presented me with a small notebook. I remember now. Okay, yeah, this is good. I took the notebook from him and opened it up. I can see why it took a week. This is full of a lot of stuff, even with just a glance at it. All the crimes he's committed and a statement admitting to them. It had the signatures of everyone important in our Justice Department and some signatures of witnesses. All it was missing was mine and Yuki's signatures. This is great. We just need to make him sign it. Follow me, Sui. I started to walk, but a message from Remuru interrupted me. Hey, Artoria, Diablo is back. And he's here with like 3 more demons. I think they're like him. I stopped walking and handed the notebook back to Sui. Hold on to this, Sui. I need to go meet some people. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / So a slime has you acting more weird than usual, which is saying a lot considering you who are, Noir, or Diablo it now seems. A yellow-haired demon said. Well, there is someone else. She's a little, interesting. Diablo said as he led the 3 primordial demons. Whoa. Interesting. Coming from you. This world has gone crazy. John said. Don't be overdramatic, John, Violet said, disregarding John's statement. She was calm about the situation. Overdramatic? I'd say you're way too calm, Diablo is saying. John fired back. Diablo was weird, but him being a servant to a slime. That was beyond weird. You're both wrong. John isn't overdramatic, and you, Violet, are not reacting with the surprise one would expect at news like this. Blanc said, being the more mature of the two. We can fight over it. John says. Of course you do that, John. I'd expect nothing less from a brute like you. Violet said. What did you say? John shouted. And now you're going deaf. You must be dying soon. I'll meet you when you come back to life. Violet said, waving a hand at John. John was ready right then and there to fight Violet. She was close to unleashing nuclear magic on the spot. Stop that, Violet. You two are acting like children. Blanc said, interrupting John. For a small moment, it resolved the small conflict. It's fun to do. She's so easy to get like that. Violet said in a playful tone, enjoying how John would act. It helps that she's a little dumb. Violet muttered to herself. I heard that. John shouted, leaping to Violet, her nuclear magic on the verge of being unleashed. Okay, you two, stop. You two can fight as much as you want after Diablo finishes showing us this slime and maybe the other person he finds interesting. Blanc said, holding back John. Fine. John said, before following Diablo again. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Remuru was waiting in an empty field as he waited for Diablo to arrive. Though he preferred that Artoria get there first, so she could give him advice. And as if his wishes were answered, Artoria showed up, casually walking to him. He waved at her as he said, "So, what do we do, Artoria?" Artoria got straight into it. "Alright, Diablo is going to ask them to be your servants, and then you'll need to fight them, or something, to show them you're worthy of being their servants. Though if you offer and make them bodies for them to inhabit, that'll help a lot. Like you did for Beretta." "Oh, that's easy. Easy for Raphael. Making the bodies. Yeah, but you might still have to fight. Or at least, show overwhelming strength to gain their recognition. To be honest, Diablo's word is already very good. Will you help me out a bit?" "Sure, if it's necessary. But if it really comes down to it, just play defense. You can basically absorb anything with Beelzebub, and then Raphael can do what Raphael does best. You know, copy, analyze, and all that stuff. Wait, they're demons. Can't you just do your holy stuff, or something? Demons are supposed to be weak to holy energy, so it made sense. I could, but I might steal a demon or two from you." She could do it, but she could probably unleash enough holy energy and magic to make even a primordial demon think twice. At the minimum. Just take out Excalibur, and do a quick sword beam, or Rongaminiad, and unleash a few seals on it. Nothing much. Wait, are we really talking about primordial demons like this? As if we're trying to split them between us. Yeah, it does sound a little weird. To be fair, you have Diablo on your side. I'd argue he's the craziest of the primordial demons. In terms of power, at least. Well, there is also Guy, but Diablo is on par with him. Oh, yeah, that guy. I remember seeing him at the Valpurgis. He was weird. The way he looked at Leon was, I don't know. It was also weird. Well, when you lived as long a primordial demon has, you can expect them to have a screw or two loose. And how long have they lived? Since the beginning. Remuru was a little confused. The beginning? Is she making hyperbole or being literal? What? Remuru said in confusion. Just ask Veldora. Anyway, they're here. Put on a smile on something. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flash. As Diablo and the 3 primordial demons got closer, they felt the presence of 2 people. Diablo let out a smile as he felt Remuru's presence, not paying too much attention to Artoria. John, Violet, and Blanc, on the other hand, felt something different. While Diablo was focused on Remuru because of his bias, the other 3 were focused on Artoria. They could see why Diablo called her interesting, but that might have been a small understatement. Diablo, are you sure the slime is the one we should focus on? That other one is different. Something's off about her. Blanc said, just from feeling Artoria's presence. We just have to fight them. That'll tell us all we need. I want to fight the dragon spirit person. John said. Of course, you do. Violet said. Eventually, they came face to face. There, they saw Remuru and Artoria. The first to talk was Diablo. Lord Remuru, I've returned. I bring you these 3 who will be very useful to you as additional servants. Diablo said as he kneeled, looking up at Remuru with eyes hoping that he would accept his gift. Ah, thanks, Diablo. Remuru said in a sort of embarrassed tone at Diablo's actions in front of everyone. John, Violet, and Blanc knew he was weird, but actually seeing this with their own eyes was something else. Oh, thank you, Lord Remuru. I'm so happy to hear you like what I've brought. Diablo said with an excited tone. Hold on. You want us to become servants to this slime? That lady next to him seems like a better option. John shouted. Whoa, let's calm down a little. We can talk about this a little. We'll gladly take you as servants, it doesn't have to be me, it can even be Artoria. I can make you body so that you can stay here in this world. Remuru said, trying to defuse the situation. And it worked. How merciful of you, Lord Remuru, Diablo said. It might have been his way of dealing with this. You can make us bodies for us to inhabit, so we can stay in this world. If you can do that, I can make a temporary contract to serve you, Blanc said. That's also fine with me. If it's just a temporary thing, I'm fine with it. I doubt we'll become your servants fully like Diablo wants us to. Violet said. That's fine, I'll give you all names as well, Remuru responded. Violet and Blanc looked at each other in slight surprise. Naming 2 primordial demons like that. Maybe Diablo had a bit of a point. But someone was strangely quiet. John. John was quiet. She was only staring at Artoria. Artoria noticed and just waved at her. John walked up. You want us to be servants to you? Well, not me, but Remuru here, but if you want to be my servant, go ahead. Just have Remuru give you a body and I'll go ahead and name you. I want to fight you for it. You sure? Yeah. In a flash, Artoria's armor appeared. In her hand was Reincarnated, and on her back was Excalibur. You want fight here, or somewhere else? John hesitated a little, but it was quickly replaced with the feeling of wanting to fight again. I can feel it. You're going to be the best challenger I've had. Diablo, I see why you said she was interesting. That lance. Blanc said quietly. She hadn't seen anything like this before. It's fascinating, isn't it? That lance seems to have some power that seems otherworldly, but at the same time, you can feel that it belongs in this world. Like it's a part of it. Diablo said to Blan as he observed the lance. That lance was more interesting to him than the sword on her back. I have to say, Diablo, that doesn't really make sense. How is it not from this world, but also part of it at the same time? It can't be both at once. And when you say part of it, do you mean like a fundamental part of the makeup of the world? Maybe. I'd like to examine it further, but Lord Remuru hasn't allowed me to do so. It was a little unusual for Blanc to see Diablo act like this. Why couldn't he just take it from her? Okay, but can you explain the other part? It can't be not part of this world, but also at the same time a part of this world. That's not possible. It shouldn't work. And yet, it does work. Paradoxical, but it works. Artoria, who was facing down John, glanced over at Diablo after hearing what he said. Underneath her helmet, there was a small smile. Nuclear magic was a thing in this world. I see you're eager, John, but I still want to know. Do you want to fight here, or somewhere else? It doesn't matter to me. John rushed to Artoria, not caring about what or who was around her. Well, I wouldn't want to cause too much damage to the surrounding nature, so I'm taking you somewhere else. As John got close to Artoria, they both disappeared. Chapter 111, Chapter. Raphael, where did they go? Remuru asked as Artoria and John disappeared. What happened is the same as that time Artoria fought against Malim. She has taken her into another dimension. That's what it was last time. It seems you learned what it really was. Last time, you said there was some kind of barrier. I was great sage at that time. Don't compare me to before. Oh, yeah. You're right. But wait, it's an entirely different dimension. She can do that. So like, if anything goes wrong, she can just go into another dimension. Yes. Given that she took the yellow primordial with her at will, she can most likely take more people. It's likely she can transport the entire town if she wanted. And only she can control who goes or enters. Unless there are strong people out there who can willingly go to a different dimension. Just how strong is she? You might as well tell me she can break the fabric of reality or something. While Remuru was joking around a little, Diablo spoke up. Lord Remuru, Ramaris is here. She appears frantic. Diablo's words got Remuru's attention. He looked, and Ramaris was indeed on her way here. Remuru. What just dash? She was distracted as she noticed Blanc and Violet nearby. What are they doing here? Oh. Diablo brought them over so they could become servants. There was a yellow one, but she's fighting Artoria right now. Servants. Them. Maybe a contract, but definitely not servants. Anyway, something big is happening. I felt it come from here at this spot. Ramaris shouted, flying all over the place. Whoa, calm down. What exactly are you talking about? Remuru said, trying to stop Ramaris from moving all over the place. Here. Something is happening with the spirit world, and the origin is here. Ramaris just as fast as she arrived, freaking out, now suddenly claimed down. Wait, it's gone. Huh? Gone. What do you mean? Remuru said, but before he could say anything else, Artoria and John came out only after a few minutes. John looked visibly shaken. There hardly seemed to be any sign of a battle. Artoria made her armor disappear along with Excalibur and Reincarnated. She went back to Remuru, John following her. I told you, John. Artoria said. She was a bit happy. Of all the primordial demons, John was her favorite. But if the whole golden gun thing was to happen, then she is absolutely not letting her use a Namba pistol. The term golden gun did not bring such an image to her mind. It needed to be something big and strong. Something that really packed a punch. She had another idea for that. Not a revolver, but a handgun. What was that? John said in a slightly shaky voice as the feeling of what she experienced was slowly wearing off. Such holy energy was nothing like she felt before. It practically shut her down before she could do anything. Just a bit of holy energy from my lance. Artoria said nonchalantly. A bit. What do you consider a lot then? John said in a surprised and exasperated voice. Who knows? You do. You're supposed to know. John and Artoria's small conversation was interrupted by Ramiris, who loudly intervened in her high-pitched voice. Artoria. What did you do? Ramiris said as she got in Artoria's face. Relax, Ramiris. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Were you trying to bring the spirit world into the real world, or something? Ramiris shouted and Artoria stayed silent for a while before she spoke. I plead the fifth. There you go again. That just means you're guilty. No, it doesn't. You need to do some reading, Ramiris. And I don't mean manga. You don't know how our legal system works. Why would I need to learn that? You only say that because your labyrinth in this empire is designated as your own independent territory with its own system. Ramiris stayed quiet. That was true. She didn't need to learn it, because the labyrinth was her own territory with its own and separate rules, but it was also in Artoria's empire. I plead the fifth. Ramiris said in an unsure tone. That's how Artoria always said it. Do you really just need to say those words for it to work? There you go. Good job. Always plead the fifth no matter what. Artoria nodded. That had to be her third favorite right in America. And if it wasn't obvious at this point, some of the legal system here borrowed tiny bits and pieces from America, especially concerning certain civil rights and liberties. There's a difference. All right, then, Remuru. Make the bodies, and then name Violet and Blanc. John will be coming with me. John, after getting your body, come find me, so I can name you. I have to go make someone sign something. Artoria said as she left. Yes, Lady Artoria, John said. She was going to stay here longer. Artoria stopped for a brief moment to correct John on how she prefers to be called formally. Not that it mattered to her. She didn't really care about honorifics being used at all times, even in settings one would expect. She would only enforce it in official settings. And only when she remembered or even bothered to do so. You don't have to do all that. And if you do, use Lady Pendragon. I know it's not correct, but I like it better cause it's cooler. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / trash. Sui, we can resume what we were doing. Also, keep in mind that we might get a guest soon. She has yellow hair and is a primordial demon. You'll know it's her. Don't attack her and let her through. Artoria said before a blur appeared. Sui. He was carrying the same small notebook that served as Yuki's confession. Understood, Lady Pendragon. Here. Sui said as he handed the notebook to Artoria. Let's see how our guest is doing after a week. Artoria said as she approached the door where the white room was. Yuki would get meals at completely random times to make sure he couldn't gauge how much time had passed. Any food he did get was just like the room, white. Unseasoned white rice on a white plate and milk in a white cup. He also couldn't hear them coming. It was completely soundproof, so that Yuki couldn't hear anything outside. And to make sure, the floor outside the room was also soundproof, so that any footsteps, even from heavy boots or armor, couldn't be heard. Artoria opened the door, and as soon as she did, Yuki immediately looked at her. Teacher. Yuki said in a surprised tone. Are you coming back for me? His eyes and face looked tired. His body looked fatigued. Artoria expected this. The fact that he thought that she was his teacher from the past was more than enough to know it was working. Only 1 week and he thinks I'm Shizue. I don't even look like her and he also forgot she's dead. Artoria said to Sui as they both entered. Artoria got down to Yuki's level as he was sitting down on the floor. Hey, Yuki. I'm not your teacher, and though I don't want to put words or actions to Tay already dead Shizue, I feel that, at best, she would be very disappointed at the kind of person you've become. You've become a person that if she didn't know who you were and knew what you were doing, she'd go against you during her prime to take you down, Artoria said while looking straight into his eyes. Her green eyes seemed to be void of emotion, just a cold look in them. Don't talk like you know her. Yuki said after getting back a slight grip on himself from his momentary lapse. For a few days, he'd been having slight hallucinations, both auditory and visual. And when Artoria entered, he had his strongest one so far. But I do know her. Possibly at her most authentic self, considering she was dying when I met her. People can be more honest when they are near the end of their life. I've known her longer than you. I spent most of my life in this world with her. I know what she's like, you don't. Your logic and reasoning has clearly taken a hit. So what if you've known her for a long time? All that means nothing with the actions you've done after her death. You took advantage of her death for your gain. What a way to repay what she's done for you. You threw everything in the trash, and for what? Yuki stayed silent. For once, just a little bit, he thought about what he'd done. Where had things gone wrong? Artoria saw his slight thinking. Not that she cared. As far as she was concerned, he had the rest of his life to think. Too little, too late if you think it's time to think back on your actions. If you want to get out of here, just sign this. At least this way, you might not get the death penalty. Don't get it wrong. At best, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Don't worry, you'll get a fair and proper trial. I believe that even people like you deserve a proper trial and legal representation, whether by judge or jury. Fair? You're trying to get a confession out of me after putting me through all this. That can't possibly show I was of sound mind. Yuki thought he had a chance here. After going through torture, no way that confession would hold any weight. That may be true, but the fact that you asked that question shows you're still able to think well enough for yourself. And I have a witness here, Artoria said as she pointed to Sui before continuing. 1 week in here has already taken a toll. Do you want to be here longer? Don't think you can wait this out. I'll leave you in here for months, and by then, the person who will be there won't be the same one I'm talking to right now. Would you rather be crazy or keep your mind intact in a prison cell? Your choice. Choose wisely. Artoria laid the confession statement in front of Yuki along with a pen. She said what she wanted to say. All that was left was for him to sign it, and send him to trial. Yuki picked up the pen, not knowing what to make of this situation. And what kind of person would want to represent me legally? You'll get legal representation. We have a standard for that we uphold. And they're legally required to represent someone to the best of their ability, no matter what crime they've been accused of. Even the worst kind you can think of. And if I don't sign, then you can stay here until news reaches the entire world. At that point, people will be hunting you down, and your reputation will go down the drain. And then you'll still face trial, but you'd most likely get a penalty. Sign that, confess, turn yourself in, look even a little bit regretful, and you could get away with life in prison without the possibility of parole at best. It doesn't matter what I do then. If anything, I'm trying to help you here. But if you want to go the long route, then go ahead. This is the closest thing you'll get to any sort of way out. Yuki slowly brought the pen to the paper. In frustration, he brought the pen to the paper and signed it. He let go of the pen and just sat back down, slowly realizing what was going to happen now. Artoria picked up the notebook and pen and handed them back to Sui. Wise choice, Yuki. Sui, move him to a secure cell, and bring the signed confession back to our Justice Department. He'll be held here until the time for his trial. With that, Arotria left, leaving Sui to arrange everything. Chapter 112, Chapter. Finally, that whole mess was done. All it took was some waterboarding and some white room enhanced interrogation techniques. John didn't show up during that whole conversation. Either she hasn't gotten her body yet, or she has no idea where to go, and she is lost. Probably lost. That, or she's going around trying to pick fights with whoever she sees as strong. Don't tell me I'm going to have to periodically lay the smack down on her to stop her. It's okay, though. I'll throw her into a fight with the Eastern Empire when the time comes. Just not the front lines. I have another plan for those demons and their subordinates in regards to the Eastern Empire. I'll make them strike at the people. Oh yeah, they also bring along some demons with them. Who were the ones with Carrera? That little girl-looking one and that sword guy. Oh yeah. Esprit and Ajura. Those were their names. I remember now. Ajura was also the reincarnation of Hakuru's master, I think. Who cares? The more the merrier. Now I just need to look for her. She should already have a body. I told her to look for me, but as before, I wouldn't put it past her to be up to her shenanigans. Okay, yeah, I need to look for her now. I spread my senses over the entire town and found her quickly. She was moving around the town, looking around and taking in the sights. Ah, there she was. She was standing in front of the cathedral. Now I know where to go. I quickly made my way to her. I saw her standing there, just looking all the way up at the cathedral. Yeah, I'd do the same if I saw it for the first time. I assume Remuru made you a body to inhabit. I said as I walked up behind her. She turned around and then looked back at the cathedral. So you're a goddess in this place. This is quite the place they've built for you. Yeah. There's another one in Falmouth I ordered built after their territory became part of our empire. So did all the holy energy you unleashed in that weird dimension come from all HTE faith of these monsters? No, it doesn't. That was just the weapon. That's crazy. I thought you would have wanted to fight again. I considered it, but no. Anyway, I have a body to inhabit. It's very good. It's the best one I've ever had. That slime knows his stuff. So you ready for your name? Already. John said, surprised. I guess she tried to find me as soon as Remuru made her body. I assume Violet and Blanc have already been made, and she missed that. Yup. Your name will be Carrera. When I named her, I felt my magicula go down but very rapidly fill back up to max. That dragon heart is good. I decided to keep it simple and just keep her name the same. As well as keeping that whole sports car thing. You won't even think about John, now Carrera, was enveloped in a cocoon for a short moment before coming out again. Whoa. Oh yeah, this feels nice. Thanks. I really want to try out this power. You'll get your chance. When? John said in an eager voice, like a kid who can't wait to try out a new game. Against the Eastern Empire. A war. John became even more eager and excited. Yeah. Perfect. John was ready to celebrate, but Artoria's next words calmed her down a little before she would really pour cold water on her. Calm down. We're still planning it. And you and the others will play an important role in it. Will I be able to fight strong people? Possibly. And I say that because you're not going to be on the front lines. What? Why? Just hear me out. This is something we'll need the others to be present for. Look, for now, just go around town and enjoy some of the services and other things we have here. I'm sure you'll love it. Fine, but before I do, I'm going to bring some other demons with me. Okay, I'll be waiting. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// He'd named Violet and Blanc de Ultima and Testarossa, respectively. But that's not what he wanted to talk about. He remembered something about a plan Artoria had in mind for using these demons against the Eastern Empire. Now that they were here, there was no reason to delay finding out. Artoria stopped and looked back. She let out a small sigh. She was just heading home, ready to enjoy a good dinner after dealing with all the stuff today. She waited until Remuru was close to her before talking. What is it, Remuru? Okay, so you said that you had a plan for these demons. What exactly do you mean? Are you really that curious? All right, I'll tell you, but not here in the open. Come to my house, I'm sure Shuna is making something delicious for dinner. I'm feeling hungry after today. Artoria said as she started to walk away. She's feeling hungry. How hungry? Remuru thought to himself. Just how much is she talking about here? Honestly, Remuru was now more curious about how much food she would eat. ///// /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// It smelled so delicious. She had told Shuna about multiple different foods and dishes from Earth and what she would eat. And after making them myself to show her or giving a description of what they are, Shuna's hands worked like magic to make them. Shuna, I'm home. And Remuru is also here. So make him some extra. If you want. Artoria said loudly, quickly adding the last part at the end. Remuru, who entered behind her, was confused and didn't know what to say. He thought she was inviting him for dinner at her house to discuss whatever plan she had for the demons. Let's see if Shuna is nice enough to make you something, Remuru. You can go ahead and take a seat at the table. Artoria said before heading to the kitchen to greet Shuna. Remuru sat at the table and, for what was his first time, looked around her house. To his slight surprise, it was a lot more humble than expected. Not to say there wasn't an inherent look of wealth to it, because that's how it was built in the first place, but there weren't any excessive or expensive-looking decorations one would expect. He looked to the kitchen, and the first thing he noticed was that it was big, very big. There were a lot of ovens, stovetops, and other cooking items. He didn't know if he walked into a house or a large-scale restaurant. But he did notice Artoria went in to help Shuna make all the food. After a quick, little kiss, of course. Remuru may have stared a bit too long and wondered if they should be doing that, but then remembered it was their house. He just looked away, giving them their privacy. He would patiently wait until the food came out. It turns out that he would have to wait quite a long time. No doubt caused by all the food being made. Luckily, the time came to an end, and Shuna and Artoria came out carrying multiple plates and trays of food. There were things he hadn't seen before, but it looked delicious. After Shuna and Artoria made a few more rounds to the kitchen and back to the table, they finally sat down. Okay, Remuru, just take a plate and serve yourself whatever looks good, which is everything. Artoria said before starting to serve herself a good helping of food. She took a few burritos, served some nachos with multiple toppings, enchiladas with different fillings, and tortillas with many kinds of meat. And that didn't count the dessert. Is this how dinner is every day at her house? Remuru was again stunned at all the food. He looked over at Shuna, thinking that she would look tired, but on the contrary, she looked happy. It must be because Artoria eats the food she makes with such enthusiasm and eagerness. Let's try all this stuff. Hey, Artoria, what meat is this? It looks like little strips of meat. Oh, that. Artoria said before taking a bite of a burrito. That's cow head. What? Yeah. Like, the entire head. It's delicious. You have to try it. It's called barbacoa. It's what? It's delicious. Remuru might as well try it. Anything made by Shuna can't be bad. And he was right. // // Eventually, it was finally time for Artoria to talk about her plan with Remuru. Over dessert, of course. Artoria cleared a spot on the table to put a map of the Tempest and the Eastern Empire. She took out a red marker and scribbled some arrows coming from the Eastern Empire to Tempest. She took a blue marker and drew some blocks where the border between both countries was, and she drew an arrow coming from where Clayman's territory, through either a part of the ocean, or practically hugging the most eastern part of the border, and back to the Eastern Empire. On top of that, she scribbles SC. What does that mean? Remuru asked as he saw her scribble the letters. Sports car. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, it's pretty obvious where the front lines and the majority of the concentration of the Eastern Empire's army will be. You and I will be there. As for Diablo and the other demons, they will go as part of the SC group. And what will they do? They are going to be part of something I call Operation Sherman. Chapter 113, Chapter. So, Diablo is going to lead the demons into the Eastern Empire while a large portion of their troops are attacking us. They're going to help open up another front. Artoria explained to Remuru as she ate her second pecan pie. Shuna stayed at the table as she listened, staying quiet. Open up another front. But there's only one direction, and that's us. They're going to open up another front inside the Eastern Empire. But they're just a few demons. I know they're strong, but surely they can't do everything themselves. Artoria was expecting that answer from Remuru. He still didn't realize just how strong Diablo is and what else he could do besides just fight. She took another bite of pecan pie before continuing. That's why they're going to cause an uprising or revolution inside the Eastern Empire. But that's not all. As they go into the Eastern Empire, they're going to destroy and burn as many logistical and military targets as they can, and other things in general. Make them completely unusable. An invasion or war needs a lot of supplies, money, a strong economy, resources, and logistics to win. If you don't have that, your only option is a swift and short battle. Just ask Germany for what I mean. This operation will take away, or severely cripple, those things from the Eastern Empire. This is a bit of a combo from history, specifically, American and Russian history. Would that even work? Remuru said. To him, this sounded ambitious, too ambitious. There was no way this would work. There are at least 800 million people in the Eastern Empire living under a tyrannical and ruthless emperor. He wouldn't hesitate, and he has already done it, to make an example of people to put the others in place and make them live in fear and oppression. Would they even want to rise up in those conditions? Remuru said, even more convinced of the seemingly impossible objective of her proposed mission. Artoria only smiled in response. Two quotes from famous pieces of writing made their way into her mind. When a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Artoria felt a certain way when she said it. It made her feel a little patriotic. What? Remuru did not know what she was saying. That kind of English sounded way too advanced for him. Artoria let out a small chuckle. You'll never hear anyone write or talk like that in a modern age, Remuru. And those that do will probably not have such sentiment behind it. What does that mean? Because to be honest, I don't get it. It means that when a government abuses its power and is reduced to tyranny, the people have the right and duty to overthrow the government. It's simple to understand. Where is that from? No disrespect, but I doubt you could come up with something like that on your own. None taken. It's from American history. And it's hardly the only piece of writing to echo such a message or sentiment. Then why don't they? Don't tell me they happily live in such an environment. Surely there should be people trying to stand up even in the face of such tyranny. The people do not complain because they have no voice, do not move because they are lethargic. If we want to help change the Eastern Empire so that a new ruling class doesn't just continue the cycle, we need to take them down and rebuild them on a deep societal level. The biggest threat to a dictator, authoritarian, or tyrannical government isn't outside influence from another country, but from other political alternatives. If the people of that society truly believe that a different form of government can exist in their society, they'll start wanting to overthrow them. There are no tyrants if there are no slaves, Artoria said, as in a rare moment, she set aside her food to look at Remuru seriously. This war is about more than just defending ourselves, Remuru. Remuru could feel how much different the atmosphere around her was. It was sudden. How will we cause such a change? First, after we win the upcoming war, we'll need to decide what to do with the Eastern Empire. I'm considering taking over some of their territory, maybe half, or temporarily placing them under military occupation while we help them reconstruct their government and turn them into an ally while installing a leader that is favorable towards us, Artoria said, but as she did, she looked at Remuru. She realized that what she was describing was very similar to what happened to his country. This should be familiar to you, Remuru. Did you ever pay attention in your history class? You should know what happened to Japan after the events of 1937 to 1945. Remuru tried remembering his history class. The only thing he could remember was just black and white pictures. But then he did remember seeing a picture of a tall guy next to one of the emperors of Japan and other things. I remember seeing some pictures of some guy with like a big smoking pipe and cool sunglasses in a book. That description was all Arotria needed. No one else came to her mind with such a description, considering the context of the current conversation. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Let's all be thankful that a certain plan or idea of his wasn't implemented during the 1950s, or else Eurasia would be a very different place, and a very dangerous precedent for war would have been set. Remuru had to think about what she said, but one thing was on his mind. How do you think the way you do? I don't know, and don't say that, I'm not that kind of person. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I'll explain more in a proper setting. Diablo and friends are going to destroy and burn as many military and logistical targets as possible, collateral damage permitted, behind enemy lines, so their supply routes crumble. And while they do that, they will incite a revolution, so that the Eastern Empire will be forced to divert attention away from us, which will make it easier for us to fight. The goal of this will be to turn the tables and invade them. And we will expand the Tempest Empire. Artoria nodded. She didn't want to get ahead of herself, but she would expand the empire as much as she could, whether in land or influence, or much more preferably, both. Should we do that? I mean, we've already absorbed 2 territories already. What if people think we have imperialist or expansionist tendencies? You should know something about that, Remuru, because I do. Want me to tell you about early U.S. history? Manifest Destiny, the very shady, at best, way the U.S. got Hawaii, the Mexican-American War, and then there's something you should really know about, the Kanagawa Treaty. Do you want me to go on? 'Cause I can. What are all those events? Examples of American imperialism and expansion. Way too much to go into, but if you're up for a few drinks and have a few hours to spare, maybe we could talk about it. I could go in depth about how the Kanagawa Treaty is the root cause of why Korea is separated into North and South 100 years after it was signed. Probably not. I think you've made your point. You seem very harsh against the US. Maybe, but it's stuff that's happened. Can't really do much about it except learn from it and study it. And it's not like I hate the US. Some people can't seem to know that you can love and be proud of something while still wanting it to get better even when acknowledging the faults and mistakes. Wow. You know, maybe I am up for a few drinks. If she could keep talking like this, maybe he could stay longer. There have to be a few lessons here. Cool. Hey, Shuna, if you want, you can go to sleep, or stay here and listen. I'll go for some drinks. And don't worry, I'm not gonna go talking crazy. Artoria said to Shuna before going to the kitchen and returning with a few bottles of whiskey and tequila. Shuna decided she would stay. Mostly to watch over Artoria. A few drinks later. Alright, Remuru, so I'm going to assume you know about vampires, a bit of Celtic mythology, transforming robots from space, Thomas Edison, and ancient alien artifacts. Yeah, totally. He only got some of it. Some strong drinks in, combined with lowering their resistance as much as they could, and Artoria was already talking a little bit crazy. So, like, George Washington not only had help from the French, but also from transforming alien robots. He was part of a secret society that spanned generations and the world to protect a secret. And one time, with the help of a Native American, he found an alien artifact that showed him glimpses of a future where he was the tyrannical king of America. The French helped America. The French would help anyone if it meant getting one over the British. But the most notable help came from this guy called Lafayette. He had a long name. It was, something, Marquis de Lafayette. There's a lot of places and things named after this guy. Artoria said as she took another drink of whiskey, a particularly stronger and more robust whiskey. He must have been good if we're talking about him rather than those robots or alien artifacts. Yeah, he's America's favorite fighting Frenchman. No one matches his resilience or practical tactical brilliance. That rhymed. More drinks later. And then Abraham Lincoln put out a call for silver to combat the vampires in the Confederate Army. It's kind of poetic, because at the end of the day, everyone became a vampire slayer. Even more drinks later. And then, Queen Medb, with her infinite army, goes to war with America, which causes all the presidents of America to put together their power to empower Thomas Edison, so he can go against her using good old American industrial power and capitalism to build his infinite army. That's how Thomas Edison became the President King of America, or Presi King for short. Interesting, Remuru said as he was focused on the entire conversation. It turns out, American history is a lot cooler than he thought. Yeah, this is the history they don't teach in schools, Remuru, Artoria said as she drank another glass of whiskey. I wonder why. They must be hiding the truth from the people. Shuna got up and took the glass away from Artoria. She may not know the history from Artoria's world like she does, but even she could tell that she was just talking nonsense at this point. Okay, I'm stopping you. Come on, Artoria, it's time to sleep. Artoria let herself be carried away by Shuna as she told Remuru one last thing. Okay, Shuna. You can go home, Remuru. You don't want to be here for what usually happens in the morning with me and Shuna. It might have been too much information. Artoria. Stop. Shuna said loudly as she blushed. She was wondering if she was at that sweet spot where her body wouldn't automatically just get rid of the alcohol because of her resistance. Sorry, Shuna. But it's okay, it's not like he has any experience to know what I'm talking about. What's that supposed to mean? Remuru said. He didn't know exactly what she was talking about, but he knew she was trying to poke fun at him. Good night, Artoria said before falling asleep as Shuna dragged her to their room. Chapter 114, Chapter. Remuru was walking back to his house at a quick pace. He fell asleep on a couch he found in Artoria's house, but was rudely woken up in the morning. He found out why Artoria told him to go home unless he wanted to find out what happened in the morning. Very quickly, he got up and left without looking back. He didn't know why it took him so long to figure it out, but of course, people who are married would do things like that in their homes. Raphael, you should tell me these things. I've tried. Multiple times. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// A few hours later. It's been some time since I visited Vesta, but I need his knowledge to make some things for the upcoming war. It sucks, but any big invention is going to be weaponized. The first plane was invented in 1903, and barely a decade later, they were being used to kill people. Not like I'm going to invent something. That's already been done on Earth. I'm just going to add a magic twist to them. Heading into the cave where Veldora was formerly trapped, I made my way to Vesta's workshop. He was going to come up with a feasible plan to make these things, and then I'll order our industry to mass-produce them, before ordering our military to set them up. I opened the door and saw him doing some experiments. I'm pretty sure it was his own little hobby. He had long ago figured out the potions and other quality-of-life things to make sure humans don't get overwhelmed by all the monsters here. If he's bored, then that go away real quick. Hey, Vesta. Good to see you. I said to take him out of his trance. He was really focused. Ah. Oh, Lady Pendragon. He quickly took off his goggles and made a space on a nearby table. Relax, Vesta, this isn't a big meeting. Look, I'll get to it. I need you to make some weapons and armaments. I know you have experience in this, and no, I'm not going to make you do anything big. What kind of weapons? The kind that can work against a large number of people. As I said that, I made my way to a table, picked up a pen, and started writing. I grabbed a map and highlighted a part of our eastern border. The plan is to cover this part of our border with the Eastern Empire. And this, what I've written down, is going to be the weapons you'll make and what they are supposed to do. I explained in a concise manner as he looked at the map and the list. Anti-personnel landmines, anti-vehicle landmines, napalm, white phosphorus, cluster munitions, and chemical weapons. His eyes wandered as he looked at the list. His voice died down, and it became just a quiet muttering as he read the list and their descriptions of what they're supposed to do. Can you make them? Why do you want me to make this? Simple. Steel before flesh. Before I send in our military, I want to use these things first to kill as many people in the Eastern Empire's army before I send in our own people. Soften them up. Make the fight easier. However you want to say it. So, can you do it? Yeah, I can. What other requirements do you require? Good. I thought there were going to be some more questions or other things, but his background of making weapons for Dworgen seems to make him used to doing things like this. They need to be able to be mass-produced and also be magical in nature. They should be able to affect people who have resistances or even have barriers up. You know, make it so magi is added as a prefix to the names. I understand what you mean. Yeah, I can do that. Good. Tell me when they are done, so we can do a test firing of them. And save the blueprints and instructions on how to make them. Yeah, I'll let you know when they're done. Vests immediately went to a board and started brainstorming some ideas on how to make it work. I'll just leave it up to him. Let all the chemistry and science be solved by him. ///// // Training grounds. I was at the training ground. Remuru, Sui, Geld, who returned recently from building the basilica in Falmouth, Carrera, and Gabaru, were here. What was I doing? Very simple. Alright, I'm going to teach you how to make booby traps. I'll show you how to rig a dead body to explode, fake equipment and supplies that explode, make some pitfall traps that have spikes that are also laced with magic poison, tripwire traps, and some other things. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun, Carrera said. The others just looked at her weirdly. Ah, who is she? Gabaru said. Honestly, now that I remember, I need to knight some more people. He's on the list, but who else? Geld for sure. I'll figure it out. I just hope Gabaru doesn't start getting bad luck, because if the last knighting session is anything to go by, he'll definitely get some lancer skill. I still don't know how or why, but what can I do? I guess I haven't given her a proper introduction yet. She's Carrera, the primordial yellow. I named her, and now she's on our side. That's pretty much it. You might have seen her exploring town, 'cause she's new, but she's a part of a new group in our military. Anyway, pay attention. This will give us an advantage in the upcoming war with the Eastern Empire. How soon will this war be? You make it sound as if it's just around the corner. Remuru said. We still have time, but it's better to be prepared now. I'll teach y'all, so then y'all can teach others. Pay attention. In front of me was a hole I dug, some C4, metal spikes, some of that magic poison, which was made by Shuna, some dummy equipment like swords, rations, and whatnot, wire, and other things. So, this is simple. Booby traps take advantage of human behavior and thought. Sui, if you were an average foot soldier being fired upon by magic, what would you do? I suddenly asked Sui, but he was ready. I would find some kind of cover, or maybe lay low on the ground, he answered quickly. Good. This first trap and some variations of it, take advantage of that natural instinct. Pay attention. I quickly put together the trap, I put a few spikes and coated them in the poison, before putting a mesh over it that seemed to perfectly blend in with the surrounding grass. Now, with this trap, be conservative with the spikes and liberal with the poison, I said before getting a human dummy body. I tossed the dummy where the trap was, and it fell down into the hole before being impaled. Normally, that would be enough, but then it started to seemingly dissolve where the point of contact was. Well, I thought it was a poison, but it seems more like an acid. Or is it both? Would that even be chemically possible? Well, Shuna made it, so I'll just say it's magic. Use fewer spikes so more force is focused. If you use a bed of spikes, it might not impale the person, and they'll live, but if they get pricked a bit by the poison, then they might still die, but better to be sure. Whoa, now that is kind of messed up, I'm eager to learn more. Carrera said. Alright, we'll get there. Next up is rigging a corpse and fake equipment to explode. Gabaru, what instincts does this kind of trap take advantage of? Now it was Gabaru I suddenly asked. He jumped up a bit and thought for a second, but he eventually answered. Instincts of scavenging supplies or recovering the body of a dead comrade. There's a bit more detail to it, but that's basically it. I picked up a C4, a piece of wire, and another human dummy body. This one is very easy, since the C4 is more sensitive and easier to detonate than it normally is. I placed the C4 on the ground and tied a wire to it before attaching the wire to a dummy body's wrist. Make sure to keep it short, so there's more tension. After that, I placed the human dummy on top of the C4, hiding it. Now, this is very simple. The enemy is going to check the dead body, and when they move it, it will explode, very simple. I'll demonstrate. I moved to the dummy body and moved it. As soon as I did, there was a large and loud explosion. I closed my eyes as I let the explosion finish. The tiny pieces of the dummy body and pieces of dirt rained on top of me, but I was perfectly fine. And there you have it. The same method applies to fake supplies as well. Just rig it so that movement causes the C4, or whatever other explosive device you use, to detonate. Alright, pay attention, we have more to get through. Chapter 115, Chapter. That concludes the class on booby traps. I expect y'all to teach this to the rest of your units. Also, Vesta is working on some things that I will also teach y'all how to use, but not now, since it's a work in progress, Artoria said as the class concluded. How do you want us to use this knowledge? Geld asked. Simple, you will set traps like these on our border with the Eastern Empire. I want the entire border to be a walking hazard. I want the enemy thinking about every step they take, and fill them with fear and paranoia. Huh. I see. We're going to add psychological warfare into the mix as well. This seems kind of brutal, but if we can prevent any amount of casualties, then it'll all be worth it, Remuru said. He was a bit surprised by the methods Artoria showed them, but then again, it was war. War is brutal. Good thinking, Remuru. Though I doubt we'd have any casualties with the many healing items we have, especially the potions, but better safe than sorry. Anyway, we'll depart here. Though I'm going to place our military on double take, so keep that in mind. At the mention of a higher state of alert, they immediately took it seriously. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// known by Artoria, a bombshell piece of news shook most of the world. News about Yuki and his crimes. The news very quickly circulated. It was first reported in Tempest and later in other countries when reporters returned with it. It spread like wildfire. News about his crimes and affiliations shook everyone. Some thought it was fake, but continuous verification and fact-checking brought the same result. Truth. And it was also reported that Yuki was in Tempest custody awaiting trial. Needless to say, the Free Guild's reputation took a massive hit. Multiple locations and branches in many countries were raided by their governments and military and investigated. Harsh and brutal financial and trade sanctions were placed on the Free Guela and would only be considered to be removed upon the results of the trial. It also led to investigations among members of the Council of the West to uncover any other connections, no matter how small. Some branches of the Free Guild had to be shut down due to not only the sanctions but also the numerous and massive fines imposed on them. Members from all over the world were leaving and quitting. The only branches open were the ones in major cities, but even then, those were under heavy scrutiny and watch. It was not only the worst day, but also the worst week for the Free Guild. The influence and reputation they worked so hard to build up crumbled seemingly overnight. What took years was destroyed in less than a month. Now, all eyes were on Tempest, waiting to see what punishment would be given. Thoughts were spread on what kind of punishment would be given. Some thought there would be life imprisonment, and some thought there would be execution. Officials from many countries were sent as observers for the duration of the trial. In other words, there was practically no one who hadn't heard of what Yuki had done. That's to say, there would be no jury trial. What's Yuki doing? Listen, Yuki, your best chance is getting tried by a judge. A bench trial. The news out there has spread too much. A jury will be very biased and emotional. Yuki's lawyer said. Yuki was currently in a cell. He wasn't allowed any amount of travel. The only contact he could have was with his lawyer and other related legal personnel, and the guards who were placed on him 24/7. Come on, what chance do I have? This is the easiest case a prosecutor could ever have. There's no case that could be easier than this one. In this world, or my old world. And what about you? Aren't you a defender working for the state? Yuki said. He had not amount of hope of the outcome. It was obvious to everyone. Yes, I am paid by the state, but it's still my job. I am here to represent you to the best of my ability, no matter what crime you've committed or have been alleged to have committed. And that applies to everyone. Any crime. Even ones that would be considered unspeakable. Yes. I made an oath, and if I don't uphold it, I'm not allowed to practice law. And if I also don't represent someone to the best of my ability, I also lose my license to practice. I don't know if that's good or bad. It doesn't matter. Listen, I'll be honest, there's not much that can be done. The best chance is to combat the validity of your confession statement, and if that goes well, then we fight the evidence the prosecution has shown. What about potential penalties? What could I be facing? If everything went perfectly, along with mistakes committed by the prosecution, you'd probably still die of old age for a human, even one like you, in a prison cell. It doesn't look good, then. Listen, I'll try my best. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when a guard came in with a woman. She had purple hair and was short. Yuki looked at her and knew something was off about her at first glance. My name is Ultima, I'm the new chief prosecutor for the state. I've been appointed by Lord Remuru. I've come here for a simple reason. I'm here to let you know that I will seek the death penalty. This has also been approved by Lady Pendragon. That will be all. She kept it short and simple before leaving. Yuki only sighed. He sat down against the stone wall of his cell, slumped his shoulders, and hung his head low. She's new. But if Lord Remuru appointed her, then it's for a reason. Look, you don't need to do much else. You're not going to win. You'll only argue to make sure I don't get the death penalty. I've practically already pleaded guilty, Yuki said in a defeated voice. There was nothing he could do. Try to escape. He wouldn't even get out of the town before getting killed by Artoria, even with his anti-skill. Listen, the trial hasn't even started. And you can still plead not guilty. The confession statement is only evidence, not an automatic guilty plea. Compared to Yuki, his lawyer didn't show any sign of giving up. I don't see a point. I'm going to plead guilty. His lawyer sighed. He had an obligation, and even if Yuki would do that, he still needed to help him out. I see. If that's the route you want to go down, then I'll tell you the consequences. The trial will immediately go to sentencing, and you'll also waive the rights you have. My strategy then will be to make sure you get the best possible outcome. In your case, no death penalty. But tell me, are you sure you want to go that route? You'd throw away any little chance we have in this case. Yes, I'm sure. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / Day of the trial. Yuki and his lawyer were escorted by goblin riders. No matter where they went, there was a crowd around them. Some people would throw insults, and others would try to attack them. It was a very tense and delicate situation. Are they allowed to say such things? Yuki whispered to his lawyer as they were being escorted to the courthouse. Yes. They're legally protected. It's one of the rights and liberties of the people of this nation. Our goddess was very intent on it. She called it a fundamental right that applied to all people, no matter what. And that's only the part on speech. There are many more. So they can say whatever they want and not get in trouble. Even hate speech, outbursts against the government, or other things of that nature. Yes. They'll get in no legal trouble. It doesn't mean there won't be consequences. You can say whatever you want, but don't get surprised if you have someone throwing a punch or taking out a weapon on you. Yuki didn't know what to think, but as he was being escorted, he looked more closely at the people around them. He noticed that most people were armed. Some had swords on their waists or backs, others had spears on their backs, and some had bows and arrows. They were openly carrying weapons. And he also noticed some people concealing their weapons. It was expected that the goblin riders would have weapons, but they seemed like the average monster citizens of this nation. Hey, is everyone armed here, or something? Oh, that. Yeah, you can expect everyone to basically be armed. You can either openly carry or concealed carry any weapon you want. You can also own any and as many weapons as you want. That's allowed. Of course it is. It's another one of the rights and liberties our goddess said are fundamental. She was really adamant on this one. She struck down many proposed laws that aimed to try to control this, even minor ones. It got to the point that she gave a divine order saying that nothing should ever infringe upon the rights and liberties we have that she considers fundamental. Well, enough about that, we're here. As Yuki and his lawyer arrived at the courthouse, the goblin riders formed a protective semicircle around them, stopping people from getting to them. They quickly went up the stairs and into the courthouse. All right, one last time. Are you sure you want to plead guilty? Yuki's lawyer said before going in. Yes, I'm sure. All right then. Yuki and his lawyer went into the courtroom. It was already filled with people. Officials from other countries stood in attendance, ready to watch. The judge was already there, as well as Ultima. Yuki's lawyer calmly walked up to his spot, unaffected by the pressure of so many eyes on him. Yuki simply followed him. Before we start, I am to understand that the prosecution intend to seek the death penalty. The judge said. Yes, we do, Ultima said without hesitation. Just straight to the point. I see. Let's proceed then. The judge picked up a small notebook that carried all the charges against Yuki. He slowly read out the charges against Yuki. Some of the people in attendance started whispering at the sheer number of charges against him. Yuki Kagarazaka, how do you plead? Yuki's lawyer looked at him. Yuki was going to say it, but he hesitated at the last moment. It was one thing to say you were going to do something, but when actually faced with the moment, it was different. Do you want me to do it for you? His lawyer whispered to him. Yuki shook his head. If this was going to be the last choice he could make, he would do it himself. I plead guilty, Yuki said before hanging his head low. Immediately, the people in attendance started a slight commotion. They were whispering, but some got too loud as they talked. Ultima just smiled. As far as she was concerned, this just made her job easier, and this wouldn't take as long. Order. The judge said in a loud voice, and everyone quieted down. In that case, we'll move to sentencing immediately. ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////// A few hours later. Many arguments had been carried back and forth. Yuki's lawyer tried, they really did, but with so much overwhelming evidence, Yuki's guilty plea, the effects of what Yuki did on such a large and international scale, made it almost impossible. For Ultima, it was very easy for her. In her mind, there was no way there would be an easier time for a prosecution team than this trial. She almost took pleasure in such a moment, but she reined it in a little. The result? After hearing from both sides. Yuki Kagarazaka, I hereby sentence you to death. Slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash. 1 week later. Well, that happened. What a surprise, not really. What happens now? Well, I'm going to handle the execution. And no chance of reincarnation for him. Execution by beheading. Remuru, I'm telling you, absorb his damn soul. You messed up big time with Maribel and Granbel, but I can see why you'd do that. But this? Remuru, I'm handing you perhaps the biggest power-up on a silver platter. It doesn't feel right. He's already going to be executed, why mess further with his body? That feels unnecessary. Nope, that's it. I'm done. I'm not going to try to convince you with these things anymore. Sorry if I sound a bit harsh. I turned around and went up to the execution platform. I don't know what's with this slime. Remuru was here to witness the execution. Now, it wasn't a public execution in the town square or anything like that, but it was going to be observed by some people. Mostly officials from other countries and some high-ranking people from our country. It was only a few moments before Yuki came in. He was being dragged by an Oni. He came up to the platform before being placed in an upright kneeling position. The Oni walked off, leaving only me and Yuki on the platform. Well, it's time to do this. I summoned Excalibur and partially activated it. Enough to destroy the physical, spiritual, and astral body, leaving no chance of reincarnation. I raised Excalibur. Do you have any last words? I asked him. He stayed quiet. He didn't say anything. He only let out a sigh. I see. With a swift and precise motion, I swung Excalibur down, striking true. It was a clean cut, no blood on Excalibur, and no resistance. His body collapsed as his head rolled on the platform, a pool of blood coming from his neck. I unsummoned Excalibur as I stood there for a few moments. That was one more down. One more bad guy down. Which means the safer and brighter this world will be for me and Shuna's future. Chapter 116, Chapter. Song of the Day, 99 Luftballons by Nina. Slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash. Well, sucks to be the free guild now, but that's not my problem. Let them scramble around like headless chickens, trying to put themselves back together. What's her name? Kagali. Kazalim. That other demon lord that's still alive that Leon thought he killed. Honestly, they're not a problem anymore. With Yuki dead, all their plans and whatever deals they had are broken. Too bad, sucks to be them. In other words, I put our military on roundhouse, or our third level of readiness. Some of our patrols have detected higher levels of activity from the Eastern Empire. It seems news of Yuki's death is making them act with more haste. Makes sense. He had connections with them. I also had to have some talks with a whole bunch of people from other countries. Luckily, it was mostly representatives. Most of it was from the Western Council, and a few from our already allies. Since they were already there to see the outcome of the trial, they might as well have started to talk to me. I was tempted to just throw them all to Remuru and let him deal with it, but it turns out, they don't really care. Whether it's because I was the one who executed Yuki, I wasn't sure, but I was stuck with it. Anyway, the good news is that Remuru stayed true to making Ultima the chief prosecutor. Kind of overkill for a trial like this, since it was probably the easiest trial for a prosecutor in history, whether in this world or on Earth. I kind of feel bad for Yuki's lawyer, but they gave an honest effort, more than anyone would in such a case. As for Testarossa, Remuru made her the Minister of Foreign Affairs, so she's out having some in the Western Council for a bit. And she also helped me out a bit when dealing with all the representatives from many nations. She's good. I mean, putting a demon in that kind of environment that fits all the fear, stereotypes, and clichés about demons, she should be good. Then there's Carrera. I haven't done anything with her. She's just roaming around doing whatever it is she does. She has spent most of her time at the shooting range, though. It seems the golden gun might happen then. Not sure. Well, if I encounter Kondu, I'll just have Remuru store his soul to give to Carrera, and also to transform the stupid Namba pistol into something way cooler. She did bring those two other demons, Esprit and Adjura. I wonder if Hakuru would recognize his old master. Probably. Also, in other news, the kids are here to stay. I'm talking about Kenya, Alice, Gale, Ryota, and definitely not the time traveler, Chloe. It's still kind of funny to see how she looks at me. I'm clearly not supposed to be someone from any of the timelines she's seen, but whatever. So, they're staying here to finish their studies and grow up to be good, young adults in the future. Adelman has done a good job in spreading my faith, but I make sure to keep him in check. Look, I don't care how he preaches or does his sermons, just as long as there's no brainwashing or fear-mongering to make them part of the religion. Like I've told him, he should let the religion speak for itself and not the other way around. But you see, it gets to a point where it becomes some kind of theater show, but the people eat it up, so what can I say? In other news, our tourism is exploding. Because of the many people who flooded into Tempest to witness Yuki's trial, kind of morbid in a way, our tourism skyrocketed. Many people visited the cathedral, the Colosseum, to see some events, our museum, and other things. It's kind of funny because the official museum barely has any mentions of me. All that is reserved for my own museum in the cathedral. That's where the stuff about me is. History, art, and all that stuff. I can't imagine the things they'll make in the future when Shuna and I start to continue the lineage. When that day comes, it's going to be absolutely crazy with celebrations all over the empire. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Eastern Empire. So, I've kept it a secret so far. My idea is that if a majority of the world sees this as a sudden invasion, they won't react as hard once we start to counterattack them and start invading them and taking over their land. I've decided that I'll partition their territory to add to ours, and then support the revolution that will happen internally, so they can be the new government. After that, I'll place Benimaru as military governor to help them in their new government, and eventually make them strong allies to us. I say secret, but some people do know. I'm just going to assume Cheyen knows, because of what Sophia might have told him about the little mission she volunteered for. Gazel as well, since his intelligence agents are good, same with Blumond. They know the Eastern Empire will most likely invade, but no intelligence of our plan for what to do with them after the war. Anyway, it was time to give Sui and Gabaru a little break from their patrolling. Just them, though, not their teams. We're in the middle of our readiness scale. I had ordered Sui, Gabaru, and their teams as part of the patrol. It was a patrol, and like before, I gave them the orders of protecting our border from potential aggression. Make of that what they will, but as long as they carry it out without hesitation. But it's clear that the Eastern Empire is scouting the environment for their invasion. Most likely some final plans. Which means it's time to start implementing some small surprises for them. Lady Pendragon, I've finished what you've asked me to make. They're ready for you to test. Good job, Vesta. I was in a training field with Gabaru, Sui, and Benimaru. Just them. Gabaru and his lizardmen will be important in this. Sui and his squad are needed to sneakily and rapidly set booby traps in the midst of battle, like rigging bodies and fake supplies to explode, and Benimaru can teach the rest of the army what these things are and how to use them. In front of me, Vesta brought a few crates of the things I wanted. These are the finished products. I opened it and I nodded at what I saw. This was good. All right. Vesta, you may stay if you want. As for you three, pay attention to how you use these things. I picked up a landmine, an anti-personnel landmine. Okay, I'm going to make this quick and simple. This pin right here is what arms them. A is for armed, and S is for safety. Just move that when you want to arm them. I put the landmine back down and dug a very shallow hole, only a few inches or centimeters. I armed the landmine, put it in the hole, and covered it up a little bit. Alright, that's how it should look. The top part should stick out a little bit, but that doesn't matter, they won't notice it through the foliage of the forest. Now, I'm going to demonstrate how it's going to work. Back away a little bit. They all backed away. Once they were a sufficient distance away, I stepped on the landmine and it exploded, just like that. If you think landmines explode only when the pressure is taken off them, you've watched too many movies. I felt a force go through my legs, before I felt dirt rain down on me. Shuna's going to be upset that my hair is getting dirty after she spent time fixing it up and styling it. There was a hole in the ground from the explosion, but I was fine. And there you have it. You can also rig corpses with them. Just attach a string or wire that arms them when the corpse is moved. Now, let's go on the anti-tank mines. These are just like the other ones, but more pressure is needed to activate them. I picked up an anti-tank mine and armed it. I didn't dig a hole, since it wasn't necessary. I placed it on the ground and stepped on it. Nothing happened. As you can see, you need a lot of weight or pressure to activate these. You can move them around with your foot, and they won't explode even when armed. These are meant for vehicles. You can imagine what these could do to a person. Good luck finding an identifiable body part if this explodes near a person. Now, remember that and teach your units. You're going to set multiple of these landmines on our border with the Eastern Empire. And don't worry about the enemy having resistances or magic barriers, these can go through that. And I'm only talking about the average soldier. Obviously, the stronger ones won't be as affected, but the majority of the army is average soldiers. Lady Pendragon, just a quick question. Should we mark where we place them? Yes, mark where you place them, but only on a map. Don't place any physical signs at the sites. We don't want them to know where the threat is. Also, when placing them, I encourage perfidy. Try to hide them as well as you can. I see. Good question, Remuru. Now, onto the next ones. We have napalm and white phosphorus. I looked in the crate, and there were many variations. Napalm and white phosphorus can be delivered in many ways. I saw some grenades and then bigger bombs, ones that were impractical to carry with you at all times. This is where Gabaru and his lizardmen come in, they'll be the ones to carry the bigger bombs. I picked up the grenades. Alright, this is simple. The one with N is napalm, and the one with WP is white phosphorus. I'll demonstrate how to use them and what they do. I pulled the pin on the napalm one, held it for a few seconds, and then threw it. It's a good thing there are no trees in this field. It exploded, and it spewed out fire in all directions, indiscriminately. The fire stuck like jelly to whatever surface it landed on and burned it. It had a mystical orange outlined glow to it. That's the magic part. That's napalm. Now for the white phosphorus. I pulled the pin, held it for a few seconds, and then threw it. It exploded, and dense, white smoke appeared. Luckily, we were far enough from the explosion, and there was very little wind. Now, if you can use wind magic or anything else to create a breeze, you can direct this smoke to where you want it to go, to inflict more damage. This will burn as long as there is oxygen or fuel present. Even if it stops, it can be reignited. Now, Gabaru. Yes, Lady Pendragon. You see those bigger bombs? Yes. You and your lizardmen are going to carry those and drop them on top of the enemy from the air. And that also goes for those other bombs you see. Those are cluster munitions. They're bombs that release smaller bombs to cover a bigger area. Just arm them, and then drop them on top of the enemy. Simple as that. Do you understand? Yes, I do. Good. Now, onto the chemical weapons. This is the same, Gabaru. These shells, or containers, contain gas. On impact, they'll open up and release the gas. This gas, in particular, is called chlorine gas. It's green-yellow in color and is dense, so it'll linger on the ground. Now, this is important, if you can use some type of wind magic, use it, so that the gas doesn't blow back on you in case of unfavorable winds. You got that? They all nodded, taking my words seriously. Good. I have no doubt they can resist something like this, but unfortunately, not all of our soldiers can resist this. They should prioritize the lives of their soldiers first, before using these weapons. Good. Now, Remuru, we're going to take advantage of the dense forest. This is primarily for the green numbers. They'll blend in easily with the trees. It's simple, they'll set up posts in the trees and pick off whatever enemy they see. They'll literally won't know what hit them. Oh, and make sure they use poison arrows. They'll be our second line of defense after the Eastern Empire's army goes through the hellscape of our initial and manless defense. At that point, they'll be terrified, paranoid, and questioning every decision they make, even down to where they place their foot. I see. I know what to do, Lady Pendragon, leave it to me, Remuru said. He's the best. He catches on quickly and knows what to do. You gotta love decentralized command. Anyway, that will be all. I'm going to order the mass production of these weapons, so expect a large amount to come your way. I want y'all to start placing these weapons as well as making booby traps along the indicated parts one showed y'all on the map. Make sure military personnel are the only ones allowed and not civilians. Alright, dismissed. All of them immediately went to start organizing their units to do what I ordered. Vesta went back to his lab in the cave to carry out whatever other experiments. As for me, I'm going home. I don't want to spend another second in more meetings with dignitaries and whatnot, I've already had enough of that during these past weeks. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// As I was walking back home, I noticed a lot of children from many races. It was nice to see. It made me think about Shuna. We've already had the conversation, and she's not against it. Magic is a wonderful thing. It's also nice to know that people are willing to raise children in the Empire, but it also means their parents would lose some strength. I did think about that part, but the new skill I got, hero creation, solves that problem. The skill does exactly what you'd expect, especially when knowing it comes from that damn wizard. To put it simply, I can have as many children with Shuna as I want without having to worry about either of us losing power or anything like that. Whenever the thought enters my mind, my dragon side starts to act up, and my spirit side has to calm me down. And also, since it's called hero creation, I have a sneaking suspicion that I'll be seeing some familiar faces. Literally. What are they called? Saber faces. Yeah, that. Heroic spirits, and whatnot. If my knighting ceremony can give people skills from heroic spirits, then I don't see it as unreasonable that when we have children, there'll be familiar faces. Well, I don't think it's bad. I should give Mordred some siblings. How many? I'll leave that up to fate and chance. A/N, aka a random number between 2 and 10. But right now, I've got a war to win first. Chapter 117, Chapter. Song of the Day, When You Were Young by the Killers. / / / / Border between the Tempest Empire and the Eastern Empire. A massive undertaking was underway. Oni, orcs, lizardmen, hobgoblins, and other species were planting a massive defense. All of this was being hidden with illusion magic. Artoria's teachings had been diffused to everyone. They were setting booby traps, laying landmines, fake dummy soldiers to confuse enemies and lure them into traps or landmines. Hidden posts were being built that blended into the dense forest, so the green numbers could blend in and take cover while taking shots at any incoming soldiers. All that was left was to explain the counteroffensive plan to everyone. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flash. Alright, I'll try to keep this simple and to the point. As our border patrol has reported, there is more activity from the Eastern Empire on our border with them. Now, as we all know how the Eastern Empire is, it's pretty obvious what their intentions are. An invasion. Fortunately, we've spent a good amount of time preparing. We're using a lot of manpower to plant defenses. Now, before I get started, is there any questions or concerns anyone has? The room was filled with all the important war-related higher-ups. Remuru, Benimaru, Sui, Geld, Gabaru, Cheyen, Hakuru, Diablo, Carrera, Ultima, Testarossa, and others. It was a who's who of people in the room. Don't they have like millions of people in their army? Remuru said in a worried tone. Artoria simply nodded and held up a hand. She wasn't worried. True, but that's a bad way to view it. You may think we are outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, outplanned. But from my eyes, instead of seeing millions of people in the army, I see a target-rich environment. Remuru was a little taken aback by that kind of mindset. Wow, okay, that's kind of a disturbing way to view it. It's war. War is cruel, and there is no use reforming it. The crueler it is, the sooner it will be over. Things will get ugly, but what else do you expect? Remuru pointed out another big advantage the Eastern Empire had. I see. But what about their airships? No disrespect to Gabaru or his lizardmen, but how do we combat that? Artoria only smirked. She already knew what to do. If it was getting a ship to combat the airships they had, it would be simple for her, and it would look cool, which is what really mattered. Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. I'll get us a ship, a big one. They literally won't see it coming. Okay, I think that's about it. Remuru said, as Artoria could finally get to her plans. Good. Anyone else? No response. Alright, let's get to it. This will consist of 3 operations. Operation Porcupine, Operation Honey Badger, and Special Operation Sherman. I'll start with Operation Porcupine, Artoria said as she pulled out a map that focused on Operation Porcupine. It focused on the border of Tempest and the Eastern Empire. Most of it was filled with red marks showing the massive scale of defense in place, entitled the Quill Zone. And other places that showed planned defensive maneuvers. So, as you can see, Operation Porcupine is our defense. You'll notice that the Quill Zone doesn't immediately start at the border. It's simple. I want to lure in as many people as possible before things start blowing up. If they start encountering resistance too soon, they'll start being too cautious. Let them have a lowered guard first. Now, you'll see that our defense is also set up to try to funnel the enemy soldiers into a nice choke point. This will help the green numbers easily pick out shots, but they will eventually get overwhelmed, so they're going to conduct guerrilla warfare while retreating when they do get overwhelmed. They will also have help from Sui's team in the form of them setting up corpses and fake supplies to explode. They'll also have napalm and white phosphorus grenades to help them. They'll be able to be as liberal as they can with them. Now, those are our first 2 layers of defense. From there, you can see it's just open ground between them and us, a last stand of sorts, but don't worry, we'll have a good wall to protect us, and that's also where Gabaru and his lizardmen come in. While they are marching across this space, they will be dropping munitions of various types on top of them. And don't worry, Gabaru, I'll make sure we get air superiority. They'll see what the effects of having air superiority are. Now, after this comes the hardest part of this. Our last stand. Don't worry, Gabaru and I will provide air support. The rest hinges on this. We need to inflict massive casualties on them to the point that they retreat and try to regroup to try again. And once they do that, while they're disorganized and most likely without leadership, that's when Operation Honey Badger will launch. Operation Honey Badger is our counteroffensive. We'll strike them at their lowest. They'll be panicked, paranoid, and have low morale. And before you worry about the landmines and booby traps, don't. Why? Easy, as they retreat, they'll run right back into any landmines or booby traps left unactivated. With the sheer numbers they'll have, it'll be surprising if they don't activate them all, but in case they don't, you'll have a map that marks where they're all placed. Use that to guide troops safely. Artoria then pulled out the map entitled, Operation Honey Badger. Now, this is where the fun begins. This will be our counter-invasion. This is where we take the fight back to them while we show them our fearlessness, aggressiveness, tenacity, and will to take the fight to a larger army. And it'll be easier than you think. How so, Lady Pendragon? Launching a counter-invasion of the Eastern Empire with all the territory they have will be difficult with our relatively lower numbers. Remuru was the first to speak up about this proposed invasion. I was just getting to that. Time to talk about Special Operation Sherman. Now, this will be handled by Diablo, Ultima, Testarossa, Carrera, and the demons they have under their control. It's simple. They'll infiltrate the Eastern Empire when all their focus is on their invasion. They are going to destroy and burn any military and logistical target, and cripple their supply lines. At the same time, they are going to use their magic and skills to incite a revolution in the Eastern Empire, so they'll be busy fighting and dealing with two things at once. And since their army will be committed to the invasion, there will be relatively less resistance. Quick question, who will be the new leader of the Eastern Empire after all this is done? I don't think placing a demon in charge will be a popular idea. Remuru said. If this were to work, they needed a popular figure that anyone would be willing to rally to and die for. Luckily, that was already solved. A man who literally had a skill that made people want to follow him. Yuki. They're going to put him on a pedestal as someone to follow while they have their revolution. And they will have more motivation when we start our counter-invasion and support them. When the history books are written, they'll cite our invasion as a reason that their revolution was successful in installing a new government. Is this going to be an example that history is written by the victors? Remuru asked. Artoria quickly refuted his question and claim. First of all, that's not true. I would tell you about the US Civil War and this myth called the Lost Cause, but now is not the time. Wait, isn't that the war where you said your president was a vampire slayer? Remuru remembered the night he ate at her house. She mentioned that there was a feature-length documentary and a book about it. Artoria sighed as she pinched her nose. Look, I drank a lot that day. Anyway, now is not the time. Anyway, these are the main points of what these operations are and their goals are. Decisions on how to achieve these goals will have to be made on the battlefield. Now, any questions or comments? Yeah, I got something to say. Why do I have to do the boring stuff? I want to fight against them, not go with Diablo and the others on that stuff. Carrera spoke up in a loud and dissatisfied voice. She had her arms crossed as she lay back in her chair. Carrera, you're part of the plan on that, Artoria explained to her. Okay, but they can do it themselves without me. Give me something better to do. Artoria decided to give her a chance. Tell me a reason, Carrera. Carrera stood up and slammed her fist on the table as she pointed to Artoria. If you give me a unit to lead, I'll have flies and maggots crawling in their empty eye sockets within a day. The room fell silent as everyone looked at her, you could hear a pen drop. The way she said it showed how serious she was and how much she wanted it. Artoria slowly nodded when she heard her say what she said. She had a little smirk on her face. You know what? I like that attitude, Carrera, you got yourself a unit. I'll allow you to run wild while the rest of our military follows these operations. Carrera showed a vicious and delightful smirk in response. She sat back down and didn't say anything. But no words needed to be said too. Should we get help from our allies? Geld spoke up. They'll come to us for help, and we can hear them out, but I'm not worried about that. The people who will definitely come to our aid are those who don't have some kind of diplomatic ties with us. The only reason they'll come to our aid is because it's in their best interest. If, and I mean if, we go down, they're next. They're only going to see us as a buffer state. It's harsh, but it's true. If they want to help, let them, but let them know not to expect some kind of favor or IOU from us. I don't want parasitic leeches that only see this as an opportunity to cozy up to us. Artoria paused before making a bold decision. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to limit diplomatic talk starting now until the end of the war. The only ones we will talk to are our allies we already have. Gazel, Malim, Luminous, Carrion, Fry, Fuse. Only them. Anyway, that will be all. Start getting ready. We are on a collision course with destiny. Chapter 118, Chapter A/N, Song of the Day, The Chain by Fleetwood Mac. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / flash. Alright, Remuru, you wanted to know how we'll combat their airships. Pay a bit of attention. It's going to be cool. Artoria had found an open field to show Remuru their weapon to combat the Eastern Empire's airships. Remuru was very focused on coming up with a solution, and while there were many other solutions, like Carrera launching some nuclear magic, Artoria decided to go with something cooler. The Eastern Empire isn't the only one that could have some kind of fancy-looking airship that would make the big targets. Artoria held out her hand, and small motes of light began to gather before forming into her lance, reincarnated. Now, it wasn't directly said, but all the evidence was there, and besides, making things was part of reincarnated's specialties. What are you doing? Remuru questioned, tilting his head to see where she was going with this. Just watch, Artoria excitedly told him, a slight tone of eagerness in her voice. Reincarnated shone brightly before branches of light surged forward, taking a shape in the sky. The branches moved with a mind of their own, forming the construct Artoria had in mind. It didn't take long, in fact, it was short, but the display was mesmerizing and breathtaking. With a final glow of light, it was finished. In the sky was a floating ship. It was massive and looked like something from royalty. Remuru looked up, stunned, not knowing what to say or make of what just happened. Could you always do that? Yeah, I've done it before, but you were out. What else can it do? If I want, I can make an entire city appear and adjust it for whatever different needs are required, Artoria casually threw out in a nonchalant tone, not caring or realizing the magnitude of what she was saying. Remuru decided not to dwell on her words before focusing back on the ship in the sky. So, that's our own airship? Yup. This is the first, and most likely, only ship of our Air Force. Does it have a name? Yeah. It's called the Hangwan. What does it mean? It's the meeting hall of King Arthur. Anyway, we'll use that to take out all the airships of the Eastern Empire. Except for one. That one will need some more firepower to be handled. More firepower? I don't know, that already seems enough. It might be, but I'm not taking any chances. So, I know you already talked about it, but what kind of help should we get from our allies? You know, I'd like to get Malim to join our fight. Well, there is one way we can get Malim to help us, but we'd have to be very fast, and act now. What can we do? So, there's this dragon her dad gave her, and as Artoria was trying to explain, Remuru interrupted her. Wait, just how old are you? I've been wondering this for some time, but you know a lot about the past of this world, but like in a personal way, like as if you personally witnessed them. You must be really old. Artoria stayed silent for a few moments, as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath in and out before saying, I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, so that I don't punch you into a slimy puddle. Remuru quickly realized his mistake about asking the age of a woman, even if Raphael had tried to warn him earlier. Okay. Noted. So, about Malim's dad. Yeah, alright, so, Artoria trailed off slightly as she put more thought into it. The one who created the angels, demons, and the skills, the Manus. Now that I think about it, the imminent war with the Eastern Empire can boil down to daddy issues. Michael, that angel, and the other one, I forgot who they were. Probably not important, Arotira mumbled to herself, but Remuru heard it. Remuru looked at her in confusion. Daddy issues. What could she possibly be talking about? How does a war go back to daddy issues? This wasn't making sense. You need to fill me in, what do you mean? Oh, it's also kind of related to you as well. What? Me? How? Remuru said in even more confusion. This was starting to get out of hand. Don't worry about it, you're not where you should be at this moment, but it's okay. Remuru grew even more confused. Why was she suddenly speaking cryptically? Everything she was saying only led to more questions. Is there something I have to know? Not really. So, about Malim's dragon. So, like some time ago, her dad gave her a dragon, she loved it, then some evil wizard guy killed it to try to control her, and it hilariously backfired when she laid an entire kingdom or empire to ruin. That's basically it, Artoria shrugged her shoulders as she quickly oversimplified the event. Really? This sounds like something you should go into more detail about. Not really. The actual important part is that the dragon became corrupted, and is now sealed in this place called the Dragon's Denver. You're not proposing what I think you are, right? So, we could go in there, fight it, and then you, or rather, Raphael, can help purify it, and then reunite Malim with her pet dragon. Will it be hard? No, but we do have to act. At this point, every day counts. With the many investigations going into members of the Western Council and the Free Guild, it's only a matter of time before they uncover connections to the Eastern Empire, and then that will open a whole other can of worms. Basically, a lot of eyes will be on the Eastern Empire, and some of their plans will be revealed. They're going to attack before it can get to that point, or else they'll face a much more prepared world. But don't worry, unless something unexpected happens, the war won't kick off in like a week or something. Don't say things like that. You're raising a flag. Artoria just looked at Remuru with an expression that told him, really, before she explained to Remuru how nonsense it was. You serious, Remuru? You believe in those superstitions? Remuru, we're not in a story, this is real life, or a new real life. This is why you don't judge characters for making the decisions they make when you watch a movie or something. What? What do you mean? Here's an example. When watching a horror movie, as an audience, you know what you would do if you were in a horror movie, but here's the thing, the characters in the movie don't know they're in a horror movie, so they might make decisions you say are dumb, but to them, it's normal or even routine. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I got it. Now that that's cleared up, let's check out the Ahangwan. Artoria jumped into the air and onto the Ahangwan. Remuru followed suit by flying to it. He was a little skeptical. Not from the ship, but from the lack of weapons. There was nothing that looked like a weapon on here. Unless it fired a giant laser beam or something like that, he didn't know what to expect. He was expecting battleship turrets or something like that. But if Artoria said it could take out airships, then it could take out airships. Flawless circular reasoning. / ///// Border between the Tempest Empire and the Eastern Empire. A scout was going through the trees. An Eastern Empire scout. He didn't know why, since not a lot of detail was given to him, but the higher-ups wanted to speed things up. It was clear things were heating up, and they wanted a good scouting report. Which meant deeper infiltration and more details. It shouldn't be too bad, the dense trees provided good cover against the dragon newts that would occasionally fly by, and the entire forest was quiet. All that was needed to be done was to do their job as usual, it would just take a little longer, that's all. And it should be easy, there were just trees, and more trees. Not much to write or report about, but orders were orders. He had traveled much further than usual, but nothing that should be too bad. He made sure to keep aware of his surroundings. Everywhere could be dangerous. Behind him, to his left, right, even above, as demonstrated by the dragonewts that would fly overhead. Nothing he'd ever faced before. But that was the problem. Unfortunately, on this day, he'd come across something he'd never seen or expected. As he was going across the trees, he immediately noticed someone trailing him. He went faster and pulled out a medium-length blade, prepared to engage in combat. As a scout, he wasn't heavily equipped for a fight. Speed and mobility were prioritized for someone in his role. The problem was now trying to get back. If one had found him, then it was only a matter of time before more came. He took sharp, sudden, and random turns in certain directions, but whoever was following him kept up easily. A fight was going to happen. He turned around, ready to fight. Fighting in the trees would be problematic, so he jumped onto the ground and saw who was chasing him. It was Dragonewt, but he looked more human-like. But he noticed that he wasn't chasing him anymore. He stood on a branch, just watching him. He looked away as if he didn't want to know what was going to happen, or as if he winced at someone making a bad decision. He didn't know it, but he was still prepared. Until he landed. The second he landed and touched ground, an explosion took place. No warning, no click, just an instant explosion. Dirt flew into the air in a column. His body and parts of his body were thrown upwards from the explosion. It was quiet for a moment. Until a scream pierced through the forest. The scout let out a loud scream. He looked around and noticed his arms were blown off, and his body from the waist down was separated. It was a visceral sight of blood and other chunks of meat. Only his torso was intact. Seeing such a gruesome scene, he could only scream before the shock made him pass out. He died only a few seconds later. A/N, search, The Five Bloods, Minefield Scene, on YouTube. Just to give you an idea. The Dragonewt quickly inspected the body for any identification. He was warned that it would be a gruesome scene when it happened, but this was something else. At least he didn't suffer for too long. Lord Sui, there's a code black, the Dragonewt sent a mental communication while he kept looking. He found papers that clearly reported what to expect in the forest and other strategic information. A blur immediately appeared next to him. It was Sui. Just at a glance, he knew what had happened. A few seconds later, another Dragonewt dropped in from above, his wings flapping as he descended. Lord Sui, what do you want us to do? The Dragonewt who just flew in questioned. Everyone here knew that this set off a fuse that couldn't be put out. Keep up your patrols, I'll report this to Lady Pendragon immediately. And you, Sui addressed the other Dragonewt who inspected the body, you know what to do with the body. Set it up as a trap. With those words, Sui disappeared in a blur and immediately headed for Artoria. Instantaneously, he appeared in town and rushed to where Artoria was. Which was her house. Unfortunately, it was a bad time. In her house, Artoria was carrying Shuna to their bedroom with very clear intentions. Lady Pendragon Sui's thought communication was immediately interrupted. Sui, not now. It's a code black. Sui responded immediately. It might have been disrespectful to her, but the circumstances called for it, and it's not like Artoria cared too much about that stuff. Artoria muttered very quietly to herself as she put Shuna down. I'm sorry, Shuna, but things just are about to get crazier than a sprayed roach, Artoria exclaimed as she immediately went to the dude of the house and opened it. What happened, Sui? Be quick. Sui immediately responded without any hesitation. A scout from the Eastern Empire was caught in a landmine while in the forest. Damn it. Okay, I'm putting our military on fast pace. I want our entire military to be able to deploy and fight within 3 hours at any given point in time. Go. Sui immediately disappeared. He rapidly made clones and alerted everyone he could as fast as possible. Hours. They only had a few hours. First, they'd wonder where the scout is, then they'd send another team, and when they don't return, it'll be another, until it eventually escalates into their invasion. Artoria gave it less than a week. It seems there would be no saving Malim's pet dragon. There was no time. Artoria summoned Rangaminiad and summoned the Ahangwan. The massive ship appeared directly above the town. All preparations had to be done now. She turned back to see a worried Shuna. She went to her and hugged her. Don't worry, Shuna, you and I will be fine. I'm not going to let a tyrant make you be worried. But have you considered the worst-case scenario? I have. The worst-case scenario is a Pyrrhic victory for the Eastern Empire. But we won't lose, I'll make sure of it. Even if I have to cross the delicate line of good and bad, and head down an unheroic path that could change me, I'll do it, especially for our future. You're making me worried. I don't mean to do that, but I want you to know how far I'll go for us. If I'm going to change, or alter, at least let it be for a good reason. Artoria released Shuna before rushing to meet and prepare everyone for the coming of war. Chapter 119, Chapter A/N, Song of the Day, International Players Anthem by UGK, Outcast. Happy 4th of July, everyone. On this day, we celebrate and remember the sacrifice of Russell Cass, who saved Earth from annihilation by aliens. Hashtag never forget. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go get red, white, and blasted, and go spangle my stars. Also, USA is beating Mexico in the Gold Cup final. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / dash. Hey, Artoria, I don't want to say anything, but dash. Remuru, if you say, I told you so, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass, you'll be spitting toenails. Remuru instantly shut up, ceasing to say anything further on his mind. To be honest, he should have really read the atmosphere better than to try to say something witty. They were days away, at best, from a full-scale war. Everything was in a rush, but not in disorder. Normally, there would be a meeting, but many people were busy getting prepared and making any last-minute adjustments to their plan. Artoria got the Hangman ready for action, the massive ship floating in the air. You know, I still thought there would be something like battleship turrets on it, Remuru expressed as he looked at the ship in the air. For him, the lack of something that looked like weaponry, at least to him, felt lacking. Artoria looked at the Hangman and looked at it from Remuru's perspective. She knew what this could do, but the visual and aesthetic appeal was lacking. It looked awesome and beautiful, but nothing that would look intimidating, just its size. You're right, and it would look very cool as well. I'll just change it. I know the perfect class of battleship guns to add. It's going to be intimidating. I know too. Remuru exclaimed, also thinking of what guns from a battleship could go on it. Great minds think alike, Remuru. Iowa class. Yamato class, they both exclaimed at the same time, a bit of pride in their voices, as if their answer was the most obvious. Artoria and Remuru looked at each other, just taking in their different answers. Artoria was the first to speak up. You're just plain wrong, Remuru. Like, objectively wrong. Argue with a wall. Remuru tried to argue back at Artoria's statement, but was immediately shut down. What? I'm not wrong. The Yamato is dash. A hotel. A coral reef. Artoria countered instantly without any mercy. Ah, wait, hold on. Let me try to speak. Wait, you know about the hotel thing. You know about the USS Missouri on September 2, 1945. Ah. All right, enough said. There's no time to talk about things like this. It's my ship, and I'll make whatever changes I want. Artoria held out her hand, and with a white glow, the entire ship started to change slightly. Large battleship guns appeared on both sides. Artoria smiled. Oh yeah, now this is something cool. This might as well be a gunship. I'd hate to be on the other side of that thing. Remuru marveled at the guns. Seeing something of this size in person is very different than seeing photos on the internet. He felt small. Yup, I'll have to tilt it when firing at the ground. Why? Well, first of all, so I can actually hit something, and second of all, because every shot of those guns will physically move the ship and throw off the aim of other shots when fired simultaneously or at once. What? I'm talking about a gunship, not a battleship. It's a common misconception that guns on a battleship can move the ship when fired, but it doesn't. A gunship, on the other hand. Oh yeah, now that will move it laterally and require course corrections in flight when all guns are firing simultaneously. You seem to know a bit about that. Are you sure you weren't in the military or something? No, I wasn't in the military, and this is also common knowledge that everyone knows. I could go into more detail, but it's not necessary. You can go into detail. How do you know all this stuff? Well, you see, Remuru, when I was a child, I thought the coolest things in the world were rodeos, guns, national parks, military aircraft, and history. And now? Artoria looked at Remuru in confusion, not knowing what he meant. It took her a second, but then she realized what he meant. What? No, I still think those are the coolest things in the world. Oh, it's just that, the way you said it, I thought you changed your mind as you grew up or something. What? Why would I change my mind? You've seen aspects of that in this empire. We had a rodeo during my wedding festival, we have guns, I established national parks in this empire, there's a gunship in front of us, and I've told you many things from history. Oh, yeah, I don't know how I didn't catch that. Whatever. Anyway, we're about to show the Eastern Empire the importance of air superiority. Artoria jumped onto the ship, and it immediately started moving towards the east. For something so big, it moved with uncanny speed not fit for its size. The reason? Magic, of course. Remuru, seeing that she took off without him, immediately flew up to catch up to it. He landed on the deck, and the sight he saw did not fit the situation. He saw Artoria seated, drinking a cocktail while sitting on a lounge chair as if she were sunbathing. Next to her was a small table that had a bottle of whiskey and a glass with an ice ball in it. It was a little concerning that the bottle was almost half empty. What are you doing? Getting this ship into position to fight. But you're relaxing as if this was a cruise ship or something. 'Cause it kind of is. Don't you see how fancy and decorated the deck is? There's even a bar. He looked around, and she was right. Everything was very clean, luxurious, and shiny. He felt like he was on a private yacht. Should you be drinking at this moment? Relax. What, you think I'm going to go on some rant about the federal government or something? I'm not going to get political, Artoria reassured Remuru as she drank another glass of whiskey. You know, I'm not going to question it. So, this will just be stationed? Remuru asked as he looked at the ground from so high up. Everything looked small, obviously, but he could see the layout of everything below. A perfect bird's eye view. This would make issuing orders so much easier and faster. It'll go around in a pylon turn while it shoots. Basically, go around in a giant circle on the battlefield. Okay, so do we have to worry about something trying to shoot us down? Nope. I'm going to put up a barrier around it. Nothing can enter, but things can exit. Unless an attack can go up to the 6th dimension, we don't have to worry about it. And of the only 2, maybe 3, people I think can do that, one is dead, the other is our ally, and one I've never met, but I know. Okay. So, is there anyone we have to worry about? Artoria drank another glass of whiskey before responding to him, Veldora's sister, an angel person. I forgot their name, I think it was something like Feld, something, it's not important. Actually, I might be wrong on that one. Oh, and Amanus, but mostly because of their defensive skill, but that won't be a problem, and I think someone else. I forget their names. All of them will be on the biggest and most luxurious airship you will see. Wait, Veldora's sister. A true dragon. Should we call Veldora into this? Remuru panicked slightly at what Artoria said. This was new to him. The only thing he remembered was her talking about a marshal or something of the Eastern Empire, but a true dragon. Nah, not really, he'll probably not even take it seriously since it's his sister, but she will. I don't want that. I don't care if Veldora is a true dragon. But I think we should come up with something. Artoria held out her hand. In a white glow, a lance materialized. That is our something. We don't need to worry about anything with that. In another white glow, the lance turned into a parasol, and Artoria placed it next to her, providing shade from the sun. What? I only need to say a few things, release a few restraints, and we'll be fine. Let go of a few restraints. You won't turn evil or something, will you? That is not at all what I mean, Remuru. And why would I go evil? Never mind, just a thought. Well, what would an evil version of you look like? Artoria sighed. I'm only having these conversations to pass the time until this ship is where it needs to be. But in short, just imagine my armor in all black with red, glowing cracks. Same with my sword and lance. Imagine me with paler skin, yellow eyes, a very pale, almost white version of my hair, black horns on my head, and that is what it would be. Artoria drank another glass of whiskey. Okay, you gave that answer way too fast. Remuru was a little concerned. That was a bit too much detail said in a short time. Okay. And Artoria just shrugged it off as she drank another glass of whiskey, finishing the bottle. Never mind. So, just waiting, then. Remuru ignored the fact that she finished drinking an entire bottle. Yup, you can go get a drink or something. That bar has everything. Everything. Even that stuff that smells like jet fuel or something. By the way, no way it's legal. Artoria, from seemingly out of nowhere, pulled out a clear, but decorative bottle that had a dragon cap on it. In this country it is. I meant on Earth. Oh, in that case, it's not. Artoria opened the bottle, and Remuru had to step back a little from the intense smell. He felt off just from smelling it at a distance. So, how do you know how to make that? Artoria explained the story while pouring herself a glass of what she considered the specialty of Tempest. My dad took me one time with his friends, and they made pure corn liquor, and not in a legal way, so it's called moonshine. Now, I learned the process, but never actually made it myself. When my mom found out what he did, I can swear the wrath of Hera was felt that day across the world. Even the animals on our ranch felt it. I've never had a scarier moment in both my lives. And that includes the kick from the horse that sent me to this world. Your family is crazy. And also, that's how you died. I'm just now figuring this out. Wait, what was your name before you reincarnated? No, my family is not crazy, and my name was Blair. Anyway, you see, if you ask me, people should be allowed to make their own alcohol without any legal trouble. It's another one of those stupid laws the United States has, but not as bad as some of the gun laws that are insanely stupid and make no sense. Artoria drank a glass of the jet fuel Remuru described. How she drank it without physically recoiling, he had no idea. He was confident that it could knock a true dragon on its back. He had heard that it basically put Luminous out of commission for a while. Why is it illegal? Taxes, duh. It's illegal because the government can't collect taxes on it. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. As far as I'm concerned, it's taxes, and only taxes. This is why I hate the federal government so much, Remuru, Artoria said in a slightly agitated tone as she drank another glass in frustration. Okay. All right. Let's just relax a bit. Remuru was not sure how to go about this. Didn't she say she wouldn't go on a rant or get all political? This is why any president that can make me root for the federal government is automatically one of the greatest presidents in American history in my book. And there are only 3, maybe 4, that fit the description. And I say maybe 4 because this guy FDR was the one who signed the National Firearms Act of 1934 into law, gave the federal government more power that still affects people even decades after, and internment camps. He's lucky he has World War II to back him up. He's the second best Roosevelt, and that's not saying much because there were only 2. He's only in my top 10 because of World War II. So yeah, I guess only 3 presidents that fit my description. Alright, maybe you've had one too many drinks. Remuru went up and got the glass from Artoria and set it aside. Huh. Oh, yeah, I guess. I got a little political there, didn't I? Yeah, just a little. I don't even know how it got to that point. Well, I guess I also asked some questions. Artoria closed her eyes in focus before opening them and letting out a sigh. There we go, all sobered up. And, look, we're here. Artoria got up from her lounge chair and pointed down at where the future battlefield would be. This is the place where your porcupine plan says we'll make a last stand, right? Yup. This is where the ship will circle the battlefield and rain down devastation. So, we just wait here. Artoria got the lounge chair and parasol and sat back down, but with a better view this time. Yeah, we'll wait here. The only ones who will go out from here will be the green numbers, the Dragonutes, and Sui and his team, and Diablo, Testarossa, and Ultima to go start a revolution. They already know what their job is. I feel nervous about this now. Good, it means you care. If you're nervous, it means you care about the situation. I would be worried if you weren't nervous. That's kind of comforting in a way. Hold on to it while it lasts, because the nice green nature you see in front of you will be filled with blood, limbs, viscera, and other gruesome things. The trees will be destroyed and replaced with craters. I don't like doing this to nature, but it's unfortunate. At least Trainee, the Dryads, and Trents have been warned and accepted what will happen. Will you restore the land after? No. Artoria immediately responded to Remuru's question in an uncharacteristic rejection. Didn't she care about nature with her mentions of national parks and preservation? What? Why? Isn't that your whole thing? I'm not going to artificially restore it. I'll let nature itself do the work. And at the end of it, I'm going to make this battlefield a national military park. To preserve it and let people know what happened here. In the future, people will visit it, and students will take school trips as part of their history class to this place. Huh, now that sounds more like you. /////////////////////////////// Captain, I don't think we'll find his body. The forest and foliage here are very dense. I don't think it's worth the effort. A group of 4 members was going through the forest, looking for the scout who had never reported back. It was obvious what had happened, but they needed to look for the body to make sure nothing sensitive was taken or manipulated. It's not me, the orders came from higher up, the captain responded to the complaint of one of the other members. He also agreed. What was the point of this? It's just one scout, and they're dead. It may be harsh, but compared to the number of people in their military, they were expendable and cannon fodder. But it also applied to him. Well, at least nothing too bad should happen. Okay, another responded to the captain's words. They kept going through the forest until one of them spotted a gloved hand that stood out from the green nature around them. Captain, I think I found him. They approached the body and saw that half of the body was covered in very dense vegetation, as if it had grown around it. They could only see the upper torso, but it was obvious they were long dead. You two, search the surrounding area. You stay with me. We're going to search the body. Take off the vegetation and foliage covering his body. The captain ordered 2 members of his squad to search the surrounding areas to see what killed them, while he ordered one to stay with him to examine the body. Slowly, the one who stayed with the captain removed the vegetation. What they saw was a gruesome sight. Half their arms were gone, and everything below the belly button was gone. That's not a pretty sight. Come on, have some decency for his body. Turn him over. Meanwhile, the other 2 that were scouting the area for any signs of a battle of sorts suddenly heard a loud explosion. They stumbled a little from the sheer force made. They looked at each other. What was that? They both went back to where the captain was, only to see multiple limbs and pieces of flesh. Dark stains that were blood mixed with dirt were all over the trees and the ground. We have to go. Now, one frantically spoke while they instantly ran away. They were both running away when another loud blast occurred. The one in the lead was knocked off their feet and violently thrown into a tree. They were disoriented, and their vision blurred while their ears made a loud ringing sound. They slowly got up, using the tree for balance. Once their vision cleared, the first thing they saw was the head of their comrade. They looked around, and combined with the limbs and other pieces of flesh, the head was the only thing that could identify anyone. They tried to reach for the head, only to see that their hand was missing, separated from their wrist. It was a bloody and gruesome scene. They let out a loud scream before running away as fast as they could in the opposite direction. It was only sheer luck that they actually made it back. Chapter 120, Chapter A/N, well, that sucks. Maybe next time. And I'm totally not going to go back to the last chapter and edit it. On to the World Cup, I guess. Not like it'll be any better, though. Watch USA get placed with Spain and France or something in the group stages. It might as well be over if that happens. Song of the Day, Clarity by Zed. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// be in the Eastern Empire, starting their instigating. Oh, and Masayuki is also there with them, but mostly as a figurehead. It may be a bit fast, but with Diablo and Testarossa working together, combined with the skills they have, it'll be a trivial case of starting a revolution. Actually winning it is another story, but only if they were on their own. And they aren't. The Eastern Empire is going to be forced to divert its attention to us and commit massive amounts of resources to fighting us, the main threat. Which is good, because the more they underestimate them, the better it'll be for those revolting. And it'll be even better with no other country supporting them. And I also have full confidence that Diablo and Testarossa, mainly Diablo, will go above and beyond and cause a full-scale civil war in the Eastern Empire. The Eastern Empire will basically be Russia, and Diablo, along with people revolting, will be the Bolsheviks. Except they won't be filthy, bastard communists. I guess in another way or a similar comparison, from the perspective of the people in the revolution, once we start our counter-invasion, we'll be Japan, and they'll be the CCP going against the Kuomintang. Again, without the plague and scourge of communism, or other stuff from Japan's invasion, like hypernationalism, killing competitions, massacres of cities and innocent civilians, mass rape, and other things I could get into, but it would be quite the depressing list that really makes you think about humanity as a whole and wonder how things get to such a scale. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, you can. Just look at history and you'll see it's all connected, with a simple line to each different cause and effect. For example, without the War of the Austrian Succession, there's no 7 Years' War, and without that, there's no American Revolution. And without that, no French Revolution, and without that, there's no Napoleonic Wars, and without that, there's no Congress of Vienna, which led to the Concert of Europe, which led to World War I and the creation of the USSR, and then led to World War II and the rise of the CCP, which then led to the Cold War. And the Cold War led to so many other things, which also led to their own specific things. Things like Operation Condor in South America, which led to many US-backed dictators in South American countries like Guatemala, Chile, and Brazil. There's the Vietnam War in Asia, which led to the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. There was the overthrow of Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in the Middle East, which led to the Islamic Revolution. And to focus specifically on the last part, the Islamic Revolution led to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which led to US support of the Mujahideen, which led to indirect support of other militants and figures in the region, like a little someone called Osama bin Laden, and that culminates into a 20-year-long, $2 trillion involvement in Afghanistan. And that's not to mention the other numerous smaller events that all branch off everything I just mentioned, and things that I didn't mention. And a bunch of other smaller details that aren't worth mentioning because at that point, it becomes something you have to specifically focus on, and you go away from the main timeline of world history. Not like I covered much, since I picked a start and end point that only covers close to 300 years. And it's not like all these events are the sole reason that led to each other thing. They are catalysts, inspirations, things that set up the conditions and context necessary for the causes and effects of other events. Anyway, as you can see, from the 1740s all the way to the early 2020s, there's a clear line of events that caused everything and led to a better understanding of what makes the world what it is. Well, I am also biased in all of this. That's why history is so cool and awesome to learn about. Well, if you can stomach and get past the more morbid and horrible events. That part isn't cool. Damn, what a tangent I went on. I have to control myself. I'm not on Earth anymore, I'm in this world. I should put more focus on the history of this world, since it's more relevant. So, where was I? Right. Another Eastern Empire team was killed by landmines and booby traps, and one managed to escape. I don't need to worry much, since they'll most likely explain that random explosions happened. They'll assume it's some kind of magic, and nothing physical. I also don't have to worry about the otherworlders in the Eastern Empire finding out it's landmines. Why? Simple, American entertainment. How many movies or TV shows have you seen that show landmines making a click sound before exploding? Or a landmine only exploding when you take pressure off of it after it makes that same click sound? All of that is a misconception. Landmines explode immediately as soon as pressure is applied. There are exceptions, of course, like landmines that go in the air before exploding. Those have a delayed fuse. You can also just make a landmine that does have that clicking sound, but that's just dumb. I'm willing to bet a stellar coin they'll ask if there was a clicking sound before the explosions. And they also haven't discovered the other booby traps, besides just the rigged corpse set to explode. Just wait until they fall into the other traps. Anyway, things are practically set into place. Not 100%, but enough at a level that I find satisfactory that if the Eastern Empire invaded right now, we can fight and defend until we can start our counter-invasion. It's a shame that I couldn't knight some more people, but it is what it is. I can't hold an impromptu ceremony, as it would disrupt the preparations, and not to mention, they won't have the time to train whatever weird fate skill they get. And learning in the middle of combat isn't the best idea. Could you make extreme progress? Yes, but it's very high risk. Now is not the time for high risk. We're already doing enough of that as is, in my opinion. I mean, if trying to commit a counter-invasion against the Eastern Empire as well as sparking a revolution in the middle isn't high risk, I don't know what is. One problem I foresee is difficulty fighting on their land since they'll have the advantage there, but with help from the people revolting, it'll be no problem. I've already planned the logistics out for our counter-invasion as well, which is the most important part of all of this. Logistics are what wins wars. Good logistics can make a mediocre general win against a superior general. And another thing, I don't care about tactical victories or losses, I care about strategic victories and losses. But first, we have to focus on the defense. Which is what I will be working on right now. Looking down from the ship, it was mostly an empty piece of land relative to the dense trees and forest. I jumped down and landed. No superhero entrance or anything like that. I looked at the field and quickly noted where to place the wall. I was going to make this quick. I held out my hand and summoned Rangaminiad. I quickly activated its creation ability and saw tree-like branches come from its outer shell and expand in a line as it formed a crenellated wall structure. Perfect, it's just like last time. Whoa. Lady Pendragon, what is that? I heard a loud voice after creating the wall. I turned, and it was Cheyen. I was wondering why they asked that, but then I remembered that the only ones who saw me do this last time were Gabaru and his Dragonutes. It's a wall, Cheyen. But I think what you mean what that the ability I just used was. It's a creation ability, nothing too special about it, I responded to Cheyen. Yeah, right. Nothing too special. Lady Pendragon, will this hold up? It could hold up to Malim using it as a punching bag, but she doesn't know that. How about you try it out, Cheyen? Use your sword or other magic on it. Didn't it get an upgrade? Really? Is that okay? Yeah, go for it. Cheyen took out her sword, and to my slight surprise, purple lightning struck from above on her sword despite it being clear skies. It turned into something like a purple lightning bolt, and she threw it at the wall. There was only a purple line that showed its movement. When it crashed, it caused spiderweb-like cracks filled with residual purple lightning to form on the ground. And the purple lightning bolt fell to the ground as it turned back into the large sword Cheyen loved as much. The only things that took damage were the ground and grass. The wall didn't have the slightest scratch or scorch mark on it. It looked completely pristine and clean. What? How? Cheyen questioned, unable to properly comprehend what she saw. It's a little strong, Cheyen. What the heck was that? This time, it was Remuru who came in. He was flying down, most definitely attracted by my creation of the wall and Cheyen's lighting. That was just me making a wall, and Cheyen attacking it. I responded to Remuru. What? Okay, I understand Cheyen's part, but how is that wall still standing? It's a little strong. A little strong. That thing survived an attack by Cheyen. Cheyen. She's like a berserker when it comes to fighting. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Remuru. Cheyen excitedly responded to the praise from Remuru. I think only she could see that as praise. And I still don't know how or why Remuru hasn't at the very least gotten into a relationship with Cheyen. She's all over him. Literally. The things people would do to be carried around by Cheyen. You're welcome, Cheyen. Wow, he's really questioning it. Remuru, she's making it so easy for you. You're airballing a dunk. Artoria, is it even possible to destroy it? Good question, Remuru, and yes, it is. Oh, we should be prepared for when it breaks, then. No, we don't. But you said it can break. Yes, I did. Okay, so, how can it be destroyed? Very simple, Remuru. One way I know how is if you are able to summon the hand of Buddha, and hit it, along with also needing to meet very specific requirements and circumstances, as well as having a true and unwavering belief in what your purpose in attacking is. So, yeah, all that, and a bit more. Or at least, that's what I remember if I'm right. I don't know if I'm missing other details, but he doesn't need to know that. Simple. That doesn't sound simple. If you're a Buddhist monk from the 7th century CE named Xianzong Sanzang, it is. You know what? I'll just, leave it alone. Chapter 121, Chapter A/N, a little late, but I still can't believe Chelsea beat PSG. Anything is possible, I guess. Song of the day, Take It Easy by the Eagles. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// An officer questioned the survivor who returned. I don't know. They just exploded. I don't even know what caused it. They were panicking, still trying to come to terms with a stump where their hand used to be. You're one of our otherworlders. Does this remind you of anything? Seeing that the survivor would say nothing, the officer turned to an otherworlder they had. So, your comrade just exploded after running away. The survivor nodded in response to their question before they asked another question. Was there some kind of sound? Like a clicking sound? No, there was no sound. It just happened. Out of nowhere. The otherworlder didn't know. It was just like Artoria predicted. I don't know then. It must be some kind of magic. I don't think it was magic. I would have felt some kind of magic activation or something similar. I have a skill that detects that kind of thing, and there was nothing. The survivor said, starting to finally calm down, but only a little. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Well, it's only a matter of time before things go up the command chain to someone who can actually make a decision to attack. Whether it's a small unit or not. Well, small relative to their population. I just need them to do something. If they keep stalling by just sending in more small recon teams, I'll just start ordering Sui and his team to start killing them to force them to commence their attack. I don't want this kind of game being played for who knows how long. Just little skirmishes that are obviously headed to a bigger conflict, but no one does anything about it. It'll all just lead to unnecessary waiting that will cause nerves to go on for much longer than necessary because of the stress and anxiety of waiting for an attack. That kind of stuff will wear any soldier down with enough time. I'd prefer it all to go down as soon as possible. If there are any more recon or scouting teams from the Eastern Empire, kill them. It was a simple thought communication to Sui and his team, but I made sure not to say his name. I purposely just sent a thought communication in his direction, which also happened to be where the Eastern Empire was. And given their large size, I have no doubt that there will be someone in there who has some skill that can intercept any kind of communication or signals. What if it was intercepted or something? I hope so. If it'll make them attack faster, and put all of their focus on us. This has to be a provocation that gets their attention. //////////////////////// Commander. What? I think I found out what killed those teams we sent in earlier. Just say it. Stop making it so dramatic. Right. There's a group near the border of the forest that was ordered to kill anyone from our side if they entered. They're most likely the ones responsible for the other deaths. It doesn't matter, we have the manpower to spare. I'll send someone to take care of it. We won't need to expend too much. ///////////////////// Lady Pendragon. Sui is reporting movement. He says there's mobilization from the Eastern Empire. A Dragonute reported to me while I was on the ship. Everything was ready on this end. Finally, I said with relief that they were acting. I've had enough with some of these little skirmishes. Or so I thought. But he does say that it's not their entire army, just a small detachment or unit. He says it looks like someone is taking a small group to take care of whatever threat killed the last small recon group. I let out a frustrated sigh at the report. Come on. Look, just let them advance. Let the traps do their jobs, and have them booby-trap the dead bodies as well, for when the actual invasion starts. Please, just start this damn war. I'm not saying I want war or am excited about it, since this was inevitable, but if you're going to spend so many resources and time building such an army, use it. The whole world knows about your military build-up and aggressive nature, so live up to it. Whatever, this has to be the last kind of escalation before all-out invasion. If they delay any longer, then I'll just go save Malim's pet dragon and then let Remuru or Raphael help bring it back to life. And then have Malim have some fun on the battlefield. But alas, we have to wait. /////////////////// Confusion. Chaos. Nobody knew what was happening. It started normally at first. Just a large group meant to go in, weed out a problem, and then go back. It was supposed to be a simple and straightforward mission, followed by writing a boring mission report. Until the first explosion happened. After that, it was a chain reaction. It's not that they were in a tight formation, but the large radius of the powerful blast made many people stumble and disoriented them. That, combined with the blood and mutilated limbs that seemed to rain down on them, caused almost uncontrollable panic. Which only caused further explosions. Come on, move. We just have to find someone with a potion to heal you. A soldier screamed through all the noise as they carried a fellow soldier by the shoulder. No one knew how it came to this so fast. It all went from 0 to 100 in seconds. There was a tiny glint. A turquoise-like color. A healing potion. We're almost there. Just a little bit longer. He went faster, thinking that life was just a short distance away, but it was not meant to be. Without any warning, he suddenly felt like he was falling. The only thing he could do was look up and realize he was falling into a hole, only for it to quickly be replaced by an intense and searing, burning pain all over his body. The last things he saw were spikes that impaled his body and large, black veins spreading through his hands, and the same to his fellow soldier next to him. Outside, a familiar scene was happening. Soldiers were falling into traps and impaled on spikes, others triggered landmines, instantly killing them and exploding them into pieces. The forest ground quickly became drenched with spots of blood. Leaves were splattered with blood, dripping. Others had already dried blood on them. The trunks of trees had parts stuck to them, and limbs were trapped in the canopy of the trees above, dripping blood below them. It was a nightmare. No sense of order could be established. The multiple explosions caused temporary deafness and ringing in the ears in almost all of the soldiers, their vision was blurred from dirt and blood getting in their eyes, and they would trip over dead bodies. Some onto the ground, others into booby traps. This is a war, see, an otherworlder screamed before they stepped on a landmine, blowing up and dying instantly. Over the span of 2 hours, thousands of bodies and limbs were splayed on the forest floor. And for once, it was quiet. Dust and dirt seemed to flow above the forest floor like mist. Any stragglers were also quickly taken out. This was the carnage from only a few thousand troops going on a simple strike mission. What would it look like when millions approached, unaware of just how truly big a death trap was waiting for them? This was just a small field in comparison to everything. Something that would get ignored even on a small scale. The only reason this would be talked about and not anything else was because this was the fan that turned a spark into a flame. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Damn. That's only with a few thousand troops. That report is intense. Well, it's go time. I already sent the message out. Everyone's ready. I made sure Reincarnated was always out, floating by my side at all times. Reincarnated would handle everyone important. I went over to Remuru, who was lounging on a chair, and rushed him to his feet. Remuru, get up, you're going to war. I'm going to have you follow Carrera in case you need to do some soul stuff. Huh? What? Hold on. I'll call her here. I sent a thought communication, and instantly, she teleported in front of me. Lady Pendragon, you called. Hey, Carrera. So, it's time. The war is imminent. Are you ready with your demons and all that? Yep. All ready. So, how long? Carrera was clearly eager and excited. Not at all surprising. A few hours. Maybe a day at most. Awesome. Before you go, I need to ask you a question. What is it? 0.50 AE or 0.500 Magnum? 0.50 what? 0.50 Action Express or 0.500 Magnum? Choose one. Can you tell me more? Like the difference or something? One is more practical than the other, but it's not saying much since they both aren't that practical. One is stronger than the other. I'm mainly asking for aesthetic purposes. They both, in my opinion, are beautiful and cool. And they sound awesome. Feeling that power go through your arms is a feeling unlike any other handgun. Unless you're insane and use an elephant handgun with only one hand with Nitro Express ammunition. You'd have to be crazy, cause shooting that with only one hand will lead you to a trip to the hand doctor. And no one is that crazy. Except for that one guy, but he's an exception. Anyway, it was time for Carrera's decision. A/N, I did this with a coin flip. I choose 50 Action Express. It sounds cooler and has action in it. I gave her a little smirk. Good choice. I walked over and grabbed an elegant gun case. It was a custom fit and design for such a beautiful weapon with a marvelous sound. And maybe a tad bit expensive. In Earth terms with those Benjamins. I remember my dad paying quite a bit for such a gun, but so worth it. I handed it over to Carrera, and she took it like a gift. She was about to open it, but I stopped her. Open it only when you meet someone named Kondu, or something like that, I forgot. Remuru will go with you to help you with some soul stuff when the time comes. You and he will know what to do when you see everything fall into place. Is this an order or a request? It's an order. It has to be an order. There's no way she doesn't open it if I don't tell her. Okay, you got it. Good. Now, Remuru, go with her and handle business. Do I have to? I mean, aren't the both of us? Remuru. Go. I had to be tough with him. He jumped up a bit at my voice and made his way to Carrera's side fast. Yup, you got it, ma'am. Come on, Carrera. Remuru and Carrera teleported away. So, now it was time to make plans for going against our enemies. Like Velgrind. Velgrind would be easy to take down, even if she is a true dragon. If I can get her to start digging deep into the earth without stopping, it will kill her from exhaustion. If it happened with Albion, it can happen with her. Just a joke. Chapter 122, Chapter A/N, Song of the Day, Second Chance by Shinedown. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// ship when Sui appeared in front of me urgently, saying there was a massive mobilization of Eastern Empire troops. And this was it. He reported airships and everything. Okay, it's go time. We probably have about 24 hours before they make it here, but I trust in our minefield and booby traps. I didn't order full-scale industrial and mass production for no reason. There are more landmines in the forest than were placed in World War II, and more booby traps than were probably used in the Vietnam War. This will slow them down to a crawl, guaranteed. It would be hard to imagine and try to describe the carnage that was about to happen. Slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash. And carnage it was. All across the border, the only things that could be heard were constant explosions as if from a drumline mixed with screams of terror and confusion, as well as some officers trying to establish order. Every inch gained was met with resistance, but not from any living beings, but by something unseen that came with no warning. The ones looking down below from the airships could only see the trees shaking and breaking from the explosions, dirt and fauna blasting into the air, and perhaps a more gruesome scene, bodies and limbs. It was a macabre landscape that was slightly hidden by the forest canopy. Stop. Let the Magi tanks go through first. In one part of the forest, a commander had managed to gain some kind of order, but at a great cost. It was no exaggeration to say that the troops he commanded were practically wiped out. He only had a ragtag group left, but all he could do was go on. Luckily, there was a tank at his command. He orders the tank forward and orders his remaining troops to follow behind. They advanced a few feet before explosions occurred, but the tank held on. The only thing that they felt was vibrations that went through the ground. It was very slow progress, but compared to what they went through, this might as well have been heaven. It's going to be slow, but as long as W. The commander's words were cut off by an explosion bigger than anything they've experienced. The tank exploded into a giant plume of smoke, the turret blasted into the air before falling back down. All the crew inside died instantly. The large, metal shards from the tank acted as shrapnel, impaling and killing the commander and the other troops behind the tank. An entire unit was lost. And they weren't even halfway across this section of forest. An order was given to carry as much troops on the airships as possible, but it was almost negligible. There wasn't enough room or airships for it. Not only did the Magi tanks start exploding into giant plumes of fire and smoke, but the increased intensity and power of the anti-tank mines also killed any surrounding soldiers as well. The lucky ones got off with broken bones, which caused them to use healing potions, eating into their stockpile, and causing their supply lines to have to work harder. From above, it was a light show of fire and smoke. The ones on airships could only watch helplessly at the carnage below, knowing that the casualties they were taking were immense. Slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash. Goddamn. This is more effective than I was thinking. I'll admit, I did not factor in the tanks acting like a grenade-throwing shrapnel after it blew up from an anti-tank mine. And they moved troops into the airships. Oh, yeah, they're about to find out that's a bad idea once they get sniped out from the sky. Sui using clones to report information live is not something I thought of, to be honest, but it's good. And from his conservative estimates, it's a complete nightmare for the Eastern Empire. I wonder what Rudra, Velgrind, Feldway, and the others are feeling looking at this. I doubt they care about the casualties they are taking. They only want to conquer at any cost. They spent a lot of resources building up this army, and they're going to use it. I know it's one thing to love your army, and another to be brave enough to order the thing you love to go fight and die, but this is something else. There's no love here. Well, they're about to leave the first section of the forest. And, again, with conservative estimates, it was an immense loss of troops and tanks. Just based on rough estimates, the losses could be the army of a small to medium-sized nation. Slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash forward slash backslash. A few hours later. The Eastern Empire had made it through, but it was never meant to stop them, only wear them down, and it worked. Troops all across the forest grew paranoid and suspicious. Some had seen their fellow soldiers fall into holes before being impaled, some had seen others activate tripwires, causing a large ball with spikes resembling a mace to fall from the trees, impaling and killing them instantly. Some had tried to scavenge supplies from dead bodies for health potions only for the corpse to explode, killing multiple people in a small radius around the explosion. They were scared to move forward, fearing that every step could lead to a trap or a tripwire. Their advance slowed to a crawl as they made sure to be extra aware of any traps and to deactivate. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, and sometimes, there would be a double trap that activated if a tripwire was tripped or cut. Commanders and officers had to force troops to advance, which would lead to more traps being activated. They had no brakes. But finally, everything seemed to stop. At least, the explosions did. There were still multiple cases of troops falling into traps and activating traps. Everyone was tired. Supplies, for some reason, were starting to dwindle. They were using more healing potions and eating more food than they were able to replenish, and as for scavenging dead bodies, they didn't know, but for some reason, the corpses were rigged to explode, and they didn't know how, why, or who was causing it. They were tired, confused, and already wanted to go home, but at least they were able to rest for a few moments. Everyone, get up. We're moving again, an officer said. Some troops were hesitating, but they got up, knowing what would happen if they disobeyed. Slowly, feelings of frustration were building up in the Eastern Empire's army. Let's go. There's no more explosions. The tanks will provide the officer stopped speaking as an arrow was shot through his head. And it wasn't the only case. Panic quickly spread as arrows were fired and started killing multiple people. Where are they coming from? The trees. Where? I can't see any. A soldier died from a headshot before being able to finish. A mage started to fire spells into the trees, trying to kill whoever was firing arrows, but was quickly taken out by another headshot before they could continue. Whenever a threat presented itself, they were quickly taken out with lethal and deadly precision. To the Eastern Empire's troops, it was like they were surrounded. I can't see anyone in these trees. Just start firing spells at the trees. Have the tanks shoot at the trees. I don't care, just do some, dead, headshot. The little sense of order they had after going through the minefield was lost again. Tanks started shooting at the trees, but it didn't seem to be killing anything. No matter how many trees were destroyed, no evidence of a body was found. But they did notice that they could advance. The tanks are working. Advance behind the tanks while they clear ahead. They thought they were advancing, but soon there was something worse that was coming, something that would make them wish for an arrow through the head. As they were advancing, a soldier looked down as they felt something on their foot. It was a sphere with the letters WP. What th? The voice was cut off before the grenade exploded, releasing dense, white, irritating smoke all around the area. The soldier nearest to it immediately started to scream in pain as they ran around, before it quickly spread to more soldiers. All across the forest, the dense white smoke was unleashed. From above on the airships, it looked like a haunting, white mist slowly rose from the forest. The screams of pain could be heard even from high up. The soldiers on the ground screamed as an intense and burning pain felt throughout their bodies. It stuck to their clothes and skin as it burned. Any exposed skin that came into contact was burned to a yellowish color, and showed signs akin to being necrotic. Skin fell off, showing the layer underneath. Some tried to take off the clothes they had, but it only made it worse as more skin was exposed. For some, it was so bad that it burned through to the bone, leaving holes in their body and skin. A/N, it burns at like 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit according to the Department of Defense. The eyes of soldiers that were exposed became irritated, inflamed, and burned. Their lungs and respiratory tracts of those who inhaled it burned and caused irritation, coughing, and fluid buildup in their lungs. Some chose to end their own suffering. What is this? A soldier said as they crawled on the ground. The medics didn't even know what to do. They tried using healing potions, but as soon as someone was healed, the white phosphorus would stick back to them, reverting any healing done. They were just wasting supplies. I need more potions. A medic screamed, hoping for an answer in all this chaos. We're out of potions. How? We should have plenty. This smoke is stopping any supplies from getting through. And anything that gets through is too little. There's nothing we can do. We have to wait for this to pass. What are the mages doing? Why aren't they throwing some kind of water magic? They can't concentrate on their chance with this smoke. The two medics continued screaming at each other to communicate. There was nothing they could do. The healing magic seemed to have very little effect on treatment, which made them realize that his smoke was magical in nature, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch with envy at the airships above and those on them. They don't care. What's the point of this? / /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// It's hard to read the reports on what's happening. These are millions of people going through this. And from the live reports, they haven't even used the napalm. The tanks and the crews in them are the only ones relatively safe, assuming the air filters can hold up. They're being forced to walk across all this. I would have retreated if I were in their position, but alas, I'm not. Not a single person on our side has died, while countless hundreds of thousands have already died on their side. And who knows how many of those deaths are officers or other commanding positions. That leadership structure is going to collapse. I went down from my airship and went to Gabaru, who was getting ready to carry the napalm, white phosphorus, and chlorine gas, and cluster bombs along with his Dragonutes. Lady Pendragon. He saluted as I got closer to him. Gabaru, if you're not ready now, then get ready. I want you and your men to drop a constant supply of bombs. I don't want to hear a moment where bombs are not dropping. I understand, Lady Pendragon. Good, now go. You only have a few hours. After saying that to Gabaru, I went to Carrera. She was going to go crazy on the battlefield, and I had to give her a heads up about what she had to expect. The napalm, gas, white phosphorus, and cluster bombs. I don't wonder how things are going on Diablo's side. With their speed and how efficient they are, I wouldn't be surprised if they already have a revolutionary army that consists of former Eastern Empire troops. Chapter 123, Chapter. Song of the Day, Sultans of Swing by Dire Straits. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Fire burned and raged across multiple fields. Dark smoke rose upwards as crops were being burned and farming fields destroyed. A ragtag group of people made up of normal civilians and some former Eastern Empire soldiers and military personnel was destroying and burning everything they could see. And the one leading them all? Masayuki. At least, that's how it seemed. While he was leading them, Diablo, Testaros, and Ultima were the ones manipulating things to make things go very smoothly and easily. It was very easy for them, hardly an inconvenience. Since it was decided that Masayuki would be the future leader of the Eastern Empire, or what would be left of it, depending on how negotiations went with the new government or the temporary government, depending on how things went on their end. Right now, at this point, they were focused on disrupting as many supply lines as they could that went to the front lines of the invasion, and it was very easy. There were soldiers protecting it, but the majority were non-combatants, solely focused on logistics, and faced with overwhelming numbers, they were quickly killed, at least some of them. While some died, some surrendered themselves and joined the side of the revolutionary army. They were brought in by a combination of Masayuki's charm and the world of magic from the three primordials. And these soldiers that joined their side gave up a lot of intel and other locations that helped them make things even easier. It was a literal trail of fire and destruction as this quickly growing revolutionary army was wreaking havoc on supply lines. Anything that would be sent to the front lines would be taken by them and used by them to carry out their attacks and raids. Anything they couldn't use would be destroyed. "We're making progress that's faster than projected," Masayuki said as he set to fire another crop field, as the ones he was leading were doing the same. It was the largest they had come across so far. "Our immediate objective is done. The next step is to start going to villages, towns, and cities and turn those to our side and capture them." Masayuki was startled at the sudden voice that appeared behind him from out of nowhere. He turned around to see who it was. "Oh, it's you, Diablo." Masayuki was always uncomfortable around Diablo, let alone the other primordials. He didn't know how to interact with him. Whenever he had to, he tried to get through the conversation as fast as possible and then go fight. He found leading and fighting less stressful than talking to Diablo. "Our first target will be a nearby city. There are a few million inhabitants, but it should be easy. Just say a few inspirational words, and I'll handle the rest." "Okay, it'll get done." Masayuki responded and quickly went away. He really wanted to leave and stop talking to Diablo. Say a few inspirational words. That was easy. He had a little journal filled with a bunch of things to say. There were a lot of quotes that sounded really good and made him wonder how Artoria came up with such stuff. But he also had a feeling that some of them were familiar. Not that it mattered to him. He was being set up for success and given the tools necessary to accomplish everything. If he failed, it would be a failure of epic proportions. Things could not be set up better than it is now. You had practically the entire army busy invading another country and taking massive casualties, a people who are oppressed and live in fear, and someone with his unique skill that literally makes people want to follow him and take his words like gold, and help from 3 primordial demons. You could not set this up any better. And so, it started. With the immediate destruction of the nearest logistical and military targets to the front lines, it was time to head to the cities and really cripple the heart of their production and industry. The plan was ultimately to use that same production to aid their own revolutionary war effort. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. Lord Remuru, here's a report from our end. Remuru was with Carrera as he got the report from a subordinate demon of Diablo, waiting until they saw any sign of Eastern Empire troops. It was simple, once you saw them, attack and kill them. Very simple plan that would work with someone like Carrera, and Remuru, who was part of it as well. As he listened, he was astonished at the progress. I kind of wish I was over there now. Maybe I was too hasty in my decision. Nah. Carrera quickly dismissed that thought. All the action was over here anyway. Slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash backslash forward slash backslash. In the forest, a worse inferno was happening. At first, it was the white smoke, but now it was fire. They had long gotten used to the arrows that came from the trees and got through the white phosphorus, albeit with heavy casualties, but now they were facing what could be described as a wall of fire. It came from out of nowhere as they were advancing through the hot and humid forest. It was a slog as they traveled. And everyone tried to hide behind a tank, even with the risk of an anti-tank landmine hitting it. But at least that would be a quick death. What came next wasn't. From the forest canopy, countless grenades rained down as if it were raining, and in just a moment, they exploded, spewing out an intense fire that was like jelly. It stuck to everything, their clothes, skin, weapons, armor, and anything it came into contact with. Any clothes that came into contact quickly melted away before touching the skin, where they experienced an immediate, excruciating pain. Removing it was hard, no matter how much they moved or thrashed around. It quickly burned through skin, leaving third-degree burns, destroying the skin and tissues underneath. Melted flesh would come off their bodies, and some people's eyelids would burn off, making it impossible to close their eyes, forcing them to feel even their eyes burning. Some were lucky compared to the rest. The napalm would burn so much skin that it would destroy their nerve endings, making it impossible for them to feel pain in the affected area. It was a cacophony of screams of pain and anguish. Some who were further back decided it was better to turn the other way and desert the army, or to be more specific, an act of cowardice. It didn't matter to them anymore. Some soldiers ran as their entire bodies were on fire before slowing down and collapsing on the ground dead, their bodies continuing to burn and spreading the stench of burnt flesh throughout the forest. Even those in tanks were affected. The gases and smoke would enter through the vents, choking anyone inside and forcing them to open it up and get out. In some cases, from a lucky hit, it would hit the engine and stall the tank. In a best-case scenario, the napalm only caused extreme discomfort inside the tank from the intense heat, but for those, the effect was psychological. They could hear the screams and suffering from inside the tank, their minds filling in the gaps for them. They tried to look out from the periscopes, but it was filled with gunk, making it futile to look through them. From above, it looked like a forest fire, a literal hellscape. Millions were affected all at once. The medical personnel could barely do anything. Their supplies were already low, forcing them to pick and choose who dies and who lives. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Sorry, trainee and all the dryads and trents, but don't worry, nature will always win in the end. I could see the inferno and smoke from my gunship. And I could also see the approaching airships. I'm sure I could snipe them from here, but I'll let them closer. Their ground forces are going to be severely backed up. I want to wait for them to catch up to the airships, so when I shoot them down, the debris crashes onto the ground forces. What I want to know is, when will they send in literally anyone? I know for a fact that their strongest ones aren't on the ground, they're on those airships. It's okay, most will die, and some will be forced to abandon ship once they're destroyed. Natural selection will handle the rest. Hey, Artoria, Masayuki is doing way better than expected in the Eastern Empire. The latest report is that he's on his way to a city. It's the closest one to the front line, and it might be an industrial one. Okay, keep updating me. I responded to Remuru's thought message, and I was happy at the news. That's good. In a war, targeting industry should always be one of the highest priorities, at least in my opinion. Masayuki seems to be smarter than I thought, or maybe it's the demons that are sort of guiding him. Actually, it does make sense. Diablo would be the kind of person to try to make things go as fast as he can so he can return to Remuru as soon as possible. Look, I'm not saying anything, but the way Diablo acts around Remuru, and how he talks about him, and how Remuru also doesn't say anything publicly instead of in his mind, it's not helping either of their cases, looking from a different perspective. Anyway, how can I make Velgrind literally dig her own grave? Chapter 124, Chapter. Song of the Day, Tiny Dancer by Elton John. / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / much. So, I was thinking about it, about the many ways that I can possibly do to Velgrind what Albion did to himself. I thought I could use some magic to manipulate her senses or place her under an illusion, but then I remembered something. Isn't she already being manipulated? Yeah, she's supposed to be being manipulated by that stupid angel. Michael, was it? Yeah, I think it was. The one with daddy and abandonment issues. Took over Rudra's body because he wanted to be with Veldonava instead of Rudra, or something like that. That sounds close enough for me. The important part is that she is being manipulated by that skill, or Manas, to be more accurate. So, how do I remove that? I could just destroy Michael. It shouldn't be too hard, just release some seals on Reincarnated and whatnot. Overkill. No such thing. But that's the violent way, and I don't say that in a way where I'm against being violent. Just look at what's happening on the battleground right now. Anyway, I could also sever that connection. Maybe I could yank away Velgrind to another dimension. That's another option that I can also do. Or just cut off the influence of Michael on her. Shuna can do that, but there might be trouble since it's a Manas, and not just a regular ultimate skill. But maybe I could brute force it by supplying her with practically infinite mana, but do I want to put her in danger like that? Well, it's not like she can't fight, but still. Okay, I know what to do. I'll be like Morgan and bring down Reincarnated from the sky as my first attack, and then I'll figure it out from there, because that's a brutal first attack. Could it go past the barrier? Yeah, it should. Impenetrable, unbreakable, whatever other way you want to describe it. Point is, I do not care. Try defending against Reincarnated with 6 seals unleashed, maybe even an Excalibur. It's not happening. There are levels to this. I'm a bit excited now. It's been a while since I've unleashed an Excalibur or a Reincarnated. I feel pumped now. The question is, which do I use? Actually, why not both? It's total war, so who cares? Not like I'm committing any war crimes or anything. Anyway, time to start preparing to shoot down some airships. This should be fun. I thought they would have already been here, but it seems they were slowed down much more than I thought. Makes sense when they face weapons they probably haven't faced before. I really wonder what the exact number of casualties is for them. I know we haven't lost one, but they've probably lost hundreds of thousands in an absolute best-case conservative estimate. If I had to be liberal and with bias, I'd probably put it at a few tens of millions. A moderate estimate, maybe, would be a few million. We're putting up Chinese war casualty numbers with this, even if the numbers might be a little inflated or counted badly. Oh, look, I can see them coming into view. From my gunship, I could see tanks and other soldiers going through the forest, and the airships above moving. Oh yeah, this was close enough to shoot them down, but as I said, I want the debris to rain on the troops below. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Hey, do you see that up there? What is it that? It doesn't look like one of ours. I don't know. It doesn't look like any of our airships. This can't be good. Nothing is good. We're already running low on supplies somehow. Every time I ask why, I just get told off. They're not even trying to hide that they're hiding something. I hope it doesn't get worse. Whatever that white smoke was earlier, and that fire, it makes me not want to fight anymore. Don't let them hear you say that. You can already see how little they care about us by forcing us through that fire. I saw some people bring out charred corpses of tank crews, just to replace them because the tank still worked. Two soldiers were talking to each other as they continued marching through the forest. The forest was getting less and less dense as they moved along to the point that they could see the sky more clearly. They could see their airships more clearly, but they could see more clearly in front of them. And from a distance, they could see another ship on the other side. The fact that they could see it from here must have meant that it was a big ship. They could make out what were cannons. Are we encountering enemy forces? I think we might be. Like, monsters. Yeah. They didn't know how to feel. They haven't seen a single enemy, but they've already suffered immense and uncountable casualties. And that's only from their small section. They only knew what they knew in their section of the invasion. Sometimes they wondered what it looked like from above the airships. Just a bit more and we'll be out of here. There'll finally be open fields. I don't know if that's good. We went through all this in the forest, what could be waiting for us in an open field? They, along with their entire section, continued forward. Fortunately, or unfortunately, for them, they were among the first to exit the forest. At first, everything was going well. More and more of them finally got out of the forest. They could see the mysterious airship on the other side become clearer and bigger, but they also started seeing something else. It was like a long white line above the horizon that seemed to stretch across its entirety. What is that? I don't know, it's too far away for any detail. Since the airship was more detailed, they focused on that. Something doesn't feel right. As they saw the airship become clearer, they saw several white flashes from it, as if it were sunlight reflecting off water. What is that? That question was asked a few seconds later when they heard a loud boom and a streak of light across the sky. There was a large explosion above them. All the soldiers looked up to see one of their airships blown up in a plume of fire and smoke. Small debris fell first, on fire and with smoke trails behind them. But what followed was worse. The large pieces of the ship fell down, crushing anything and anyone in its way. Burnt, charred, and dismembered corpses fell from the sky, falling on top of soldiers and in front of others. This scene happened all across the front line. Airships were blown up one after another, causing chaos in the air and on the ground. What they considered one of their symbols of their military and technological might was being destroyed with ease, becoming nothing more than scrap before they could even be used for anything meaningful. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Yes, Lady Pendragon. At your orders, we will begin. Good. You can start when the biggest airship is left alone. I could feel the rumble as the guns kept firing. Reincarnated is so awesome. Those airships were getting blown up in a single shot. Well, it's powered by Reincarnated, so it should get blown up in one shot. They're going to be left without any kind of air cover, they'll be sitting ducks. And that's when they'll finally come face to face with an enemy they can see. Just need to see what Michael and friends do. Chapter 125, Chapter. Song of the Day, Get Lucky by Daft Punk. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// For what felt like an eternity, multiple airships were destroyed. No matter how much they moved or tried to do evasive maneuvers, they were shot down with eerie precision. Any movement made by the ground troops was focused on avoiding all the falling debris and corpses. The decision to bring as many troops on the airships earlier to avoid the white phosphorus and napalm was costing them dearly. And yet, through it all, the ground forces were being told to keep advancing forward. If there was any consolation, at least the debris provided some kind of cover, for whatever it was worth. And as they advanced, they finally saw from a distance what the white line above the horizon was. A wall. From where they were, to the wall, there was an open field, leaving them completely open to any kind of attack. There was no planning or tactics that could help them here. At one point, they'll have to try to get through that wall. This is insane. What do they expect us to do? This wasn't part of what we were supposed to expect. All our airships are basically destroyed, a soldier screamed as they scrambled around, confused by the chaos and mess. The order is to still advance. Regroup and move forward. An order from an officer was shouted. But we can't. We have no support. You're asking us to charge forward unprotected across open land. That's human wave tactics. Do you know how many will die? The soldier pleaded with the officer, hoping that there should be a better plan. Enough to get through. Now go. Your job is to follow orders. But it was no use. The soldier clenched his fist, debating whether it was worth going through all of this after the continuous disasters of just getting through the forest. And he wasn't the only one feeling like this. Combined with the experience of trying to get through the forest that caused morale to practically collapse, and the mystery of why they had such low supplies, with them struggling for even the basics, their frustration was about to boil over. But they followed orders either way. ////////// /////// And boom, there goes the last airship, not counting the big one where Michael was. Now it was time for Gabaru. Gabaru, you're up. And don't worry about that big airship, I'll divert its attention. Understood, Lady Pendragon. Once I sent the thought message to Gabaru, I called on someone else. Cheyen, get up here now. With a purple flash of thunder, Cheyen got on my ship. What do you need, Lady Pendragon? Turn into lightning. I'm going to throw you into the middle of them. After that, do what you do best. And what do I do best? Combat. With pleasure. Cheyen transformed into lightning, and the second she did, I reached out and gripped a purple lightning bolt. It felt weird. I could feel electricity coursing through my arm. It felt fuzzy, like when your leg feels numb when you sit awkwardly for a long time. I looked ahead and saw them advancing forward. I had to make a good choice of where to launch Cheyen. Somewhere where it could cause the most damage and chaos. I think somewhere in the middle would be a good choice. It's not like I have to be very accurate with this. Just as I was about to throw Cheyen, I saw a massive purple light coming from what seemed like a massive sphere from the left of their army. Looks like Carrera is starting. My turn. Like throwing a javelin, I threw Cheyen in her lightning bolt form in the middle of their army. It was an intense streak of purple lightning across the sky. ////// ///// What's that? As Gabaru was flying, leading a large group of Dragonutes and carrying bombs that contained chlorine gas, he noticed the purple lighting and the purple light. This wasn't something he was told about, but from what he saw, it was friendly, so that's all that mattered to him. Get ready. Remember what to do. Drop these bombs on top of them in spaced intervals for maximum coverage. The strike force behind us will use cluster bombs. Gabaru shouted to his force of Dragonutes, who all gave affirmative responses to his order and reminder. They all flew across the battlefield as fast as they could to their enemy. The faster they flew, the less chance there was of getting struck by magic or other attacks focused on them. And even if they did, they had potions with them. A lot of potions. // // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / charge. In the sky. Enemy attack. A soldier shouted. Some mages tried to hit the Dragonutes in the sky, but by the time the projectile reached the Dragonutes, it was behind, and the Dragonets were ahead. You idiot. Did you learn nothing in school? Aim ahead of them, not where they are. An officer shouted at their mages, but this little mistake was about to cost them dearly. The Dragonutes were directly above them, and they started dropping bombs at spaced intervals. It looks like one of the shells our tanks shoot. Damn it. There's nothing to use as cover. Mass panic ensued among the soldiers, assuming the worst after what they had gone through in the forest. But when the bombs landed, there was no explosion. Instead, a greenish-yellow cloud rapidly spread all around from where the bombs were dropped. And due to the concentrations of troops, almost immediately, it took effect. Violent coughing was heard, and screams of pain followed, which only made it worse. Their eyes, lungs, nose, and throat were under immense irritation. A burning sensation was felt in their eyes and throat. I can't breath. A soldier barely managed to say before stumbling over, dying from asphyxiation. Every cough from a soldier was filled with pain and difficulty. They weren't even sure if they were breathing since it felt like they were suffocating, no matter how hard they tried to breathe. It seemed that no matter where they ran, they couldn't escape it. Except for one path. Forward. We need to go forward, an officer said before they also dropped dead from asphyxiation before being able to escape. A wall of chlorine gas formed on the front line. And any soldiers who advanced were forced to go through the same experiences. They should have stopped, but the commanding officers forced them to go through, saying that if they were quick enough, they would be fine. How wrong they were. Even if both eyes were closed and breath was held, the energy exerted from running would force you to take a breath. And to make matters worse. Dragonutes. Another attack. The cluster bombs were here. Brace for impact. Seek cover. An officer yelled. There is no cover, you idiot. A soldier screamed at his officer before continuing, I'm tired of this. I'm not following orders from people like you. The soldier went to attack, but before anything could be done, the cluster bombs were dropped before they broke apart, releasing countless bomblets that fell before exploding, instantly killing countless soldiers, including the officer and the soldier who was about to attack him. Any unexploded bomblets exploded soon after small disturbances from movements. And to make matters worse, a brilliant flash of purple lighting slammed into the middle of the army, instantly killing countless troops on impact. And another destructive force slammed into them, killing even more. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Well, it seems Cheyen, Carrera, and her demons, and Remuru as well have begun their massacre. The chlorine gas and cluster bombs won't affect them. They might be magical, but they're not meant for people on their level. I was looking at the battlefield from my ship when I finally noticed movement from the big airship I had left. Who's it gonna be? That feather-winged, claw-footed, biblically inaccurate, glowing, cloud hugger. Perhaps that scaly, tail-turning, overgrown, catfish-whiskered, limp-winged slug. Doesn't matter, Kazu, I got a thing for them. I summoned Rangaminiad, and it started glowing. Come on. Come out, you Eastern Empire tyrant bastards. I waited, but there was nothing. Alright, how about this? The guns on my ship started aiming below, at their army. With a single thought, they started a massive bombardment, a broadside as each gun fired. I could see them slam towards their army, killing I don't know how many, but a lot. They would have to answer eventually. Even someone who doesn't care about their troops can't ignore the casualty numbers they were taking. There is no way to justify taking the unimaginable they've taken without killing a single enemy in return. They had to act. And act they did. They sent the Red River snake out. Red River. I wonder how that rivalry is going. Chapter 126, Chapter. Song of the Day, Wagon Wheel by Darius Rucker. ///////////////////////// While things were coming to a head on the front lines, back with Masayuki, he placed the flag that represented the Revolutionary Army on top of a government building, claiming it. With Diablo, Testarossa, and Ultima's help, getting the support of the people was very easy. They had blitzed through the vast land of the Eastern Empire with the help of mechanized movement. They had captured tanks and forced industrial cities to produce more for their cause. It was brutal for the Eastern Empire. All their supplies were cut off, and anything they were supposed to be getting was going to the Revolutionary Army. Alright, we got this city. Now for the big prize. The Imperial Capital. Nazca. Once again, Diablo appeared next to him. They both looked at the city that was celebrating what they saw as liberation. But it didn't matter to Diablo, he was just doing what he was ordered to do. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Anyone that's important is off dying in their invasion, so it'll be relatively undefended. But to make this faster, we're going to use their own weapons against them. It'll be simple. We have a lot of time to work with, and depending on how it goes, we could lay a siege to the capital since we have the numbers and supplies for it. A siege. But we have to go fast. Wait, what if we lay a siege on the capital, and once Artoria comes in, we join them as well? It would also work out, because when the Eastern Empire's army is retreating, they'll be coming straight to us, forcing them into an enemy on two fronts. They'll basically be destroyed. And after that, we go full force on the capital, capture it, and then end the war. Masayuki suddenly had a thought. It sounded good to him. So you can think. What a shock. Okay, and what will you do in the aftermath? How will you handle negotiations? With your new government in place, you'll be the one to negotiate, and you'll have to answer for the invasion. But I didn't do that. That doesn't sound fair. You have a lot to learn. You'd better start thinking of what to say, or else you'll be toyed with in negotiations. Ah, okay then. Masayuki still didn't know what to make of Diablo. At one time, he seems like someone just wanting to get this over with, and other times, he seems more focused on this. Like, right now, he helped Masayuki by giving him advice. He didn't know what to make of it, but as long as he was on his side, then everything would be fine. Okay, everyone, we're going to the capital. Masayuki shouted to his army below as they started cheering. It was almost freaky to Masayuki how willing they were to turn and die for this cause. Tanks started rolling, and many soldiers got on them for a ride. As he thought more about it, maybe a siege did make more sense. If they were going to the capital, they would encounter more fierce fighting and resistance due to the symbolism. And that's where all the ultra-loyalists and fanatics would be. The kind that would go to the extreme to defend and fight. What would the casualty count be, considering that the capital is usually the most populous city in a country? Well, it would have to be an aggressive siege. But they had tanks, a lot of them, and with enough people to crew them, thanks to training provided by former tank crews who joined their cause. An idea suddenly came to Masayuki. He wasn't good at math, but surely there was a good mathematician among them. Could the tank cannons be aimed high enough for them to act like a mortar or artillery of sorts? It was worth trying out. ////// ///// Back on the front lines, a scene that inspired the Eastern Empire's troops and brought a bit of reluctance to Tempest appeared. From the only remaining airship left, a woman walked forward before transforming into a massive, red dragon. It was Velgrind. And she was making a beeline towards Artoria and her ship. Very rapidly, she went across the field, casting a large shadow seemingly above the entire field. The soldiers on the field had hope return to their eyes as they saw Velgrind. Even the ones on the verge of staging a mutiny held themselves back. With her finally showing up, things should finally turn in their favor. What could possibly stop her? Surely not that large wall in front of them, they've yet to reach. // // Ramrus Labyrinth. What was Ramrus doing during all of this? Reading manga, of course. Along with Veldora as well. They were very calm despite the possibility that this place could be invaded. Not that it would matter, since they had a contingency in place. That and Veldora. As far as Ramrus was concerned, just send Veldora, it's not like anything would happen to him, like mind control. But suddenly, as they were reading, Veldora stopped and looked in a certain direction. What happened? What could get you stop reading? My sister. Ramrus started paying attention, fearing the worst. Wait, are you saying she's on her way here? No, she's far away, but I can sense her. She's about to fight. At Veldora's response, Ramrus thought about the ones fighting. They were strong, yes, but a true dragon like Velgrind. That was asking a bit much from them. They should be able to handle it, right? We'll see. What? What do you mean? I think we should take this more seriously. Ramrus stopped talking as she felt something powerful. Something that was dangerous. It wasn't Velgrind, but something spiritual. What the? I can feel it from here. What's going on in that fight? Ramrus was starting to panic. Something was happening with the spirit world. It was like someone was usurping her authority as queen to leverage the might of the spirit world. Ramrus tried thinking of who could do this, until she landed on one person. What is Artoria doing? // // Artoria, you're gonna do something, right? Remuru sent a thought communication to Artoria as he saw Velgrind move without any disturbance. She kept getting closer and closer as Artoria watched. Artoria. She's like right there. Aren't you a dragon too, or something? Remuru sent another communication, stopping his own fighting, as he saw the scene. Carrera and her demons kept on with the rampage, not caring about Velgrind's presence. But, still, Artoria wasn't doing anything. Artoria, do something. Please. Use that sword beam thing you used against Charybdis, or something. Remuru started pleading. Hoping for Artoria to do something, literally anything. And at seemingly the last moment, a voice was heard across the entire field, troops from both sides heard it. Though it was said calmly and quietly, it was like it reverberated across the entire field. 5 words. 5 words that held power. Artoria, on her ship, held out Rongaminiad, looking directly at Velgrind. She was completely unfazed at Velgrind's advance. And then it happened. Sacred Lance, release your anchor.